Chapter 451. The Shura field erupt and the breath of madness is in progress. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Before Lin Chen went out, suddenly the poke ball on his waist began to shake. Yi Zoroark, don't make trouble, I'll let you out later. The net moment, two white light flashed. Sylvian and Zoroark appeared directly in front of them, and they were two little Lolita after their transformation. I really don't know why, but after transforming I can produce poke ball by myself. Of course it's not their unique ability. In the anime, Xiao Ao's Seduct can freely enter and eat the poke ball, and the psycho knife often appears. Then it can unexpectedly solve some unsolvable problems. Owner Sylvian, the little Lolita with pink and white animal ears, immediately got into his arms the moment she saw Lin Chen. His arms wrapped around Lin Chen's waist. Master Tai Tai, the white-haired little Loli, naturally showed no sign of weakness and began to compete for Lin Chen's other half's arm. Two Pokemon were competing with each other, and at this time footsteps came from outside, coupled with Lin Chen closing the doors and windows before entering the new world. It corresponds to that idiom perfectly. A guilty conscience. Lin Chen took a deep breath, then opened his omniscient eyes and looked out the door. Sure enough, it was Shen Niu. At this time Shen Xian put on a cute knitted white skirt and looked extremely cute. At the same time, the heroic temperament oozing from his body made Lin Chen slightly stunned for a moment. Lin Chen, are you there? As a prosecutor, Shen Xian was naturally keenly aware of some strange sounds, but there was no response. At this time Father Lin happened to come upstairs. When he saw Shen Zhen, he immediately said, "Oh, Xiao Chen is in the room." Lin Chen originally wanted to pretend not to be there, but this time he was directly opposed. Shen Xian slowly approached the door, knocked on the door and said softly, "Lin Chen, are you there?" Still no response. Strange, I just heard a girl's voice. Shen Xian was so impatient that he finally couldn't bear it anymore. After knocking on the door again, the net moment, the door suddenly opened. I saw Lin Chen's room was empty. Huh? Did I hear it wrong just now? At this time the sound of flushing came from the bathroom, and Lin Chen took a deep breath, secretly thinking that it was very dangerous. But at this time Sylvian and Zoroark had both returned to their original form. Chirilian was followed behind. After seeing Shen Xian, the eyes of the three Pokemon were filled with black energy. It was originally for this woman. In just a few dozen seconds Lin Chen saw that comforting him was ineffective, so he directly summoned Chirilian, then used teleport once and came to the bathroom. Then he began to talk earnestly and ensured that the three of them could watch from the sidelines in a prototype manner. The main thing is that I'm afraid that you will scare your parents like this. When they heard this, Sylvian and the others compromised, but seeing Shen Zhen still made the three Pokemon think too much. Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? You look so bad. You're sweating profusely. After Shen Xian finished speaking, he touched Lin Chen's forehead with his hand to test the temperature. Lin Chen roared crazily in his heart, "It's over, Barbie is cute. If you touch it again it will be all over." He quickly whispered, "Oh, I was just writing a paper in the room. Why are you here free?" Shen Xian smiled and said softly, "Aren't you going to the imperial capital to certify elite soon? It just so happens that the crisis in Hangzhou has been resolved. I will go to the imperial capital to report the situation and meet grandpa by the way." Lin Chen had no intention of listening to this, especially when I came here today. I didn't wear the prosecutor's uniform but put on such a cute skirt. Lin Chen touched Sylvian's head and said softly, "Ahem, let's go to the living room." After finishing speaking, Lin Chen led the Pokemon to the living room with Shen Xian muttering behind him, "Why does he feel weird today?" Then Lin Chen slowly went downstairs and immediately saw Lin Qingguan sitting on the sofa talking to Lin's father. At this moment the three Pokemon suddenly understood. Originally there was more than one, but there was another one coming to the door. This is simply the Shura field of hell difficulty. Two Pokemon that can transform into other forms, plus a prosecutor and policewoman who share the sadistic relationship between teachers and student, and a humanoid Pokemon. Su Xian Lei, who knew two transformed snake spirits by the West Lake, would have to kneel here today. Who can withstand this? When Father Lin saw Lin Chen, he immediately said, "I didn't expect that you two are quite destined. Teacher Lin took you to high school for 3 years and she just happened to get a professional title from the Imperial College. I didn't expect to take you. Sure enough, the fate is wonderful." Lin Chen's face turned dark and the soft flesh on his waist was being held by Sylvian. Lin Chen thought to himself, "Dad, please stop talking. If I keep talking I'm afraid I'll be hit with a hatchet." However, Lin Chen still had to smile and said softly, "Yet I didn't expect it either." Hearing these words, Lin Qingguan's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. This meant that Lin Chen had no intention of taking him home. And this Shen Niu, could it be because she is here? No, Shen Xian is about the same age as me and he wants to compete with me. Feeling Lin Qingguan's hostility, Shen Niu also frowned and immediately sat net to Lin Chen. Each of them was simply aware of the hostility of the other. Little did he know Lin Chen already had 100,000 horsepower plus plus Mega Punch plus Earth. Shen, during your absence Prosecutor Shen came here every 3 days and took special care of the two of us. Father Lin said with satisfaction. For him, can you still see what Shen Xian means? It happens to be the Shen family, the founder family of the alliance, and Shen Xian is also a very good person. It even gave rise to the idea of matchmaking. Only Lin Chen uttered a few words in his heart. It's over, he's done spraying it all. After praising Lin Qingguan and praising Shen Niu, it simply added fuel to the fire. Lin Chen had already made plans to return to the new world and be criticized by the 3 Pokemon in turn. Although the black energy in the eyes of the 3 Pokemon has begun to fill, they are still very common sense and have not turned into human forms to batter. Lin Chen quickly said, yes, thank you very much, Prosecutor Shen. Since we are all going to the imperial capital, let the 3 of us go there together tomorrow. He took a deep breath and quickly interrupted the spell cast on Father Lin. At this time the Shura field is still going on. Lin Chen hopes that tomorrow will arrive early. Chapter 452 Certified as the strongest elite, the Xia Kingdom Alliance is in awe. Please subscribe. The night was already deep, and at this time Lin Chen put the 3 Pokemon back into the Pokeball. Some special means had to be used to calm them down. I have to say that the feedback from the Steel Law is good. In addition to resisting beatings, there are also resist beating, very hard, very top. I'm going back to the imperial capital tomorrow and I don't know how the catastrophe will come. Lin Chen murmured. The moon and stars outside the window were sparse and the whole world fell into a slumber. Lin Chen, who seemed to have entered sage mode, could not sleep. He stood outside the window and the oddish in the yard began to move quietly under the cover of the night. There are traces of Murkrow flying in the distance. The world at night is a paradise for another group of Pokemon. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes full of sighs. Now I have only stayed at home for a few days before going out again. Naturally he wanted to spend more time with his parent. However, the remaining time of the catastrophe is only half a year and no one knows what will happen. If you don't become stronger in the shortest possible time, you won't be able to protect your family. Please wait patiently, everything will be fine in the future. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Things in the world are inherently difficult to have both ways. You can only choose one possibility and keep going. Even if it's wrong, it's better than doing nothing. One night passed and Lin Chen arrived at the high-speed rail station early in the morning. Unexpectedly he saw Shen Xian and Lin Qingguan waiting here. The moment he saw the two of them, Lin Chen's eyes lit up again. Today Shen Xian changed into a prosecutor's uniform but carefully picked a pair of black silk stockings which made him look like a captivate uniform. Lin Qingguan has loose wavy hair, a bright red diagonal dress and flaming red lips that are particularly eye-catching. The two of them are obviously competing for beauty. Seeing this scene, Sylvian's eyes on her shoulder were even filled with blackness if it weren't for Lin Chen touching her head. I'm afraid that the Shura field is going to break out again. Let go. Lin Chen looked at the two women without squinting. After all, it makes sense. Under the envious gaze of the security inspector, Lin Chen took the two girls onto the G20 high-speed train. It takes 5 hours to reach the imperial capital from Hangzhou. Lin Chen sat alone by the window. The two of them sat together, which was the position arranged by Sylvian's coaching. Instead of choosing 3 consecutive seats, they sat in the middle. What a pity. Along the way Lin Chen closed his eyes and rested his mind. After all, he experienced the Shura field last night and did not sleep well. 5 hours passed like this. After arriving, the two women obviously seemed a little disappointed and briefly said goodbye to Shen Xian. Lin Chen looked at Lin Qingguan and said slowly, Teacher Qingguan, please go back to the academy first. I happen to be going to the Pokemon Center. Lin Qingguan nodded and did not say anything like I will go with you. After all, she is a mature woman. If she wants to accompany her, she will take it with her naturally without saying anything. The other party proposed to let him go back first, so he must have his own arrangement. If you ask anything at this time, you will look very ignorant. Gentleness and intellectuality have always been Lin Qingguan's strength. Okay then, please pay attention to your safety, Lin Qingguan warned. Lin Chen nodded. After saying goodbye to Lin Qingguan, Lin Chen directly took out the Pokeball. Come out, Salamins, from Give. A white light flashed and Salamins appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen rode on its back and gave the order. Salamins, the Pokemon Center of the Imperial City. From Give. Salamins vibrated its wings, instantly setting off a hurricane, and then slowly rose. The net moment it was like a red lightning speeding away. The reason why I go to the Pokemon Center is because all professional titles and titles must be certified here. Like professional certifications, elite certifications are even rarer. Often no elite comes to certify for several years, so it is naturally impossible to open a new window. As soon as Lin Chen arrived here, he saw a familiar figure. What a coincidence! Lin Chen Su, whose left arm was still bandaged, and he walked towards Lin Chen with a smile. With the Alliance's technology, even a broken arm can be reattached, but it won't be as flexible as before. And at least least for the NET year he won't be able to EERT strength with a broken arm. Brother Su, are you here to certify Elite 2? Su-hu nodded, then approached Lin Chen revealing a mysterious and whispered, come take a look at this. Su-hu quietly took out a stone from his arms. It was the key stone. Su-hu continued, I'm lucky. I've E-Pariment and can make Charizard Mega Evolution to Charizard X form. But Lin Chen smiled and then saw the hesitation on Su-hu's face and whispered, don't worry, I was planning to publish it in the NET 2 days and the paper has been written, so in the Elite competition use it boldly. This time the Elite battle is first class in scale and it is an honor to win the Elite of other alliances. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su-hu's hesitation was completely dispelled. Originally he planned not to use the Mega Evolution form for the time being if Lin Chen didn't say it. After he published the paper, since Lin Chen said so, it would be best. Su-hu nodded and said softly, thank you. If it weren't for the Charizard X evolutionary stone-ite that Lin Chen gave him, even if he knew about Mega Evolution, he would not be able to gather the two stones at the same time in such a short time. After a simple greeting, Lin Chen and Su-hu entered the Imperial Capital Pokemon Center and began to get certified. The saleswoman, who was dressed in professional OL clothes and had a lot of sense, said softly, you two are here to get the Elite level certification together. The saleswoman naturally knew Lin Chen and Su-hu was also a relatively famous young generation, and the arrival of these two people except for the Elite certification naturally would not have anything else. Lin Chen and Su-hu nodded. At this time the entire lobby of the Pokemon Center was full of discussion. The big devil is here to certify the Elite. The one NET to him must be Su-hu, known as the Tiger of Hangzhou City. Why is Su-hu's arm bandaged? It seems that the recent news about the repulsion of the Dark Organization in Hangzhou City is true. We haven't had a new Elite for several years and now there are two. I'm looking forward to their performance in this Elite-friendly match. Then in the eyes of everyone in all, Lin Chen and Su-hu entered the testing room. Unlike the previous professional level certification, the process could be omitted at that time, but as the Elite certification of the entire Xiaoguo Alliance, it will naturally be extremely rigorous. Chapter 453 The Lord of Laws has arrived and the ancient forces are in action. Please collect, please subscribe, please follow me to the certification center. The fair-skinned and beautiful business 0L gave Lin Chen and the others a sweet smile. The two nodded and followed her to the depths of the Pokemon Center. Not long after they arrived in front of the space teleporter in the depth. Aren't we going to the certification center? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Su-hu on the side laughed heartily and explained, haha, it seems that you didn't do enough homework before coming. In the Elite certification it is naturally impossible to just pick up an instrument to test. Instead it is necessary to test the trainer's bone age, Pokemon's energy intensity and the degree of comprehension of the power of law in a special space. It seems that some items have been added recently and I don't know what they are. But one day the main point is that even if the Elite is divided into the elementary, intermediate and advanced levels, the power of law is actually the most important. After comprehending the power of law, even if the energy intensity is temporarily slightly worse, the speed of improvement will still be faster. Maybe you can reach the champion field one step earlier. Hearing Su-hu's words, Lin Chen nodded. The saleswoman NET to him continued with a smile, Mr. Su is very accurate. Let me introduce you to the benefits after the Elite rating 653. These are also some reward based on the Elite of the Alliance. Every registered Elite will have his own ranking and the improvement of the ranking also means the improvement of the reward. Mr. Lin should be the Steel Rule. Currently there are 76 registered Elites of the Steel Rule and 10 others are missing. Those left in the Pokemon Center are their previous record. Most Elites will update them regularly to improve their treatment. We don't know the specific treatment and it will be issued by the Alliance on their own initiative. The top 3 will have venues for opening corresponding rules and recruit apprentices. Hearing these benefits, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and there was already some expectation in his eyes. I don't know what these benefits are. The Alliance can even support some idle people of professional trainers. As the most backbone of the Alliance, the treatment will naturally not be bad. Su-hu also yearned for it and was obviously looking forward to having the qualifications to open a venue. Then the saleswoman smiled and whispered, of course the number of Elite level Pokemon also has a certain proportion. If there are no other questions, Aj, we will enter the Elite certification ceremony. Lin Chen he looked at Su-hu and nodded. Then the saleswoman gestured to let the two stand on the space transmission machine. After completing the preparations according to the guidance, the saleswoman pressed the transmission button. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blue space energy dissipated around and then attached to the two people and instantly teleported them into the certification space. Lin Chen only saw countless gorgeous colors and ripples in front of him. It was like looking at a kaleidoscope and the body felt weightless, and then there was a bright light in front of him. In silence he had entered the light. The NET moment a noisy roar came came from his ears and the scenery in front of him gradually became clear. Lin Chen and Su Hu came back to their senses. The special space in front of them was said to be the elite certification ceremony, but at this time many people gathered. There were many buildings in front of them and they were simple and clear. Each building has its own logo on top, from restaurants to hot springs, from Pokemon treatment centers to item exchanges and even stalls in the market. Lin Chen was a little overwhelmed, and it was much larger than the scale of the Dragon family's secret realm before. It was like a small town. It seems that this is not only a space for elite certification but also carries the training, food, clothing, housing and transportation of the elite. In order to improve the combat power of the alliance, an undisturbed space was directly opened up. It is worthy of being a state machine. Such a hand is really amazing. As soon as I entered, the saleswoman in charge of guiding came forward to greet me. I thought it was an elite who came to train as usual, but I recognized Lin Chen at a glance. She smiled quickly and said softly, "It's Mr. Lin and Mr. Su. The certification information has been uploaded. Please follow me." Lin Chen and the others nodded and followed the young lady to continue to go deeper into the space. The first item of certification is the strength of Pokemon. Soon a noisy sound was heard. In an open-air venue many people were training. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing directly and confirmed that all the people here were elite. The attributes and energy were different. "Okay, this is it." The salesman stretched out his hand and Lin Chen and the others followed the instructions and saw a huge stone at a glance. The stone was extremely smooth and there was a huge display screen behind it with various data displayed on it. Just now a Kangaskhan left a value on it. Instant punch force 15 ton. The surrounding strong wind swept and the strength of the flesh alone could achieve such destructive power. Sure enough, there are no weak ones among the elite. This is not a full strength attack. Seeing Lin Chen and the others, everyone's attention was gathered. They all recognized Lin Chen immediately. Isn't this Lin Chen who has been famous recently? He is known as the youngest elite in history. The person NET to him should be the inspector of Hangzhou City. He has also come to elite. It seems like a bit of an adventure. I want to see how capable this genius is. There have been too many elites who claimed to be geniuses before, but they were crushed here in the end. You don't bully the newcomers. Geniuses after all need to be beaten up in order to grow better. Look at his age. He is only as young as my grandson. He is also a top genius. Although Lin Chen, who has amazing hearing and vision, heard all of this, but they are all elite who have been famous for a long time, so naturally they will not publicly mock others. Only some of the older generation who relied on entering the elite early still said these words publicly to prove their status. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. He didn't know whether these people who still haven't made a breakthrough at this age and are only at the middle level of elite relying on their seniority to suppress newcomers were really stupid or a test from some force. He didn't care. After all, the alliance provided this place just to give the elites a better environment. These old guys on the contrary relied on their status to form gangs and factions here to obtain better resources. He slowly said, "Elite certification, let's start." Chapter 454. The shock of the old elite, the monster beyond everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Of course you can. The saleswoman on the side was so nervous after hearing what Taunt said that she couldn't even speak clearly. Then she seemed to remember something and hurriedly introduced the rules to Lin Chen. This is a test stone made of meteorites from outer space, made by the strongest champion in the alliance. It can record the power of hitting it and various attribute energies. There will be several tests. Use pure physical strength to attack first. For speed type Pokemon, we have a 1000-fold high-speed camera in the venue which can also measure the speed clearly. These are the basis for evaluation, not just based on strength. Please rest assured about this. After listening to the saleswoman's explanation, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then looked at Su Hu. "Brother Su, you go first. I'm afraid I'll break this thing." As soon as the word came out, all the elite gates around were stunned. "You are so arrogant. For so many years no one has been able to leave a mark on it, and you dare to say that it is broken. There is no such thing as pride. I don't think he can pass the elite review, and the videos posted online may not be credible, but the machines he studied are very useful. I guess the alliance saw that he had made certain achievements in scientific research, so the review system was rela-ed. Who knows? We'll see later." A group of people were talking about it. Of course, most of the elite didn't pay much attention to the hot searches. All of them were elites over 50 years old. It was indeed a bit outrageous to pay attention to the hot searches of some young people. Some younger elite said softly, "But did you know about Lin Chen's attack on the elites before? I don't think he is a person seeking fame and reputation. He is the new generation of our Zyguo alliance. As a senior, it's okay not to support him." What's the point of saying some sarcastic words here? Many young elite couldn't help but grumble. However, these veteran elites often represent some forces behind them and do have some status in the alliance. Most of the young elites are elite beginners who have only passed the assessment in recent years. They are insignificant and have little influence. They dare not publicly support Lin Chen. Hearing this, Su Hu nodded in a muffled voice. Okay, then I'll give you a chance to start a discussion. Su Hu took out the Pokeball and summoned Charizard. Come out, Charizard! Roar! A flash of white light passed by and the fiery red Charizard appeared in front of everyone. The flame on its tail alone was like a torch held high. You can see the strength of this Charizard. Many elites already had expectations in their eyes. After the certification was over, they decided to win over Su Hu. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Hu's eyes and then he gave an order. Charizard, use all your strength and punch the stone. Roar! Since you can't use skills, then use your physical qualities to impress everyone. Charizard roared and then shook his wings, flying to a height of 100 meters like a dragon soaring in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The whistling wind passed by Charizard's ears. His fiery red hair blew in the wind and his whole body's strength gathered on his claws. The falling gravity fell like a red meteorite. Boom! This punch from Charizard hit the test stone directly. Beep! Countless numbers appeared on the big screen behind him. Force 21,476 tons. Seeing this result, everyone was stunned. Such physical strength is not inferior to many mid-level elite strongmen. It is simply a monster. The saleswoman on the side quickly recorded the values with the instrument and then announced, "Please perform an attribute attack within 30 meters." Su Hu was stunned for a moment and then understood it instantly. Such an arrangement is to ensure the most accurate value of the test. Some Pokemon will use all their strength or use some special means to temporarily increase their physical strength, and performing an attribute attack within 30 seconds will naturally pose many problems. He immediately gave the order, "Charizard, use flamethrower." Roar! Charizard quickly condensed the fire energy and the temperature around it rose by several degrees, and then a fire dragon with its head raised rushed out directly. The surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. "Zero, please give me flowers." Lin Chen's eyes also flashed with a hint of approval. He had seen Su Hu's Charizard fight once before. That time was with the Red Moon leader, his junior. Unexpectedly this time he improved so quickly. Whoosh! The roaring flames attached to the test stone, but the 1-meter-wide blue stone did not move at all. The numbers kept jumping on the big screen behind. 1807. With such a temperature, the strength is not much worse than that of the general elite mid-level. Good. Someone in the crowd cheered, and then a few big words continued to flash on the big screen. For a moment all the elites were stunned. Another newcomer with AA law. The last one who reached AA should have reached the champion level. A monster has appeared in Hangzhou. Yes, there is hope for the inheritance of the fire law. I am afraid that he can make a name for himself in this elite-friendly match. Don't, but I see that Su Hu has great respect for Lin Chen. Is Lin Chen stronger? A grin, rock and steel. I wonder which law it has comprehended. Beep, beep, beep. Then on the big screen behind the test stone, Su Hu's ranking was quickly calculated. The NET moment, a few big words slowly appeared. There was a sound of gasps in the crowd. A newcomer based on the understanding of the law could actually reach the first echelon among more than 100 fire elite. In an instant several groups of people were very jealous of Su Hu. They planned to start to win him over directly after the test. Such a genius naturally needs to be won over, but more people want to see if Lin Chen has real skills. Su Hu took back the Charizard, then turned back to look at Lin Chen and whispered, "Lin Chen, come on." Lin Chen nodded. If it wasn't for signing up for the elite-friendly match and getting some wool from the former alliance, he wouldn't want to participate in any certification. He walked to the test stone and touched the stone with his hand. He opened the all-knowing eye and scanned it. This is the symbol of the Zyguo Alliance, a meteorite from outer space. Bright Stone Corpse. Chapter 455. The Demon God that shocked the world, breaking the ancient record. Please collect. Please subscribe. At this moment we can see whether he is bluffing or not. Looking at Su Hu's attitude, Lin Chen should not be bad. At least he is at the same level as him. Who knows? Let's take a good look. A group of elites were all talking here, and Su Hu's performance had conquered them, and Lin Chen who came with him would naturally not be much worse. But Lin Chen did not start the test immediately, but looked at the saleswoman again and continued to ask, "What if this thing is planned? Do you want me to pay for it?" The previous time he asked, everyone just treated it as a joke, but this time this sentence made Lin Chen seem a bit sensational. The saleswoman was stunned. Obviously she had never encountered such a question. It was beyond her business scope. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. These words were not said to the salesperson but to everyone present. This time not only must the strength be measured, but also the strength must be used to convince everyone. Otherwise being suppressed by other elites all the time, relying on seniority to point fingers, will make people look down on you. Just when she was at a loss, an old voice came. For 100 years no elite has been able to leave a mark on the test stone. The only fist mark on it was left by me back then. An old man in black clothes walked slowly towards him with a steady gait and vigorous spirit. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and scanned. Shocked, he found that it was a high-level elite. When the old man came up, all the elites nodded and addressed him respectfully. Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang said directly and then smiled and said, I Fang Feng will temporarily take over the role of the chairman of the elite council. I don't have any real power. I hope to train more champion-level strongmen for the Xiaoguo alliance, so don't be too restrained. Lin Chen could see that this old man Fang didn't have any airs and didn't look like a smiling tiger. On the contrary, these older elites were unwilling to forge ahead but were restrained in etiquette. Old guys are just pedantic. Mr. Fang, since you said that the strength of this test stone is sufficient, I won't hold back. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He just wants to establish his authority. Now is not the time to play dumb. There is only the last months left for the entire catastrophe. In this way he must let the Xiaoguo alliance know his strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can he enter the upper echelon. Knowing more information that only the upper echelons can know, he needs the help of the Xiaoguo alliance when dealing with the catastrophe. As for these Med elites, they have not made any progress at their age. It can be said that they have reached the end. Fang Lao laughed loudly and said, okay, don't hold back, let me see your ability. Lin Chen nodded and then asked again, what if I have 2 elite level Pokemon? In an instant all the elites around were stunned. Only some younger elites saw the hot surge before and knew that Lin Chen also had a Kartana. Fang Lao's smile froze and he said seriously, then test them together. Take the highest item. Fang Lao was full of energy, his eyes full of expectation. The net moment Lin Chen's arm trembled, his fingertips passed over his waist and the Pokeball appeared in his palm. Come out, Agrin! Roar! Agrin's huge body appeared on the entire test field. Fortunately the test field was large enough to accommodate such a huge body. When Fang Lao saw Agrin, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Overlord Pokemon good, he praised loudly without hesitation. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he whispered, this is a weaker one. Of course what Lin Chen didn't say was that this was without Mega Evolution and the Time Dragon God form. If it is at full power it may not be weaker than Kartana. Roar! Agrin roared, causing great panic. Even though there were many elite level Pokemon in the training ground, it was 15 meters in size, like a demon god from ancient time. It made everyone look at it sideways. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and then gave an order. Agrin, use all your strength to attack the stone. Roar! Agrin took a few steps back, then stood still and adjusted his breathing. Boom! A few seconds later he moved. Agrin was like a locomotive. Every time he took a step, spiderweb-like cracks would appear on the ground. Boom! 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 A series of footsteps. Its speed was getting faster and faster, like rapid drum beats resounding throughout the training ground. Finally Agrin was close. The mountain swung its huge fist, which was much larger than the 1 meter wide test stone. Boom! With a huge roar the entire test stone shook. Even so the stone still did not crack, but there was a deep fist mark on it. It is called a fist mark, in fact only a section of Agrin's knuckle. On the big screen behind him the numbers were rolling out like an old-fashioned roller counter. Beep beep. The numbers kept jumping. 20 ton, 30 ton, 50 ton, 80 ton, 100 ton, a full 134 ton. It was SI times the power of Charizard full strength attack and more. The group of elites behind him all opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of shock. They were all speechless. Mr. Fang was also stunned for a moment, then reacted and continued. Complete the attribute attack within 30 seconds. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, in that case Agrin, use the iron hoof beam. Roar! Agrin roared and the muscles of his whole body squirmed and the blood-colored armor with golden patterns quickly stacked together. A powerful aura emanated from 5'9" Agrin's body. The steel law was surging and the air around him was whistling like metal vibrating in the air. At this time Fang Lao, who had come to his senses, shouted, everyone get out of the way. Roar! As Agrin roared, a red beam of light wrapped in annihilation burst out. It was this blow that had defeated the strong and defeated the elite. Now the iron hoof light burst out directly. Boom! After a loud bang the test stone was hit directly. Zzz. Countless stones were peeling off the test stone and the numbers on the big screen behind him kept jumping. When the light went out the whole audience was silent. The steel energy was still surging and the big screen showed a rating. Chapter 456. The Master of the Steel Law changed hands. The Eternal Catastrophe Elite. Please collect. Please subscribe. In front of the certification platform all the elites took a deep breath, their eyes full of surprise. 134 tons of pure physical strength. The strength and purity of the power of law are both the highest level SSS. Is this still a human? It's simply a monster. And the net moment a crack spread from the test stone like a wriggling iron wire worm radiating from the hit part to the surroundings. This blood-colored light with golden patterns instantly evoked many elites' memories. Some time ago the red beam that spanned the sky above the entire imperial capital was this iron hoof beam. Only Lin Chen's Agrin has such a huge steel energy, and it is also a blood-colored beam. Other steel Pokemon, even if they use the iron hoof beam, are silver. Because this skill itself itself is to turn all of its own steel energy including the armor wrapped on the body into the most powerful weapon. It can be said that this move is a move that can only be put to death and then survive. If this move does not defeat the opponent, then without armor and physical strength he can only be slaughtered by others. Beep beep 06. The NET moment. The display screen behind the test stone showed Lin Chen's ranking again. All the elites were stunned and the shock in their eyes was beyond word. This ranking means that the ranking of the guy who is known as the genius of the steel system has been taken down. If the ranking of the laws of other attributes before in everyone's mind, there is still a possibility of change, but no one would think that the ranking of the steel law will completely change. That guy's ranking from 10 years ago has been broken. How long has it been? It's actually the ranking of the steel law. I didn't expect it. Is that monster still alive? With Chen An's moody personality, I'm afraid he will come directly to the door. Is this the second strongest Pokemon? How is it possible? But it's too shocking. Such a record has not been changed for 10 years. I wonder if Chen An will come back to participate in this elite-friendly match. I think he will come back after knowing this news. Countless people are talking about it. It seems that they are discussing an extraordinary instant. It seems that they have broken the other party's record from 10 years ago. Is this shocking? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, but his eyes were full of expectation. He really wanted to see this guy called Chen An, but the first step of establishing prestige was not as instant as imagined. It seems that it was because this monster called Chen An attracted too many eyeballs. It's really a nuisance. Then break the record again. When Lin Chen was thinking about this, he looked at the test stone in front of him, which was already full of crack. Only then did Mr. Fang come back to his senses and whispered, "Go and change our other stone." After hearing the order, 2 professional staff members immediately entered the storage room of the Pokemon Center. After a while, the 2 of them lifted a huge stone together and moved slowly. During this time, Mr. Fang looked at Lin Chen again as if he wanted to see his face clearly, and then he took his information and looked at the photo carefully several times. It is indeed not someone pretending to be him, but he is a real strong man. Mr. Fang couldn't help but sigh. It is true that heroes come from young people from generation to generation. This is really a blessing for the Zyguo Alliance. After a while, Mr. Fang did not hesitate any longer and began to build a new test stone for Lin Chen. The old test stone was taken away again, and it seemed that it would become other training equipment. It must be said that this white stone could withstand the iron hoof light of a grin before it slowly broke. This strength is really outrageous. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, "That's why I asked if this so-called test stone is broken. Who will it belong to? You won't go back on your word." All the elites were stunned, thinking that the other party was just pretending. Unexpectedly, this guy could really smash the test stone with one punch. Is this still Pokemon? 15 meters high. A punch of more than 100 tons of force is comparable to a locomotive. It's just a monster. Some younger elites have taken out their mobile phones and started filming. Lin Chen was not surprised to see this scene, and it is estimated that it will be on the hot search again soon. This is also expected. What we need to do now is to build momentum before the elite-friendly match so that we can get into the eyes of the top management with our strength as quickly as possible. When Mr. Fang heard what Lin Chen said, he smiled generously. Of course, it's just a test stone. Although it's precious, I'm not a stingy person. It just so happens that we have another one in our warehouse. Let's test the strength of your other Pokemon. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and took another beast ball from his waist. That's right, it's just right to try out Kartana's numerical strength. And his smile instantly caused other elites to murmur, "Is this the guy the younger generation calls the big devil? Just now he said that there is another Pokemon 657 that is stronger than that one. I think it should be bluffing. A person who became famous with this Agrin before can also bring out a stronger Pokemon. That's not a monster. Then it can be compared with some old elite. It should be. No matter what, Pokemon that can directly smash the test stone are rare in this life." The NET moment. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he threw the beast ball directly. "Come out, Kartana!" Swish! Kartana just appeared, and some knowledgeable elites around were stunned. Then he slowly said, "Is this Ultra Beast?" No Ultra Beast has ever been captured alive before, and now it appears here. Of course, these elites who don't pay much attention to hot searches, how could they know that Lin Chen even has a flying Guzzlord? Kartana just floated there quietly, and it has attracted the attention of countless people. The sharp aura it exudes makes some elite stare with wide eyes. It is like a peerless swordsman quietly waiting for its opponent. Any enemy in front of it will only be cut off. Seeing the eyes of others, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, muttering, "This remaining test stone is probably not even warm yet, and it will be replaced again." Chapter 457. The Almighty Demon King. One sword opens the gate of heaven. Please collect. Please subscribe. Although Kartana is about to be tested again, however, there are not many strong ones in this group of elites, such as Mu Yulong, Shi Yusin, and other strong elites elites who have already started the venue. Naturally they will not appear here. They all have group forces behind them. Then Lin Chen heard the voices of many people talking again. Ultra Beast, how come this guy has so many adventures? It seems that he is really lucky. If I could have such luck I might have already broken through to the middle level of elite. It is true that people are always more annoying than others. I think this Ultra Beast may not be stronger than the previous Agran. Such energy intensity is just due to the variation of body size. I don't believe that such a normal body can have such strong power. This guy is a newcomer. How dare he? The old elite who started to criticize Lin Chen was just lapped in the face. Now he is even more blatantly mocking, not at all like a senior. Some young elites seeing this scene dare not speak out. Most of these young elites were born in poor families and the road to advancement requires a lot of resources. If there is no support from the alliance it will be difficult to make any progress. Many people were forced away by this group of old elites and became wandering elites to find their own opportunities. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen naturally understood the hardships of these young elites. That's why he had to strike with his sword. Cut off those hypocrisy and ugliness. Cut off those ridiculous and pedantic. Among the elites here except for Mr. Fang there are only a few elites with good energy strength. The rest of the people can only bully those guys below the elite. If these are the top combat forces of the Xia Kingdom Alliance, I'm afraid Xia Kingdom would have perished long ago. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a sharp flash in his eyes, the color of sharpness. Those corrupt ones who stop making progress after becoming elite and think that they will never make progress in their lifetime should be purged. After I announce Mega Evolution, a large number of young people with enterprising professional level P. After having evolutionary stone-ite they can cross the shackles of elite level laws. At that time it will be the end of these old guys. In the days to come the younger generation will completely replace them. At this time Fang Lao looked at Kartana with a flash of expectation in his eyes and then whispered, I didn't expect you to have an Ultra Beast. Well, it's a blessing for my Xiaoguo alliance to have a young man like you. When Fang Lao said these words the admiration in his eyes was real. He has always wanted to change the status quo. It's just that due to various relationships and the younger generation's lack of success, moreover due to his own lifespan, he could not break through the champion level and step into the legendary realm of God. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he whispered, this is not luck, these are all trained by me with a lot of effort. If you always stay complacent and hide in a small place I am afraid you will only grow older in vain. Lin Chen's words were like a heavy hammer hitting the faces of those elites who used their seniority to suppress others. It made them all look very ugly, but it was also a shot in the arm for these young elites who dared to be angry but not speak. All along when Lin Chen was praised by others he would say it just luck, but this time he was no longer humble. Before others could react Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light and he directly issued an order. Kartana full strength sword. Shua. Unlike Charizard and Agran, Kartana stood still and did not fly or retreat, but its momentum was constantly rising. The sword energy swept across the entire test bench making a rustling sound and rolling up countless smoke and dust. However, this momentum did not continue to rise. Instead it suddenly stopped when Kartana closed his eyes. Mr. Fang's eyes suddenly brightened a little. Then he looked at Kartana in surprise, muttering, this is sword will condense into the body. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Kartana took all the sword energy into his body at that moment. Then it condensed on the sword body. Before it was unsheathed the sharp energy had already made everyone present breathless. Even Mr. Fang remembered that his breathing was a little blocked. Swish. The net moment Kartana made a move. Swish. A silver light sprinkled out and an almost invisible white line spread forward. No one could see how Kartana drew the sword. No powerful skills were used, only an ordinary IAI sword draw, not even an IAI slash. But the white line suddenly tore apart, turned into a white silk and then continued to expand and expand. In microseconds it was like a white waterfall hanging in the sky and various buildings appeared on both sides, the most eye-catching of which were the two gatehouses standing in place. A sword came from the west. The sword opened the gate of heaven. Swish swish swish. And until this time the sword energy collided with the test stone, but there was no energy fluctuation, no explosion or crack. Silently as if nothing happened. And the net moment a barely audible sound came from the inside of the test stone. Then the big screen behind the test stone began to jump numbers frantically. Before the ranking continued to be displayed, a crack appeared in the middle of the entire big screen and then countless sparks flashed. There was no crack on the test stone in front of me, Wang Li Zhao. A sword wind blew slowly and the entire test stone seemed to be weathered with countless debris flying in the wind. In an instant nothing was left. When Lin Chen saw the scene the corners of his mouth lightly raised. He said nothing but returned a greeting to Mr. Fang lightly and said softly, Mr. Fang, I may have to trouble you to order a new test stone. Some stubborn stones cannot be broken, so use absolute power to crush them into slag and find another stone. After After that Mr. Fang was left thinking. He did not have any intersection with others but just said to Su Hu, "Brother Su, leave." Then Su Hu, who was still standing there, followed Lin Chen blankly and left here. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were full of incredible. A sword opened the sky, cut out a clear and bright world. Chapter 458, Shattering the Power of the World. The Xia Kingdom Alliance has changed. Please collect. Please subscribe. Cut out a piece of heaven and earth. A young elite murmured, and he seemed to understand something when he saw this peerless sword. Then he realized the sword again. Although the sword did not use any skills, it was like crossing time and space and slashing a sword from the ancient time. Cut off time, cut off space, cut out a clear and bright world. I plan to leave the elite association. The young elite, who seemed to have realized something, had hope in his eyes, and he was no longer timid as before. Seeing Lin Chen's sword, he finally understood. If he was timid and gave up his own skills for some resources, their own character is smoothed here. In the end they will become like these veterans, swinging their swords at the weaker one. A lifetime of stagnation. As soon as these words came out, a trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of several young elites from poor families. Then, as if they had made up their minds, they shouted together, "Mr. Fang, we are also planning to leave." These words were said to Mr. Fang. On weekdays only, Mr. Fang would privately allocate some resources for them to continue training, so they also need to say goodbye to Mr. Fang if they want to leave. As for Fang, his eyes were full of shock at this time. He murmured what Lin Chen said. Some stubborn stones cannot be broken, so use absolute power to crush them into slag and then find another stone. He understood and nodded. The net moment he shouted, "Now I will not keep you, but I Fang plan to clean up the unhealthy trends in the association today. If you trust me, stay for a while." Hearing these words, the faces of the old veterans instantly became ferocious. Fang, what do you mean? Old Fang, what are you doing here? Hearing these words, they naturally knew what the other party meant by eradicating unhealthy practices. They also cursed directly. And this kind of people, the more they get to this point, the more they are fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. On the contrary, they have no confidence. There is no trace of old age in old Fang's eyes, but he said boldly, "Don't you guys know what I mean? In the association you have been grabbing resources, forming gangs and suppressing newcomers. Do you still look like an elite? Why did those strong people eventually leave the association? It is because of the existence of scum like you." Fang Lao's momentum rose instantly and he was ready for battle. It's just that those seniors who have been used to bullying for many years are now scared. They said in a row, "Okay Fang, let's wait and see." Then he summoned Pokemon and flew away. After they all left, Fang Lao completely realized, but he knew that he might face difficulties from various forces for a long time to come. But he was completely sober. The younger elites were all excited when they saw this scene, swear to advance and retreat with Fang Lao. On the other side, Lin Chen slowly came out of the teleportation array and came to the lobby of the Pokemon Center. Su Hu behind him whispered, "Lin Chen, you will bring you a lot of trouble if you do this." Hearing these words, Lin Chen nodded and then whispered, "It doesn't matter, the net step is the time for the entire alliance to reshuffle. Don't think the alliance doesn't know these things. Why is there an age limit for this elite-friendly match? And I will announce the Mega Evolution soon. The strength of the entire alliance will change greatly. There are some things I can't tell you directly, but you must improve your strength as much as possible." At this point Su Hu nodded. Thinking about Lin Chen's words, it is obvious that the other party knows some information that even he doesn't know. He is also a smart man, so he naturally won't ask more. Thinking of this, Su Hu couldn't help but sigh. When he was in the youth league, Lin Chen was still a superior level AGJ kid, but he didn't expect that he is now a strong man that he can't see through. "I still claim to be a genius in Hangzhou City, but compared with him I am far behind." Su Hu nodded and said softly, "Are you going to announce the Mega Evolutionary Stone so soon? Do you want to collect some more stones? You can also earn something from them." Lin Chen shook his head and then whispered, "It's too late, I have to start announcing it. During the elite-friendly match I will release the papers simultaneously, so you can use Mega Evolution's Charizard Dex with confidence. Of course I can't guarantee that no one in other alliances knows about this Mega Evolution. If you meet it, you must be careful." When he said this, Lin Chen thought of some possibilities, but he didn't say it out loud. At least those guys in the Dusk Council know about Mega Evolution. Of course, if you can get a certain ranking, you will know a lot of information. The net world is much more cruel than before. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Hu already had an idea in his mind. It goes without saying that perhaps the world's structure may undergo some huge changes. However, he thought of several possibilities, but he couldn't think of what the crisis of Mega Evolution should be announced to the world. Even if the beast descends, it can be dealt with by a champion-level strongman. Su Hu nodded without asking more questions and then whispered, "Okay, I understand." And Lin Chen told him this because he wanted to get into the alliance, perhaps some information that only the top leaders could know. Naturally, he had to accept the other party's kindness. kindness. He has always been a grateful person. In the secret cave, Lin Chen saved his life. He also gave him such a precious Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite which directly raised Charizard's strength to a higher level. Thank you for your kindness, Su Hu said solemnly. Lin Chen just waved his hand and then said softly, then let's say goodbye. I will go back to the Imperial Capital Academy and continue to work on my thesis. Tomorrow the elite certification qualification should be available. Don't forget to sign up for the elite friendly match. Su Hu nodded and watched Lin Chen leave. After Lin Chen's figure gradually disappeared, Su Hu looked at the sky. Under the clear sky at this time a few dark clouds were slowly floating not far away. It seems that the sun will soon be covered and the entire imperial capital will be plunged into a heavy rain. Su Hu's expression was solemn and then he couldn't help but sigh. The sky is going to change. Chapter 459, The Demon King Who Rewrites the World Pattern and Shocks the Entire Network. Please subscribe. After saying goodbye to Su Hu, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory again. The students of the Imperial Capital Academy are all school has started, but the learning style here is more free. There are no specific course requirements and students can choose to take courses according to their own choices. There will be assessments every semester, but as long as you can complete the assessments it will be fine. In the final analysis all courses are for improving strength. Therefore Dean Hai will not bother students like Lin Chen who are directly promoted to elite. After all, even the Imperial Capital Academy may not have much to teach Lin Chen. In combat he is the youngest elite in history. In scientific research he is the youngest professor in history. There is no problem coming to the Imperial Capital Academy to be an honorary professor directly. However, Lin Chen still stays in the dormitory as usual every day and starts writing his thesis. If you want to write a detailed Mega Evolutionary, the connection between the Stone-ite head and the Keystone as well as the telepathy between Pokemon and trainers, it is a very complicated thing. Of course Lin Chen can conduct multiple experiments in the new world and record videos and other materials. This is something that others cannot do. There is no relevant literature to refer to at present. The pioneering things are naturally how you say it and how to write future materials. At the same time, the telepathy between Pokemon and trainers is actually intimacy. It just so happens that the fairy upgrade instrument I made has been transformed by 3D Dragon into a machine that can be used by Pokemon of all attributes. However, although the method of Mega Evolution was announced in Evolutionary, Lin Chen is the core encryption part in the identification of Stone-ite and Keystone. This part will be decided by the founder of the Institute, Mr. Wu, on how to make it public. It is likely to be made public to the potential elites of this alliance, and others can only slowly draw conclusions through experiment. In this way there will be a certain delay for other alliances. Although it is said that the entire alliance can make progress, a certain threshold still needs to be set. The progress of the paper is always advancing. Halfway through, when Lin Chen was resting, Zoroark came up. Master, you have worked hard. The little white-haired girl poured Lin Chen a glass of milk and stayed by his side obediently. Sylvian was not angry either. She understood that Lin Chen was working hard on his paper. If he made a fuss at this time it would interrupt his train of thought. The Pokemon would feel bad. Lin Chen took a sip of milk, picked up his phone and casually browsed the hot searches. Today's hot searches are 100 schools of thought. The hot searches jumped very fast and they were all big news. The first place was still occupied by Lin Chen with the title The Great Demon King Certified Elite 2 Pokemon Shattered the Test Stone, the new generation of Steel Law Master. The comments below were like a tide and they were still refreshing at this time. Does anyone know what's going on? What does elite certification mean? Is it rare for the test stone to be shattered? My friend works in the certification center where there are only 2 meteorites that fell from outer space. As test stones, no one has been able to leave traces on them for so many years. Unexpectedly, the Great Demon King used 2 Pokemon, one Overlord Agron and one Ultra Beast. Agron smashed it with one punch, directly breaking the record of the Steel Law, and at the same time the physical strength was 134 tons. Fuck, more than 100 tons. This is too scary. The Ultra Beast behind is even more terrifying. It seems to be called Kartana without using any skills and petrified the entire test into ash with one sword. Thanks to the popular science post above, such a test is simply opened for him alone. By the way, does anyone know if this is related to the post below? Countless questions followed and the second hot search was quickly pushed up. Many elites of the Elite Association announced their withdrawal and the president announced his temporary resignation. This hot search makes it difficult for people not to go to the alliance. The association that had never been on the hot search before suddenly became on the hot search after the Great Demon King went there and several people announced their withdrawal. It makes people have to connect the two things. There were also countless questions in the comments section and all the people who were previously on the first trending search came here. What kind of association is this? To be honest, this is the first time I've heard heard of it. 0 Please give me flowers. This is the place where the big devil went today. Fang, an association of the certification center whose members are all elite, but for some reason no famous people have appeared in all these years and no one who holds an important position in the Xiaoguo Alliance has appeared. Now it seems that it is just an empty shell, a place that eats the empty salary of the Alliance. Is there any connection with the visit of the Great Demon King? Why does it seem that because the Great Demon King broke 2 stones many people left? Who knows such an organization? I wonder if it will appear at the elite friendly match in a few days. The Great Demon King should have signed up for the elite friendly match. He must win glory for our Xiaoguo Alliance. It is said that people from the 8 major alliances will be present this time. It must be a wonderful game. Yes, the official ticket sales have already started. Why don't you rush? Countless discussions and comments appeared. When Lin Chen saw this hot search, his mouth slightly raised. It seems that what he said did play a certain role. For the future of the Xiaoguo Alliance it is a major move. Being able to allocate resources to the young elites who are determined to make progress is the way out for an alliance. Lin Chen took a deep breath and twisted his neck. I didn't care too much about this matter. Relying on only one old man, even if he can rely on blood and iron-fisted means to temporarily govern the elite association. In the near future, even when his life is about to end, it will return to its original state. Facing a group of forces you can only touch its foundation, and the paper on Mega Evolution that he was about to publish would shake their foundation. Lin Chen did not think too much about this and continued to write the paper. In addition, he planned to go to the registration office of the elite friendly tournament tomorrow to Rela. It is said that the elites from other alliances will arrive in the imperial capital in the NET few days. Maybe I can meet them and get some information in advance. Chapter 460 Ultra Beast Evolutionary Stone-ite Suppress the Outer Realm Alliance. Please collect. Please subscribe. Come out Salamin. From here. Under Lin Chen's call, a white light flashed and Salamanki's figure appeared in front of Lin Chen. Salamin's southeast. Lin Chen gave the order directly. Salamin slapped its blue dread wings and then rolled up a strong wind and slowly rose. Early in the morning, Lin Chen called Yan and got up. Today is the day. Agreed with Su Hu, and the two will go to the registration place for the elite friendly tournament together. So you can register directly online. But Lin Chen still decided to come to the scene to take a look. After all, he had never come into contact with Pokemon from other regions before. It is also a good thing to contact them in advance. It has been said that there may be other Alliance trainers entering the secret realm, but I have never met them. This time is a good opportunity for SI-57. Salamins, let go. From here. Salamins roared and shot out like a red lightning. Soon he rose into the air, overlooking the entire imperial capital from above. This place is prosperous with countless buildings and tall buildings. Those who can settle here are either rich or noble. The registration venue for the elite friendly match is in the highest arena in the southeast corner of the imperial capital. This arena is only open to elite players or foreign guests. It is much more luxurious than the training arena where the college entrance examination was previously held. Although the overall area is not that large, the luxury of the alliance is revealed everywhere. After all, it is the facade of the Xiaoguo Alliance, so the decoration is particularly magnificent. Before entering the door, you can see a huge sign in the shape of auspicious clouds and signs written in multiple languages. On the huge sign there is also a white stone totem exclusive to the Xiaoguo Alliance. In addition, the hotel for entertaining foreign guests is just behind the arena and it can be reached in just 2 steps. Brother Su is here. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the elite arena, I saw Su Hu. Su Hu was waiting for me at the entrance. It seemed that he had been here for a while. Lin Chen, you are here. Let's go sign up. Su Hu. He smiled. Then he whispered, I have been looking for it again these 2 days and I didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise. Charizardsiform evolutionary stone-ite has been found by me. Just as Lin Chen nodded to congratulate him, Su Hu took out another stone from his pocket. This is an evolutionary stone-ite I found. I feel that the pattern on it is somewhat similar to your Kartana. When these words came out, Lin Chen was stunned. Then he opened the eye of all-knowing and looked at the silver stone in Su Hu's hand. This silver stone is in the shape of a diamond and there is a shadow surrounding it. Before he took it, he could feel the sharp breath in it. Such a change made Lin Chen stunned for a while, but it was not beyond his expectations. After all, the 8 champions discussed together and what they talked about was naturally related to the competition, and this competition was originally speculated to be a selection type. It is no surprise that a team competition that requires coordinated operations now appears. After all, when a catastrophe occurs, no one can rely on themselves to be able to survive alone. What is more important is the ability to work together. 0 Seeking flowers. After receiving this, everyone was stunned. I didn't expect there would be such a team match, which was not available in the previous elite friendly matches. Most elite don't have much cooperation. It's rare to have direct subordinates like the Sakura Alliance. Such a competition system was suddenly promulgated, wouldn't it be more advantageous for the Xiaoguo Alliance? Their players must have known it first. When the announcement was released to the world, there were countless questions. Then the champion leader of the 8 major alliances spoke up. In addition to these voices, there are more spectators from the major alliances. This is too exciting. The individual competition has become a ring competition. There is also a team competition. In previous years it was an elite-friendly match between 1 or 2 alliances. This time it is worldwide. So exciting. Is there a betting market? This guy is going to bet big. The gambler is late but at here. What are you talking about? We are doing this for the honor of our alliance. How can we bet? That's right, this is a just act to defend our alliance. Who said that only those who stand in the light are heroes? As expected, with 8 days left before the game, the betting market has been completely opened. The amount of money bet is unprecedentedly huge and almost everyone in the alliance has joined in. It can be said to be a bet that has swept the world. While all the major alliances are actively preparing for the war, Lin Chen is also thinking about it. In this way he needs to communicate with his teammates to decide which Pokemon to use. Then let's go meet them first. Corpse. Chapter 465. The power of omniscience and omnipotence. The mysterious 9 saints have arrived. Please collect. Please subscribe. Before meeting other contestants, Lin Chen did not take the initiative to contact others. Instead he was concentrating on writing his thesis in the dormitory. In his spare time he thought about his lineup. At present he has a lot of Pokemon that can reach the elite level and even the champion level. However, Pokemon like Jirachi and Zygarde and even the mythical Pokemon like Nebula are all his most important trump card. They cannot be opposed here. In addition, Kartana, Salam, Insegrin, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Servine and Sylveon, even Melodic, Zoroark and Guzzlord are capable of fighting against elite. As the safest choice, the nervous Togepi needs to be E-Clubbed and SISI-0. Garchomp himself does not have time to build intimacy with it for the time being. It is also impossible to Mega Evolution. It can only be put aside for the time being. But Lin Chen was a little hesitant about the other Pokemon, each of which had its own characteristic. They were also good at different things. This was what Lin Chen always worried about. In the ring battle you can still counter the moves, but in the cooperative project you need to determine who is responsible for attacking and who is responsible for defending Pokemon. After all, I have the eye of all seeing, a Bug level thing. Attack is definitely not as good as defense. In an instant all the hidden Pokemon can be revealed, so it is definitely best to be responsible for staying behind and taking the lead. In terms of offense, fast Pokemon like Salamence are definitely used for attack. Relying on its own speed, it can snatch treasures at high speed while people are not paying attention and then withdraw and complete a joint attack with Suhu's Charizard. Unlike others, Lin Chen has too many Pokemon. Almost all of them are elite level. Combat power: one person is a small army, and such quality cannot be achieved even by those old elites who failed to participate in the competition. Of course, Lin Chen himself needs to hide part of his strength. Now that there is a big combat goal, the next step is to meet other people. Lin Chen took a deep breath and waited quietly, calculating the time. It should be about time. Before anyone knocked on the door, Lin Chen's all-knowing eyes had sensed it. At this time a champion-level strongman stood outside the dormitory door. The rhythmic knocking on the door made Lin Chen's mouth curl up slightly. Here he comes. In Lin Chen's eyes, the champion-level strongman is simply a big light bulb in action. He is shining and radiating alone. Here, who is it? But Lin Chen did not do any less of the play he should do. He put down the work in his hands and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a white robe with a sharp face and a little golden mark on his forehead. In addition, his beard and hair were all white, which made him look very immortal. Although he looked very young, his bone age was actually over 100 years old. Hello, who are you looking for? Lin Chen pretended to ask. I am Zhu Sheng. There should be no one else living in this dormitory except you. Zhu Sheng champion touched his beard, his eyes full of smiles. Judging from his aura alone, Zhu Sheng champion is the kind of person who doesn't have any airs and is quite approachable. A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and then he repeated, Zhu Sheng. Zhu Sheng was not unhappy that Lin Chen didn't know him at all, but continued, yes, the highest person in charge of this elite-friendly match. After saying this, there was not much point in continuing to act. Champion Zhuzheng nodded and then whispered, according to the elite-friendly matches in previous years we would not have met each other, but now the whole competition system has added one more item, so in the team competition we need precise cooperation. So I gathered the few elites I selected and let everyone get to know each other. Are you free to go out with me now? You are the last one and everyone is waiting for you. Hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Is he the last one to be selected? The strength of the other few is stronger than his. You are the first one to be decided but the last one to be notified, because in my opinion you will be very difficult. Obviously the other party saw his doubts and explained quickly. However, is it really good to say directly that the other party ability may be very difficult. It can be seen that Zhu Heng champion is an extremely rational person. Such a person will have an advantage ruthless. Originally if it were other people they might let him play cooperation, but after showing his strength there is no need to fight for it. Zhu Sheng will directly hand over the power of command to him. Then what is your plan for coming to me now? Lin Chen replied lightly. Zhu Sheng touched his long beard and slowly said, so now I plan to let you meet them. Whether it is the order of the ring match or the team match later, there needs to be a clear tactic. After that he quietly waited for Lin Chen's response without any extra nonsense. Lin Chen nodded, turned back to the dormitory, picked up the school uniform behind the chair and said softly, okay, let's go. After that Zhu Sheng smiled and shook his wrist. There was a teleportation wristband hanging on it, but the color was golden. Use this, Zhu Sheng said softly, and then directly pressed the button of the teleportation wristband and the power of space was surging around. Then a golden teleportation portal was formed. Compared with the blue portal before 5-9, it is obviously much wider and can accommodate several people at the same time. Lin Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. So high-tech, you teleport when you go out? Zhu Sheng smiled and slowly replied, it's because I'm old and I have to keep up with the time. That's why I commissioned the Alliance to build a teleportation machine in my venue which only I can use. Keeping up with the time. This little old man is really fashionable. Okay, let's go in. Lin Chen didn't say anything more, nodded and then looked at golden portal. Then he took a big step into it. Golden light was flowing in front of his eyes and the power of space was transmitting. The NET moment he appeared in a magnificent place. Chapter 466, The Terrifying Realm of God. Champion level powerhouse. Please collect. Please subscribe. Sure. From a distance you can hear some bird Pokemon chirping on the branches and the gurgling stream in front of you is flowing. Just coming to this small pavilion in the bamboo forest makes the whole body rela. It was clearly agreed that it was our own venue, but I didn't expect it to be such a paradise. I have to say that for the champion level powerhouse the Alliance is really generous. It is a waste to build a large-scale supertime and space teleportation array in such a pure place for self-cultivation. It is not a waste to be able to buy a champion level powerhouse. After all, at this stage you have already set foot in the realm of God. There is actually a certain gap between them and ordinary human. At this time it is unrealistic to use values to ask them to love their alliance. The other party has the strength to open up their own small country and no one will manage these things. Therefore only by satisfying the other party can a champion level strongman willingly work for the alliance. In any case each alliance will arrange various benefit for champion level strongmen. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The air here is extremely fresh. The air is filled with the smell of dew. The other 5 people are already sitting in front of the pavilion in front. As soon as they saw Lin Chen except Su, the others showed hostility in their eyes. Think about it, such a genius who suddenly appeared. All the people present are young elites under the age of 50. They can appear here and their strength represents the entire Xiaoguo alliance. And what we are discussing now is the supreme command of the NET action. No genius will give it up easily. This is the pride of a top genius. Lin Chen walked forward calmly and greeted the others. Lin Chen, you are here. Su Hu responded enthusiastically. He had naturally experienced this scene. Seeing this scene, Zhu Sheng on the side did not directly assign but said softly, since everyone is here, let's discuss the highest command of this operation. Zhu Sheng did not hesitate at all and directly ignited the fuse. The atmosphere became tense in an instant and no one spoke. Instead Lin Chen said calmly, since everyone has no opinions I will take the responsibility. This sentence stunned the others. Compared with the others, Lin Chen's face is the most immature. Except Su Hu, the other 4 are 3 men and 1 woman. The woman has a beautiful face but she is not a traditional beauty. She has colorful tattoos on her skin even spreading to her face. The black dreadlocks make her look like a female rapper who sings and dances rap. Among the 3 men all were middle-aged men and there were no young faces. One of the black-clad men in a tang suit spoke. Although you became famous at a young age, this is not a reason not to know the rules. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. He had long known that it would not be so easy to get the supreme command this time. After all, almost all elite fight on their own and those with the same power background are rare among young elite. Then who do you think is suitable? Lin Chen's tone was full of murderous aura and the feedback from Kartana's steel law made his aura as sharp as a blade. When the atmosphere was extremely tense, a slightly younger elite on the side made a round. Everyone, don't be so depressed. It's all for this game. Since the alliance has changed the rules of the friendly match, it is to emphasize teamwork. Internal friction here will not play any role. I have investigated that the people in the Sakura Alliance are in a superior subordinate relationship and the William couple of the Bald Eagle Alliance are both strong. Let's introduce ourselves first. I'll go first. My name is Hu Hao. Hu Hao's words eased the atmosphere a little. Another bald elite on the side said coldly, Xiao Tian. At this time the only female elite slowly said Li Chang. In this this way only Lin Chen and the oldest black-clad man in a tang suit were left. Lin Chen did not intend to argue with them and whispered, "Lin Chen, there won't be anyone who hasn't heard of my name." This sentence made the man in the tang suit look angry. This ridicule was simply directed at him. Okay, young genius, I'm He Ming. I want to challenge you. I propose to use strength to decide who is better to determine the highest command. Everyone was silent. It seemed that the three of them knew each other before, so this He Ming might be stronger than the others. And Lin Chen said nonchalantly, "Since you said so, I'm afraid it will be hard to convince everyone if we don't have a competition." The 9 saints on the side saw the scene, frowned and then said softly, "Is this the command you discussed? When did I say that the command would be handed over? Isn't the highest command mine?" This sentence stunned everyone present. Just now I was asking here about the highest, the matter of high command authority. As a result 660 is the whole thing now. Then Zhu Sheng grinned and whispered, "This method is not efficient at all. I have a good idea. You should know the competition system of our ring match. It adopts a circular battle method. You only need to arrange the order to fight. Then I will only determine the command authority of the NET round of team competition according to your performance. Now I will determine the order of the ring match. First Su Hu." As soon as these words came out, Su Hu immediately stood up and replied in a strong voice, "Received." Zhu Sheng's eyes were full of admiration and he couldn't help but sigh. "You are worthy of being an inspector. Compared with others, I am very optimistic about you." Su Hu was stunned for a moment. The first one to face the opponent on the stage. Basically, after the first battle, the opponent will know the weaknesses of Pokemon. It is almost impossible to last for multiple rounds. It is basically a state of abandonment. Zhu Sheng said this, which made Su Hu stunned for a moment. However, since he had just entered the elite level, it was good enough to show his strength. Zhu Sheng saw that Su Hu had no objection and slowly said, "Then for the second one of you can volunteer to sign up." Chapter 467, The Power of the Strongest Demon King. Megathesis in progress. Please collect. Please subscribe. Zhu Sheng's words made everyone else present silent. Everyone knew that Su Hu was the one responsible for testing the opponent's strength. Even if he lost the first game, he could know the opponent's weaknesses. If he could win, it would be better, and the second game after the victory could also play something for others. So basically, in order to minimize the intelligence in the ring match, all the strongest people will be the last one. From another perspective, what Zhu Sheng said was to see everyone's performance. Then the battle of the strongest, if it can be won, must be more exciting than other battles. The chance of being appreciated will also be greater. When everyone took the initiative to propose, the others were all stunned. Zhu Sheng saw this and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. For such a temporary team, if they can't work together, I'm afraid that even in the team competition everyone will choose to be an attacker in order to stand out. Such a team may not be able to compete with other alliance teams that have already assigned tasks. Let me do it. At this time Lin Chen slowly stood up, his eyes full of sharpness. He Ming on the side snorted coldly and said softly, "Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Newcomers should look like newcomers." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Hu couldn't help but remind him, "Lin Chen, do you really want to be the second one?" Lin Chen waved his hand indicating that he had made up his mind and was not just talking casually. Zhu Sheng didn't expect this result. At first his plan was to let Lin Chen and He Ming go last. He was indeed optimistic about Lin Chen, but he didn't expect this situation. Lin Chen nodded, then looked at He Ming and whispered, "You don't think I'm paving the way for you, do you? Don't worry, you won't have a chance to play. Of course, I hope you can know what's good for the rewards later." After these words came out, even Zhu Sheng was stunned. In other words, Lin Chen wanted to start with him and defeat everyone. At present, Su Hu's ability seems to be able to defeat one person at most, which means that Lin Chen has to fight at least 5 consecutive games. In addition, the later the person, the stronger the combat power, and it is very likely that they have multiple elite level Pokemon. The round-robin mode of this ring competition does not limit the number of Pokemon that can be used. However, the biggest limitation is that all Pokemon below elite are ants. So basically, Pokemon below elite are sending themselves to death, which will give the opponent an extra 20 minutes of rest time. He Ming sneered and then mocked, "Don't brag too early. Young people are still too young and have not experienced a beating. I want to see how you can prevent me from playing." Su Hu was also stunned for a moment and then took a deep breath. Lin Chen in front of him has given him too many surprises. He would indeed think that others are bragging, but if it is Lin Chen, maybe it really worked. He said seriously, "Okay, then I will win a few more games for you." Su Hu's sudden words made He Ming stunned for a moment and then he couldn't help but mock, "You should only have one Charizard, the only elite level Pokemon, so don't brag." Lin Chen ignored it and just nodded. Zhu Sheng, who was standing aside, saw this scene and he didn't know what to say. "Since you have decided, I will also arrange the follow-up. The first match is Su Hu, the second match is Lin Chen, the third match is Li Chang, the fourth match is Xiao Tian, the fifth match is Hu Hao, and the SITH match is He Ming." The The others did not say anything more. After all, Su Hu and Lin Chen have already taken the initiative to become the first and second rings. If they fight for the latter, they will seem a little petty. Then Zhu Sheng looked at everyone and said meaningfully, I hope you can know that in addition to fighting on the field, the details in life are also very important. It can even affect you's future and whether you can become a champion level instant. Then he looked at Su Hu and Lin Chen with more expectations in his eyes. Everyone was savoring these two sentences, but they didn't think much about it. They just felt that they were bullying the newcomers. Only Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and thought of something. In the final analysis, this entire elite-friendly match is a selection. The same collaborative project represent command ability, unity ability, and personal combat ability, etc. The biggest possibility is the elite-friendly match is to select the strongest group of people and serve as the executors of some plan. As for what those tasks are, there is no way to know at present. Hu Hao looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression and couldn't help reminding, I will provide you with some data later. I am professional in data. Hearing Hu Hao's words, Lin Chen nodded and said softly, okay, thank you. It can be seen from the previous that Hu Hao belongs to the data type elite. Such people generally only believe in their own data. There are some similarities with the rational Nine Saints champion. Then without saying much, the few people simply said goodbye to the Nine Saints and left here one after another. Su Hu also said goodbye to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, prepare well, see you in a few days. Lin Chen nodded and said softly, prove your strength this time and there will be a big surprise later. After Su Hu also entered the teleportation array, the Nine Saints looked at Lin Chen with a slight smile on his face. Then he asked softly, I didn't expect you to dare to say that. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised Wang's and then said softly, it's because you are in a difficult situation. The words have been said and you can't regret it. In front of Zhu Sheng, Lin Chen did not want to be too high profile. For him, this was the first time he had seen a champion level powerhouse in the alliance. Before, no matter how strong he was, he had only heard about him. When you can't figure out the other party's background, you naturally need to ask more questions. A hint of expectation flashed in Zhu Sheng's eyes and then he said meaningfully, I am very optimistic about you. Lin Chen did not say much, just nodded and then stepped directly into the teleportation array. A golden stream of light flashed and the same spatial energy was flowing and the scenery in front of him changed rapidly. The net moment Lin Chen appeared in his dormitory again. Then he had once again devoted himself to writing the paper. It's only one step away from publishing the paper. Chapter 468, Garcomp Mega Evolution, a thesis that shocked the world. Please subscribe. In the net few days, Lin Chen will do special training for Pokemon in the new world every day. Among them, the most effective one is Aerodactyl, which has always been unruly before. After Lin Chen's careful training and beating, it is now completely obedient. In the final analysis, it is still compared with its era. In this era there are too many interesting things, not only endless food but also free to browse hot searches and fight with opponent. It's simply a paradise on earth. More importantly, the previous attack on Lin Chen was only because of bloodthirsty instinct. I did it because I sensed the danger, but now there are so many strong people around me. Whether it is Jiraki or Zygarde, there is even a world tree that can easily suppress itself. Only a stonehead will go looking for trouble. However, it is really a stonehead. In addition, there is another guy who has also changed a lot. Are you ready? Let's try again. Garcomp Mega Evolution. Buzz. Garcomp roared and immediately felt the connection between the keystone and the Mega Evolutionary Stone Ite. 660. A pure energy flowed out from the Mega Evolutionary Stone Ite, echoing with the potential energy in his body. The net moment, a white light shone on Garcomp's body. Garcomp Mega Evolution. At this moment, Lin Chen also felt Garcomp's desire to become stronger. Its body began to grow larger and the original black and gold on its body became thicker and golden dark patterns appeared faintly on its back. The flat head began to become streamlined and rocket-like organs appeared on the sides of a thick leg. It can eject gas from it as a propulsion aid. The ground energy constricted around the body, emitting a heavy breath like the earth. Buzz. Garcomp, who felt the changes in himself, looked back at Lin Chen excitedly. At this moment they were in tune with each other and their intimacy was completely sufficient. Just when Garcomp was excited, a huge and mean figure appeared beside him. After several days of unremitting effort, Guzzlord had almost eaten up the ancient dragon bone. The little devil wings on it were already 1 meter long. Although there was still a certain gap between it and its 8-meter body, it was enough for it to fly quickly. Hearing Guzzlord's ridicule, Garcomp flew forward directly. He started a battle with it. After a while, Guzzlord fled in panic. It was not because Guzzlord could not beat the opponent, but because Garcomp was fighting desperately. He would not stop until he won. Originally, Guzzlord just came to ridicule Garcomp as usual because his previous Mega Evolution had failed many times. Unexpectedly, the opponent succeeded. Buzz. The somewhat disappointed Garcomp had no opponent and immediately immediately went to the training ground again. It wanted to fight with the elite level high-level Reperier with the power of this mega evolution. Boom! The moment Reperier saw Garchomp, it almost instinctively retreated, and then under the opponent's fierce attack it had to fight. At first it didn't know that this guy was notoriously sticky. No matter how it fought, no matter how many times it won, Garchomp would always attack as soon as it recovered. And now running away is not an option, it can only be a sparring partner. It can almost drive a high-level elite Reperier crazy at the peak of the professional level. Garchomp is really good. Boom! Reperier roared and then released a rock Ag cannon again. Boom! The rock energy swept in quickly and the huge cannonballs condensed came towards it. Before Garchomp would run away and look for opportunities to attack again. But this time Garchomp did not retreat at all and then gathered all the strength of his body, opened the god form and then the mega evolution form. The combat power was directly raised to the middle and high level of elite level. Buzz! Garchomp shot out a dragon pulse from its mouth and the powerful dragon energy came with great destructive power. It collided violently with the rock cannon, then both disappeared, and this time neither side got the upper hand. The NET moment, the strong black and gold figure came again with Sucker Punch, fighting with Reperier. After a long time Reperier looked at the ground limply where Garchomp, who had lost his combat ability, lay, but it knew that it could not continue to attack, otherwise the power of the World Tree would directly suppress it. At this time Reperier knew why the other Pokemon looked at him with pity. This guy is a big scapegoat. No, I am the scapegoat. Seeing that the strength of the Pokemons was steadily improving, Lin Chen was relieved. Pokemon should be able to break through the elite level in a short time. The shackles of the power of law for others are not difficult for Lin Chen. After all, the power of law is just a wave of the pillar of the sky, and many of these Pokemon have already possessed the power of law before they have reached the elite level. Like Melodic, it has the law of ice, etc. What Lin Chen cares about most is that Servine has not even evolved to Superior, but the law cultivation at this time is almost impossible to see a stronger one in an elite. It is almost comparable to Champion, only the difference in energy makes it still stay at the peak of the professional level. I don't know if comprehending the law is addictive. Servine is not in a hurry to practice energy but maintains the current body shape and continues to comprehend the law. In addition, there is another gain. There is progress in the research of 3D Dragon. Dad, I have analyzed all the necessary conditions for the keystone. We should be able to develop an identical technology keystone that can start Mega Evolution soon. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. And today is the day to complete the Mega Evolution paper. Chapter 469, Opening Up a New Era of Pokemon, the Inheritance of Ancient Mythical Beasts. Please collect. Please subscribe. Finally it done. Lin Chen took a deep breath, stretched his waist and twisted his neck. After closing the document, he saved all the papers on Mega Evolution. Sigh. Sylveon leaned on Lin Chen's legs obediently. Seeing his master stand up, he asked with concern, "It done? It finally finished before the opening of the elite friendly match?" Lin Chen selected the document again and sent it directly to Mr. Wu's mailbox. Unlike before, I had to send it to the official email address of the Pokemon Research Institute. After becoming a professor, I also joined various academic research groups. There are also internal publishing channels and Mr. Wu's email address is updated every day. There are 2 masters to reply and review, because in addition to handling internal emails, there are also email exchanges with professors from other alliances, so the handling must be both professional and efficient. Ding! When the notification sound of successful sending sounded, Lin Chen was completely relieved. It must be said that recently just a paper has been e-housting. He also has to prepare for the elite friendly match. Fortunately, the paper does not need to be written frequently. If I had taken the path of scientific research before, I am afraid that I would have become stronger without hair. After packing up simply, Lin Chen went directly to the highest arena in the imperial capital. In a few hours the elite friendly match will officially begin. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then took out the poke ball. "Come out, Salamins." From here, a flash of white light passed and Salamins appeared in front of him. Appear the highest arena in the southeast. After Lin Chen gave the order, the Salamins carrying him vibrated its wings and then headed straight for the competition venue. Before arriving, I could already hear noisy discussions. The entire venue was packed with people. From a distance the entrance was full of people. In addition to the audience from the imperial capital, there were also many audiences from other alliances who came to watch the game. After all, this was a unique event. The high-level competition of the entire alliance represented the highest level of the major alliances. The gates in all 4 directions were all open. Even so, there was still a long queue. It's quite lively, but I don't know what kind of opponents I will meet. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, and the contestants had arrived one after another. The audience was full of noise. Countless media had arrived, all of them with long guns and short guns, and began to e-plane the venue. Lin Chen went directly to the lounge representing the Xiaoguo alliance. The rest of the people had already arrived. Zhu Sheng was among them. Seeing Lin Chen coming, he whispered. Here you are. Get ready for battle. At this time Su Hu was sitting by the window looking at the venue outside. He looked up when he saw Lin Chen coming. Lin Chen, how is it? Lin Chen naturally knew the meaning of his question, nodded and then whispered, it's done. The paper has been sent out. It should be a hot search later. Su Hu nodded and rubbed the Charizard's evolutionary stone-ite that Lin Chen gave him. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, encouraging, come on. This tiger of Hangzhou City was actually nervous at this time. He used to be one of the strongest prosecutors in Hangzhou City and he was unparalleled in dominant. Now that he has entered the field of elite, he is actually still a newcomer. In this era where strength represents everything, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Whoosh! There was a sound of fireworks rising. Although it was daytime, the golden light could still be seen plotting in the air. The whole venue began to boil. The fireworks indicated that the opening ceremony of the elite-friendly tournament had finally begun. Lin Chen quietly took out his mobile phone and checked the hot searches. Not long after the hot searches about the elite-friendly tournament had risen, the following post introduced in detail the participating elites from various alliances, and even their nicknames were known. As ejected of the paparazzi, they were well informed. Under the hot searches, countless comments were churning, all supporting the players of their own alliances. Come on Xiaoguo Alliance, come on Big Devil, come on Sakura Alliance, Lord Susanoo's 5 fortunes are prosperous, our Bald Eagle Alliance is the strongest, the beacon of the world. Zero asking for flowers. Eagle Alliance never set. Every time at this time there will be unprecedented unity. In addition to these cheering comments, there are naturally those tactical analyses and various predictions. With the help of the gambling, the heat has reached a new level. Let me first speculate on the tactical arrangement of the Sakura Alliance. As the main general, Susanoo must be the last to go on stage, and Sato, who made a fool of himself in the registration room last time, is likely to be the first after all his Pokemon has been e-posed. As for their Sakura, she looks very dangerous. As for the other alliances, William and his wife in the Bald Eagle Alliance should be the main generals, and the others have not shown much strength so far. And the Chuck Alliance seems to be a strong man who inherited the god Shiva. He looks like an ascetic practitioner. I feel that his strength should not be underestimated. As for the formation of our Xiaoguo Alliance, I think the first one to go on stage should be the newcomer Su Hu, and I also, after checking his past record, he was known as the Tiger of Hangzhou and a Charizard defeated all of Hangzhou. The above is very detailed. Basically all the information is available. Quickly predict when the Big Devil will take the stage. I think he should be the last one or the last one to take the stage. After all, the Overlord Agron is still very strong. He Ming in the team has been famous for a long time. This time he just happened to be 50 years old and participated in the competition. I wonder which one he will be on the stage. Quick analyze the Eagle Alliance for everyone. They are all blonde and blue-eyed girls. It's eye-catching. This team is very special. All SI of them are girls, and except for the captain, except for the Hatterene, all of them are newcomers in their 20s. But in terms of strength it's really hard to figure it out. Except for Hatterene, who I have seen before, the others are all mysteries. In short, come on Xiaoguo Alliance, take them down. Just when everyone was paying attention to the elite-friendly match of the whole alliance, an official post from the Pokemon Research Institute was suddenly pinned. It instantly attracted the attention of many netizens. When they clicked it, they were all stunned. Wow, such a great discovery. Corpse. Chapter 470 Evolution Beyond the Law. Shock of the 8 major alliances. Please collect. Please subscribe. This post with a title was marked in red by the official Xiaoguo Alliance and pinned on the hot search. In addition to a large number of detailed arguments and data, there are also detailed videos. Of course, the identification of those encrypted Mega Evolutionary Stones has not been announced for the time being. This is to prevent other alliances from gathering a large number of Evolutionary Stones in the first time and controlling the status of the alliance. At the same time, the transmission channel was closed so that the elite-friendly match would not be disturbed. In addition, the popularity of this post has soared and it has reached the 2nd place in the hot search list. It started to compete with the elite-friendly match for the first place. The comment area is naturally hot and the comments are constantly refreshing. Such a heavy news is actually announced now. The Great Demon King. Another paper from the Great Demon King. It feels like Lin Chen has done all the academic research needed in the NET few decades. Others are preparing for the elite-friendly match while Lin Chen is writing a paper. Don't ask, I'm just playing. I clicked on it carefully and it seems like I've seen this Mega Evolutionary Stone before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Is this real news? Why don't I believe it? Look carefully. The person above this is an official release from the Pokemon Research Center. Although there were some doubts the moment they saw the hot search, people from all the major alliances had already started searching and experimenting. Not long after, a middle-aged man in the Chuck Alliance recorded a video with excitement on his face. It was then reposted by netizens from the Xiaoguo Alliance. Although Although I couldn't understand what he was saying, the video was authenticated and had no special effect. It may be that Chuck and others have some special collecting hobbies and they were lucky enough to collect the corresponding stone. And this guy's Pokemon is a Kangaskhan. After a ray of light, Kangaskhan's size skyrocketed and then solid armor appeared. The power of the skill is close to the elite level. This immediately triggered countless discussion. This is actually true. Such a detailed tutorial above Mega Evolution. It seems that all similar stones will increase in price. I will go collect another wave and stock up. The above is cautious. The previous Phoebas and Eevee have already made me lose a lot of money. I gambled this time. I must consider whether this is my only chance in this life. So far there should be only one person who succeeded this time. I think I can stock up on this keystone. After all Pokemon, as long as they reach the final form, can start looking for evolutionary stone. Isn't having evolutionary stone a wealth code? I don't think so. It is not an easy thing to be able to train Pokemon to the professional level. Countless people talked about it, but after watching the video of the amble, some people have already guessed about the pattern of the whole world. Why did Lin Chen announce it at this time? Isn't that posing his own trump card? I hope the entire alliance will not announce it and then collect evolutionary stone and keystones to turn them into strategic materials. This wave is called scientific research without borders. But scientists have national boundaries, so isn't this letting other alliances take advantage? I don't think so. If you look at the published content, it is obvious that it has been polished to a certain extent, which means that the alliance now knows more than this information and it can use that information to increase its bargaining chips. Gray, like the above said, it will not be announced to the public, but the major alliances are not stupid. Once you have some movement, someone will immediately notice it, unless you don't use Mega Evolution. But what's the difference between that and not having Mega Evolution? The countless discussions even overshadowed the most popular elite-friendly match. At this time, the players who were preparing for the upcoming game naturally knew about Mega Evolution. Everyone was stunned. Immediately began to contact the National Alliance, but was told that the portal had been completely closed and would not be reopened until after the game. The Alliance said that there were not many Po corresponding to Mega Evolutionary Stone at present. Common has been experiment out, so it will take some time before it can really play a role. Gifrab, this is his. If we can get Mega Evolutionary Stone, won't the combat power skyrocket? Quickly send people to find it in the Xiaoguo Alliance. No matter how much money give it. It may be too late for the ring match, but if we can find it in the team match, it will be a great help. Why did this guy Lin Chen announce it now? What's the evil plan? All the contestants were also confused, but all the intersections at present are on Lin Chen. Such heavy news announced as soon as it was announced, and it's such a detailed paper. Is this guy really writing a paper while preparing for the elite-friendly match? He doesn't take the competition seriously. They naturally don't know that Lin Chen has a whole new world to train. Even the power of the law has the supreme pillar to comprehend. There is even an elite-level high-level repairier who is available at any time to practice with him, so he doesn't need to intervene at all. Just when everyone was confused, the opening ceremony of the elite-friendly match was over. The atmosphere of the audience was completely aroused. As the dancing girl stepped down from the stage, the center stage of the entire venue slowly descended. Then the four stages formed a mouth shape occupying the four sides and slowly rising. On the 35/960 surround screen, random draws began. There were 8 alliances in total, divided into 4 groups to fight at the same time on the stage. That is to say, who you can meet is random. At the same time, it is not that you will fight until the end, but after each game you will continue to draw randomly to ensure that the probability of each group meeting other alliances is the same. Beep beep. The big screen began to flash 4 sets of turntables at the same time. All the audience's hearts were in their throats and they all hoped that they could draw a weaker instance in the early stage. Ding! A prompt sound spread throughout the venue and the picture froze. Xiaoguo Alliance vs Sakura Alliance. An unpacted battle began. Chapter 471. The layout of the strongest demon king, the Charizard that sweeps everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. I didn't expect this result. Zhu Sheng chuckled and then patted Su Hu on the shoulder. It depends on your performance, don't let me down. Su Hu took a deep breath, nodded solemnly and replied, Zhu Lao, look at my performance. I can lose to anyone but not to those guys. Then Su Hu began to walk slowly to the ring. His muscular body was like a tiger descending from a mountain and his steps were steady. The one walking towards him was Sato, who had flirted with the waiter before. Seeing this, Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He had already destroyed one of the opponent's Ampharos, otherwise the opponent's strongest Pokemon was an elite mid-level Pokemon and Su Hu would be really hard to deal with. Even so, I'm afraid he would be forced to use Mega Evolution. When thinking about this, Su Hu was already prepared. Then 2 referees came on stage, 2 elite referees from the Sakura Alliance and the Summer Country Alliance, and all high-powered motion cameras were raised to ensure ensure that there were no blind spots on the entire ring. Okay, the two players come on stage. First let me briefly introduce the rule. The two sides will have a 1v1 Pokemon battle and no substitutions can be made in the middle. When one side admits defeat or loses the ability to fight, the game ends at 0-6. There is no limit to the number of Pokemon that can be used, but after each Pokemon is used the opponent will get a 20-minute break. The lowest level of Pokemon is Professional High Level. After the introduction, the referee began to introduce the information of the players participating in this competition to the audience. Dear audience, you have been waiting for a long time. The largest elite-friendly match in history is about to start. Standing on my left is Suhu from the Zyuguo League, and on the right is Satoda from the Sakura League. Let's wait and see. Their avatars' age and information appeared on the big screen instantly. Suddenly the audience above shouted their name, but after all it was the home court and Suhu's cheers were obviously much louder. The referee looked at the two people, then gestured to both sides, and after confirmation began to announce game start now. The NET moment, Suhu took out the Pokeball and threw it out. Come out Charizard! Roar! A flash of white light passed by and Charizard appeared in front of everyone shaking his wings. The fiery red figure and the fierce eyes immediately gave many viewers confidence. Satoda was not to be outdone and threw out the Pokeball directly. Come out Shovelworm! His. The NET moment, a bug type plus electric type Shovelworm appeared in front of him. This Shovelworm has a pair of large balls that are almost as long as its body and can control the emission of electricity. There are 4 teeth on the large ball. It can easily bite the enemy's body and then release electricity from its body. It completely paralyzes it and then loses its resistance. Behind the large balls is an orange-yellow mouth, and above the mouth is a pair of yellow eyes. Upper wing, it is triangular and almost motionless when flying. The lower wings are fan-shaped and vibrate when flying. The abdomen is black, triangular, divided into 3 sections. The connection is yellow and there is a yellow spot on the side of the first 2 sections. The power generation organ is in the abdomen. It also has 4 legs which are black and the claws are white. The front legs have 2 claws each and the hind legs have only 1 claw. The front legs grow on the chest and the hind legs grow on the first section of the abdomen. Waving its claws, it can crush the enemy's body. Then the information of the Pokemon of both sides appeared on the big screen. In fact, before the first battle it is necessary to register the Pokemon used. In fact, this is to prevent one party from using a Pokemon first and the other party chooses a Pokemon that restrains it after seeing the attributes used by the other party, so that the player who summons the Pokemon first is at a disadvantage. In terms of attributes, Charizard still has the advantage, but the opponent is an elite mid-level. Compared with Charizard, who has just been promoted to the elite beginner, there is still a certain advantage. Roar! Charizard roared and then rose high, ready to fight at any time. Suhu did not hesitate and gave the order directly. Charizard, use flamethrower! Roar! The huge fire energy condensed in Charizard's mouth and then a huge fire dragon swept out. The surrounding air was distorted by it. Satoda naturally did not resist and gave the order directly. Shovel cannon bug! Agility! His. The NET moment, the wings of the shovel cannon bug vibrated and made a buzzing sound. Agility began in the air, rotating around the huge flame, and its speed was extremely fast. Even if Charizard began to mobilize the flames, he still couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. Shovel cannon bug approached Charizard directly. Good opportunity. Shovel cannon bug, use bug bite! The shovel cannon bug approached Charizard and the huge bug teeth bit Charizard's neck directly. In an instant it bit hard. No matter how Charizard swung, it had no intention of letting go. Compared with Charizard, the opponent's body size was only 1/10 of Charizard, but the elite mid-level made its damage not low at all. Charizard kept struggling, shaking its wings and swinging in the air, but it was always fruitless. Suhu frowned when he saw this scene and then gave another order. Charizard, rise to the limit, then land! Roar! After hearing the master's order, Charizard endured the pain and bright red blood flowed down his neck, but it couldn't stop it from flying high. Or at the beginning he underestimated the enemy too much, allowing it to find an opportunity by using its size. Whoosh! The whistling wind was around Charizard and the fiery red hair was blown, and the NET moment, its figure was completely invisible. Only a small red dot overlapped with the sunlight. Seeing this scene, Satoda was shocked and gave orders quickly. Shovel cannon bug discharge! But at this height the opponent could no longer hear Satoda's command. The floating attribute allows it to fly, but a few hundred meters high is still a height it cannot bear. The cold and lack of oxygen made the shovel cannon bug loosen its mouthpart. Roar! Charizard felt the opponent's loose mouthparts and immediately shook his neck. The shovel cannon bug directly started to discharge and a huge current flowed in Charizard's body. In an instant even its body was unstable, and then Charizard's body fell straight to the ground. The shovel cannon bug also loosened its mouthparts and hurriedly descended a little, waiting for the opponent to lose mobility. At the moment of discharge, the insect law had been injected into it through the wound. The corners of Satoda's mouth lightly raised, waiting for Barry to win. At this time the falling Charizard suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 472 The Power of the Fierce Tiger of the Alliance, the all-knowing and omnipotent eye. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. Charizard roared, his whole body lit up with red light and the law of fire suddenly rose and covered his whole body. Then the injected energy was evaporated by the law of fire. At this time the numbness in Charizard's body disappeared completely. Under the violent flame energy, two streams of hot air blew out of its nose and then vibrated its wings again. Whoosh! The huge flamethrower aimed at the sky and then pushed up, sweeping away like a waterfall. Wrapped in heat and violence, it instantly enveloped the shovel cannon bug. Hiss hiss hiss! The shovel cannon bug, which was originally double restrained, wailed, and the law power in this flame raged in its body like a thorn in the flesh. Then the transparent wings of the shovel cannon bug were quickly scorched and it fell straight to the ground. Sato's face changed drastically when he saw this scene, and then he gave another order. Shovel cannon, fly! Hiss hiss hiss! The shovel cannon, which was about to lose its ability to fight, heard the master's command. It tried its best to activate its own characteristic. After all, it did not fly by its own wings but flew by floating characteristics like Flygon. And this is also because without special training, Pokemon with floating characteristics rarely fly to particularly high areas. Of course there are Eception. In the anime there are humans riding Flygon to the ozone layer thousands of meters high looking for Rayquaza family. At this time the shovel cannon beetle finally succeeded in activating floating. At a height of only a few meters from the ring it regained its balance. A hint of joy flashed in Satoda's eyes, but he had not yet been surprised. In an instant a black shadow fell from the sky. It was Charizard, who came in anger. The fiery red figure directly hit the ground heavily and the sharp claws grabbed the shovel cannon beetle's neck. Crack! At the moment of contact the joints of the shovel cannon beetle's body made a violent tearing sound and then hit the ground heavily. Boom! In an instant countless smoke and dust were stirred up on the entire ring. For a moment the audience held their breath and opened their eyes to avoid missing any details. Everyone stared at the smoke. This time the law of smoke without injury could not take effect. Charizard looked at the ground vigilantly, ready to attack his feet with a flamethrower at any time. This is impossible! Satoda roared, his eyes red at this time, his face full of disbelief. The opponent is obviously a newcomer. He has just advanced to the initial level of elite. How could he defeat his shovel cannon worm? But as the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of the shovel cannon worm slowly appeared. The bones of the shovel cannon worm were broken and he didn't have time to release his long-range skills at all and was defeated by the opponent's physical strength. Obviously in terms of firepower he is definitely stronger. When Lin Chen saw the scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Compared with before, Suhu's tactical command ability and Charizard's ability to respond on the spot have made great progress. Now he is a qualified elite. However, Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. The roar he made was like an explosion of the universe. Every time he was about to lose, Charizard could always burn himself to gain more power and defeat his opponent. Isn't he really based on the protagonist template of a novel? The previous battle with Salazzle was also like this. He was full of tuins, but he was able to seal the tuins in his body with flame. Whenever he had something to do he would burn himself. Roar! Charizard released his feet and roared at the audience, instantly attracting cheers from countless audiences. Wow! We won! Suhu Suhu, the Tiger of Hangzhou, win the NET battle in one go. This is only the first opening battle and it's so exciting. The quality this year is indeed much higher than in previous years. Charizard is so handsome, he is like the god of fire in the world. Cross-level battle so strong, relying on the power of his own laws, turning disadvantages into initiative. It is simply a model of counter-attack command. All the audiences of the Zyuguo Alliance were cheering. Such a big victory was really exciting, especially since the opponent was the Sakura Alliance, which was doing well. On the other hand, the audiences on the other side were not so excited. Their own elite was defeated and they cursed fiercely. Swim back! Just cut it yourself. The middle-level elite can't beat the beginner. I can do it. All of them had sad faces without any arrogance in their previous attitude, and the media of the Zyuguo Alliance immediately took pictures of them all as material for the news release later. Naturally they would not miss this shot. On the ring the referees of both sides came forward to check the status of the shovel farmer cannon worm. After confirming that he had lost the ability to fight, he raised his hand and announced, "I declare that the first match is won by Suhu of the Zyuguo Alliance." Then the referee looked at Satoda on the opposite side and asked, "Satoda, do you choose to continue the game?" This was a stab in Satoda's heart. His previous tactic was to let Ampharos consume the opponent first. Even if he lost, at least he would be injured or his physical strength would be consumed. But he didn't expect that. In order to get some information, he let the big devil take action and was directly beaten seriously. There was only one left of the two Pokemon, so he had to bite the bullet. And now Wang Hao lost to the opponent's elite beginner Charizard with an elite elite mid-level shovel worm. It was a shame in life. He might not be able to go back in the face if he was eliminated in the first round. More importantly, if I go back like this, how will Lord Susanoo punish me? Satoto was a little scared when he thought of this and couldn't help but look at Su Huling. At this time Suhu took a deep breath and then directly took back Charizard. Satoto sighed dejectedly and answered the referee's question. I give up. As soon as these words came out, everyone present cheered. The battles on the other arenas were still going on. Most of them were only halfway through, and Suhu was the first to finish the game and slowly stepped into the players' lounge. At this time Lin Chen was observing other arenas, opening the all-knowing eye, collecting as much information as possible. Chapter 473 Charizard of Mega Evolution, a scene that shocked the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Seeing Suhu return to the lounge, Lin Chen followed him in. Then he took out the Pokeball directly. Come out, Chansey. Lucky. A white light flashed and Chansey appeared in front of him. Suhu was stunned for a moment. It was Chansey who treated him last time, and this time Lin Chen came here to treat him. Thank you. Suhu looked at Lin Chen, his eyes bright and sincere. Hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, then you have to prepare for the NET battle. If the opponent is too strong, you can also give up the battle and leave the rest to me. Suhu heard this and grinned. They don't know, they think you just said it casually. But I know that since you said that you want to tie all the opponents behind by yourself, you are serious. I believe you. So I will try my best to wipe out your opponent. When Lin Chen heard this, he shuddered and couldn't help complaining. It sounds so corny. You don't have any improper thoughts about me, do you? After saying that, he smiled heartily and responded lightly to Suhu's sincere eyes. Come on. Chansey, who was standing by, treated Charizard very quickly this time and soon almost treated it. 663 At the same time, Suhu also fed Charizard a piece of perfect quality Pokeblock. 20 minutes passed. The competition wristband still didn't light up, that is to say. At present the battles in other divisions have not ended, and it shows that the battle is against Chuck division. Lin Chen took a deep breath and told some information he had just collected. You have to pay attention later. The people in this alliance are very strange. Almost everyone has reached the high level of elite. You may have to deal with the only middle level elite later. Their Pokemon's physical strength is the same as theirs, which is obtained through hard training. Find a way to deal with it from the energy level. Suhu nodded solemnly and took a deep breath. Okay, I will. If that's the case, I might use Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite to steal your limelight. Lin Chen smiled. Okay, I'll give you the limelight this time, don't lose. Just at this time, the originally selected opponent Chuck Alliance also finished the battle and rested for 20 minutes. The moment the wristband lit up, Suhu nodded and looked at Charizard. Are you ready? Roar Agjay. Charizard roared and then returned to the Pokeball. With Suhu's appearance, the audience was boiling again. Lin Chen looked at the big screen. The current match points were Zyuguo Alliance 1 point, Sakura Alliance 0 point, Chuck Alliance 0 points, Eagle Alliance 1 point, then Lui Alliance 1 point, Whitehead Alliance 1 point, and Bear Alliance 1 point, Kangaroo Alliance 0 point. Seeing this data on the scoreboard, Lin Chen thought it was not good. Chuck Alliance was defeated by Eagle Alliance, which means that the NET Chuck will be an elite high level and a full status elite. Such an opponent is too difficult for Suhu, who has not yet fully recovered. Even with Charizard's Mega Evolution, it is not easy to defeat, not to mention that it is not in full state. Suhu also saw the record on the big screen, took a deep breath and then stepped onto the ring firmly. I will get this point for you, Suhu murmured, and Chuck walked onto the ring. All of them were dressed in the same outfit. Under the black hood he was dressed like an ascetic. As soon as he saw Suhu, Chuck stretched his shoulders and then the hood slipped off, revealing the strong muscles underneath. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he almost shouted out, isn't this the blackened version of the blind monk of the Supreme Fist? It's exactly the same. The referees of both sides came on stage to check the identities of both parties. After confirming that they were correct, they began to explain the rules of the game again. At this time, the audience off the court were all sweating for Suhu. The Tiger of Hangzhou City is going to fail this time. I originally thought that the other side would be able to defeat the opponent and fight in the same state as this side. Who would have thought that the Chuck Alliance did not defeat the group of psychic girls of the Eagle Alliance, but directly responded in full strength. From the analysis of the previous battle, this Chuck is very likely to be a high-level elite, which means that Suhu needs to jump 2 levels to fight with his remaining body, which is almost impossible to accomplish. For a moment the mood of all the audience was a little depressed. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded cheering for Suhu. Suhu, come on. Suhu, the Tiger of Hangzhou City. Lin Chen looked closely and saw that in the first row of the audience it was Lin Qingguan with Li Feng and Chu Zener, whom he had not seen for a long time. Although I knew that they were also studying in the imperial capital, they were too busy recently. I haven't been able to meet them. Unexpectedly they actually came to the scene. Watching his own game, he naturally cheered hard when he saw Suhu. Looking at their appearance, since they were there early. Su-hu naturally didn't notice the movement in the audience at this time, but in the cheers of the two of them other audiences were quickly infected. Yes, no matter what, Su-hu is fighting for the alliance. Even if we lose, we have to beat their state down and prepare for the future. Indeed, instead of sighing, it's better to cheer for him. Wan. This sentence was like a spark instantly igniting the entire plane. All the audiences of the Xiaoguo alliance, this time no one sang against the tune but all cheered for Su-hu in unison. Although Su-hu didn't look back at the sound of the same voice, he was already excited when he saw it. Before this, although he was an inspector, no one cheered for him. Now it different, this time it for the alliance. Fight for Lin Chen's kindness. Okay, then take this point. Su-hu took a deep breath, and the referee at this time had already signaled the players on both sides. Su-hu raised his head slightly and then threw the pokeball directly. Come out, Charizard! Roar! A flash of white light passed and Charizard appeared in front of Su-hu. At this time he was holding Charizard X evolutionary stone, tightly hesitating whether to start with Mega Evolution directly. But in that case, with Charizard current physical strength, the physical strength consumption after Mega Evolution will also increase exponentially. In other words, it will be impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, if he does not start with Mega Evolution directly, he may not even have the opportunity to use it later. Chapter 474 Counterattack. In desperation for the forerunner of the strongest Demon King. Please subscribe. No, if you want to win a match for Lin Chen, you must withstand the pressure. Otherwise the opponent in the NET match may not be Chuck's alliance and there is only a 1 in 7 chance of meeting again. Then my efforts will only make wedding dresses for people in other alliances. Su-hu took a deep breath and did not take out the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. Chuck looked at Charizard, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and then threw the pokeball directly. Come out, Blaziken! His Blaziken stood proudly on the ring with a fighting spirit in his eyes. It has white feathers, a V-shaped comb, sharp claws wrapped with bandages and strong and powerful leg. At first glance it is a good fighter who has been through hard training. Blaziken's feathers are replaced every year, becoming more gorgeous, and the contrast between the blue eyes and the color of the whole body highlights its extraordinary temperament. In addition, during the battle its arms and feet can spray strong flames to burn the opponent black. As a fire-type Pokemon, Charizard fighting spirit is even stronger. Su-hu took a deep breath. At present he still has a chance to survive the previous one. After all, in terms of attributes, the fighting type is restrained by the flying type, and Charizard happens to be a flying type plus fire type. But then a problem arises. When Charizard evolution becomes Charizard X, it will lose its original flying type and turn into a dragon type. With this increase and decrease, can it really support itself to defeat the opponent? Before Su-hu can continue to think, the referee has already indicated whether both parties are ready. After receiving the signal, he immediately announced, I declare that the second game will start now. As soon as the voice fell, Chuck's Blaziken began to move and the speed was astonishing. Then it began to quickly approach Charizard. Su-hu naturally would not let it approach him so easily and quickly issued an order. Charizard, fly up and use flamethrower. Roar. The NET moment, Charizard was already shaking his wings and began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye he had risen high, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. This way he was within the range of flamethrower and could not be attacked by it. However, Blaziken's forward momentum did not slow down. Its feet quickly tapped on the ring like a red and white lightning and came to the place where Charizard was originally. Blaziken used ricochet. His Blaziken hummed, his feet suddenly sank down and then quickly jumped up and was able to bounce to a height of more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, Su-hu's heart was alarmed. It was too late to give the order to fly high at this time. Flamethrower continues. Roar. When the opponent bounces, there is no way to avoid this flame. A flame suddenly condensed from Charizard's mouth and pointed downward. The blazing flame instantly engulfed Blaziken and completely covered. Seeing this scene, all the audience cheered. Good. But Su-hu was a little surprised. The opponent couldn't be so weak. He suddenly realized something and quickly gave orders. Charizard, get out of the way. Roar. Before Charizard could dodge, a red figure rushed out of the flames and came in the fire. Even though his whole body was a little charred, the opponent didn't care at all. Even the speed didn't drop. A fire punch came and a huge red airflow like ripples suddenly appeared on Blaziken's fist, and then the whole arm burned instantly. Whoosh. The flames hit Charizard directly. The leg that was hit was instantly hit with a crisp sound and the bones inside were directly broken. This was because Su-hu's order was issued in time. If Charizard hadn't moved upward a little at the last moment, I'm afraid this punch would have hit the abdomen directly, killing Charizard on the spot. Lin Chen, who was watching from a distance, was also stunned. This Blaziken was not a fire law but had awakened the power of the fighting law. He was able to withstand the fierce flamethrower and then the sucker punch. It seemed that this little pain was nothing to Blaziken. It was even possible that the opponent's hard training often required him to endure pain in order to resist the attack so decisively without slowing down. down. Suhu also frowned watching Charizard begin to fall rapidly. Charizard raised the air /0 please give me flowers. Roar. Charizard roared and then endured the severe pain, aimed his broken claws at the ground and used an air swish. Under the airflow of the air the downward trend was weakened. If not, he would have used both wings to fly. Perhaps the high-speed air would have broken both wings. Seeing this, Suhu breathed a sigh of relief. Blaziken did not have the ability to fly at high altitude, but the opponent's bounce ability was extremely terrifying. If he descended a little, he would be attacked by the opponent. Chuck saw this scene, but he was not panicked but gave the order directly. Blaziken use flame charge. Blaziken put his hands together just like he usually did when he was training hard, and the fire energy in his body began to surge. He actually started to charge energy in front of Charizard, but even so Charizard couldn't easily go down to interrupt the opponent. If he was tricked by the opponent and his skills were interrupted, he couldn't get away. But high altitude flight consumes a lot of physical strength. Even Charizard, after experiencing the second battle, couldn't maintain it for too long. All the audience present were worried for Charizard. What should we do? The opponent can rest while charging energy, but Encore bounce. I'm afraid Charizard can't take the damage from the NET attack. The opponent is too strong, just a monster. Such rigorous training for Pokemon has reached a peak in physical strength. I really can't think of how to defeat the opponent. Even if we lose this game, it's not Suhu's fault. He tried his best. He's still great. And Suhu took a deep breath with the corners of his mouth lightly raised. I originally wanted to hold on for a while, but I didn't expect that I would have to fight you to the last blow now. He knew very well that if he dragged on, he would lose the chance of Mega Evolution. He could only fight with the opponent. He slowly took out the Charizard X Evolutionary Stone from his pocket and then raised the keystone from the other side. Everyone was stunned immediately. This is Mega Evolution. Corpse. Chapter 475. The Dark Dragon of Hell, the divine fire that burns everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. Feeling the energy of the Mega Evolutionary Stone, Charizard roared, and then his whole body lit up with golden light and a dark blue flame ignited from his body. Fi. Even in the air you can hear the ghost fire from hell roaring in the world. Then the color of Charizard's body began to change from fiery red to the same dark blue as the tail, and then began to spread to the whole body. Charizard had just landed, and with his feet on the ground, 2 charred footprints were left on the entire ring. In addition to the tail and wings, there was also a dark blue flame on the top of the head. Charizard Mega Evolution X form. Roar. With Suhu's roar, a power of his mind was transmitted from the keystone, and it was completely connected with Charizard mind and heart bonds evolution. A dragon roar came from Charizard's body, and the flying attribute completely disappeared, replaced by dragon blood from the bloodline power. SI7 was boiling. Instantly all the audience present, even those who were paying attention to other arenas, all looked over here. This is Mega Evolution. I just saw the paper in the morning and evolution was available in the afternoon. How many secrets does the Xiaoguo Alliance hide? As a member of the Xiaoguo Alliance, could it be that Lin Chen had already collected thousands of evolutionary stones before the paper came out? Will everyone Mega evolve by then? That shouldn't be the case. I control the flow of funds and I haven't seen any large-scale purchases from Xiaoguo. Even if there is such a Mega Evolution, it's not certain how much use it can have. It looks like the size and other aspects have not changed much, only the color has changed. No, there are also attributes. The current Charizard has a dragon system but no longer has a flying system. In this case, isn't it discarding the only advantage of restraining the opponent? Yes, so it may not be a good thing. Let's take a look at it again. It's just too cool. It can actually change attribute. When everyone was discussing this strange Mega Evolution, Suhu didn't intend to give the other party a chance. He quickly gave the order. Charizard Dragon Breath. Roar. Charizard roared and a huge blue flame instantly swept up. Compared with the previous flamethrower, the temperature was obviously much higher. Chuck had always been indifferent, but this time he finally opened his eyes and looked at Charizard X carefully. His Blaziken was slowly falling in the air at this time without any chance to dodge, but it didn't intend to dodge. The flame can't hurt me. Then it was directly hit by Dragon Breath and the blue flame rose instantly, and then it pierced the heart like a bone. Pain. Severe pain. In an instant, what was thought to be a fire skill turned into a dragon skill, flame instantly enveloping Blaziken. His Blaziken's miserable growl came, but such a blow could not kill the opponent instantly. Get out of the way. Chuck hurriedly gave the order and looked at Charizard X with a serious press. Zion. Blaziken screamed and then made a series of jumps, finally breaking free from Charizard X's Dragon Breath. When he looked at it again, Blaziken's whole body was charred and there were blue flames on his feathers, looking extremely embarrassed. And this attack alone had already injured it. The two level gap between the elites was actually eliminated a lot. Suhu took a deep breath. The reason why he was able to give up the advantage of the flying system was that Mega Evolution could increase the racial value by a full 100 point. All attributes will skyrocket. This is Suhu's confidence. The furious Blaziken looked at Charizard's and the fierceness in his eyes became stronger. Chuck also began to grin. He originally thought that he was an ascetic monk who was moved and patient, but at this time he looked like a demon monk who destroyed the world. The two sides had completely distanced themselves and then separated on both sides. The two sides once again came to the same starting line. Chuck had the absolute advantage, crushing the opponent from level to physical strength, but it was this attack that gave Suhu an opportunity. Suhu took a deep breath and gave the order directly. Charizard, use the flame vort. Roar. Charizard's roared and the blue flame spread rapidly, and Chuck would not let him do what he wanted and said quickly, Blaziken, get out of the way. Sizzle. Both sides started to move at almost the same time, and Blaziken started to run wildly with his hands behind his back like a ninja. Behind him was a blazing flame following him all the way. Blaziken used the flame kick. Charizard's used wide area destruction. The two began to give orders at almost the same time, and then Blaziken jumped and ran towards Charizard. Charizard also stopped the flame, and a circle of burning flames was still left on the ring. At this time Charizard's tail instantly lit up with golden light. Wide area destruction. B. The first explosion sounded and flames ignited on Blaziken's feet, but it could not ignite Charizard's thick tail at all. Instead it was pushed back a step. Originally Charizard had no resistance to fire, but now it has 4 times the resistance. 0. The fierce collision of the two energies could not determine the winner for a while. Fleur. B. A series of sounds came and skills emerged one after another. Chuck took a deep breath and then gave an order. Blaziken, feather Dan. Then get out of the way. Hiss. Blaziken threw out a handful of feathers and the flying feathers blocked his vision. Let Charizard's dragon tail sweep away, and then a dark blue flame swept over, instantly burning up the feathers. This transformation should not be permanent. The physical strength is consumed quickly. Chuck's voice was cold. This was his first time talking to Suhu. Suhu did not respond and continued to give orders. Charizard, flame vort. Roar. Another flame raged on the ring. Several consecutive flames made the entire venue almost impossible to stand. Blaziken only retreated and did not attack, wanting to avoid fighting and wait for the opponent's physical strength to be exhausted and return to its original form. But he didn't know that the venue was getting smaller and smaller, and there was almost no place to stand, and the blindly fierce attack seemed to be a trap for Suhu. But Suhu also took advantage of this point, the information gap. He took a deep breath and gave the final order. Charizard, flare blit. Roar. Blaziken had no way to retreat at this point. He had to either rush into the flames or fight it head-on. Chuck was also stunned. The opponent did not return to his original form. If Blaziken was allowed to enter the flames, the damage just now would still be vivid in his mind. Let's fight. 5-9. Blaziken reversal. In an instant the laws of fire and fighting surged at the same time and then intertwined in the air. Charizard's entire body was covered in dark blue flames burning fiercely. Then it turned into a dark blue light and smashed into the opponent. Blaziken was not to be outdone. His fighting spirit rose like a substance and finally condensed on his long leg. Boom. A strong wind swept in instantly. Even with the existence of a protective shield, the sun hats of the audience who were close to him were all whirlwinded. Whoosh whoosh. The whistling sound formed by the wind pressure made everyone's heart surge. B. The NET moment. The huge force caused both Pokemon to fly backwards like two meteors, hitting the protective shields on both sides horizontally. Crack. The protective shield made by the three champions together cracked. Countless cracks spread on it. The two Pokemon slid to the ground and all lost their ability to fight. It was a draw. Chapter 476. The mighty power of the gods. The strongest demon king appears. Please collect. Please subscribe. Draw. All the audience present were stunned and the whole venue was silent. Although the other three arenas were still fighting except for the diehard fans, everyone's attention was on this arena. Everyone was waiting for the referee's judgment. Then the referees of both teams ran around and announced at the same time, I declare that in this match both Pokemons have lost their ability to fight at the same time, so it is a draw. Do both players want to continue the NET battle? Suhu and Chuck looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Then according to the rules, the NET battle will be drawn by the second place of the Zyuguo Alliance and the third place of the Chuck Alliance. After the referee's announcement, the audience came back to their senses. Draw. Suhu is awesome. He fought across 2 stages even when his stamina was not high enough. Such a record is only slightly worse than the Great Demon King's counter-attack against the elite among the younger generation. Who else can be so domineering? 06 The above. Think carefully, why is Suhu fighting so hard? Just now we saw the Great Demon King also enter the lounge, and then Charizard had the evolutionary stone-ite in this game, and this Mega Evolution theory was just released at the opening ceremony of the Elite game. Is this really just a coincidence? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Great Demon King must have helped. Suhu is still strong, leading the way for the Demon King. Suhu's Suhu the Tiger of Hangzhou. I don't know who the Xiaoguo Alliance will send to play NET. It seems that the Great Demon King has stored a lot of Mega Evolutionary Stones on hand. Stone-eyed, he has many trump cards, he must be the last one. That's right, I don't recognize that other people are the last trump cards to appear. Do others have the right to appear? Countless people are discussing, and this battle has already attracted contestants from other alliances besides the audience. Mega Evolution? It's true. Who is this Lin Chen? Isn't he a researcher? In the lounge, two strong elites from the White Bear Alliance were discussing, and they did not expect such a result. It seems that we underestimated the Xiaoguo Alliance before, and the initial investigation may need to be re-evaluated. The ninjas of the Sakura Alliance lowered their head. Susanoo in front of them was like an emperor in the dark, so they dared not even breathe. They could only kneel on one knee and wait for the other side's reprimand. On the other side, the Luyi Alliance commented arrogantly, but at this time they had also experienced 2 consecutive losses. Chuck Alliance lost 2 consecutive games. It seems that they just looked at it. Looks strong, but it doesn't have many trump cards. This Mega Evolution has already eliminated the gap in this competition. NET, even the strong elite high level will also fail. In the lounge, William and his wife were talking to each other with red ears. William stopped and looked at the monitor and said softly, "It was announced like this, so my trump card is not a trump card anymore." Obviously Mega Evolution is not a secret to him. It's just that he didn't report it to the alliance, and he didn't know the basis, so he kept it secret. On the ring, Suhu took a deep breath and then took out the poke ball. "Come back, Charizard." A red light pulled and then sucked Charizard into it. He looked back at the lounge. At this time Lin Chen was looking at Suhu there and gave him an approving look. Even Zhu Sheng was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. It actually crossed 2 stages and defeated the elite high-level opponent. I thought it was just something for kids to play with, but it surprised me so much. Zhu Sheng suddenly remembered what Lin Chen said before, that he would kill all the enemies by himself. In an instant Zhu Sheng calmed down. It turned out that he was not kidding. Suhu returned to the lounge. At this time the other alliance members had not finished fighting yet, and Lin Chen would not go on the court until 20 minutes later. "Well done." Lin Chen patted Suhu's shoulder vigorously with a strong admiration in his eyes. Suhu nodded. After all, he had studied Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite for a longer period of time than them. "If I can't win again, I'll have been working in vain." Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. In such a counter-attack, Suhu has exhausted all the potential of Charizard. In the end, he took advantage of the information gap to make the opponent think that Charizard could not maintain the state for a long time. However, this is based on Chuck's keen judgment and knowing that this form is not permanent. If it were someone else, he might not be able to see this step and just collide with Charizard. In that case, it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Find Charizard's evolutionary stone-ite as soon as possible. If there is a stone this time, the flying attribute will still be retained when the attribute is increased, and it may not be a draw. Lin Chen's words made Suhu nodded and then replied, "Okay, NET game, come on. I believe you can kill everyone." Lin Chen nodded and responded lightly, "Okay." Soon the NET opponent came from Lin Chen's watch. Lin Chen took a look, and it was the White Bear Alliance. Then he looked through the glass at the 9 saints in the audience and said secretly, "This guy, other team leaders are doing intense review and coaching. Only he is still watching the game leisurely, as if he doesn't care about the outcome of the game at all." Lin Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the combat state. Suhu didn't disturb him when he saw this, but quietly entered the audience. Anyway, his task has been temporarily completed. Just cheer for Lin Chen afterward. Ding. Soon the vibration and prompt sound came from Lin Chen's wristband. Lin Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the lounge. While everyone was still guessing who would replace the second player of the Xiaoguo Alliance, Lin Chen's figure slowly appeared from the passage. In an instant a huge wave was aroused and the discussion was as loud as thunder. "What's going on? The NET game will be the big devil? What the hell? Why is Lin Chen on stage now? Shouldn't he be the last one? How does the alliance arrange tactic? Now he's on stage. Could it be that he's stronger than the big devil? I don't believe it. I'm better than this tactical commander." The massive shouting and cursing made He Ming, who was watching the game at the time, embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything. Suhu's performance just now was too amazing, and even he didn't think he could beat Suhu. Under the attention of the crowd, Lin Chen came on stage. The big devil appeared. Chapter 477, The God of Killing Who Swept Through the Ages, The Crushing of Absolute Strength. Please collect. Please subscribe. Big devil. Big devil. The moment Lin Chen stepped onto the stage, the audience of the Xia Country Alliance spontaneously shouted Lin Chen's nickname. For a moment the audience of other alliances were all dumbfounded. Who is going on stage so impressive? The voice was as loud as thunder, extremely rhythmic in the entire venue, and directly drowned out the voices of others. When the people from other competition areas understood the meaning of the name they were calling, they all expressed disdain. "Are you kidding me? me? And the big devil? Who gave this name? It's too awkward. Even so, many people still focused on the number 1 stage where Lin Chen was. Come on Lin Chen, defeat him. Lin King, Guanli Feng and Chu Zener were cheering for Lin Chen in the audience. When Lin Chen heard their voices, the corners of his mouth lightly raised and he pointed his finger at his chest and then pointed forward. It means leave everything to me. Then he stepped onto the ring. Walking towards him was a tall and strong elite from the Bear Alliance. He was burly and looked like a bear. He was 2 meters tall with muscular body and abundant body hair. When he saw Lin Chen, he shook his muscles deliberately. Okay, the identities of both parties have been confirmed. This one match will be between Lin Chen of the Xia National Alliance and Pug Nea of the Mao Xiong Alliance. After the announcement, something unexpected happened. Pug Nea suddenly said, in the battle of the Xia National Alliance, banned technological products were used. Because it is high-tech, I think it is a violation of the rules. Pug Nea's words naturally refer to the mega evolution that Su Hu just used. It immediately caused countless thought. Yeah, that's not a technological product, it's a banned item. I want to rematch the previous match. The audience from the Chuck League all began to protest. Such an unexpected situation was unexpected by everyone present. The referee immediately reported to his superiors, and then all the champion level players from the 8 major leagues gathered. And this Pug Nea in fact just wanted to use this method to buy himself some time to rest after a big battle, thereby improving his combat effectiveness. With his elite perception, it is obvious that Charizard just stimulated his own potential, not using technology or drugs to improve his strength. The champions present gathered together, although they also knew it, but they still had to discuss countermeasures. Lin Chen spoke slowly. Don't worry, I won't use Mega Evolution too. After all, you are not worthy. Lin Chen detected the other party's thoughts at a glance, but the more so, the more he didn't want the other party's evil plan to succeed. Pug Nea, who was like a giant bear, was so angry that he couldn't speak, but he had no choice but to say to the referee. The other party made a personal attack. The referees of both sides were also elites, and they were old-fashioned elite. They knew the truth. The referee of the Bear Alliance coughed. This matter was obviously not the result of the Bear Alliance's discussion. It was Pug Nea who was scared. Then he came up with this to buy time for himself. At this time, Lin Chen nodded to the referee on his side, and the other party immediately understood. At this time, the referee of the Xiaoguo Alliance would not let his people be bullied and immediately said, since the champion leaders are discussing, then in this game we will ban the new form until the result of the NET game comes out. The other party got a big advantage and nodded in agreement. At this time, the audience understood it. They all started to boo. Such a big guy, and he still uses such a treacherous trick. Is it necessary? You are all elites, but you still use this trick. It doesn't matter if our Xia Country Alliance gives you a little, don't cry later. Come on, big devil, beat him up. The cheers came one after another, but in the audience of the Mao Xiong Alliance it was silent and everyone covered their faces. This matter made them feel ashamed. The elites representing their own alliance actually did such a thing, and it was the Mao Xiong Alliance, which has always been known as the Fighting Alliance. Pug Nea was afraid that the other party would go back on his words, so he took out the pokeball directly. Come out, Ice Bear! Roar! The tall figure of the Ice Bear appeared in front of everyone, but no one cheered for it. But Pug Nea didn't care, but urged directly, I'm ready, make a move. Lin Chen saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he threw out the pokeball directly. Come out, Kartana! Shua! A flash of white light passed by and Kartana appeared in front of everyone. The sharp aura made the 2 referees present brighten their eyes. Pug Nea took a deep breath and the vigilance in his eyes became stronger. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing. The opponent's Ice Bear was only at the middle level of elite and was still restrained by his Kartana. Then, get ready to face destruction. Lin Chen took a deep breath and signaled to the referee that he was ready. After receiving confirmation from both sides, the referee announced, the match between Lin Chen and Pug Nea begins now. Instantly the audience began to cheer. As long as there was a match, they were very excited. The battle began. Pug Nea immediately gave an order. Ice Bear, use Blizzard. Roar! The Ice Bear pounded its chest vigorously and began to roar. The ice law began to whistle in the air around it. The temperature on the entire ring began to drop, and then Blizzard fell from the sky. Lin Chen raised his mouth lightly and whispered, Kartana, deal with it. Shua! Kartana did not dodge but stood still quietly while Blizzard raged, and Pug Nea's tactics were very direct, which was the weather skill slowly consuming Wang Zhao. At the same time, after blocking the line of sight, he looked for opportunities to deal with the opponent. Although Kartana did not move, his momentum was constantly rising, and then a faint sword shadow appeared. The steel law roared like a mad dragon. Slash! No one could see Kartana's movement clearly, and even a high-speed camera with hundreds of times the speed could not capture Kartana's figure. A slender sword energy swept across directly. It tended rapidly in the air. Without any energy dissipation, it passed through countless Osiris in the blizzard, and even the ice crystals were split into 2. It's bad. Pug Nea thought to himself that it was not not good and hurriedly wanted to give an order. But it was too late. The light suddenly turned from the sill thread into a white wall and countless sword energy spread on the ice bear's body. Huff! Continuous sounds rang out and countless blood holes appeared on the ice bear's body. Roar! The ice bear wailed and fell to the ground. Chapter 478 The Great Demon King Who Suppressed the World. This is. Pugnea's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched. He could hardly believe what was happening in front of him. At this time Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he looked at Pugnea with disdain. A jumping clown dared to show off here. And the whole audience was still cheering for Lin Chen, but the game was over. Roar! Only the ice bear, who couldn't get up on the ring, was wailing constantly. It was obvious that he had completely lost his ability to fight. The infinite catastrophe is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Even the two referees didn't see what happened. Just a moment. A silver-white light flashed and then the ice bear fell down. It took less than a second from the beginning to the end. This is a real instant kill. The elite mid-level ice bear was killed in an instant and it only released one skill from beginning to end. Lin Chen, big devil. The audience was silent for several seconds before they came back to their senses. Following this was an overwhelming cheer and the two referees hurried to check the status of the ice bear. After confirming that everything was correct, the referees announced together, the ice bear has lost its ability to fight, so the winner of this match is Lin Chen from the Xia Country Alliance. As soon as these words came out, there were countless cheers. Then the referee looked at Pugnea and then asked in a deep voice, Pugnea, do you want to continue the game? But Pugnea had not come back to his senses at this time but stood there blankly. Pugnea. Finally the opponent's referee coughed and he suddenly woke up. The expression on his face changed a lot, from astonishment to disbelief and then to deep fear. He looked at Lin Chen, who was still calm in front of him, with fear in his eyes. This guy is definitely not a scientific researcher. He is simply a demon from hell. Pugnea originally had 2 elite-level entry-level Pokemon on hand. As a 40-year-old elite, having so many Pokemon is already very powerful. But he felt that even if he went all out he might not be Lin Chen's opponent, so he could only hang his head dejectedly. He knew that he would be severely punished when he went back this time. Originally he planned to win a game by himself, which would make up for his mistake and he might even be rewarded. But even with this method he still lost miserably. He was still killed instantly. I give up. Pugnea's surrender was like opening the valve of carnival and countless people began to cheer. Lin Chen, the great demon king, so handsome. Is this the youngest elite in history? A double genius. It is a blessing for the Xia Country Alliance to have Lin Chen. This Kartana is too strong and its performance is extremely impressive. I think there will be no opponent before the great demon king's Kartana runs out of energy. Don't forget there is also the Overlord Agron. Now that he has Mega Evolution, I don't believe that the great demon king has not prepared evolutionary stone-ite for it. Aren't we still discussing whether it can be used? Beep beep. A notification sounded throughout the venue. As soon as this announcement came out, everyone cheered. For the audience, they were not very happy. After all, this meant the strength of the Xiaoguo alliance. They would only pay attention to their own alliance's victory and would not pay attention to the rest. But what's the use of their dissatisfaction? Even their own champion agreed, which means it can indeed be used. Agjay. But more people thought that when Lin Chen used more Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite he would know more about Evolutionary Stone-ite. It is a gain. If this is to let oneself find Evolutionary Stone-ite, that's a windfall. Lin Chen glanced at Pugnea indifferently and then walked to the lounge indifferently. From beginning to end he didn't say anything more. Su Hu in the audience took a deep breath and exclaimed sincerely, too strong. He knew that even after his Mega Evolution he would not have any chance of winning if he met Kartana. Although they were both elite level, high level, the power of the law, Kartana's steel law, has been used to a special height. It is no longer something that can be compensated by attribute restraint. What are you thinking about? Champion 9 slowly walked over from not far away, Saint, with a little smile on his face. Su Hu quickly came back to his senses and then explained, I admire Lin Chen's strength. Then Su Hu looked at Zhu Sheng with curiosity, and before he started asking, the other party had already understood what he meant. Zhu Sheng slowly said, don't worry, of course we are right. What's more, if you offend us here, do you still want to get the data of other Mega Evolutions? So Zhu Sheng had no worries from the beginning. The Xiaoguo alliance, which holds the core data, is now an instance that other alliances need to lick, and that guy from the Mao Xiang alliance is afraid that he will be severely punished. When I think of the champion of the Mao Xiang alliance, he started to apologize as soon as he entered the door. He said that the people under his command were ignorant. A series of apologies made Zhu Sheng feel a little happy, and then he said righteously, since there are doubts about the players, we naturally need to solve them properly. Su Hu smiled when he heard Zhu Sheng's description. I didn't expect there would be such a little episode. Then Zhu Sheng suddenly whispered, Su Hu, do you want to be my last disciple? This sudden turn of events made Su Hu stunned. Immediately great surprise filled his his heart and he immediately performed the ceremony of apprenticeship. Su Hu thought to himself, since I met Lin Chen my luck has completely turned. I can actually worship Zhu Sheng champion as my master. You know there are not many champions in the entire alliance. On the other hand, Lin Chen was thinking about something at this time. A very important thing. Are the people in other alliances all trying to solve the catastrophe? What if there is a ghost among them? Then in this elite friendly match, which was obviously held for selection, he got a place. It was included in the whole plan, so does it mean that the plan may be shattered? It seems that we have to observe it. Chapter 479 The Magic Sword of Killing Gods cut off the power of the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. 20 minutes passed in a flash, but the wristband still did not make a prompt sound. In other words, the competition between other alliances is still not over. After all, one-hit kills are rare among the elite. Only absolute restraint and a huge gap in strength can lead to a big disadvantage. And the battle command ideas of the elites are basically not bad. When facing Lin Chen's Kartana, it was only because they encountered too few that they made a certain misjudgment. Generally, if you know that the opponent has 4 times the restraint, you will use other methods to win. Even Pugna's idea just now is actually not a problem. While adjusting his state, Lin Chen looked at the current scoreboard. At present, although Lin Chen did not pay attention to other games, the points list is still changing. In general, the stronger and weaker teams are particularly obvious. However, the Chuck Alliance, which Lin Chen was looking forward to before the game, was the type with particularly bad luck. Obviously each of them is good, but they always meet strong teams, so they only got 1 point. Of course this one was contributed by the Luyi Alliance. Today's Rulu achievement is achieved, and the tactics of the other few are different, such as the I-Eagle Alliance. The SI Psychic Girls are very strange. It seems to be due to some special ability. It is somewhat similar to Tan Tai's special ability, that is, the SI of them seem to be in sync with each other and can temporarily divide some of the Pokemon's levels to their teammates. Since it is allowed by the rules, the others have no other way. However, their tactics are to get as many points as possible in the early stage, and when they get SI points as soon as possible, they will no longer be selective about their opponent. On the other side, Lin Chen took a rough look at the White-Head Old Man Alliance. Except for the time when facing the Chuck Alliance, it was a narrow victory. The others were basically crushed. They were obviously well prepared this time. All the elites who came had at least 1 elite high-level Pokemon. The rest of the mid-level ones also had 4. Almost half of the team has the number, and the weaker ones, like the entire team of the Luyi Alliance and the White Bear Alliance, so they can win in succession. Beep. Just as Lin Chen was still thinking, the reminder sound on the wristband rang. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Only through fighting can we see their secret. We must see if there are any traitors in these alliances. Soon Lin Chen went through the player channel and entered the ring. As soon as he appeared, he saw the elite of Luyi Alliance. Lin Chen thought it would be a strong team, but he didn't expect it to be such a team. The moment the opponent saw Lin Chen, he cried. Although he lost the battle with the Whitehead Alliance, he still had to fight for a few moves meeting this guy Lin Chen. I'm afraid that the other party is going to start again. As he pecked the corners of Lin Chen's mouth slightly raised, and then he directly summoned Kartana. Come out, Kartana. Swoosh. When the white light dissipated, it was just when the referee announced the start, and Kartana directly started focus energy, and Kangaskhan, summoned by the opponent, attacked directly when he saw Kartana starting to continue to gain strength. Since it has been charged, no one can defeat it. Then we have to try to attack. When Kangaskhan rushed over, Kartana moved again. It was still a slash, although it did not kill the opponent instantly, but it also kept repelling it. One after another, sword energy swept in under the overwhelming offensive. Not long after, Kangaskhan could not resist and then lost his ability to fight, and the opponent did not resist anymore and chose to lie down directly. After all, the calculation of points is based on the number of Pokemon. Instead of giving the opponent more points, it is better to decide the winner in the team competition later. I give up. The opponent gave up again, and Lin Chen did not say much, just walked back calmly. The cheers behind him instantly drowned the entire venue. Zero seeking flowers. Big devil! Big devil! Countless people shouted Lin Chen's name to witness this glorious moment. As for Himing, he suddenly realized that Lin Chen might really intend to challenge all opponents alone. What he said was really not just talk. He had never hoped that his opponent could be stronger. At this time, the battle on the ring, the Eagle Alliance and the White-Head Old Man Alliance, the old rivals who had been entangled for many years, also began to meet. The points began to fluctuate up and down. The White-Head Old Man Alliance also contributed its first point. On the other side, the Chuck Alliance, which had reached the 3rd place, really showed its strength. When it met the Sakura Alliance, it actually knocked down a point. The opponent used 2 Pokemon and finally won 2 in a row. Lin Chen's mouth lightly raised, and he couldn't help but sigh. This elite-friendly match is indeed quite interesting. Time passed by little by little. The battle was also ongoing. During this period, Lin Chen did not just use Kartana as a Pokemon. Instead he chose to crosses it. Like the appearance of Aerodactyl, a mid-level elite, it appeared in the ancient form with Mega Evolution and its strength was still recovering. During this period it was also fighting hard with the high-level elite Rhyperior. When it appeared it also showed a bloodthirsty look. After so long it finally met other opponent. Then after a simple fight it solved the Kangaroo Alliance. Scoreboard: the value is constantly changing. Since it is a 1v1 battle there must be a first echelon and a subsequent echelon. Currently only the White-Headed Old Man Alliance and the Eagle Alliance can compete with the Xiaoguo Alliance. As for the Chuck Alliance, it has become the fourth in the current point. The other four alliances basically have no competitiveness. Beep. Not long after the prompt sounded again. When Lin Chen saw the opponent on the wristband he was stunned. I didn't expect to meet it so soon. White-Headed Old Man Alliance. Before Lin Chen appeared, Zhu Sheng suddenly came. He began to slowly tell the plan for this time. Chapter 480 God-Killing Hercules Characteristics Twilight World Attack. Please collect. Please subscribe. I guess you should have some guesses. Zhu Sheng just entered the lounge and said directly. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and did not directly answer his question. Zhu Sheng smiled and then whispered, "You are quite cautious. The reason why I agreed to let He Ming play last is because I need you to help me detect someone." At this point Lin Chen did not continue to play dumb but just ask who. Zhu Sheng narrowed his eyes and whispered, "William. Maybe even if I don't tell you, you already know that there will be a big turmoil and it is global in nature. And this elite-friendly match is indeed a selection. I told you this. But in addition to this there is another intention. Find the traitor." SISI-7. Zhu Sheng's words made Lin Chen's mouth slightly raised and then asked softly, "Why do you believe me?" "Because you announced the method of Mega Evolution. I don't believe that the Dusk Parliament will announce this." This sentence made Lin Chen stunned. The other party actually knew the Dusk Parliament. As a state machine it really has amazing insight. And the other party told him openly and honestly, and he wanted to gain trust. Lin Chen didn't mind collecting more information. He didn't respond but waited for Zhu Sheng to continue. The other party cursed the little FO inwardly and then slowly spoke. "The Dusk Council has unified the borders of Xia country and all the dark organizations in other alliances. Besides I didn't pay too much attention to it, but recent investigations showed that the Twilight Council might be colluding with other alliances or even secretly supporting this alliance. Because we can't understand the internal situation of other alliances, we set up this friendly match. Opportunities and traps are here." Lin Chen interrupted when he heard this. "Then how do you know that the other party will definitely take the bait?" Zhu Sheng touched his beard and then said in a deep voice, "As far as I know the Twilight Council is related to the catastrophe and it is only the vanguard of the catastrophe. In other words, the other party can't miss this opportunity to participate in our concentrated counterattack. If we can completely disintegrate us we will be able to change the entire situation. It's just that the Twilight Council is extremely strict and even the elite is a pawn that can be abandoned at any time. So we currently have no way of knowing why the other party does this as a human being. We can only temporarily understand it as a group of crazy lunatic doing things that destroy the world." As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen instantly understood that he knew the true identity of the Twilight Council, a civilization from the ancient times. So there is no nostalgia for today's civilization, and through some technology the power of trainers has skyrocketed so as to recruit current people as peripheral personnel to do things for them. Each mission is also completed in stages and it is difficult to know its purpose. Lin Chen felt that there was a thread in his mind and it was about to be completely connected. He did not hesitate anymore but asked softly, "Okay, I believe you. What do I need to do?" Zhu Sheng smiled and said softly, "It's very simple. Defeat all of them and get the first place. At the same time you look for the suspicious person by yourself. The champions of other alliances will not reveal flaws. You can only start from the elite. We are now suspicious of William, but it's just a guess. There is no solid hammer, so you need to judge. If you can find it I will double your reward this time." Zhu Sheng did not propose anything like accepting disciples. He also knew that people like Lin Chen would not choose to become apprentices. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded, then looked at the wristband and strode into the player channel. The moment he stepped onto the ring, the opponent of the White-Headed Old Man Alliance also came up, but it wasn't William but his lover and teammate Serena. As soon as she came on stage, Serena's eyes began to sweep over Lin Chen, who was wearing an extremely revealing black skirt. It makes sense, but no matter how much makeup she puts on it's hard to hide her old age. But her eyes were always fixed on Lin Chen. But Lin Chen didn't care at all and looked at her calmly. That's it. When he was the Sea King in his previous life, what foreigners hadn't he touched? Just a vulgar powder. Originally this trick could always disrupt the opponent's mentality, and the opponent was only 18 years old and could be so carefree. Serena was secretly shocked and then took a deep breath and threw out the pokeball directly. "Come and play, handsome boy." Lin Chen didn't even frown at such a call. A white light flashed and Serena's big mouth frog appeared in front of him. The appearance of this Pokemon made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. You should know that Maywile's racial value is only 380. Among the elites present it seems that there is no one with a value lower than 500. If this thing does not undergo Mega Evolution it is just a piece of iron waste. But if it can undergo Mega Evolution it will become a terrifying instant. The characteristics of Hercules can double its attack attribute. It has created the most terrifying attack racial value in the entire Pokemon world. In the anime Mega Lucario vs Mega Maywile, the bond of Mega Evolution Maple has a Maywile that can Mega Evolve. In the battle with Lucario, Mega Maywile actually defeated Mega Lucario because Lucario could not control his aura sphere. Such a record can be said to be extremely luxurious. In addition, if Mega Evolution is carried out, Mega Maywile's attributes will become Steel plus Fairy. In addition to the double restraint of Fire and Ground, the other 9 attributes are resisted and 9 are immune to Dragon and Poison. Almost no natural enemies. Most people will take Maywile lightly when they see it, but Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Maywile in front of him. Could it be that this Serena can Mega Evolution? Obviously, before the announcement the transmission channel of the Elite Friendly match was completely closed. As for the search in the Zyuguo Alliance, all fossils and stone products were removed from the shelves under the secret instruction of the official. It is almost impossible to find. The big mouth frog in front of him has a yellow body like a doll, and there is a black very large mouth behind the head and the teeth inside are very sharp. Can easily crunch or burn. He took a deep breath and then threw the Pokeball directly. It's decided to be you. Chapter 481. The Fairy King has arrived and distorted the law of evolution. Please collect. Please subscribe. Come out. Sylveon. A flash of white light passed and Sylveon proudly appeared in front of everyone. Even now Sylveon can still attract everyone's attention, because even now there are still not many Sylveons in the world, and this one of Lin Chen has shown his skills in many competitions and amazed everyone. However, at this time Sylveon is still one step away from entering the elite realm. The moment Sylveon appeared it immediately attracted the attention of many people and the audience was talking about it. What is this, Sylveon? I don't feel the oppression of the elite level. It should not have reached the elite level yet. You know, everyone below the elite is an ant. The big devil must have his own intentions. He has defeated the Red Moon elite before. Maybe he can defeat the elite again. I don't quite believe it. After all, the Red Moon elite before was 06 defeated by Agron and he was only at the initial level of elite. He reached the middle level of elite by burning his life with potions. Compared to Serena's middle level of elite, this is a strong man selected from the entire Whitehead Alliance. I think it's a bit mysterious. There were countless discussions and almost all the audience's attention was on the number 1 ring. The previous battles were not as exciting as the one on the number 1 ring. At this time Sylveon was staring at this Maywile. For her the opponent's steel attribute restrained the fairy system, but since the master released himself to fight he must be prepared. Sylveon's energy was condensed and he was ready for the battle. Serena standing opposite laughed softly. Hehe, I heard that the fairy system is restrained by the steel system plus the level of crushing. I don't mind if you are attracted by my beauty and want to give me some point. Serena's words made Sylveon completely angry at this moment. Just when he wanted to rush forward he was stopped by Lin Chen. Yi, don't be reckless. Follow my instructions and fight. Sylveon heard the master's word and then suppressed the rage at that moment, staring at Maywile on the opposite side. Dazo. Maywile looked at Lin Chen tenderly, showing his deceiving Pokemon characteristic, but the net moment Lin Chen had already issued an order. Sylveon, use Misty Terrain. Sylveon cried out and then activated the fairy energy. The air around him suddenly became heavy and then a white mist slowly rose up covering the entire ring. In an instant the surroundings began to blur and the vision was completely obscured. Serena saw this scene and gave an order directly. Maywile, fairy wind, disperse it. Dazo. It's just that the big mouth behind Maywile turned around and then the big steel mouth showed its sharp teeth, blowing a pink fairy wind towards the thick fog. But the misty terrain didn't move much. Even though it was blown and kept surging, there was no sign of dissipating. Serena saw that it was fruitless, so she simply gave up dispelling the misty terrain. After all, this trick is only useful for dragon skills, and Lin Chen's mouth corners were slightly raised just to block the line of sight, and another effect: the Pokemon on the ground will not be affected by the abnormal state. Swish swish swish. While Maywile was still in a daze, countless Swift suddenly launched in the thick fog. Serena immediately gave orders. Maywile, iron defense. Dazo. Maywile cried out and then turned his head directly, and the huge Orberg mouth covered his entire body. Ding ding ding. Swift smashed on the opponent's huge steel teeth, making a sound of metal clashing, but it couldn't cause much damage. Although there was no damage, the pain still completely angered Maywile. Dazo. The big mouth frog looked around trying to find the location of Sylveon but couldn't find the target. Before finding the opponent's trace another moonblast was shot from another direction. Swoosh! The silvery white moonlight sprinkled countless clear lights and then turned into a beam of light and shot out. Serena immediately gave the order. Meanwhile, use Iron Head. Dazo. The giant frog turned its huge mouth again and then aimed at the beam of light and hit Iron Head directly. He took the attack, although it could not cause any damage to it using melee attack, and colliding with the opponent's long-range attacks would be a disadvantage for him no matter what. Serena immediately realized that if she continued like this she would be worn down by the opponent sooner or later. She gave the order directly. Meanwhile, move. Dazo. Serena felt that the opponent must have attacked again based on her memory and the sound feedback after the attack. Meanwhile's long-range attack methods are extremely scarce, so he must hide in the fog. The net moment. Meanwhile also went into the fog and began to look for Sylvian's traces. The arena is only 667 square meters. As long as the opponent encounters him, then his big deal teeth will never let the opponent go, and if he loses all vision the opponent will not be able to attack him. Lin Chen heard this command and his mouth slightly raised. The fish has been completely hooked. Just continue to set the trap and you can catch it on the shore. Sylvian used Draining Kiss. Tai. Sylvian in the fog directly used Draining Kiss and a pink-red lip slowly floated out and hit Meanwhile's back directly. Spray. With a muffled sound, Meanwhile staggered. Although it has the attribute of double resistance, the opponent's repeated attacks cannot be completely ignored. Moreover, the energy intensity of Sylvian is no worse than that of the general elite beginner. Serena was completely furious. She could only hear Meanwhile's counter-attack in the thick fog, but from the sound it was obviously missed again. Why can the opponent find her position accurately? Such a low-level field skill has such an effect. Meanwhile, come back. Meanwhile, who heard the command, followed the sound and slowly returned to the master's side. At this time Serena took out a stone. Meanwhile, Mega Evolution. Chapter 482. The Strongest Immortal Emperor Form. Mega Evolution Frenzy. Please collect. Please subscribe. Dazo. Meanwhile cried out and then felt the pull of the Mega Evolutionary Stone and her energy surged rapidly. Then Serena took out the keystone directly. Mind and Heart Bonds Evolution. The net moment. Meanwhile's figure changed and her body became slightly larger, and the huge mouth behind her turned into a pair standing on both sides, becoming twin-tailed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who opened the all-seeing eyes, actually felt that Meanwhile was much more pleasing to the eye at this time. Twin-tailed plus a ventriloquist. Ahem. Of course Lin Chen was just complaining secretly, and he actually narrowed his eyes slightly. As judged before, the other party could not have possessed the Mega Evolutionary after he published the paper stone and keystone. Then the biggest possibility is that it had it before. In addition, Lin Chen clearly knew that the Dust Council knew about Mega Evolution. The suspicion of the White-Head Sparrow Alliance became even greater. While Lin Chen was still thinking Meanwhile had completely evolved, Mega Meanwhile not only has its appearance changed, but the most important thing is that its characteristics have become strongman. The increased 100 points of racial value, although it cannot support its energy intensity from the middle level of elite to the high level of elite, but it has caught up with the baseline racial value of other Pokemon, and it has the highest physical attack racial value of all Pokemon, but it can't be easily touched by it. Sylvian Swift. Tai. Lin Chen gave another order and Meanwhile opened his big mouth with twin ponytails directly. Swallow. Swallow attacked and swallowed all the countless Swift that flew towards him. He just started to crunch them. For the audience, this battle was the only one that they couldn't see clearly. They could only make simple judgments based on the instructions of the on-site trainer, but anyone with a discerning eye could see it. At this time Sylvian didn't dare to fight the opponent head-on. He relied on the thick fog field to use mobility to attack Meanwhile. Serena frowned and then looked at Lin Chen. I didn't expect that you still have something to force me to this point, but that's it. At this time Lin Chen took a deep breath. Even if he didn't turn on the Immortal Emperor mode, he could still sense the aura of all things and naturally find the opponent's traces. It turned Misty Terrain, a skill that didn't have much effect, into a magical skill. Sylvian used Dazzling Gleam. Tai. Sylvian cried out, accumulating a huge amount of fairy energy, and the energy around it was surging, making a rustling sound. The mist surged like a whirlpool, although it was very likely to oppose its position, but Lin Chen estimated that the Misty Terrain might not be able to stop Meanwhile at this time, so he needed to try his best. Swish! The huge amount of fairy energy was finally accumulated, and Meanwhile, who was always on guard, finally found Sylvian's position. Dazo. Meanwhile directly activated the fairy law, and then the huge mouth behind him turned pink like a bunch of pink twin tails. Kaka. The huge steel teeth collided, and at this time a huge colorful light wave came towards them. Dazzling Gleam. Boom. Dazzling Gleam condensed on Sylvian's head, constantly impacting Meanwhile's huge mouth. The mist also completely dissipated in this turbulent energy. The picture in front of the audience was completely clear. Just after it dissipated, they saw such a thrilling scene. Meanwhile's two huge mouth like a meat grinder bit off Sylvian's dazzling gleam one by one. Such an energy shock wave can actually be crunched in this way. Lin Chen also narrowed his eyes slightly. Except for Kartana, he has never seen such a powerful physical attack. I'm afraid that even if Kartana is here, it will probably be a fierce battle. Crunch it! Serena roared, and Maywile bit faster. Ka. The colorful dazzling gleam finally dissipated completely under the steel teeth. The audience was all excited. What is this? Maywile's new form? It seems that it has more than one attribute. The two huge mouths have turned pink and have added fairy attribute. It can actually crunch dazzling gleam in one bite. Such an attack can't shake it at all. I'm afraid Lin Chen is in danger. Come on, Lin Chen! As the audience of the Xia Country Alliance, they all began to cheer for Lin Chen spontaneously. And on the ring, Sylvian is not doing well at this time. The misty terrain has completely dissipated. Even if it is used again, Maywile of this strength can completely blow it away through the fairy wind of the fairy law. Dazzling gleam was directly crushed, and then Maywile had sucker punch. The powerful physical attack prevented Sylvian from confronting it head-on. A slight collision may have been the end of the game. One Sylvian safeguard. Tai. Sylvian cried out, and with a light jump he avoided a crunch. A transparent light screen was formed behind him, unfolding like a diamond-shaped protective shield, and Maywile's two steel teeth bit the safeguard. With a crisp sound, the safeguard was directly broken, splashing countless spots of light. Everyone present was sweating, for Lin Chen and Maywile's pursuit directly devoured the entire ring. Bang bang bang! The entire ground, brick and stones were all broken. Everywhere he went it turned into broken walls and ruin. Wang Zhao's Lin Chen took a deep breath and then issued another order. Sylvian, quick attack! Avoid! Tai. Sylvian tapped his limbs lightly, and then like a spark, relying on his own agility, he temporarily distanced himself from Maywile. However, if this continues, the physical energy consumption will far exceed that of the opponent. This is not the way to win. However, Lin Chen was still very calm with a slight smile on his face. The detection is almost done. It's time to counterattack. Lin Chen took out Sylvian's Mega Evolutionary Stone Ite directly from his pocket and then threw it out. Sylvian Mega Evolution. The NET moment, a white light was transmitted from the keystone connecting Lin Chen and Sylvian. Sylvian's body lit up with colorful light under the stimulation of the evolutionary stone Ite. Sylvian Mega Evolution. Chapter 483. The Shining Magic that Shatters the World. The tactical command that shocks the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Countless energies wrapped around Sylvian, and the rich fairy energy began to flow rapidly. Even from a distance you can feel the surge in its energy. Originally there was only a thin line between it and the elite level, but now it has easily crossed over. The energy gap between Sylvian and Mega Maywile is not that big now. Lin Chen also looked at the arena intently. Even he had never seen Sylvian's mega form. Even in the memories of the previous life he had never seen this form before. Xiao Yi. Sylvian's body began to become slender and the pink color on his hair became brighter. The number of tails began to increase, with 3 long pink tails tied with blue bows. It was like a delicate fairy princess coming to the world, and every frown and smile was particularly extraordinary. A circle of light golden halo appeared around her body, completely covering her. The fairy energy surged like waves, and the air around her was light pink. In the audience seats on the side, the audience of the imperial capital embraced Adradani started to tremble, and Maywile in front of him was also stunned, sensing the threat of Sylvian in front of him. 670. The fairy energy made him feel that the energy in his body was surrendering, and all this was attributed to the fairy king, the Horn of Xerneas. Even though he had not entered the fairy emperor mode, the fairy energy he emitted still made him unable to resist. Dazo. Maywile was an ES and started to attack directly. The two huge steel teeth swept across. Even Orberg would be instantly crunched. Tai. However, after Sylvian underwent mega evolution, his racial value directly increased by 100 points and his speed became even faster. Like a gust of wind he lightly avoided the attack. Boom! The whole ground was directly crunched by this bite, and countless bricks and stones splashed, which look particularly spectacular. However, no matter how powerful the attack is, if it can't hit, it will be meaningless. Serena was already a little impatient when she saw this scene. Originally she thought that after Maywile had performed mega evolution he would be able to crush his opponent directly, but she didn't expect that the opponent also had mega evolution. This was completely unexpected before the game. In this way Maywile's shortcomings in race value were instantly opposed. Maywile used growl. Dazo. Maywile originally stood still, and then a sharp growl spread out instantly, and Sylvian, who was in the ring, suddenly slowed down. Good opportunity. A hint of surprise flashed in Serena's eyes, and then she gave the order directly. Maywile used play rough. Even with the existence of the protective shield, the audience who were close to the surroundings were all full of blood and covered their ears. Dazo. The NET moment, Maywile swung his two big mouth and his twin ponytails jumped and ran towards the stagnant Sylvian. Lin Chen was still very calm when he saw this scene. He just gave a command exclaimed in a low voice. The farce is over. A blow from the Fairy King, dazzling gleam. In an instant Sylvian's momentum suddenly soared, and then the rich fairy energy flowed in her body. Behind Sylvian a shadow of an elf slowly appeared. That was the shadow of the Fairy King Xerneas. The pink light slowly appeared and then turned into a thick pink light column. Boom! With a loud bang, dazzling gleam swept out directly, and the target was Maywile from Sucker Punch. And Maywile wanted to repeat the same trick. Two huge mouths in the air kept biting dazzling gleam, but this time the situation was completely different. Dazzling gleam was like hot lava. The moment Maywile's big steel teeth touched the beam of light, endless fairy power penetrated directly into her two huge mouths like a thorn in the flesh. Roar! Maywile kept wailing, and the fairy energy in her mouth was constantly dissipating. The steel teeth that she was proud of originally failed to change the situation for her at this time, but instead ate this terrifying dazzling gleam into her stomach. Maywile was no longer able to move forward, and she kept rolling on the ring while holding her stomach, but her abdomen was constantly impacted by the fairy energy, and it was obvious that the energy was surging in it. Serena was completely panicked at this moment and kept calling Maywile's name. Maywile, how are you? Dazo. But the severe pain made Maywile unable to answer her, and she could only keep wailing. At this time Lin Chen looked at all this indifferently with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Serena finally couldn't help it and begged directly, Mr. Lin, please help me. I give up. I give up. At this moment Serena no longer had the charm and majesty. Just now she was just an old woman, but the other party had already given up completely. Until there was solid evidence that the other party was colluding with the Twilight Council, Lin Chen would naturally not do anything to her. Lin Chen snapped his fingers directly. Duh. With a crisp sound, Sylvian stopped manipulating the fairy energy, and Maywile's pain disappeared immediately. Although it recovered, the damage of that blow was real. At this time the referee heard Serena's words, nodded, and then announced, I declare that this game is won by Lin Chen of the Xiaoguo Alliance. In an instant all the audience cheered. The Great Demon King is awesome. With such tactical command ability, he once again defeated the elite at the peak of the professional level. Who said that those below the elite are all ant? That's because you haven't met Lin Chen. The Great Demon King is too strong. The Xia Country Alliance has produced a top-level genius. This will be one of the strongest forces in the future. When everyone was cheering, Lin Chen did not turn around and leave as before. Instead he looked at Serena, who was holding Maywile, and frowned. At this time Serena's he doesn't look like someone who cooperates with the Twilight Council, but how to explain this mega evolutionary stone-ite and keystone? Countless mysteries emerged in Lin Chen's mind, leaving him puzzled. He spoke slowly. Serena, where did your keystone and mega evolutionary stone-ite come from? Serena was stunned for a moment and slowly raised her head. Just as she was about to speak, a voice of rage came. Serena, shut up. Lin Chen looked up and saw William looking at him fiercely. It seems that the mystery has not been solved yet. Chapter 484, The Power of the Strongest Nine Saints, the Power of Omniscience and Omnipotence. Please collect. Please subscribe. Sorry, I can't say. Serena hesitated for a moment but finally chose to shut up. Her eyes were full of bitterness. Her Maywile was the first Pokemon she had. Even though her racial value was too low, she had been nurturing it until now. Although he had other elite mid-level Pokemon, in order to make Sylvian stop and protect Maywile, he had no choice but to surrender. Serena knew that she might be severely punished this time. Maybe she would be directly expelled from the league. Dazo. Maywile gently touched Serena's face and comforted her master. Before turning around, the big mouth baby was still standing. The 9 saints in the audience naturally noticed this scene, and when they looked at Serena their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even the elite in front of him was just like killing chickens and dogs. Lin Chen was still calm and didn't say much. He just glanced at William and turned to leave the ring. Behind him were countless cheers that drowned the entire venue. The players who were competing in other rings were all stunned. Why was it so sensational all of a sudden? Did something happen in the first ring again? Is that team still Lin Chen on the field? Hasn't it been defeated yet? Although everyone was confused as it was an elite level battle, they were not distracted. Big Devil, defending 3 rings in a row. This is too strong. It's simply a bug. Another counter-attack against the elite. What no one has accomplished in 100 years. The Big Devil has recreated miracles many times. I have a guess, when fighting against the Red Moon elites before, did Lin Chen already have the method of mega evolution? What the above said makes sense. It must be like this, otherwise it would be too difficult to counter-attack the elite. It is simply an impossible task. And now Lin Chen has so generously announced the method of mega evolution. This will change the pattern of the whole world. From now on, it is not that those who are below the elites are all ant. I am afraid that many people will be able to accomplish this feat. Such a great discovery has improved the strength of the whole world, which is a benefit to future generations. Big Devil, Big Devil. Amid the surging sound waves, Lin Chen has quietly returned to the lounge. As soon as the door was opened, Zhu Sheng was already sitting inside. He looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Lion. This battle is really bold. Lin Chen naturally knew what Zhu Sheng meant. He knew that Meanwhile might mega evolution and then the fairy system appeared. As the king of fairy Sylvian, this is how he showed a crushing level of battle. If this Meanwhile did not undergo mega evolution, then pure steel system, even if Sylvian used evolutionary stone eye, it may not be able to defeat the opponent. This is a gamble. Bet that the opponent has evolutionary stone eye and he knows Meanwhile's post-evolution properties very well and is still planning step by step. All this can only be done by Lin Chen. At first the continuous feint was just to irritate the opponent with attribute restraint, even if it can defeat Meanwhile. Sylvian's physical strength may not be able to support that time. If you want to achieve great things, sometimes it's good to gamble, Lin Chen said softly. But he is not a gambler. He never does anything without confidence. Sylvian has the aura of all things. Even if he is temporarily defeated, he can directly turn on the immortal emperor mode, crush it directly. But that just poses one of his trump cards, a high-level elite combat power. Not many people may discover the secret, and even if the guys from the Dusk Council hidden in the crowd find out, it is nothing to let them target him. After all, they have already targeted him. Tell me what you think. Zhu Sheng frowned, stroking his long beard, his eyes full of doubt. What he wants to ask is Lin Chen's feeling whether the Whitehead Alliance is a traitor. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then thought for a moment and slowly said, "For now, Serena, unlike an insider, she knows something, but it is definitely not the core. It is likely that her evolutionary stone eye was given to her by William." Lin Chen's words made Zhu Sheng raise his eyebrows. "Zero seeking flowers. How did you know?" Zhu Sheng's face was full of disbelief. He only fought with the other party for a few minutes and he could get so much information. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, "Because she is not skilled in fighting. From the relationship between her and Meanwhile, it is obvious that she chose to surrender in order to save Meanwhile, so they must have a close relationship. Then if she had obtained the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye early, her battle command after Mega Evolution would not be so rough. You can refer to Su Hu for this point." Zhu Sheng's eyes were full of admiration and he could not see Lin Chen more clearly. Such a young man who is only 18 years old actually has such strategy and strength. Zero. In addition, he is also very courageous. If I hadn't read his profile earlier, he would have been ordinary and plain as white as paper. Zhu Sheng might have thought he was facing another champion-level powerhouse who was hiding his strength and age in front of him. So Serena is not worth my effort to catch her at the moment. Zhu Sheng came to a conclusion. Lin Chen nodded, and everything will wait until the NET battle. Ding. At this time Lin Chen's wristband sounded again. It showed the opponent, this time Eagle Alliance. In Lin Chen's mind he recalled the girl in the pink princess dress who had stood up for the waiter before. This pair is very strange and they have only lost one game so far. The strength of the SI girls is actually similar, but the Pokemon is different. He took a deep breath and then looked at Zhu Sheng. "It's just right for me to contact people from other alliances first and then we will decide whether to take action." Zhu Sheng nodded after hearing this. Lin Chen didn't say much and then left the lounge and went to the audience seat. He wanted to watch the games of other league. After all, he had the all-seeing eye. If there was a problem, he could also see some clues. Not long after Lin Chen came to the audience, he looked at his two old friends at a glance. He slowly said, "Long time no see." Corpse. Chapter 485. Beautiful school beauty classmate fight against fearless genius. Please collect. Please subscribe. When I saw Li Feng again, he had changed into a black suit and the edges and corners of his face became more distinct. Although it had been a few months, the two had embarked on completely different paths. Not long ago Li Feng still regarded himself as the biggest opponent, but now the opponent's eyes no longer had the meaning of competition but became much calmer instead. People always become stronger when they become calm. Lin Chen directly opened the all-seeing eye and swept across Li Feng's waist. There was obviously a professional level Pokemon in the opponent's Pokeball. You know, in Hangzhou this level of strength has exceeded 99% of the trainers. Among the same age, even the students of number 1 middle school, there are not many who can enter the professional level in such a short time. It's been a long time since we last met. In this game of SI70, let me see how you can defeat the strong men of other alliances. A trace of expectation flashed in Li Feng's eyes without the original pride. Instead it was full of blessings. Okay, of course. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Li Feng did not challenge him so proudly but made him feel a little sad that things have changed. By the way, take this with you. Lin Chen took out Venusaur's Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye and Keystone from his pocket and put them in the other party's hand. Before publishing the paper, he had hoarded Evolutionary Stone Eye and Keystone for a long time. Although he did not hoard a large amount, he still had hundreds of various types. Among them Royal 3's Evolutionary Stone Eye is still the focus of hoarding, and there are SI Charizard X stones alone. But I don't know if it's a matter of luck, but I didn't encounter Charizard Stone and Venusaur's Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. Of course course is also among them. Ah, this is too pensive. Li Feng glanced at the 2 stones from the gap between his fingertips and immediately refused, but Lin Chen's eyes showed his determination. Take it, you can use it later, but now you must pay attention. These things can also be used by the elite. Although the elite will definitely not take action for them, you can keep a low profile on weekdays. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Feng nodded repeatedly. For him, he knew the truth that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Otherwise he would not be alive until now, and there are even more undercurrents in the imperial capital. His family background in Hangzhou City has no advantage over others. He can only become stronger through his own effort. The reason why Lin Chen was so eager to give these things to him was to buy him some time to come when the catastrophe came to his side. Okay, thank you then. Li Feng said no more and nodded. Chu Zener, who was standing beside him, raised her lips slightly and couldn't help but teasing. Why are you so affectionate when you meet? Chu Zener was obviously more mature at this time. For ordinary girls, the period from the college entrance examination to college is the period of enlightenment. In just a few months, Chu Zener's makeup began to become more exquisite and her dressing style gradually matured. Why, Lin Chen, you have been in the school experimental class for so long and you don't like us ordinary classes? This sentence made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. Ordinary class? Lin Chen saw the school uniform that Chu Zener put net to him at a glance, which was the school uniform of the Imperial Capital Academy. Li Feng was admitted to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, and Chu Zener actually entered the Imperial Capital Academy. Thinking about it, during the previous college entrance examination with his helping hand, the two of them scored a lot of points in the secret realm and then came to the Imperial Capital Arena competition. Chu Zener did play one more round than Li Feng. Did she score enough to enter the Imperial Capital Academy? However, thinking of Chu Zener's previous family background, it seems that she still used some connection. Yes, so we are still alumni in the future. And I heard that the experimental class is an elimination system. Maybe we will meet again. Chu Zener lifted her long hair and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. In the NET game you must do your best. Lin Qingguan smiled and said with the other two. Lin Chen nodded and looked at the other arenas. The battle was still going on at this time, but the pattern of the arena competition in this friendly match had gradually emerged. In the Xiaoguo Alliance, one man stood guard and defeated 4 people. As long as there were SI people, they would directly enter the promotion group without fighting again, but the actual points were only 4 points and 0. Because no one used the second Pokemon, all of them surrendered directly after losing one. In contrast, although the number of rounds in other alliances may not be as many as that of the Xiaoguo Alliance, the points have exceeded that of the Xiaoguo Alliance. Of course, this score is not too important. The final alliance showdown is the highlight. The score multiplier will also increase accordingly, which is equivalent to the semifinals and finals. It's just a friendly match. In order to save the face of the major alliances, it was not directly mentioned. For example, the Luyi Alliance now has 1 point and it gave 7 points to others. It must not be said casually. The current early stage of the ring competition has reached the final stage. Basically, the Xiaoguo Alliance, the White-Head Old Man Alliance and the Eagle Alliance are in the first echelon. In addition, the Chuck Alliance, which had a bad start, did not expect to not lose the NET game and actually came from behind. Facing other first-tier alliances, the Chuck Alliance also took points strongly. It's just that I didn't watch their game, so I don't know the specific situation of the game. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The NET opponent is the SI sisters with average strength, but now the opponent has also finished the game and entered the lounge and can't see their game 5-9. Of course, this is to ensure the fairness of the game. Did he? Just as Lin Chen was thinking, the wristband reminder sounded again. The opponent was in place and the 20-minute break time was up. Lin Chen took a deep breath and whispered, "Wait for my good news." Lin Qingguan, Chu Zener and the other two smiled and began to cheer for Lin Chen. Come on. Lin Chen nodded and began to walk towards the contestant channel. The girl with pink hair and a princess dress who met last time was walking towards him. It turned out that she was facing her. The incident of this girl standing up for the waiter before was still vivid in my mind. The Eagle Alliance has only lost 1 game so far. I don't know what secrets are hidden. Chapter 486. Guzzlord who devours everything has a divine power that shakes the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Hello. The pink-haired girl who slowly walked onto the stage had green eyes and looked delicate in a princess dress. She didn't look like an elite-level strongman at all. She looked like a princess of the Alliance who was about to be crowned. Hearing the other parties greeting, Lin Chen also nodded and replied, "Hello." Lin Chen had no ill feelings towards this girl from the Eagle Alliance. After seeing both sides take their positions, the referees of both sides also quickly began to take their positions and then announced loudly, "In this game, Lin Chen from Xia Country and Eliza from the Eagle Alliance will compete. The rules for both sides are the same as before and now they will read them out." After After announcing the rules as usual, the referees of both sides signaled to the players, and after receiving a response they announced loudly again, "I declare that the game will start now." In an instant all the audiences were boiling. At this point in the game, every game is a battle between the strong. At present both sides have only lost one game, ranking in the top 2. Who do you think will win? From now on the strength of both sides should be about the same, but I am optimistic about the big demon. Lin Chen has used several Pokemons and the opponent is Psychic's team. I wonder if they have any other card. The big demon is strong, but those Pokemons have basically been studied thoroughly. I think the players of the Eagle Alliance here are more peculiar. Some may surprise us. I won't listen to your lies. If you can show me how you bought it. Cough. Gambling game, just lay with a heartbeat. I just made a small mortgage on a house and borrowed hundreds of thousands to buy the big devil, but the other party is also very strong, so don't buy the same one as me. Damn it. Old silver coin. As expected, you can't use your house if you bet on dog. Suddenly the bet has begun on the outcome of this game. What's even more outrageous is that in addition to guessing the outcome, there is also a gambling game of guessing the duration, and even worse, guessing what Pokemon Lin Chen uses. Among them all, the Pokemon used by Lin Chen were placed on it. The one with the highest calls and bets is Agron, and Kartana's outstanding performance in the previous appearance has attracted many people to place bet. There are also options mysterious ghost Pokemon, and Tijipai is also on the list, and even Chansey, who has only appeared once or twice, is also bought. I'm afraid it's a gamble on tomorrow. On the ring, Eliza raised the corners of her mouth slightly and threw her Pokeball directly. Come out, Hatterene! Cry! A white light flashed and Hatterene appeared on the ring. Its whole body was pink and white. It looked like a lady wearing a hat and skirt. The hat tended out in a claw-like shape. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a psychic and fairy Pokemon, and the Pokemon that I registered before has some connections with it. Lin Chen didn't hesitate anymore and drew a hand on his waist, and then a beast ball appeared in front of him. Come out, Guzzlord! Ouch! Guzzlord roared, and a huge 8-meter tall figure appeared in front of everyone. In an instant a heated debate arose. What is this? How come I've never seen it before? You don't realize it. This is Ultra Beast Guzzlord. At this time, on the contrary, the Xia Kingdom Alliance had seen the people of Guzzlord more than once, and their sense of superiority instantly emerged. Discuss knowledge with people in other alliances in a eloquent manner. Another Ultra Beast? Why does this Lin Chen have so many rare Pokemon? The other players who were staring at arena number 1 in the distance were suddenly stunned. Could it be that Lin Chen had a way to enter another dimension? Or it's really because of my luck. There are no Ultra Beasts hot in the world, and he owns 2 of them. While everyone was surprised, Lin Chen laughed in a wicked way. Unexpectedly, Guzzlord met Hatterene. These 2 Pokemon are indeed related. Guzzlord's attributes are dark and dragon type, while Hatterene's attributes are psychic and fairy type. Among them, dark is immune to psychic while fairy is immune to dragon skills. In other words, when the levels are almost the same, both sides are immune to half of the other's skills. Of course, in fact, the situation was not good for Lin Chen, because the opponent's Hatterene has reached the mid-level elite level. Her skills currently still have a certain effect on Guzzlord. Ouch! Guzzlord also felt the strength of his opponent and immediately roared. After both sides are ready, the battle begins. Cry! Hatterene didn't hesitate at all. She also saw that the other party's Guzzlord had not yet reached the elite level. Therefore, through a strong attack you can completely deny the opponent a chance and use Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite gimmick. Hatterene used Draining Kiss. Yowli! Pink fairy energy condensed in the air, and the opponent directly avoided using psychic energy. It seemed that he also had a certain understanding of Guzzlord and knew its attribute. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and directly 670 issued the order. Guzzlord used Dark Pulse. Ouch! The opponent obviously didn't expect that a Pokemon that hadn't reached the elite level would dare to fight against him. A black dark energy spread outward like ripples and then quickly swept forward. Boom! In an instant, Draining Kiss Pink Lips Hyped energy wave collided directly with Dark Pulse. Explosion was immediately aroused. Fairy energy and dark energy are not related to each other. The entire arena began to shake, but Guzzlord's Dark Pulse was still slightly weaker. In the head-on collision with the opponent's Draining Kiss, it was completely shattered, and then some fairy energy continued to move forward directly towards Guzzlord. Ouch! Guzzlord had no intention of evading. This trace of residual energy was directly swallowed by its wide mouth. Gurgle! The energy was surging in Guzzlord's body, but it did not cause any wave. Obviously, the 2 sides tried to make a move, and in the end Hatterene, the middle-level elite, was slightly better, but it didn't take much advantage. At this time, Lin Chen's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he thought to himself, I'm waiting for you. Chapter 487 Guzzlord advances, the devil who devours the sky. Please collect. Please subscribe. Ayaha! Guzzlord roared after taking this blow, and his huge body was constantly decomposing the energy in it. The reason for using Guzzlord was that on the one hand he knew that the opponent was a psychic Pokemon, but he didn't expect that that the opponent was a fairy Pokemon, so he didn't have an advantage in attribute. This attack was a test for both sides and the reason why Lin Chen dared to use the peak of the professional level to attack against the opponent's elite mid-level. In fact, it is still due to Guzzlord characteristic beast upgrade. All Ultra Beasts have a characteristic that is after defeating a Pokemon with a certain strength they can permanently obtain the highest attribute bonus. This point is fully reflected in Kartana. Kartana only needs to continuously defeat the enemy. The physical attack will continue to increase and the swordsmanship will become more and more advanced. And Guzzlord's special attack is actually very powerful. More importantly, Lin Chen had already checked Guzzlord with the eye of all-knowing and his advancement energy was already sufficient. The delay in advancement may be due to the lack of a battle. At first Guzzlord should have been the first to advance to elite, but Agron absorbed the entire blood pool of Regirock in the secret cave and then he advanced to elite first. How is this possible? At this time Elisa's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, but just one attack would not make it admit defeat, so after a brief moment of surprise Elisa gave another order. Hatterene, use play rough. Scream. Hatterene cried out. Since the opponent's special attack is not weak, it is unknown how close combat is. For Hatterene all the values are not bad. The only shortcoming among the racial values is the speed, which is only 29 points. In the racial value of 510 it can be almost ignored. After all, her male species is a long-haired troll. The net moment Hatterene has approached Guzzlord. Although the size difference is large, the power of play is not low at all. Lin Chen directly gave the order. Guzzlord, avoid. Ayaha. Guzzlord roared and a pair of wings suddenly grew behind him. The black wings made him fly directly into the air. The playfulness with the huge fairy energy was in vain. Elisa's mouth corners slightly raised and she whispered, Hatterene, use teleport. Cry. The net moment the psychic energy around Hatterene began to fluctuate and then her figure disappeared directly from the spot. Whoosh. With a whistle Hatterene's figure appeared behind Guzzlord. Although the race value of speed is extremely low in the real world, the race value of speed only determines the movement speed, and the strength of psychic Pokemon is teleport. Hatterene teleported behind Guzzlord and hit Guzzlord on the spot with a play rough attack. Flurb. After a loud bang, Guzzlord flew backward. The spherical body was smashed directly to the ground in the air like a meteor. Guzzlord was also directly enraged, and at the moment of being hit, the attack that had been prepared long ago was released at the same time. Payback. The two giant tongues in Guzzlord's mouth swept across, and Hatterene, who was slower, had no way to dodge and was also directly blown away. Flurb. After all, the level suppression was too severe and Guzzlord was directly smashed into the ground, stirring up countless smoke and dust. For a moment the entire ring was filled with smoke and all the audience held their breath and stared at the center of the ring. Xylee. But the opponent's Hatterene did not suffer too much damage. At the moment of being knocked away, he rolled in the air and once again urged the psychic energy, immediately stopped the trend of flying backward and then hovered in the air. A hint of surprise flashed in Elisa's eyes and she slowly said, although I don't know why your Ultra Beast can have such strong energy, the gap in level cannot be crossed. The audience present also sweated for Lin Chen. I think it's a bit shaky. Previously there was Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite, so the gap in levels was smoothed out, but now it seems that Lin Chen does not have the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite in his hands, so if he wants to defeat the opponent, the power of the law alone is a gap that is difficult to cross. Only Zhu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for Lin Chen's change of tactic. In his opinion, Lin Chen can obviously use Kartana, so he is more likely to win, but why use the peak professional Pokemon? Lin Chen heard Elisa's words and responded softly, I do not have Guzzlord's Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite, but if the gap between the peak professional level and the elite level cannot be crossed, then what if I cross the elite level? Lin Chen's words made Elisa frown. Immediately afterwards a terrible breath came from the deep pit that Guzzlord smashed into the ground. Lin Chen, who saw this scene, opened his all-seeing eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Just at that moment Lin Chen had already sensed the rising breath, rising again, and then directly broke through the shackles of the elite. This was also Lin Chen's original plan. Use a fierce battle to stimulate the potential of Guzzlord and then break through the elite level in one fell swoop. Ayaha. The smoke gradually dissipated, and just before it dissipated a thunderous roar was heard. The audience's eyes widened. Guzzlord, advance Wang Zayahao elite. The referee stretched out his hand directly. According to the rules of the game, the battle needs to be stopped to advance, and the battle will start again after the opponent's advancement is completed. After all, every elite level Pokemon is the backbone of the entire alliance. In a friendly match it is naturally impossible to interrupt the advancement. Guzzlord's whole body was lit up with golden light, not evolution light, but the surge of energy is completely connected. The edge of the golden light spreads with black line. That is Guzzlord's dark law, which begins to slowly appear. The dark law caused many roars to appear on the entire ring. That is the evil thoughts from the 7 deadly deadly sins which continue to spread and rise. Just listening to those roars, the audience has begun to tremble. Then a black light connected to Lin Chen. That is Guzzlord's return. It has arrived. Chapter 488. The demon god who came to the world devouring the law appear. Please collect. Please subscribe. Instantly countless evil thoughts appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, lust. Everything all reflected back to Lin Chen, making him lustful. However, how could these negative emotions shake Lin Chen? He slowly closed his eyes, and in an instant these sins were completely washed away. In addition to the energy of the life gem, what is more important is that Lin Chen has long surpassed the tenacity of the world. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, his eyes were like ink, and the black pupils made people extremely afraid. After such a baptism, Lin Chen's spirit has become extremely tough, and even the impact of psychic energy has become extremely resistant. Various negative states will hardly take effect on him, and this effect will continue to increase as Guzzlord continues to improve his strength. Unlike the feedback of the steel law improves the strength of the body, and the dark law makes those mental attacks ineffective. In terms of effect, compared with the irresistible physical attacks, perhaps those invisible assassinations from the spirit are more feared. Ayaha! Guzzlord in the deep pit roared, and his size did not change much. After all, it was just an advancement, not an evolution. But advancing to elite means the use of the power of law. 673. Guzzlord took a deep breath, and all the energy diffused in the air, whether it was dark energy or fairy energy, was sucked into his mouth. The tension of the dark law, the law of devouring. When he appeared in front of everyone again, Guzzlord's eyes were full of bloodthirstiness. When the huge body appeared, it was like a demon from ancient times about to devour all living things. Saliva dripped on the sharp teeth in the huge mouth. It's hungry. Guzzlord wants to devour everything. When Elisa saw this scene, her eyes were full of fear. The other party was completely different from before. Felt a huge threat from Guzzlord. The net moment Elisa gave a direct order. Hatterene, don't get close, just use misty terrain. Xylee. Hatterene directly activated the fairy energy, and then thick fog appeared again on the ring. This tactical combination is due to Hatterene's attribute. Unlike Sylvian's aura sensing, psychic can directly use psychic to sense, therefore he can know the opponent's position, and misty terrain also made up for Hatterene's lack of speed. Ayaha! Guzzlord did not panic but roared. From its huge mouth, two tongues like giant pythons suddenly shot out and then swept away in the thick fog. Whoosh! A whistle suddenly came from the thick fog that was the voice of teleport. Eliza widened her eyes and couldn't help asking, Why can you attack so accurately without seeing? After hearing Eliza's words, Lin Chen naturally opened the eye of all-knowing. Before knowing that Guzzlord's attack was indeed different from Chan, he slowly said, although I can't see, I can smell the smell on you. At the moment when Lin Chen said it, Eliza actually thought of this and immediately issued another order. Hatterene, use aromatherapy. Cry. Hatterene aimed directly at herself and then used aromatherapy. In an instant, the wound on Hatterene's body caused by the collision of clay rough began to heal rapidly. In the thick fog there was a diffused aroma. This smell was refreshing, but it could directly interfere with Guzzlord's sense of smell. What a nice smell. This match was so exciting. I didn't expect to see someone advance to elite on the spot. As expected of the great demon king, he dared to take a gamble. But now that I can't smell the smell, will Guzzlord be at a disadvantage? After all, even if he has advanced to elite, he is still one level lower. The audience was very excited and their attention was all on the number 1 ring Agjay. Very smart. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise. Of course it was not his reminder that let the other party know this tactic. With Eliza's tactical command ability, it was easy to judge how Guzzlord could judge the position. Eliza heard it but did not respond, but gave another order. Hatterene, used dazzling gleam. Cry. A colorful light lit up, which was a powerful skill of the fairy system. The moment the pink light lit up, Guzzlord's dark pulse had spread. Blur. The black ripples collided with dazzling gleam again, and the thick fog still did not dissipate. After the advancement, Guzzlord's energy intensity has increased by more than a little. Even a big move like dazzling gleam still can't hurt it. Swish! A swift shot out suddenly, and then several energy beams swept out from the thick fog. Eliza's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at Lin Chen on the opposite side. Since it is impossible to kill in one shot, then slowly grind blood. Lin Chen still looked indifferent and then whispered, Guzzlord, swallow. Ayaha! Guzzlord roared and then opened his huge mouth. In an instant a strong suction surged out of his mouth. Two huge tongues swayed in the air. Whoosh! The thick fog on the entire ring began to be quickly sucked into Guzzlord's mouth. At this time Eliza's mouth corners raised and she shouted, Now Hatterene, use mist explosion. Cry. The mist sucked into Guzzlord's stomach suddenly burst out with huge energy and the entire ring turned pink. Bang bang bang! In an instant a huge explosion sounded in Guzzlord's abdomen. Eliza's mouth corners slightly raised, but the moment the thick fog dissipated she suddenly saw Lin Chen's face. Still with that calm and indifferent look, Eliza suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. heart. It's bad. The moment she said inwardly, Lin Chen had already spoken. Guzzlord, spit it out when you are full. A roar. The net moment Guzzlord roared and hit Snarl with endless pink energy. Like a shock wave it instantly hit Hatterene. Eliza quickly gave the order. Hatterene used teleport cry, but Hatterene couldn't mobilize the psychic energy. At that moment all the energy around was swallowed by Guzzlord. Blurb. The shock wave came and directly sent Hatterene flying, and cracks appeared on the champion level protective shield behind him. Hatterene lost the ability to fight. Chapter 489 The Big Devil Who Shocked the Whole Network. The power to dominate all living beings. Please collect. Please subscribe. This e-dream reversal. Just now all this happened in the blink of an eye. Originally everyone was still sweating for Lin Chen, but unexpectedly when Eliza lured Guzzlord to inhale the mist, Lin Chen was also designing the other party to prevent him from escaping. It can be said that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. Even Eliza herself did not expect that the other party's swallowing law was so domineering. It was actually able to temporarily absorb all the energy in the air, and the energy taken in could also be temporarily used for its own benefit. The whole place was silent, and then a thunderous roar broke out. Cheers. Big Devil! Big Devil! What happened just now? I didn't see it clearly. The foggy plotted and then it ate it directly. Is this still a Pokemon? It can even eat the elite level attack directly and release it again. It's simply a monster. Fortunately the Big Devil didn't let me down. I made a fortune this time. Of course there must be losers in a gamble. For a while the whole network was wailing. Who would have thought that without the evolutionary stone-eyed Guzzlord actually advanced to elite in battle, and immediately afterward he also comprehended such a domineering law power. Even the eyes of the 9 saints in the audience department flashed a trace of admiration. Among the participating teams of other alliances, those contestants all widened their eyes. Many people have already fought against the Eagle Alliance and know the strength of the other party, but now the opponent is only at the 3rd level while Lin Chen is at the 5th level. The huge gap left Elisa no chance of winning the game. Whether in terms of tactical command ability or the strength of the power of law, there was a certain gap. The referee came back to his senses at this time and hurriedly began to check Hatterene's status and then announced, I declare that Lin Chen of the Xiaoguo Alliance won this game. Lin Chen looked at Elisa calmly and then whispered, although the power obtained in this way is effective in the short term, it will limit your development in the long run. Don't covet power, control power. His words made Elisa, who had originally lowered her head, stunned for a moment. Then she raised her head, her eyes full of surprise. Then she took out the Pokeball, put Hatterene back into the Pokeball, nodded politely to Lin Chen and then slowly walked off the stage. Lin Chen didn't say much, just turned around and left calmly. Long before going on stage, Lin Chen saw strands of energy entering Hatterene's body. The secret of the Eagle Alliance is that their captain temporarily lent the energy of his Pokemon to other team members. Then he forced them to increase their levels. The sisters are like one mind with many bodies. The other alliances have naturally seen it, but the special abilities have always been in line with the rules of the game. Just like if Tanteiya reaches elite and uses the deification, it is also in line with the rules. After this game the basic situation is clearer. As soon as Lin Chen finished, the wristband prompted the opponent of the NET game. Whitehead told Man Alliance, that is to say the NET game will directly meet William. The Xiaoguo Alliance has gone through 5 games and the NET victory will be the last one. If they lose, there will be the NET battle. In the battle of everyone, the alliance has been eliminated. The Giant Bear Alliance, Lu Chicken Alliance and Kangaroo Alliance have been eliminated. The remaining Xiaoguo Alliance, Eagle Alliance, Sakura Alliance, Chuck Alliance and Whitehead told Man Alliance, there will be a chance to advance first. At the same time, the insider is also likely to appear here. Lin Chen has returned to the lounge at this time. This time the lounge is not empty as before. As soon as the door is opened, everyone is there. Zhu Sheng sat calmly on the sofa in the middle and the other elites were on both sides. When He Ming saw Lin Chen, he immediately rolled his eyes at him, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. The rest of the people all lowered their head and dared not look directly at Lin Chen. Hu Hao, who was doing data analysis, greeted Lin Chen enthusiastically. You are so strong, Hu Hao said sincerely and then smiled at Lin Chen. It just luck. Zero, please give me flowers. Lin Chen did not boast but smiled modestly. He did not expect that this sentence would reach He Ming's ears. It's really lucky. Several opponents are very average. He Ming's words made everyone else frown. Only Zhu Sheng looked like he was watching the excitement and watching everything happen. I'm just urging you to fight. Lin Chen sat down beside Zhu Sheng carelessly, but the others didn't have the courage to sit on equal footing with the champion level strongman. After he sat down, he looked at He Ming and whispered, what, you want to come to the last game? I can just admit defeat and let you fight William. This sentence left He Ming speechless. I wanted to do this, but Zhu Sheng was sitting here. If I really did this, I'm afraid I would be scolded by others. It's okay if I win. At most people will say Barry stole the victory. But if I lose, I'm afraid I will be held accountable by the entire alliance. I was eliminated in a battle that was clearly a sure win. Wouldn't all the charges be put on my head? You rage. He Ming was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Hu Hao, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and said, I watched the only game William played and he defeated the Chuck Alliance. According to the current data analysis, He Ming, you can't last more than 10 minutes in his hands. He Ming was stunned when he said this. He knew Hu Hao and his data was from never made a mistake. Just by using the data he can fight against people who are much stronger than himself and fully analyze the weaknesses of the opponent's Pokemon. Hearing this, He Ming took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. Okay, I promise you, if you beat William the First, will voluntarily give up my place in the subsequent team competition to the substitute elite. And Zhu Sheng did not speak but just looked at Lin Chen quietly. Lin Chen did not make a sound and then waved his wristband. Beep. The reminder sound on the wristband sounded again, which meant that a new game was about to begin. That will have to wait until I come back, Lin Chen said slowly, and then walked out of the lounge and entered the player channel. A big battle is about to begin. Corpse. Chapter 490. Caesar, who cut off the sky, is shrouded in the shadow of the devil. Please collect. Please subscribe. Before reaching the ring, the cheers in the audience were deafening, waiting for the players from both sides to appear. Both sides were in the last battle, and the end of this battle indicated that one alliance had successfully advanced. All the audience's attention was on the number 1 ring. Lin Chen slowly stepped onto the ring, and a blonde man in a suit and tie came towards him with a warm smile on his face. This mature appearance alone can attract the attention of many girls. Ah, both sides are so handsome. I feel like I'm in love twice. Don't compare our big devil with these foreign devils. Didn't you see that the woman who lost the game is gone? Ah, she's really gone. These words were all heard by Lin Chen, who opened the all-knowing eye. Lin Chen directly scanned the entire ring scene and the lounge opposite SI-73. Because he had fought with the other party, he could know Serena's breath form, but after searching around, there was indeed no breath of Serena in the entire venue. As for the transmission channel, it has been completely closed, so Serena cannot have gone back. Then there are only two possibilities: either Serena left the arena and went to another place beyond Lin Chen's detection range, or Serena has completely disappeared. If it is the latter, then it means that William and the Whitehead Alliance are the insiders. You defeated Serena? Before Lin Chen could continue to think, William suddenly spoke. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then said calmly, isn't this obvious? You can also accompany her. No matter how to irritate others, Lin Chen's skills are still deep. You can only show off your eloquence. William's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but Lin Chen still looked calm. You can also use idioms. You are good. It is worthy of Lin Chen. The culture of Xia country is profound. Seeing the friendly match evolving into a life and death ring match, the referees of both sides hurried out to maintain order. Under their interference, William took a deep breath to calm himself down, but at this time Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Where's Serena? His question made William stunned, and then he said angrily, this has nothing to do with you. Then, without waiting for Lin Chen to continue asking questions, William threw out the pokeball. Come out, Caesar. Haha. A flash of white light passed and Caesar appeared in front of the audience. Caesar was covered with red armor and had 2 pairs of translucent wings on his back, but unlike Scyther, Caesar gave up the ability to fly in exchange for extreme ground speed and lethality. Caesar's pincers are very powerful and the patterns on them are like eyes. Just looking at them is like a demon eye from hell, which makes people feel scared, and the huge pair of pincers can easily crush a mountain. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This Caesar actually reached the high level of elite. Looking at the degree of energy concentration, I'm afraid there is no more powerful Pokemon in this ring match. Lin Chen took a deep breath and threw the Pokeball directly. Come out, Kartana. Swoosh. A white light flashed and Kartana proudly appeared on the ring. After so many rounds of rest, Kartana's physical strength and condition have recovered to the strongest state. At first Lin Chen expected that William might have an elite high-level Pokemon, but he didn't expect it to be Caesar. At present it seems that both are steel attributed law power, but the opponent's secondary attribute is insect type, which just restrains Kartana's grass type. So in terms of attributes, Lin Chen is at a disadvantage. Oh, I guessed it was this Kartana. Same level, same offensive form of law power. The attribute is still my advantage. How can you win? William laughed wantonly and looked at Lin Chen mockingly. Lin Chen did not respond but just looked at the other party calmly. He had to fight him as much as possible to force him to reveal his trump card. At this time, in order to prevent the conflict from further intensifying, the referees of both sides announced loudly, in this game Lin Chen from the Xiaoguo Alliance will fight William from the Whitehead Alliance. The rules of the game are as follows. After saying that, he signaled to both sides again, and after getting a response, the referee raised his right hand, then suddenly pressed it down and stepped back quickly and announced, I declare that the game officially begins. Almost immediately, without any hesitation, the Pokemon of both sides started to move. Haha. haha. Caesar is extremely fast. Although he can't fly, he is a top-level high-speed attacker on the ground. Red after images appeared on the ring. Following that, countless red phantoms appeared around Cartana. Shua. Cartana roared and used his body as a sword to attack. Dang dang dang. The countless sounds of metal intersecting made the audience's eyes widen. Even the high-speed camera above the ring could only vaguely see their movements at this time. Every collision would cause some sparks which made the audience present excited. This is too exciting. Even if they don't use any skills, if they are caught in a pure physical attack, they will probably be shattered instantly. Even ordinary elite beginners can't intervene in their battle. Two Pokemon with similar size attributes and attack method. The fight is too exciting. Who to buy in this match? I bet on William. I also bet on William. In a battle of this level, a little difference in strength is enough to separate Norman, not to mention the double restraint in attribute. But the great Demon King has created so many miracles. 5-9. The debate never stopped. At this time, almost all the eyes on other arenas disappeared. All the audience present were watching the battle on the number 1 arena. This is a top-level elite battle. At this time, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The opponent obviously studied Cartana, otherwise he would not choose to fight in close combat. After all, Cartana had won by standing still and using sword energy before, so the opponent would think that Cartana's close combat ability was not good. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. However, what everyone doesn't know is Cartana just didn't need to attack because it could be solved with sword energy. In fact, it was just because after the death of the great sword ghost, there was no strong man worthy of it to draw its sword again. Chapter 491 Mega Evolutions Duel. The arrival of the Dusk Messenger. Please collect. Please subscribe. Ding ding ding. Countless metal collision sounds continued to come, and finally, accompanied by Caesar's sweeping blow, Cartana blocked it and directly retreated to open the distance. William's eyes were full of surprise and then turned to laughter. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect this Cartana's close combat to be so strong. Even Caesar is not its opponent. He naturally would not continue to choose to attack, and the temptation of pure physical attack was over. The strength of the opponent's strength is already known. Then naturally the role of skills must be brought into play. Hearing this, Lin Chen said calmly, "Oh, that's right, you are not a match except in close combat." Such a sentence angered William again. He flicked his golden hair, his eyes full of cruelty, and then he gave a direct order. "Caesar, use Xer." Haha. Caesar roared, and then the insect skill swept across. Two huge red pincers crossed and struck forward in a cross shape. Swish swish swish. 06. In an instant, a huge blue cross-shaped airflow blasted forward, similar to Cartana's sword energy. It was the ultimate control of energy that could achieve the release of sword energy. Crack crack crack. The ground of the entire ring began to shatter, and then the airflow continued to move forward. Lin Chen was not to be outdone, and after taking a deep breath, he gave a command. "Cartana, use IAI/Shua." Cartana cried out and then stood still quickly. The aura around her body continued to rise, and the steel law quickly condensed. Then a very thin white line quickly spread forward. No one could see how it drew the sword, only that the white line continued to widen and turned into a white sill. ZZZZ. IAI/ collided directly with the Xer, making a fierce collision. The strong wind stirred by the energy swept over, and the whistling sound turned into a sickle weasel hovering above the entire ring. Those spectators who were close could clearly feel the strong wind. After a violent explosion, both energies dissipated, but under the high-speed camera it can be seen that IAI/ dissipated first. After all, IAI/ is a general skill which does not match Cartana's attributes, so the energy that can be earned will be much less. The opponent's Xer is a bug kill. The two sword energies were able to dissipate together purely because of Cartana's sword bonus, which offset it. In terms of level, Cartana had just advanced not long ago, while the opponent Caesar had already reached the elite high level. Seeing this scene, William's face showed a little smile. "It seems that your Cartana is not that strong." Hearing this, Lin Chen did not rush to refute, but issued another order. "Cartana, float." Shua. Hearing the order, Cartana directly activated the energy and slowly rose up. Since the opponent has no flying ability, then he will directly occupy the air advantage. Cartana floating in the air, looking down, he squinted at Caesar below. Caesar's scene was particularly raging. I don't know if it became extremely raging because he lost the ability to fly, but as a scyther he can still fly short distances. Compared with a certain powerful distance, at least it is not caring about eternity but only caring about having it today, right? He can't fly. Caesar directly attacked again with an Xer, and at a longer distance. Cartana just floated lightly and instantly left the attack distance. The attack distance of the sword energy is only a few dozen meters. The sword energy that can be released for dozens of meters is already a very powerful instant. William was not too panicked when he saw this scene, but directly issued an order. "Caesar, since you can't hit the opponent, don't hit him. Use focus energy." Caesar gave up the attack after hearing the command, as it would only waste his energy, but the opponent would have to fall down sooner or later, otherwise he would be judged as fighting passively. Unlike fighting in the wild, generally speaking, at this time the opponent would directly attack the trainer himself. No matter how strong the flying ability is, he would be forced to land and fight head-on. But this is the ring and the trainer cannot be attacked on the ring. So when the opponent takes advantage of the rules, William can also take advantage of it. Use focus energy. Haha. The net moment Caesar placed the pliers on both sides, and then the momentum of the whole body slowly climbed and the orange fighting spirit surged from the ground like a substance. Then Caesar's heartbeat began to speed up and his body temperature began to rise. The muscles of the whole body began to swell slowly. But before the focus energy was completed, Lin Chen directly issued an order. Kartana, air cutter. Shua. Kartana cried out and then urged the air around Caesar to turn it into sharp blades. Swish swish swish. The whistling sound rang around Caesar, forcing it to give up focus energy and switch to defense. Dang dang dang. Although this attack did not cause any damage, it further angered Caesar. Such an opponent of 673 is too cunning. He can fight with me head-on, but he uses kite tactic. He is obviously better in melee and swordsmanship, but he just doesn't compete with me in energy intensity. William also felt that it was very tricky and the rage in his eyes was slowly growing. You are an elite, but you actually use this tactic. Do you have the courage to come down and fight? However, Lin Chen in front of him was still strolling leisurely and even began to whistle. He looked like he was going to fly up and fight me if he had the guts. Seeing that his provocation was futile, William took a deep breath and then roared, "You forced me to do this." Then he took out a red stone and a keystone directly from his pocket. "In that case, let me show you how powerful Mega Caesar is." Haha. Caesar felt the power of Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite and then became one with the master's mind. The mind is connected bonds evolution. A white light emerged on Caesar's body and then Caesar's momentum continued to rise, beginning to be wrapped by the light of evolution. Lin Chen, who saw the scene, was not panicked but slowly smiled. "Finally forced out your Mega Evolution. Let me take a good look. Are you a traitor?" Chapter 492. The all-knowing and all-powerful eye, the sword that cut through time and space. Please collect. Please subscribe. Haha. The blood-colored Caesar roared and the white light quickly dissipated, revealing its true appearance. There were 3 thorns on the bottom of Mega Caesar's huge pincers, and it seemed that there was a helmet on its head and armor on its shoulders. Its body temperature began to rise rapidly. Although the wings behind it could not allow it to fly, the leg muscles of Caesar were extremely developed at this time. You could almost see the red blood vessels inside, which were pumping blood. With a loud bang, Caesar kicked the ground with his leg, and the ground he stepped on instantly cracks. Spiderweb-like cracks began to spread outward rapidly. This was a special ring. If it were an ordinary ground, it would probably sink and shatter. In an instant, Caesar shot out like a red lightning, and his target was Kartana, who was dozens of meters high in the air. Whoosh! The whistling wind passed by Caesar's ears, and a silver light directly lit up on its giant claws. Bang bang bang! The giant claws like a storm swept toward Kartana and hit the sword that Kartana was blocking. Bullet punch! Although steel skills will be doubled, this continuous attack still makes Kartana a little overwhelmed. Lin Chen saw this scene and did not give a direct order. It is necessary to see the opponent's actions and whether the skills are used proficiently at different stages. Only in this way can we judge whether the opponent is a traitor. His eyes were fixed on the air. The battle situation. Purple patterns flowed in his eyes, and the extremely mysterious patterns collected a huge amount of information. And the net moment the Caesar, whose energy intensity crushed Kartana, finally found a flaw. Boom! Another sharp punch hit Kartana's chest armor directly. The punch with boundless power made Kartana fly backwards directly like a falling meteor. And the net moment the data in Lin Chen's eyes was finally collected. His eyes narrowed slightly and then he took a deep breath. "Thank you for your hard work, Kartana. In that case, let's crush it." Without saying a word, Lin Chen took out the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite from his pocket and then whispered, "Kartana, Mega Evolution." Swoosh! Kartana, flying backwards in the air, cried and then breathed in and out so that the injured part would not hinder her breathing as much as possible. Kartana, who was able to catch his breath, used his body as a sword and swept the ground with his hand sword. Aerial ace! Swish swish swish! This move was originally a counter-attack, but in Kartana's hands it cut through the air under him. The figure that was originally falling rapidly began to slow down. William naturally saw what Lin Chen had in his hand and immediately issued an order. "Caesar, stop him!" Caesar originally began to fall rapidly after the attack, but if he attacked again after landing, I'm afraid Kartana would have completed Mega Evolution. At present, Mega Evolution has just appeared in this ring match, so it is not defined as a kind of rule that cannot be interrupted. This is why the players of the Bear Alliance protested before. It is a reason. Use it reasonably within the rule. Caesar was seen aiming at his back with his pincers stretched out. A dark red annihilation energy quickly condensed and then a hyper hyper beam was quickly fired. Boom! After a loud bang, the powerful recoil brought by the hyper beam changed the direction of its fall. Caesar spread his wings and glided, and the target of the fall was exactly where Cartana fell. Good tactic. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but praise it, but there was no panic in his eyes. Then the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly and a smile flashed in his eyes. That's right, this is the time I've been waiting for. He quickly issued an order. Cartana, stop evolution. Shua. Cartana was already in tune with Lin Chen. Although she couldn't hear the order, she could feel Lin Chen's thought. Immediately the arms that were originally open closed again. Orberga's body was like a peerless sword that fell from the sky, vowing to cut through the world. William saw this scene and immediately laughed wildly. Terminate evolution? In the face of absolute strength, with such strength you still want to defeat Caesar? Not to mention that you have just received a heavy punch. He has absolute confidence in Caesar. All the audience present looked up, afraid that they would miss any details, but everyone was sweating for Lin Chen. The strength of Mega Evolution is obvious to everyone, but no one expected it. Lin Chen actually gave up Mega Evolution directly just to lure the opponent to approach him and make the final blow. If this blow does not defeat the opponent, it means that after landing, Caesar will not give Cartana any breathing space. It will be submerged with a storm-like attack. The 9 saints in the audience saw this scene and their eyes were filled with surprise. Then they couldn't help but sigh. This kid can actually have such courage. Good, good, good. He said 3 good in a row. He was able to make the champion-level strongman look at him with new eyes, which shows how shocked he was. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. Cartana, do you remember the sword last time? The sword that cut through time and space. Today I need you to surpass yourself again and cut out a higher level of the sword of protection. The sword that travels through time and space. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Cartana took a deep breath so that the space around him began to clear up. What is the way of the sword? When Cartana opened his eyes again, his old friend the great sword ghost was in front of him. He asked, as he had asked himself before, what is the way of the sword? It is the spirit of killing, the weapon of protection, and the sad song of blood and fire. But if Wang Zhaozhao doesn't have those? Zzz. In the outside world, Cartana's breath began to surge rapidly and the speed of falling remained unchanged. There are not so many reasons to swing the sword. There are too many reasons in this world to support or prevent us from swinging the sword. But if it is the sword itself, there are not so many reasons. The net moment Cartana suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his eyes and then did not use any skills but just swung a sword in front of him in a plain way. Before he hit the target, Caesar in the distance suddenly noticed something and his face changed drastically. And the net moment it was frozen. It should be that the whole world was stagnant, only that distant sword light began to travel a long distance from the eternal past. Crack. Then countless sword marks appeared on Caesar's body. Like rusty armor, it began to become thin and brittle after experiencing the ravages of time. Crack slowly appeared and the surrounding time and space began to flow slowly. Chapter 493, The Demon King of the Realm of God, Suppressing the Supreme Law. Please collect. Please subscribe. The first blood mark began to appear and bright red blood gushed out from Caesar's arm. On its face, 2 prescions of fighting spirit and panic appeared at the same time. It is hard to imagine that these 2 extreme emotions will appear in one person. When the opponent is still trying to resist but suddenly realizes the crisis, time begins to freeze slowly. Different from the time domain used by Agron's time dragon god form. This is an absolute instance inspired by the ultimate sword intent. When the speed of the sword reaches a certain level, the opponent's movements will be slow. When the sword can cut through time and space, the opponent will be completely frozen. Another column of blood spurted out from Caesar's leg, and then Caesar suddenly knelt on one knee with astonishment in his eyes, and this action triggered all the wounds on his body. For a moment, countless blood columns were seen pouring out of Caesar's body. Shua. Cartana turned his back to Caesar. At this time his eyes were extremely sharp. Kneeling on one knee with his back to the enemy, his hands were horizontal. It was obviously the last blow to retract the sheath, but he did not complete the whole action. Instead, he stopped when he received the last part of the scabbard. Lin Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and 677 whispered, "You did a good job, Cartana." If Cartana had just retracted the scabbard completely, Caesar would have plotted and died on the spot. Plop. Caesar suddenly fell to the ground, completely losing his ability to fight, and in everyone's vision all they saw was Caesar's huge advantage. But at that moment the situation suddenly reversed. Originally it was Cartana who interrupted the Mega Evolution, who was about to be killed, but the ending was like this. All the audiences in the audience widened their eyes and then their faces were full of confusion. What happened? Why can't I see anything clearly? Caesar obviously had an absolute advantage. What happened at that moment? I didn't blink, but it seemed like a few frames were taken away. Why was it in the air? Even the high-speed camera didn't capture it. Otherwise this counter-attack must be extremely exciting. Everyone was sighing. Of course, what they didn't know was, even if the high-speed camera was filming this sword would probably not be visible. It would be like the whole person was stuck Ag and there was a teleportation and then countless bloodstains appeared on Caesar's body. Shua. After hearing the praise from the owner, it also exhausted all its physical strength and gasped heavily. This weak look was captured by the high-speed camera, which caused everyone to discuss. Wait, it's not certain. You see, although Caesar suffered serious eternal injuries, Cartana seems to have no strength to fight. Maybe the outcome of this battle is different from what we imagined. It's really possible. I bought a house in William Victory. You must be more aggressive. Only the contestants and the champion leader behind them saw some clues. At the last moment, Cartana held back. The most powerful finishing skill was terminated. That's right, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. A contestant from the Luyi League also said this. Sure enough, the strength between the elites is very different. This sword is definitely stronger than you think. Cartana's last and most powerful sword was interrupted by itself. Otherwise Caesar would have been killed directly. The word kill made the elite of the Luyi alliance stunned. He hadn't figured out the situation at first, but after the champion of his own alliance mentioned it, he immediately recalled Cartana's last move. Then he took a breath of cold air, his eyes full of astonishment. The 9 saints who were in the audience at this time saw this scene and his eyes became more solemn. He didn't know why Lin Chen did this, but this one almost touched the champion level of the god realm. Is this kind of strength really a young man who has just advanced to the elite? It's simply a monster. And from the looks of it, Lin Chen seems to have the answer. I lost. When all the audience thought the game was not over yet, William suddenly knelt down and said dejectedly. It immediately caused an uproar in the audience. What happened? What happened? The game is over like this. That swordway didn't see anything. How come it's over? No, I bought a ticket to enter. It has to be said that this group of spectators is a bit brainless. Of course, it's different from the youth league and the college entrance examination. Such a battle has long been beyond the understanding of ordinary spectators and has long reached the point where one person destroys a city. Until this time, Lin Chen was still observing William. There was no emotion in his eyes, only endless solemnity and indifference. William could feel the murderous aura under this energy, but he couldn't say anything. The referee slowly came back to his senses at this time. This time he didn't need to check the status of both sides, but announced directly, since William has surrendered, the winner of this game is Lin Chen from the Xiaoguo Alliance. As soon as these words came out, they caused a sensation in the whole audience. No one cared about so many details of the game, and all the audience were the masses swept up by emotion. I don't have much appreciation ability, but that sword is really handsome. Only a silver sword light flashed from Caesar's body, and then the opponent chose to surrender directly. One sword subdue the enemy. One sword open the sky. Big devil, big devil. The audience in the whole audience began to cheer and then shouted Lin Chen's name. It directly attracted the audience of other alliances, and the cheers continued to spread like the ocean, stirring up thousands of huge waves. At this time, Lin Chen just took out the pokeball and whispered, "Come back, Cartana." Shua. A red light pulled Cartana and then took it back into the beast ball. "You've worked hard, Cartana. Have a good rest," Lin Chen said softly to the beast ball, and then the poke in his hand ball shook twice. Cartana was in a good mood after hearing the praise from the master. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Chen walked slowly back to the lounge. At this point, the Xiaoguo Alliance's ring match has been completed. First, Chapter 494. One person dominates the world. The tyranny of the strongest demon king. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please collect. Please subscribe. Not long after, Lin Chen returned to the lounge. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that it was full of people, and it was He Ming and Su Hu. Although they were both representatives of the Canyon Alliance, the distance between the sea could tell their different factions. Su Hu sat alone near the door waiting for his return. Opposite him were He Ming and the bald in black tang suits Light Xiao Tian. As for the elite, Hu Hao, who was wearing glasses and was a data-oriented player, and the girl Li Chang, who had dreadlock, they sat in the middle as before, representing neutrality. "Yo, you're all here." As soon as Lin Chen came in, he sat down carelessly. In this way, only the champion leader Zhu Sheng was left here, and the rest of the team members were already here. And now what stood in front of everyone was the team competition afterward. Although Lin Chen's outstanding performance made him advance first compared to other alliances, but just from the current distribution of seats it can be seen that the whole team does not have much centripetal force, and the proportion of the ring competition was not large, and it still depended on the team competition. Then team harmony was very important. "Lin Chen, you're back." Su Hu. He Ming greeted Lin Chen affectionately. He was the only one who appeared in the entire competition. At this time, He Ming was sitting there without saying a word. He had boasted before that he would be the last one to appear. If Lin Chen could defeat the subsequent opponents alone, he would just quit the team and let the substitutes come on. At this time he felt a little guilty facing Lin Chen, but with such a big advantage, the reward for the team competition could save him many years of practice, and he could even reach the champion level that touches the realm of of God. In front of the huge captivate he was extremely reluctant to give up. What, can't bear to leave? Lin Chen didn't indulge the other party. If he wanted to laugh it off and let it go, he shouldn't have boasted in the first place. He Ming was cold. With a snort, he originally thought that Lin Chen needed him. After all, he was an elite level high level and he was the most powerful one in front of others. He was ready to bite the bullet and refused to leave. He also understood that since the 9 saints were not on the scene, they would leave everything to them. That is, if he passed Lin Chen, he would be able to stay in the team. Okay, I'm leaving. Let's see how you do in the team competition, He Ming said viciously and then pretended to get up. But the bald elite Xiao Tian on the side was obviously in the same group with him and had discussed it in advance. Brother, he sit down. This is a team for all of us, not just you, Lin Chen. Even if you made a contribution in the previous ring competition, if you lose the team competition, our Xiaoguo alliance will still be eliminated. Xiao Tian's words made the other people present frown, but at this time Lin Chen said slowly, don't use the banner of the overall situation to pressure me. I never accept this. Do you really want to keep He Ming? Lin Chen looked directly at Xiao Tian and the strong pressure made him breathless. But Xiao Tian took a deep breath, continued to avoid the question and said in a deep voice, it's not that I want to keep He Ming. Under the current rules we don't have any other stronger fighting force. But Lin Chen continued, rules? You tell me the rules, then according to the rules we can have a substitute. Hearing this, Xiao Tian said loudly to encourage himself, substitute a guy at the initial stage of elite? What's the use? If you delay the alliance's important events, will you, Lin Chen, take the responsibility? Such a banner made Lin Chen smile and then slowly said, I originally thought that I only needed to get rid of a bad apple, and now it seems that you want to join us. This sentence made Xiao Tian have no way to retreat, but at this time He Ming secretly gave Xiao Tian a look and the other party gritted his teeth and continued, yes, if brother he withdraws, I will also choose to withdraw. He wanted to use this to make Lin Chen retreat, but for Lin Chen, would he care about such a mid-level elite combat power? Okay, then you withdraw together. This sentence gave the other party a handle. There are 5 people in the team, why should one less participate? Do you agree with our team leader Zhu Sheng, champion? And just right, Zhu Sheng appeared at the door of the lounge at this time. Just said lightly, I don't take rewards, you can do whatever you want. After that he went directly to the sofa in the corner of the lounge. In this way it would not work to speak with a big banner. 0, please give flowers. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, since I want to kick our elite high-level combat power out of the team, now let's vote on it. As for you, Xiao Tian, after the vote I will give you a chance. If you don't want to participate, we don't mind one less person. Xiao Tian was stunned for a moment and then said loudly, okay, then vote on it. Immediately Su Hu raised his hand and said in a muffled voice, I support Lin Chen. The other two were stunned for a moment, looked at each other hesitantly and finally chose to raise their hands. I support Lin Chen. After all, if they supported He Ming here, Lin Chen would probably withdraw directly from the competition in so many previous battles. And now it seems that He Ming's strength is far behind Lin Chen. When He Ming saw this scene, he snorted coldly and left the lounge angrily. And Zhu Sheng, who was lying on the sofa in the distance, did not stop him. Only Xiao Tian stood there stupidly. Lin Chen looked straight at him and then slowly said many times, it is not good to stand in line too early. Tell me, are you going to leave or stay? If you leave, keep the door closed. If you stay, I will give you a chance to listen to the command obediently. If something goes wrong because of you in the team competition, I will choose to destroy you. Is that right, Zhu Lao? In one sentence he even mentioned Zhu Sheng, causing Zhu Sheng, who was originally squinting his eyes, to cough. At this time Zhu Sheng and himself were in the same boat. Of course he coughed to impress. Today's wind is very noisy. That is to say, he acquiesced. Immediately Xiao Tian broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen Lin Chen's game. The opponent's strength was that Kartana alone could kill him. Immediately he hurriedly shouted, I was stupid before, I hope everyone can forgive me. Lin Chen did not threaten but whispered after that, the reward part, what belongs to you is yours. If the forces behind He Ming look for you, you can go directly to Zhu Lao. Cough cough cough. Zhu Sheng coughed continuously. Why didn't he get any good thing? He caught up with all the offending things. He even regretted entering the lounge. Chapter 495 Kill the Dark Forces. The strongest battle begins. Please collect. Please subscribe. Okay, I will do my best. After hearing Lin Chen's words, even the Nine Saints champion did not refute him. It can be seen how much the other party values him. As for He Ming, although the power behind him is powerful, the Nine Saints in front of him or Lin Chen are not people he can afford to offend at the moment. For He Ming it's not worth it. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. He is also well versed in the art of employing people and knows that to subdue the other party you have to slap him in the face and give him a date. The other party came for the reward, so first ensure that the reward will not change and then relieve the other party's worries. Okay, then let's contact our substitute. At this time the Nine Saints slowly said, as for the substitute, substitutes we haven't decided yet. Unlike other alliances that need to be teleported, we SI-77 can recruit at any time, so we didn't look for them in advance. When the time comes I'll go and look for them. After that Zhu Sheng whispered again, Xiao Tian Li Cheng Hu, how the three of you go and see the games that are still going on in other alliances. Lin Chen and I will discuss tactics. Su Hu, you stay for a while. Although the other three people murmured a little, they still nodded. Then they left the lounge and went to the venue of the ring competition to check the Pokemon of other alliances' strong competitors. Especially Hu Hao, as a database elite, collecting data is almost what he does all the time. Just by looking at it once, all the data can be recorded, then calculated with his special skills. On the other side in the lounge at this time, Su Hu was a little restrained, but thinking that he was already Zhu Sheng's closed disciple, he relaxed a little. In the end Zhu Sheng took the lead and asked Lin Chen, have you come to a conclusion? After hearing this, Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing, confirmed that the wall had no ears, took a deep breath and then slowly said, I thought about it carefully. William should not be the traitor. From his fighting style I am sure that he will be stronger after Mega Evolution than before evolution. In fact, just like Agron, the attack after Mega Evolution will be worse but the defense will be stronger. And I haven't had time to experiment with Kartana's evolution type, so I use the safest way to defeat the opponent. Of course, what Lin Chen didn't say was he had another reason. Kartana's Mega Evolution may have reached the champion level, which means that she has begun to touch the realm of God. Although this point was not stated explicitly, Zhu Sheng also had some guesses. His words made Zhu Sheng ponder for a while and slowly said, but just based on this point it is impossible to confirm that William is not a traitor. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then he whispered, and the other party's fighting method using evolutionary stone Ite and Serena appeared at the venue at the end. When these words came out, Zhu Sheng and Su Hu were stunned for a moment. In the battle, in such an intense situation, Lin Chen could still notice the changes in the hundreds of thousands of people in the audience. This perception is really too terrifying. Serena's appearance means that the other party has indeed only left here temporarily. I'm afraid William himself doesn't know that at the last moment Kartana didn't use the finishing skill just because Serena appeared in the audience. Okay, since William is not, can we rule out the Whitehead Alliance? Zhu Sheng looked at Lin Chen and asked again. Su Hu, who was standing by, looked rough on weekdays but was actually very careful. Naturally he had understood what the two meant by the traitor. Combining the information that Lin Chen and himself had said before, it was easy to draw a conclusion, but he did not express any opinions, just quietly listening to the conversation between the two. The Whitehead Old Man Alliance is still suspicious for the time being. After all, whether it is William or Serena, their Mega Evolutionary Stone Ite and Keystone are obtained from other places, so they need to be kept suspicious. Later during the team competition I will find an opportunity to meet with William or Serena alone and then ask for information. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it was particularly deep, which made Zhu Sheng nod. After a brief greeting and explaining the substitute players, he left the lounge. When they arrived at the competition site, the audience was all uninterested. After all, they had just watched the battle between Lin Chen and William. Now watching these games again is simply sage time and they feel everything is boring. However, the diehard fans of each alliance will naturally cheer for their own alliance. Lin Chen looked at the scoreboard on the big screen. The entire ring competition is coming to an end and the previous weaker alliances are all on the verge of elimination. Basically, the last two people are left on the stage to make the final struggle. The pattern of the teams that were originally considered strong has also changed to a certain extent. From the initial 5 separations, the Xiaoguo Alliance has now advanced, and Susanoo of the Sakura Alliance has just defeated the Psychic Girl of the Eagle Alliance. The Whitehead Alliance and the Kangaroo Alliance have experienced a battle which is about to end. There is almost no suspense that the Whitehead Alliance will win. The Chuck Alliance, which came from behind, is a bit surprising. Despite the unfavorable start, it has successively gained points in various major alliances. It was also the first to advance. In the end, the highest points are these few. Xiaoguo Alliance first 16 points, 10 points for first promotion. Whitehead Alliance second 10 point. Chuck Alliance third 10 point. Sakura Alliance fourth 8 point. Eagle Alliance fifth 6 point. The rest are some eliminated alliances. 9 points are all less than 5 point. It is worth mentioning that Luyi Alliance only won the first game and then all the players scored about 14 point. It is just a timely help. The kind person in the game. After roughly looking at the score of the game, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. The NET team competition is probably the highlight of everything. However, it will not start immediately, but the final team competition will be held in 2 days. 2 days will be reserved for analysis of team power and tactical arrangements for the subsequent team competition. In general, time is still very tight, and Lin Chen already has the real candidate for the inner ghost, but he just needs to verify it. Chapter 496. The mysterious parliament is coming. The devil who sweeps keeps everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Although there are still 2 days before the start of the team competition, time is already very tight. On the one hand, it is necessary to select substitute players, and on the other hand, all the details of the team competition must be understood. In order to avoid the early disclosure of the content of the team competition, only some simple rules were explained before. It was not until the end of the ring competition that the champion leaders of all parties received the specific content of the team competition. After a day of rest, Zhu Sheng gathered everyone in the lounge early. I called you here today to explain the current situation to you. Our substitute player will be here soon, and he is also a strong player. Zhu Sheng was obviously very satisfied with his selection, and then he smiled and looked at Lin Chen in particular. Lin Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't ask yet. The knock on the door came as expected. Why is it you? Lin Chen couldn't help but claimed. The Tan Taiyu in front of him was wearing a beige bohemian-style long dress and a graceful bun, looking particularly like a lady from a noble family. Seeing Lin Chen, although Tan Taiyu still looked like an icy beauty, there was still some fluctuation in her eyes. Why can't it be me? Tan Taiyu asked back, and then continued, I passed the test and defeated the other substitute elite. She simply stated a fact, and her temperament was like that of a queen. The other elites naturally recognized Tan Taiyu, the future head of the largest and most powerful family in the imperial capital, a psychic user rarely seen in a century. Lin Chen took a deep breath and only then noticed that Tan Taiyu was clearly receiving the feedback of the psychic law. That is to say, she has advanced to the elite level. She was at the peak of the professional level before, but she didn't expect to reach the initial level of elite so quickly. But it makes sense. Metagross is only a step away from a breakthrough after training with herself in the snow plane of the sky and in the secret realm of the Tan Tai family. With Tan Taiyu's hard work and family support, it is not difficult for her to advance to the elite level, and with the special ability that Jiraki has improved deification, it can also improve Metagross by 1 level in the elite stage. With her tactical command ability, it is not difficult for her to defeat other substitute elite players. No wonder Zhu Sheng was very satisfied with his choice. After all, in the elite primary stage almost no one could defeat Tan Taiyu hidden. After seeing Zhu Sheng, Tan Taiyu nodded and greeted him. Hello Grandpa Zhu. Zhu Sheng touched his beard and hair after hearing this, and then continued with a smile. Since everyone is here, I will start to explain the specific details of this team competition. If you have any ideas later, let's brainstorm together. Everyone heard this and sat down and waited for Zhu Sheng to speak. The rules have been explained before, so I won't say more. You and Yu Yato will tell us later. As for the rest of our team competition, it is actually a secret realm. Currently this secret realm has not been deeply explored by the Alliance. Only some regions have been opened up, so there are many unexplored areas. If you are in an advantageous situation, try not to enter it. Of course, if you are in an extremely disadvantageous situation, you can seek some opportunities, but no one knows what opportunities and dangers are contained in it. In the currently opened up areas there will be drones for live broadcast, so everyone will abide by the rules, but you must be extra careful when entering unopened areas. In addition, I just received the details of the competition system. The treasure mentioned earlier can be set to any object. After the setting, it will be signaled by sound wave. The players within 5 kilometers, whether they are on their own or the opponent, will see the location on the map, and this time for all regions a visual map will appear on the wristband, which can be activated at any time. However, even if you enter an undeveloped region, the 5-kilometer sensing range is still ES. The starting teleportation location of all people will be gathered together, and the landing location is the base camp. That is to say, taking away the opponent's treasure and preventing it from being in the base camp for 10 minutes will absorb half of the opponent's team's point. Then this treasure will be directly teleported back to the opponent's base camp. In addition, when your own treasure is in the base camp, everyone will get an aura bonus, so the aura bonus is the energy given to the treasure by the aura Pokemon. If the treasure is only on one person, the bonus range is only 3 cubic meters. That is to say, one person is added. You can choose the type of bonus at the beginning which is related to the team's preference. I will give a simple example for example. Although most of the players in the Sakura Alliance are trainers, they are similar to ninjas, so what they choose must be aura bonuses for reconnaissance or assassination, and it is very likely that the treasure will be placed on people. Finally, all the items and props obtained in the Group 677 team match belong to you. Of course, killing is prohibited in the monitored area in the friendly match. The above is the basic content. It depends on your discussion later. I will be an observer. Zhu Sheng explained these key points. At this time Lin Chen had memorized them all, and he noticed the last sentence, monitored area killing is prohibited. Then the unexplored area mentioned above is a battle of life and death. Hu Hao on the side was better at writing than a good memory, and he wrote it all down. After hearing these narrations from Zhu Sheng, Hu Hao also began to supplement. I have a record of all the Pokemon used by all the League players at present, and I will wait for them to be released. I will synchronize it to the wristband. You can check it, and we can consider the personnel allocation, who is responsible for grabbing the treasure, who is responsible for guarding the treasure. After saying this, Hu Hao did not say anything more. After all, the real boss is Lin Chen. He is only responsible for summarizing the known information and then doing a data analysis for others. Sure enough, everyone's eyes shifted to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a deep breath and whispered, "Got it. I have thought of the tactic." Chapter 497. The Dragon God of Time descends and Mega Evolution is launched. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen's words made everyone present brighten up, and then their eyes were on him. What plan? Tan Taiyu couldn't help asking. Lin Chen heard the words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then slowly replied, "The secret of heaven cannot be leaked." After briefly announcing some of the NET arrangements, the players participating in the team competition dispersed and waited for the start of tomorrow's team competition. Lin Chen also returned to the dormitory of the Imperial Capital Academy. After closing the doors and windows, he directly entered the new world. "Come out, everyone!" As white light flashed, all the Pokemon appeared in front of Lin Chen. "Roar!" A grin roared with some dissatisfaction. As soon as he saw Guzzlord, he realized that it had advanced to Elite. Immediately understood that it was advanced in the Elite friendly match. Ayaha! Guzzlord felt the surging energy and immediately wanted to challenge Agrin. Agrin had not found a reason to vent his anger, but when he saw this, he turned into the Time Dragon God form without saying a word and beat Guzzlord up. After the fight, Guzzlord regretted it very much. It doesn't matter what form you turn into. After all, it only ate a part of the ancient dragon bone, and its flying ability was not enough to defeat Agrin. It could only vent its anger on the belligerent Garchomp. The fighting power of Garchomp at this time should not be underestimated, and it took a lot of effort to defeat the opponent. Eating is still the happiest thing. Immediately he sat with his brothers around the delicious tablecloth and started to eat everything in a whirlwind. As for other Pokemon, they all wanted to advance to the Elite level as soon as possible. From here, Solomon's soared quickly in the training ground, and wherever it went there was a strong wind. Riperior, who was serving as a sparring partner, had no choice but to fight in order to avoid being injured. Sylvian happily crawled into Lin Chen's arms at this time. She could sense the aura of all things, and she clearly felt the feedback from her master after she advanced from Guzzlord to Elite. Shimi. Melodic was browsing his phone, checking the recent hot searches. Lin Chen tilted his head and looked at the content on his phone. As expected, everyone was still discussing the ring match that had just ended. "I didn't expect the ring match to end like this." Before the game, it seemed that both the Sakura Alliance and the White-Head Old Man Alliance were stronger than us on paper. Thanks to the great Demon King who guarded the country alone. Yes, if we lose, I don't think those behind can defeat those strong men. You are worthy of being the great Demon King. He and Suhu actually won 26, but I'm afraid those gamblers lost badly. I feel happy just thinking about it. Isn't the more important paper published? With his own strength, he changed the whole world. Since the Mega Evolution forms of 4 Pokemon appeared in the tournament, it directly confirmed that Pokemon have Mega Evolution forms. Now the price of fossils in the whole market has changed completely. Of course, only when you actually have the final stage of Pokemon will you need Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite, and those who can cultivate Pokemon to the highest stage are trainers with certain financial resources. In this way, the whole alliance and even the whole world can be changed. At the same time, when the whole world was looking for Evolutionary Stone-ite and Keystone, Lin Chen got good news from 3D Dragon. "Dad, I have completed the research on Keystone." Such good news when the voice of 3D Dragon came made Lin Chen's mouth lightly raise. "In this case, let's give it a try. Come here, Agrin." Roar. Agrin roared and then looked at the mechanical creation in the master's hand, his eyes full of doubt. Such a movement directly attracted Sylvian's attention. Immediately opened the aura check of all things. How much? As an experimental subject, Agrin was obviously still a little nervous, but when he thought that even if the realization failed, his strong body would not be injured. In order to prevent other Pokemon from being injured, he had to stand up. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly and then he whispered, "Don't be afraid, I have seen it. The principle is exactly the same as the Keystone. Theoretically there is no danger." The moment he got it, he naturally scanned it with the eye of all-knowing. There was no problem, so he decided to continue to use Pokemon for experiments to avoid any accident. Then Lin Chen directly faced Agrin, threw out the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite. Mega Evolution Agrin. The Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite directly unlocked Agrin's potential, and then its body began to glow white. Then he used the mechanical keystone made by the 3D Dragon. Agrin felt a strong energy pull and immediately entered the Mega Evolution form. Minds are connected, bonds evolution. Looking at the changes in Agrin, Lin Chen also smiled sincerely. In addition, this mechanical keystone showed a lack of power. It seems that it is different from the keystone, but a creation that needs to be constantly replenished with with energy. In this way Lin Chen didn't think it was bad. This is to directly change the buyout system to the nitrogen gold system. Isn't this a direct profit? It's simply harvesting leaks all over the world. The Wool Valley of the former alliance. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, 3D Dragon, well done. I didn't expect you to research Wang Qian. 3D Dragon heard Lin Chen's praise. Although it was a mechanical body, but it could still feel joy. After the previous code was input into the body, it gradually felt human emotions. In addition, it seems that with the ability of 3D Dragon, will it be useful for the team competition of this elite-friendly tournament? After all, under the huge map, the 8 major alliances have their own means, and they have Pokemon that can move freely in the electronic world. So can they transform their own treasures? Let it stop releasing sound wave signals directly. But is this considered a violation? Lin Chen took a deep breath. In any case, being able to create such a Mega Evolution wristband before the start of the elite tournament team competition is simply a stroke of genius. In this way, these players can be better controlled, even to win over other alliance members. Chapter 498, Fighting the King of Catastrophe Alone. The ancient pillar god resurrect. Please collect. Please subscribe. We must hurry up and submit this evolution wristband. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then began to think about the best way to submit it. He didn't want to give away the things he had worked so hard to research to the alliance for free. Even if the catastrophe came, he just wanted to keep the people around him alive. And publishing the information that was already known to the Twilight Council is not the same as submitting the technological creations he made. This is the real Virgin Mary benefiting the world. Lin Chen is not a Virgin Mary. After all, he is a selfish person. He will not do things that are not beneficial. He looked at 3D Dragon and then asked softly, 3D Dragon, if this evolution wristband is leak, can it be copied with e-isting technology? When 3D Dragon heard this, the mechanical voice began to sound slowly. With current technology, it cannot be manufactured immediately, but after hard work it is likely to be copied within a month. Lin Chen frowned. He still underestimated the current state machinery. After all, the copy is based on templates and references, unlike the 3D Dragon, which is manufactured from scratch. The difficulty will indeed be reduced a lot. 6803D Dragon naturally understood what Lin Chen meant and immediately continued, but there is a way. In principle, the keystone is more about building a connection between humans and Pokemon to trigger the Mega Evolution of Pokemon, and the potential of Pokemon is mainly completed by Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite. When making the evolution wristband, you need to use the extremely weak power of the World Tree. Although it is extremely weak, I have even extracted enough crystals of tens of millions to make the evolution wristband, but I can encrypt this part. In this way, without my encryption verification, the energy transmitted by the crystal cannot be turned on. After saying this, Lin Chen understood that he was in control of the terminal server here, and other reference objects needed to be used through the networking function of the evolution wristband. Lin Chen heard 3D Dragon's story and praised it repeatedly. Sure enough, the technology geek controls the world. Even a trace of energy from the world tree is extracted and stored. Such technology is really too powerful. Lin Chen opened the eye of all seeing, scanned the evolution wristband, and immediately found the almost inaudible energy. This is the source of the violent power that does not get out of control. Without this power, the Mega Evolution Pokemon will start to go crazy, unable to communicate with the trainer and naturally unable to bonds evolution. Lin Chen took a deep breath and whispered, okay, then when can the encryption be completed? As soon as possible. 3D Dragon did not hesitate at all and whispered 5 minutes later. After that, he started making the encryption program directly, and it was indeed 5 minutes later. After a minute, the encryption was done. However, no changes were found in the appearance or even the scanning of the all-seeing eye. Thank you for your hard work, 3D Dragon. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then after having a meal with the Pokemon, he returned to the real world. As soon as he left the dormitory building, many students looked at him. The boys looked at him with admiration while the girls looked at him shyly, and some bold girls even whispered, "Ah, the real person is more handsome than the photo. Such a strong man is still staying in school." Lin Chen saw this scene and soon estimated that there would be different girls in his dormitory who wanted to visit. If he was not too busy, he would definitely tell them the story of Steely and Cloister. Whether in Hangzhou or in the imperial capital, even in the highest institution in the entire Li, humans still have a strong mentality. There is no difference. In order to avoid being watched, Lin Chen directly took out the Ag-J Pokeball. "Come out, Salamin." From here, Salamins appeared quickly in the white light and then took off quickly with Lin Chen. "Go to the Southeast Pokemon Research Institute." From here, Lin Chen quickly gave the order and took off. In the eyes of the crowd, everyone was guessing that tomorrow would be the elite team competition, and almost all the elites were doing intensive training or resting. And Lin Chen's order was heard by others, and they all guessed why they went to the Pokemon Research Institute. Could it be that there are new inventions and new discoveries? But that's not urgent at this moment. At least it's not too late after the elite competition. Who knows what the big devil does? Maybe the Pokemon Research Institute has prepared some secret weapons for the big devil. That possible. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. I always feel that there will be some big surprises. While everyone was still discussing, Lin Chen had already arrived at the Pokemon Research Center at lightning speed. After explaining the effects of the wristband, Lin Chen also received the patent money of the Fairy Series Evolution Instrument. Directly received the patent money of 50 million in the first phase. It was simply a pot of water making money while lying down. During this period of time, the instrument has begun mass production, and after being improved it can be used by any Pokemon to measure the intimacy with the owner. Such an instrument can also be used with the evolution wristband. After all, not all Pokemon can communicate with the owner's mind. After negotiating the price of the patent with Mr. Wu of the Research Institute, Lin Chen chose to leave directly because he had to prepare for the team competition. Of course, such a thing that changes the entire alliance pattern will be announced to the world later. For this reason, Mr. Wu also specially asked Lin Chen for his opinion on whether to make this patent public. Lin Chen waved his hand indicating that he didn't care about these. After doing all this, when he returned to the dormitory, it was already late at night. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then lay on the bed in the dormitory. At dawn, Lin Chen had already woken up, and in his dream the catastrophe was coming. The ancient civilization came, the door to the other world opened, and the beasts from other planes began to invade. Countless blood and fire played a sad song on this land. Humans resisted with all their strength, but everything was still useless. At this time the god came to the world and the pillar gods were unearthed, but that power still overlooked the earth and destroyed all living beings. When he woke up, Lin Chen was covered in cold sweat. The catastrophe of half a year has begun to become urgent. Chapter 499, The Illusion of All Living Beings. The strongest demon king took action. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen took a deep breath and completely got out of the dream. How much can everything he did now improve the strength of the alliance? Everything is still unknown. After all, the instance that made the god disappear cannot be carefully considered. Can human power compete with it? But at least do what you are doing now. If we can't win in the end, then we've done our best. It's already bright outside the window, and today is the day for the team competition. After getting his mood in order, Lin Chen directly summoned Salam Ince and rushed to the highest arena. All the major media were present, and some people came to the scene to see their idol. However, because the team competition was held in a secret realm, there was no need for the audience to come to the scene. At this time, major media had already started live broadcasting. When Lin Chen arrived, the entire arena was divided into 8 areas corresponding to 8 alliances. Each area was equipped with a tactical command meeting room and a logistics and medical department, and the most important transmission base station. Let all players play the game without worry. The champions of the 8 alliances have arrived and started to e-plane the last few key points to their respective players. How is it? Are you nervous? Su Hu looked at Lin Chen and asked softly. Lin Chen shook his head. He had already been appointed as the captain of the team competition before the competition. Speaking of which, among all the contestants, Lin Chen was the youngest, but now they were all united under the Iron Fist. I can't say I'm nervous, but you have entrusted your honor and safety to me, which makes me feel a sense of responsibility. Lin Chen did not lie. At this time, one of his orders would change the fate of others. Although elite level battles cannot kill or injure others, one careless move can still cause heavy casualties, so a sense of responsibility arises spontaneously. It is completely different from the previous solitary life. Everyone, I have made several evolution wristbands according to your Pokemon, which can allow your Pokemon to Mega Evolution 3 times. It should be enough to deal with this team competition. A trace of praise flashed in Jushin's eyes. He did not expect that Lin Chen had made the wristband in such a short time. The reason why the alliance did not equip everyone with keystones and evolutionary stones. On the one hand, it is indeed impossible to find so many evolutionary stones in one day, and on the other hand, other alliances directly initiated the initiative. It is not allowed to use the convenience of the local area to collect evolutionary stones during this period. The Xiaoguo alliance finally had to agree. After all, there was a price to pay for secretly blocking the search of other alliances. The existing evolutionary stone can be used, so Lin Chen directly gave Tan Taiyu a Metagross evolutionary stone and keystone when he registered on the same day. Others now have the evolution wristband, a technological creation, and they are trying to improve their strength as much as possible within the rules. Okay, then I have said everything I should say, and everything else depends on you. Zhu Sheng touched his beard and looked at everyone. Okay, everyone answered in unison, and then when the referee announced the start of the game, everyone pressed the teleportation wristband. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Blue light appeared and a teleportation portal appeared in front of everyone. Because there is a large teleportation base station built, it is relatively convenient to teleport. Lin Chen took a deep breath and watched others begin to enter one after another. Come on! Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart and then stepped into the teleportation portal. Golden streams of light began to appear and space energy swirled around. One could clearly sense the feeling of shifting. This teleportation lasted nearly 5 minutes. It can be seen how far this secret realm is from the Xiaoguo Alliance. Finally, in a dizzy moment, the scenery in front of him began to become clearer and finally became real. Whoosh! The sound of the waves could be heard from afar. In addition, there were dense forests and some ruins in front of him. Before others could come to their senses, Lin Chen opened his all-knowing eyes and scanned the surroundings. Seeking flowers. With the blessing of his eyesight, he could clearly see the surrounding scenery, and in the deeper part there was a steampunk-style city that seemed to be still operating, and the species and civilization living in it had completely disappeared. The most outrageous thing was that there was a sky city suspended in the sky which also looked like a kind of future technology. This kind of primitive dense forest, ancient ruins and urban buildings of the steampunk era, plus a huge sky city that sprayed outrageously. At present, neither the detection range of Lin Chen's all-knowing pupil nor the 3-kilometer alarm of the wristband gave any prompt. However, the special function of predicting danger did not give any prompt, so it was still safe at present. Think about it: if you encounter danger as soon as you enter, I'm afraid this secret realm is extremely dangerous. ZZZZ. As everyone arrived, another portal appeared in the sky emitting golden light. The net moment a red diamond crystal fell from it. The moment it fell, a red light shone in a circle on the ground dividing a circular area. Everyone present understood it immediately. The location of the teleportation is the location of the randomly selected base camp. The net moment Lin Chen took the diamond-shaped red crystal and immediately understood that this was the so-called treasure. The treasure grabbing operation. Grab this thing. Then Lin Chen noticed that there was a button on the treasure. After pressing it, a projection began to appear directly. It turns out that this thing is not a natural crystal but a technological creation. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen wanted to call out the 3D dragon on the spot and then transform it directly with technology that surpasses the time. Of course this is not impossible, but the 3D dragon is one of his trump cards, so he needs to avoid others. I am afraid that even the other people in the team competition and even the alliance did not expect that there is a technology geek in the elite, the youngest professor in history. This is also the first time that Lin Chen has used technology to change something other than the economy. Corpse. Chapter 500. The Power of the Sky Dome Overlord, the devil who sweeps everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Click. With a crisp sound after pressing the button, a line of words appeared on the projection. There are many fancy aura bonuses. Of course some of them are called aura, but in fact they are completed through the technology of the object itself. Everyone was a little difficult to decide, and Lin Chen spoke softly at this time. For this bonus I plan to carry the treasure with me. What do you think? Lin Chen did not give an order but a tone of negotiation. After all, he could not give an explanation that was his trump card, but if he wanted to win he still needed the understanding of his companion. Okay. Su Hu and Tan Taiyu agreed without thinking. After all, Lin Chen never did things without consideration and he must have thought it over carefully. When Hu Hao heard this, he did not press his position but asked in a deep voice, give me a reason to do this. Now it seems that the range bonus is beneficial to defense. Our current location is likely to be in the center of the 8 major alliances, which is the target of public criticism. So give me a reason to do this and I have no objection if you can convince me. Hu Hao always analyzes data, and at this time Lin Chen's proposal, he will naturally calculate these data. Li Chang behind him waved his hand indicating that he would listen to others. As for Xiao Tian, he had an prescience that said whatever you said was fine and he really didn't have any demands. Lin Chen did not force him but slowly said, our base camp is located in the center of the 8 alliances, but we are surrounded by the sea. At present no one in the elite will cultivate water-type Pokemon as the main Pokemon. It seems that we only need to guard one side to resist the enemy, so it seems that group protection plus defensive aura bonus is better, but it happens to be a position problem. I don't think we can resist them with our hard power. Don't forget that we got the highest score in the ring match, the one with the highest score. Although we can get points here in other ways, we will soon suffer the first round of attack. Lin Chen's words made Hu Hao nodded and he whispered, okay, I can be convinced. After that he stopped talking nonsense. For people who speak with data, it is easier to deal with them. You can impress them with logic. Lin Chen put the diamond crystal in his pocket. Because of the material, he knew at first that the item could not be placed in the space storage bow but only in the pocket. Of course he has not made a choice yet. Here it comes. Just when everyone was stunned, a superior level swallow hurriedly passed by. Lin Chen took out the pokeball without any hesitation. Come out, Salamin. From here. Salamins appeared in front of everyone and yelled, startling a bunch of flying Pokemon. Salamins, catch that swallow. From here. The net moment Salamins vibrated vibrated its wings like a red lightning. How could Swallow, who was only a beginner of the superior level, escape the pursuit of the Sky Overlord? Almost instantly it was crushed by Salamanqui's claws. At this moment everyone understood that this was Pokemon Zero sent by other alliances to scout. The rules only say that you can't hurt people, but Pokemon can kill. And this Pokemon is just a Pokemon captured for this competition. When Lin Chen said this, the others were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that other alliances had been so vigorous. And if you capture a Pokemon level Pokemon and pretend to be a Pokemon living here for surveying, if you don't pay attention you may be constantly scouted. He explained softly. On the one hand, you all know that I have special abilities in reconnaissance. On the other hand, it's because this place is close to the sea. Although there are dense forests in the distance, the overall climate belongs to the subtropical marine climate. If it's a polyper it's fine, but Swallow doesn't live here. When I was doing research before, I also studied the habitats of Pokemon. Lin Chen's words stunned all the elites present. It's just learn math, physics and chemistry well and you won't be afraid to travel around the world. This is a monster, he roared. From his performance in the ring everyone knows that he is a real people with super strength. Almost everyone has overlooked that Lin Chen is actually the youngest professor in history. I didn't expect that he also studied the habits and habitats of Pokemon. After a brief interlude, Lin Chen directly began to give instructions. Now everyone start to arrange the capsule houses, start living at 5-9 and build our base. After that he began to take out capsule houses from his pocket. All elites always have capsule houses and a series of daily necessities, and Hu Hao has even prepared a capsule life raft to deal with this secret team competition. It is to deal with all emergencies. What should we do after it is arranged? We should defend well and then attack. Su Hu summoned Charizard and began to prepare fuel for life. Roar! Charizard's flame, which was extremely precisely controlled in size, made the fuel burn in the camp. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, "Who said we have to defend? I plan to attack with all my members." Chapter 501 Tactics Beyond Everything. The Demon King that shocked the entire network. Please collect. Please subscribe. We attack with all our members. Everyone's attention turned to Lin Chen and even stopped the work in their hands. There was curiosity in their eyes. Even the always cold Tan Taiyu had a trace of surprise on her face. It was as if she had heard some shocking tactic. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lightly raised and then he explained calmly, "Don't forget I am a person who can study and manufacture machinery. After entering the competition any skill can be used as a way to win, so if I have a way to make the diamond crystal no longer send our location." Such a sentence immediately caused everyone to think. As a data-oriented elite, Hu Hao immediately thought of a lot of things. He said slowly, "In this way, before the information is posted, all alliances will make misjudgment. When encountering a single person attack they will think that our treasures stay in the base camp and take a defensive route, thus misjudging our number and attack intensity." Hearing 06 Hu Hao's analysis, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then stretched out his hand to signal. Others immediately understood that Lin Chen asked them all to build the base camp in order to make others misjudge. In this way, even if Pokemon were surveying they would see a large camp. Then Lin Chen continued Hu Hao's word and said, "When the game reaches the later stage our information will definitely be posed. At this time if the situation is favorable everyone will be a powerful force and they will need several people to encircle and suppress us to prevent us from carrying gem. If the situation is not favorable to us, everyone's strength has not been posed in the previous arena match. As long as I choose an offensive bonus they will not be able to tell who is carrying the gem. Of course I will meet with you in the middle and divide the gem. In this way they will have no way of knowing who has the gem." This last sentence was said by Lin Chen to prevent the existence of traitors in the team. Even if it is a teammate, these are only the first step of his plan. What he wants is to harvest all alliances and force the Inner Ghost Alliance to take action. At that time it will be completely eliminated in that unexplored territory. After speaking, Hu Hao raised his hand like a student who raised his hand to ask questions in class. Data-type elite did not expect to have such a habit. "If we attack with all our members we don't have enough supplies and materials. At present if there are no supplies in the secret realm and the things are placed here, the materials will be an obstacle to us and hinder the minimum distance of our exploration." Just as Hu Hao asked, Lin Chen directly took out a large number of capsule houses and materials from the space storage bow. A group of people were shocked. Is he feeding cabbage? Although for the elite almost everyone can be equipped with some capsule material. Perhaps a powerful family like Tan Taiyu can be so generous, but after all it is a capsule creation and the price of each one is millions. After all, compared with ordinary houses, capsule houses are almost the same to live in and they have extremely portable and modern technology. Millions are already through the special channels of the official alliance. If you really buy it the price will only be several times higher. Lin Chen took out hundreds of them in just a short while. That's hundreds of millions of asset. Just take it when you say it. Lin Chen didn't care. After the Fairy series upgraded equipment, the cooperation between the Tantai family and the Long family had already allowed him to accumulate a large amount of funds. After reaching a certain level, funds must be converted into combat power, and this time in order to get the rewards of the alliance and the things promised by the Nine Saints. A few 100 million can't be changed for such a precious alliance treasure. Su Hu on the side said angrily, "Good guy, you prepared this tactic in advance. This move is more than my entire fortune." Lin Chen's mouth corners rose slightly. He knew very well what Su Hu, who came from Hangzhou, had about his financial resources. Then a round of Versailles began. "It's okay, these evolutionary stone I have accumulated, and the theory, the bonus for publishing the article is just a drop in the bucket." This sentence made Tan Tai on the side roll her eyes at him. "The key is that there is no way to refute it. He is really rich. He is simply inhumane." "Okay, don't just stand there. I will distribute the tactical arrangements to your wristbands." Lin Chen clapped his hands, urging everyone to continue working. The reason why he didn't explain all the tactic verbally was because he didn't trust Yao Tian and others. It was necessary to divide the tactics into steps. The rest of the people nodded and then began to set up the camp. The entire camp, with the support of the inhumane Lin Chen, began to set up the tactical bunker. Because most capsule houses are used in secret realms, there were a large number of capsule houses in Tianzi Yiwan before, so the defensive performance was taken into account. From monitoring to defensive measures, everything is available. Before the arrival of elite-level Pokemon, there is no crisis of the city-destroying level. Ordinary Pokemon may find it difficult to break through the defense here. After more than 2 hours of 680 arrangements with the helping hands of many Pokemon, a luxurious bunker-type camp was completed, equipped with a variety of weapons, each of which is enough to make professional-level Pokemon unable to move. Then Lin Chen summoned everyone again. "All facilities are currently completed. Everyone may have to work harder and go out to explore. If you have any information, share it through the wristband at any time." On the wristband there is also something equivalent to an internal team channel where the entire team can communicate tactics and give feedback. At the same time, unknown private chats are also possible. "Okay." The rest of the people all nodded in unison. They had checked their tasks early and began to carry them out in their own ways. In fact, the first task for each of them was not dangerous. There was only one thing: explore the entire map. At the very least, the explorable area within the monitoring range should be determined first, so there is no danger. Of course, the actions of the entire Xiaoguo Alliance team are only monitored by Pokemon from time to time. The aerial photography in the sky has never been dispersed, and Lin Chen's series of operations have already caused all the audience to start hot discussion. Chapter 502: The Strongest Dragon God Overlord Harvesting the Technology of Ancient Civilization. Please collect. Please subscribe. What speed is this? Such a defensive bunker was built in more than 2 hours. He roared that this is a great craftsman. Xiaoguo speed. The above person laughed to death. Elite has its own attributes. Infrastructure attribute. Looking at this posture, the Xiaoguo Alliance is going to use defensive tactic. I wonder what aura bonus they chose. Some other alliances have already received information about this place. It seems that they will not attack rashly. After all, the facilities here must be operated by the elite level. Except for the initial reconnaissance by Swellow, the subsequent reconnaissance was carried out by the Steely, which is obviously a Pokemon only in other countries. Lin Chen chose to turn a blind eye to the rest. Only in this way can the information be passed on. As for the use of Steely for reconnaissance, he was too blatant. They simply don't treat other alliances as human beings. From the aura it can be seen that it is the Luyi Alliance. Sure enough, daily bed method 1-1. And all this in the eyes of some viewers from other alliances. They feel that Lin Chen is not so powerful. I talked so much before, but I still miss so many surveys. Your analysis is very logical. I think your big devil is just like this. Just now even I saw that the Pidgeot was a Pokemon that came to scout and you didn't notice it. Yes, the great Demon King neglected it. Lin Chen of course didn't know this and threw out the Pokeball directly. Come out, Salamins. From here. A white light flashed and Salamins appeared in front of him, waiting for Lin Chen's order. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then issued an order. Salamins, now in all directions, kill all the flying Pokemon in the air within 3 kilometers from here. Salamins roared. This is not a simple matter. Only an aerial overlord of this level has the strength to kill all directions in all directions. Whoosh! Only the whistling sound of the wind was heard and Salamins was like a red lightning and began to kill gradually along the direction where others left. In a moment all the flying Pokemon around fell to the ground. Under the claws of Salamins they turned into corpses. All this was just Lin Chen's way of preventing other alliances from noticing that others had left. For this information, Salamins strangled hundreds of flying type entry-level and superior Pokemon. Such an iron-fisted approach is astonishing. This scene was also captured by the unmanned aerial camera in the sky. At this time the audience was shocked to realize that all this seemed not as simple as they thought. What's going on? Did all of these people leave without a single one? Did they all go out? Except for Lin Chen, this base camp has become an empty shell, and they went to 5 different locations. What's going on? Everyone is Donald, Master Assassin. Solomons is too strong. He killed all the flying Pokemon in Hones kilometers. Blood-splattered feathers flew. It's simply the art of killing. Too cruel. Those secret Pokemon that are not strategically useful are innocent. Go away, Usain. I understand why the big devil did this. He turned a blind eye to it in order to spread the information that he had built the base camp defense, and in order to cover up the information that other elites had left, he let Solomons take action and kill all Pokemon that might be sent to scout. What an iron-fisted method. Admittedly, before the map was fully opened, Lin Chen did not intend to take action himself. Before he was alone, and now as the captain he can command others to do what they can do, which is really tiring. After Solomons came back, Lin Chen directly took out the Pokeball. Come out, Reperier. Boom. Reperier roared and finally saw the light of day. But why did it come out of the Pokeball? Because before that, after being beaten by Lin Chen for so long, the other party had been completely tortured and had no temper. Although it would not completely obey Lin Chen, it is an alternative version of Ash's Charmeleon, but this time Reperier had to surrender. After seeing the light of day, Reperier's eyes were full of covet. That was the covet for freedom. But after being beaten during this period of time, it already knew Lin Chen's method. Even though it had come out, it still dared not move. Lin Chen naturally knew the covet in the other party's eyes and immediately said in a deep voice, "If you run away, I will crush you to death if you are useless." This voice was like a demon from hell, making this elite high-level Reperier tremble and dared not breathe more. "What I want you to do is very simple. Patrol here, and if you encounter an enemy, destroy it." Boom. Reperier is more than SI meters tall but can only nod continuously, as obedient as a puppy. There is no elite's majesty at all. After doing all this, Lin Chen did not stay on the ground. Instead, he went straight to the basement of the entire bunker camp. This is the central control center. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Reperier on the one hand was released to guard the house, and on the other hand to see if the people in the Inner Ghost Alliance knew this Pokemon Wang Qian. It was just used as bait to seduce. Then Lin Chen took out a special Pokeball from his pocket. "Come out, 3D Dragon Coco." This is the first time that 3D Dragon looks at this world, a world other than the previous secret realm and the new world. It is also the first time that it truly embraces reality. For the first time, an inexplicable emotion surged in the mechanical body of 3D Dragon. "Dad, this feeling is very strange." Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then slowly said, "Feel this world, and outside this world there is a bigger world where Dad also wants to protect things. This time I let you out. There are some tasks for you." The voice of the 3D Dragon machine sounded again. "Are you going to transform the entire camp bunker defense?" Chapter 503, Reversing the Dimensional World, a creation beyond the time. Please subscribe. So smart. Hearing the words of 3D Dragon, Lin Chen couldn't help but praise. It is worthy of being a creation beyond the time. In less than a minute after entering this world, it has analyzed everything around it and immediately knew the purpose of summoning it out. Then Lin Chen directly took out the storage space bow and whispered, "All the materials needed for the transformation are in it." The 3D Dragon raised his eyes and glanced at the storage space bow and deconstructed its structure within 1/10,000th of a second. Exquisite gadget. Lin Chen raised his mouth lightly and then reminded, "There will be a lot of drones taking aerial photos on the ground. For some reasons they cannot be destroyed, so try to hide yourself." 3D Dragon heard the word and the mechanical voice sounded again. "I will transform into an electron and pass through the mechanical space, and the optical camouflage on my body will not be detected even if there are creatures around me." After giving all these instructions, Lin Chen directly found a recliner and began to wait for the team information sent back from the outside world so as to formulate a new round of combat plan. Whoosh! 3D Dragon disappeared in front of Lin Chen in a flash and then began to renovate the entire base. If it was originally to defend against foreign enemies, now it is to let other alliances that want to invade feel the joy of Secret Realm. 680. Soon the sound of various mechanical equipment was heard. This was also the first time Lin Chen saw the specific construction of 3D Dragon. Before he was in the new world waiting for the 3D Dragon to be completed and inspected. Just press it. Unexpectedly, 3D Dragon took out 2 buttons directly from the storage space of the tools and pressed them slightly to turn into a tall robot with the same color as it. The robot did not need to communicate with it and directly transmitted the instructions to the optical brain and then began to carry the materials to start building. Compared with ordinary experimental personnel and workshop assemblers, the movements are much more skilled. Almost every step is the optimal solution, from the security of the basement to the structure of the weapon. The original barrel has become an energy-type aggregate rail gun. The appearance alone has made Lin Chen's eyes widen. These are all creations of future technology, but at this moment they are perfectly reproduced by 3D Dragon. Although many heavy-duty weapons cannot be manufactured, the basic weapons alone can cause a huge sensation anywhere outside the secret realm. The progress of science and technology is gradual. For many things, even if Lin Chen uses the eye of all-knowing to deconstruct its structure, he cannot understand the principle of its power. The internal rail gun has been installed. All-round thermal energy sensor monitoring has been installed. Ghost energy detector has been installed. Anti-molecule barrier wall has been rebuilt. Anti-air thunder wave has been installed. In the few hours, 3D Dragon continued to transform the entire base, although the appearance of the entire base has hardly changed from the outside world. But in fact, optical projection has long been used to confuse the aerial photography above, make it look no different. Such a transformation is Lin Chen's second step plan. After others thought that this was a defensive bunker, all the elites were sent out, but fighting alone is always limited, and in the end they have to rely on a stronghold. Then this is the last fortress. While the transformation is still going on, Lin Chen began to collect the first piece of information transmitted back on the public channel within the team. Everyone can view the coordinates of the location as well as the photos transmitted by Su Hu from the local area. In the photo, Sado's Ampharos can be seen outside the camp. Although it is still injured, it has resumed the game for the team competition. Lin Chen thought for a while and responded quickly after receiving the order. Su Hu also returned a 0K gesture. Not long after, Lin Chen received news from all over the country, one after another. From the Luyi Alliance headquarters in the dense forest, the Psychic Girls of the Eagle Alliance are on the island, and the Sakura Alliance in the Steampunk City. There are still some information transmitted back. This efficiency is much faster than other alliances. In such a team PvP competition secret realm, the efficiency of taking action personally will naturally be higher. The reconnaissance method of other alliances is to send Pokemon out to check, most of which are flying Pokemon. After the flying Pokemon collects information and returns to the camp, then use those psychic Pokemon that can telepathize to translate the conversation. Such efficiency is naturally low. What can be known is limited by the intelligence and prescience ability of the reconnaissance Pokemon, as well as the understanding ability of the trainer himself, so it is impossible to be timely and accurate. Even many Pokemon cannot come back alive after going out. Beep. Lin Chen's wristband made a prompt sound again, and at this time, as long as people within a range of 3 kilometers, they will immediately get a general direction prompt. His mouth corners slightly raised. In the past period of time, the red diamond crystal has released multiple signals to the outside world, but there was no response. Before this, it was naturally safe within 3 kilometers. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and then his mind moved. Directly brought the red diamond crystal into the new world. The transmission of the sound wave signal disappeared instantly. After all, in the new world it has reached another interface. It is naturally impossible to transmit the sound wave. From the very beginning, Lin Chen had such a plan. He said that he would transform, but in fact he did not have such a plan. It is better to bring the gem directly into the new world than to transform it. It is also more capable of blocking information. When the 3D dragon is completely built, let it start to study the red diamond crystal. Lin Chen is very interested in this creation that can temporarily increase the aura protection. Just when he was thinking about this, the voice of the electronic dragon sounded. Someone is starting to break in. Lin Chen's mouth corners rose slightly and then whispered, "It seems that rats are starting to sneak in." Chapter 504. The horror of many elites. The demon king who suppresses the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen directly broke away from the new world and then sat in front of the modified monitor. ZZZZ. The pinhole level camera brought a high-definition display. I saw 2 elites approaching here stealthily, one wearing a headscarf and the other wearing a black suit and a mask. They were afraid that others would see their identities. However, when they appeared in the detection range, the camera has automatically tracked them. Although their faces were not captured, their identities were posed through iris recognition. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he whispered, "Philip of the Luyi Alliance and Jackson of the Kangaroo Alliance." So it seems that they have reached an alliance. In such a short time, the alliance formed a 2-person team for joint reconnaissance and shared information. Obviously, after the end of the ring match, these low-scoring alliances, after seeing the strength comparison, they will inevitably have some contact and then start to unite. It seems that in the 3 days after the end of the ring match, this group of people have discussed a lot of project. However, it's just right to practice with you. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then started the operation directly. At the outermost edge of the base, there is an area that has not yet been transformed into weapon. In terms of time, only the monitoring equipment can be completed. The rest are the defensive weapons of this era that were installed with Su Hu and others before. At this time, time the two of them were all stunned when they saw the base. Looking at the appearance of this capsule, it should be the camp of the Xiaoguo Alliance. Why is it so large? Philly frowned and then looked at Jackson. He hesitated whether to enter it or not. If he encountered several elites at the same time, he might be defeated here and then eliminated by the opponent. In fact, the team members can be eliminated. Whether they lose their combat ability or their Pokemon is seriously injured, they can choose to withdraw from the competition. Just press the withdrawal button, which means they lose the qualification to compete. Similarly, the enemy is also qualified to help you press your withdrawal button. Jackson was a little hesitant when he heard Philip's words, and finally a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Let's go and see first. It shouldn't be difficult for us to leave with our abilities. Come out, Bustiodon. Jackson summoned a Bustiodon without hesitation. A flash of white light passed and Bustiodon appeared in front of the two. With this big guy with a height of 3 meters and a body length of 3 meters, the two instantly felt much more at ease. Although it is only a professional level Pokemon, Bastiodon's face is stronger than Orberg and can fully protect the trainer behind it. Philly also took a deep breath and summoned his main Pokemon directly. Come out, Chandelure. Oh, a flash of white light passed by and Chandelure appeared here directly. At this time Lin Chen had seen all of this clearly and he was still muttering, "Elite beginner, just in time to practice with you." On the other side, Philly directly issued an order. Chandelure, sneak in. Oh, the NET moment Chandelure's ghost attribute took effect and drilled directly into the outermost wall. The ghost type stealth is the most suitable one among all the attributes at present. Beep beep beep. But the NET moment the entire periphery alarm sounded loudly and several machine guns slowly rose on the top of the wall. Then they started firing directly without any hesitation. Da-da-da. The flames of the bullet flashed quickly. At the moment they rose, Jackson had already issued an order. Bustiodon, move forward. Roar. Bastiodon's big face directly blocked almost all the bullet. Dang dang. The continuous sound of metal collisions. The machine gun did not play much role in front of Bustiodon. At most it made him feel pain. What should we do? Jackson asked. The two of them had obviously been discovered. They could still evacuate at this time, but Philip shook his head and said, Chandelure has entered this courtyard and did not see those elite. Retreat now. Do you dare to believe this information? We must go deeper. As soon as these words came out, Jackson nodded. Then he issued another order. Bustiodon, rush in all at once. Da-da-da. The flames swept across but could not really hurt it. Even if there were some bloodstains on Bastiodon's body, these minor injuries were not considered. The stray bullets splashed on Philly and Jackson with the elite Pokemon's feedback. One is the super strong defense of the steel type and the other is the temporary virtualization of the ghost type. So when entering the elite level, these basic firearms began to gradually become ineffective. Only when those big killers are really used will they be useful. But in this Pokemon era there are various ways to evade. Any professional level psychic Pokemon can easily leave using teleport. Seeing this, Lin Chen was not surprised at all. After all, some defensive firearms of this generation were deployed in a few hours. Zero can stop the elite level strongmen, which is simply a fantasy. This is why they need to sneak in, otherwise Chandelure can easily destroy these defenses with the power of the law. And the drones in the sky naturally saw the actions of the two. For a moment all the audience was all looking forward to it. In their opinion, knowing that there was only Lin Chen in this base and there were two elite coming. This was the first confrontation of the entire team competition. Before that they had been destroying some low-level Pokemon that were scouting each other, and they were all the kind that were temporarily captured. It was not even an appetizer. Finally waited for it. I wonder if they can find that there is only the Great Demon King here. I am looking forward to the Great Demon King fighting two elites alone. Don't forget the last time in the secret realm of the Imperial capital the Great Demon King had fought with two elites and escaped unscathed. Just look at the Rhyperior in the yard. Although I don't know the level, it look hard to mess with. I think Rhyperior is at least at the peak of the professional level. I am afraid that this breakthrough will end in failure. I don't know which weapon the Great Demon King will use. Only Pokemon can deal with it. Field battles are not like arena competitions. I am more optimistic about these more experienced elites, even though the opponents are from other alliances. At this time Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised because he did not intend to take action. Corpse. Chapter 505. The demon that devours life, the power that suppresses everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen was just watching the two people in the surveillance, not ready to do it himself. After all, there is still a Rhyperior in the courtyard. If you can't even deal with these two elite beginners, then there is probably no need to go back to the Pokeball. On the other side, Philly directly issued an order at this time. Bustiodon, use headbutt. Roar. Bustiodon roared and prepared to sprint directly towards the wall and then retreated a distance, rubbing his hind legs on the ground. Then he suddenly accelerated and ran and directly hit the outer wall of the capsule house. This blow directly knocked a big hole in it. For such an impact, even if the capsule house has excellent defense it cannot withstand it. The defensive machine guns on the wall also collapsed at this moment and lost their defensive function. SI-80 This surprised Philip a little and then looked at Jackson and whispered, "It doesn't seem to be a big deal, but I haven't seen Pokemon for so long. What are these elites planning?" But Jackson's expression was not so relaxed, but he frowned and said in a deep voice, "There is a little fear in Chandelure's emotion." This sentence made Philip regain his caution. After all, he had just broken through the first layer of outer wall defense and its internal structure was still completely unknown. Thinking of this, Philip threw out the Pokeball directly and two flying Pokemon prepared before the game appeared in front of the two. Two white light flashed and a Beedrill and a Pidgeot all flapped their wings and floated in the air. Philip gave the order directly, "You two go in and take a look and come back if you encounter danger." The two Pokemon chirped and then went in one after another. Drill's level was higher enough to be at the beginner level of the professional level. It was faster and made a buzzing sound and then quickly entered the courtyard. Just a crisp sound, almost no chirping or counter-attack. The buzzing sound disappeared. Philip's face instantly became ugly. He had sensed that Drill's life breath had disappeared. Philip had always had a little trick, that is to tie a power of its law to the feet of each Pokemon. But just at that moment the steel ring disappeared. This is why Philip judged it. Before he could speak, the bird that entered later cried and began to flee in panic. The two people outside the wall looked at each other and then saw a faint blue flame burning. The mechanism that hit directly was a black sphere, but it was not a bullet. It was only the size of a fist, and when something passed in the air it was instantly absorbed. If it was hit it would burst out with strong corrosiveness, and Beedrill just died like this. "Well done." Jackson couldn't help but praise. This faint blue flame was the work of Chandelure, who had just entered the wall. After successfully saving the bird, there was no information collection. He could only bite the bullet and continue to go deeper. What he saw was still an empty small wall. If he walked further inside he could directly enter the courtyard. It was also the last wall to enter the courtyard. Jackson gave an order, "Chandelure, go in and take a look." After receiving the command, Chandelure's body became ethereal again and then escaped into the wall. ZZ. Ghost energy detected. Targeted defense has been activated. In Lin Chen's command room such a prompt sound rang again, and Lin Chen was watching all this calmly at this time. Chandelure at the beginning of the elite level. See if the technology from the future can cause damage to it. As for killing, Lin Chen has no intention of doing so. Although future technology is powerful, it cannot destroy the elite level strongmen by itself. So the original intention of the design is to weaken the strength to the greatest extent so that the defense personnel can fight with it more easily. Jackson has not received it yet. Feedback. Chandelure in the wall screamed directly. The wall that should have been entered smoothly turned into a black tar-like liquid, and even the ghost Pokemon could not penetrate it. The black liquid was absorbed on Chandelure's body. It was in pain even though it had no entity. This black liquid actually contained dark energy which was like a thorn in the bone and continued to penetrate Chandelure's body. "It's bad. We've been tricked." Jackson's face changed drastically, but he still couldn't understand what he saw. These were completely out of the defense that modern technology could do, which caught the two of them off guard. They looked at each other and planned to withdraw from here. After all, it was just a pathfinder. They didn't intend to be curious babies. They knew that there were many dangers inside, but they had to ignore the danger and continue to go deeper. Click click click. But then Lin Chen in the monitoring room pressed a button. When they turned around, the scene in front of them had completely changed. They had just entered an outer wall, but the scene in front of them turned into a huge black maze with complicated roads. Is this illusion? The two naturally did not question their eyes. The only explanation was that they had been hit by the ghost-type skills without any sound. Then even whether they could trust the people around them became a concern. This is the highest means of defense. Let everyone present not trust the people around them and become isolated and helpless. "Philip, wake up!" Philip suddenly heard Jackson's voice, and when he came to his senses, Jackson in front of him was calling him. This bearded man from the Kangaroo Alliance looked particularly reliable. "No, 5-9. This is also illusion." Philip's law of steel spontaneously opened the defense, and at this time Jackson was holding a dagger in his hand and stabbed his abdomen. Snap! Philip's face was hit hard, and at this time Jackson was looking at Philip with a serious expression. Fierce and evil. This is in line with his image. There is ghost energy here. Although I don't know how it is done, you must be careful. After hearing Jackson's word, Philip noticed that he was holding the dagger he carried with him and stabbed his abdomen. With Jackson's ghost law, he didn't fall into illusion for a long time. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, a huge head appeared on the edge of the wall. The two looked at each other and couldn't help exclaiming. This is Chapter 506, The Power of the Broken World, the Killing God Who Slaughters Everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. What kind of monster is this? Philip and Jackson both widened their eyes. A huge monster as high as SI meters was lying on the wall looking at the two of them as if they were watching a toy. Is this also illusion? Philip couldn't help help asking, but Jackson beside him looked solemn. The ghost law told him that all this was not the ghost illusion, but it really appeared. Damn, whose Pokemon is he howling at? Why didn't it appear in the previous intelligence? Philly cursed, and then without saying a word he directly summoned his elite level main Pokemon. Come out, Steely! Roar! Steely roared, and the 9-meter long Steely was a few points taller than Rhyperior. Of course, although Steely is huge in length, it is not even half as strong as Rhyperior. When two Pokemon with the same attributes meet, they are particularly jealous. Philly took a deep breath and he could feel the power of the 06 Pokemon in front of him just from the momentum. As for Chandelure on the side, net to the two giants, it was like a tiny thing. Jackson also gave a direct order. Chandelure, come forward to help. Oh, just like that the three Pokemon began to confront each other and a big battle kicked off directly. Jackson did not dare to leave the battlefield to them and continued to explore it. Instead he chose to deal with the Rhyperior first. Boom! The net moment Rhyperior took the lead and jumped out of the wall like a huge mountain pressing towards Steely. Body slam! It was a swift and powerful attack which caught Philip off guard. Steely used Sand Tomb. Roar! Steely's speed was not slow. After a loud roar he quickly moved his body. The ground energy surged wildly and soft quicksand began to appear on the entire ground. He naturally knew that the other party had the same attributes as him and was immune to Sand Tomb, but changing the terrain is still real. It can't cause damage. As long as it can slow down the other party's mobility, it will be followed by a double attack from Steely and Chandelure. Boom! A loud sound, the entire ground began to collapse. The ground softened by the Sand Tomb did not allow Rhyperior to hesitate for a moment. Body slam attacked directly. Steely was not afraid at all. He aimed his Orberg tail upward and swept it horizontally. Silver light lit up on its huge tail. Then it collided head-on with Rhyperior. Jackson on the side also gave a direct order to let Chandelure assist in the attack. Since the opponent collided head-on and did not dodge, he had to accept the anger from two elite level Pokemon. Chandelure used Inferno. Ohu! A dark blue flame rose directly like a dark flame from hell, sweeping upward. It is hard to imagine that only a Pokemon of this size can raise a flame of 10 meters long. The dark blue flame instantly wrapped Rhyperior's whole body. Boom! With a loud bang, body slam and Orberg's tail collided head-on, creating countless smoke and dust. Then the flames snaked like snakes, burning Rhyperior's body. The two obviously didn't expect that the other party would choose to take the damage and fight with them. Such a blow would hurt even the middle-level elite. And this scene also made all the viewers watching the live broadcast excited, and for a while the barrage from all over the world surged like a tide. Fuck, he started fighting right away. What is this? Rhyperior? Is it a Pokemon left behind by someone in the Zyguo Alliance? It shouldn't be. Judging from its strength, it is at least elite mid-level. If you don't take out the main Pokemon, you can't even guarantee your life safety. Could it be the Big Devil's trump card? That's too outrageous, but this Pokemon seems to have a poor fighting awareness. It actually fought with such a blow. And what are those technologies in front? Is it a new generation of defense facilities? It looks so powerful. It directly combines the skills of Pokemon into defense. As the barrage surged, the smoke at this time had gradually dissipated, and the net scene stunned everyone. Rhyperior stepped on Steely's body and then used his body to withstand a blow from Chandelure's Inferno, but it was completely unharmed. There was not even a bit of blackening, only a disdainful look. This look froze the souls of Philly and Jackson, and fear began to spread in their bodies. In Rhyperior's eyes, such attacks were nothing but drizzle. In the new world, he had to fight several elite Pokemon every day and sometimes even had to face their transformation. The bombardment of various law powers was a training for Pokemon. It was not only a training for them but also a training for Rhyperior. Long-term battles had already trained him to have amazing defensive power, and he could not even fight Agron head-on without his transformation. Of course, that was a suppression of 2 levels higher. If it was the same level of energy, Agron would still be much stronger. Why is this the case? This was the only thought in the minds of the two, but the other party did not stop at all. Rhyperior did not hesitate at all because of his excellent combat awareness. Instead, he tightened his arms and hugged Steely's body, smashing it directly to the ground like waving a whip. Boom, boom, boom. Steely, who was caught by Rhyperior, couldn't break free. Every time he was smashed to the ground, he was knocked unconscious, but the opponent still had the strength to release Hyper Beam at Chandelure. A thick dark red light condensed in its mouth and the dead and scorching light beam shot out instantly. Jackson's face changed drastically and then he gave an order. Chandelure, get out of the way. Oh, but in such a narrow place it is not easy to avoid. Boom. Although Chandelure barely avoided it, the strong wind still made its way. Flurb. At this time Steely did not dare to show weakness and constricted on Rhyperior's neck, trying to tie it up and suffocate it, but the opponent didn't care at all. He directly pulled hard with both hands and then charged with the sharp horns on his head and suppressed the two elites with energy, intensity and physical strength. At this time Lin Chen's mouth mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, "Everything has just begun." Chapter 507 The Power That Shocked the World of the Highest Twilight. Please collect. Please subscribe. It's simply a monster. This is the elite level high-level Pokemon that he roared. Why would the elite level high-level Pokemon become the instance of guarding the house? Obviously all the teammates have gone out, leaving only the big devil alone. It can only be his trump card. This roar is too strong. I think this Steely is no longer good. Yes, then Chandelure will probably not have a good end. Net. Amid countless discussions, Steely was hit by another arm hammer at this time. Huge fist. The head swung up and hit Steely directly, and this arm hammer is a fighting skill. Under the continuous fierce attack there is also a tool level suppression, and the attribute restraint skill directly smashed Steely into the ground. Steely lost the ability to fight. At this moment Philip was completely stunned. His main Pokemon was actually solved by the opponent within 3 moves. The huge size that originally made it famous did not expect to have no advantage in front of the opponent. At this time they already knew that this was an elite high-level strongman. This is even without a trainer to command on the side, and he can already fight 1 against 2 and crush them. In the face of absolute strength, any number may not be able to shake it. Even if there is another elite beginner Pokemon, it may still not be able to break its defense. Come back, Steely. Philip was ready, and the moment he took out the Pokeball he directly pressed the return button. Pressing the button means losing the qualification to compete. He shouted, "Long live the Loyal Alliance." He did not forget to look at Jackson beside him. When the blue light enveloped his E-Press Zion disappeared in astonishment, he did not say a word of curse. At this time there was no trace of Jackson beside him. He had already fled when Steely was about to lose. So far the first eliminated player in the entire elite friendly match and team competition has appeared. Philly of the Loyal Alliance, and only a few hours after the start of the game the first loser was eliminated in this way. He was beaten by the high-level elite Rhyperior. After doing all this, Rhyperior clenched his fist and then carefully jumped into the courtyard and did not forget to carefully support the wall that had just been destroyed in the battle. There was no longer the posture of the ancient demon god just now, and he was as obedient as a captive pet. It naturally knew that Lin Chen could see all this, so in order to avoid being beaten less in the future it must win cleanly. Before it made a move, Lin Chen's voice came through the camera. Let one go, otherwise it will be difficult for this Chandelure to escape." At this time Lin Chen was watching everything outside in the monitoring room. There was no suspense in this battle, and it was just for practice. In addition, some signals were released to the outside world. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and then he whispered, "Soon many interesting things will happen too." Although the 3D dragon on the side was intelligent, it still did not understand Lin Chen's words about the overall layout and could only continue to transform. Jackson, who was fleeing in a panic, was already in the dense forest 5 kilometers away, and he still did not dare to stop. Instead he drove the Growlithe under him and continued to run far away. There was no movement behind him, which made him feel a little relieved. He hurriedly sent a message in the team communication. This message was sent by the internal group of the Kangaroo Alliance. After the two alliances cooperated, a common group was also created. At this time the screen was refreshed. Jackson could only appear helplessly and then began to e-plane. Such a series of words made it difficult for the captain of the Loyal Alliance to get angry again. Although it is highly likely that Jackson abandoned Philly and left alone, if he gets angry at this time the cooperation will break down. With one member missing, the Loyal Alliance is bound to be even more lonely and may be eliminated soon. The captain of the Kangaroo Alliance e-planed a few words to Jackson. After all, it is a blessing in disguise to lose one less member, and he successfully obtained some information which is even a gain for a single alliance. In addition, when the outside world saw Rhyperior, there were still a lot of undercurrent. The border of Xia Country Night Town. This was once a paradise for dark organizations and a place where the flowers of sin bloomed, and now in just 1 month it has been completely swept away by the Dusk Parliament with an iron fist. Those who surrender live and those who disobey die. All dark organizations, whether strong or small, cannot survive on their own. As long as there are elite level strongmen in the organization, they must be prepared for the other party to come to their door. Wang Qinhao. In the Dark Temple, a black-robed man was urgently summoned at this time. They were the ones who had escaped before the black-robed man in the rocky secret realm around Hangzhou City. At this time he knelt on the ground, crawling and not daring to look at the person on the stage. He was obviously an elite high-level strongman, but he could only bow his head. "Master, this is indeed the Rhyperior of the third brother." Generally speaking, this kind of elite high-level Pokemon is impossible to obey the orders of others unless the third brother also surrenders to the other party, but it is obvious that his soul curse has been opened and there is no possibility of survival. Having said that, the black-robed man did not dare to continue, and the person on the stage remained silent, just looking at him on the ground quietly. This made him dare not even breathe. After a long time an old voice came. "That plan has to be accelerated." Neighbor Chapter 508 One person pressures all major alliances and the strongest ninja is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. When the Luyi Alliance and the Kangaroo Alliance began to think that all members of the Xiaoguo Alliance were taking the defensive route, the struggles of other teams were still going on. In the internal information of the Xiaoguo Alliance, people from different directions have gained a lot. In the exploration of intelligence, the efficiency is extremely high. On the one hand, during the period when other alliances were still afraid to explore, the Xiaoguo Alliance had Lin Chen in charge, so there was no need to worry about defense. On the other hand, the location of the Xiaoguo Alliance's base camp at first glance is in the center of all alliances. Even on the side of the sea there is also an alliance on the island. Internal information is constantly refreshing the screen. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people who had time to reply were all stunned, and then they couldn't help but praise. And Lin Chen directly opened Tan Taiyu's dialogue bow and then typed some words. "Are you not injured?" When Tan Taiyu saw these words, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then she quickly replied, "There are some wounds on her arms." Si83. When there is no one around facing such caring words, even the most icy beauty will be moved at this time. When you are alone there is no need to be so tense. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, "Which hand?" When Lin Chen was typing, Tan Taiyu had already activated the last teleportation and returned to the base camp of the Xiaoguo Alliance. Because it has passed the inspection of future technology security, it can teleport directly into it, otherwise it will be directly interfered by the force and the teleportation will fail. At this time Chenxi was already waiting beside Lin Chen the first time Metagross appeared. Everyone and Pokemon surrounded it, especially Lin Chen, who checked Metagross's arms or foreleg. Tan Taiyu covered her bleeding arm, looking messy in the wind. So the other party asked about the Pokemon when she asked about the injury. No wonder he asked which one it was when he said it was injured because Metagross has 4 arms. What's more outrageous is that because Metagross had just consumed a lot of physical strength, Chenxi had already started to recuperate and treat it. It was not until this time that Lin Chen noticed Tan Taiyu's bleeding upper arm. He was also a little embarrassed and could only find some topics to ease the embarrassment. It bleeding. Although Tan Taiyu is an iceberg beauty, but at this time she almost used her toes to dig out a bedroom and own a living room. Then he actually said oh and answered casually, "Well, it's still flowing." At such an extremely embarrassing moment, 3D Dragon began to answer in a mechanical voice, "From the current situation I think you have received treatment." This sentence made Lin Chen hurriedly take out gauze and potions from the space storage bow. Then he began to bandage Tan Taiyu carefully. If it were anyone else, Lin Chen would not let 3D Dragon appear in front of them easily, but Tan Taiyu was an exception. After all, 3D Dragon was discovered with her in the secret realm of the Tan Tai family, and both parties had met. Tan Taiyu looked at the 3D Dragon, who could already communicate fleibly, and couldn't help claiming, "Oh, it can already communicate with people. It's quite smart." In Tan Taiyu's heart, 3D Dragon is already a Pokemon that she has not come into contact with ancient mechanical creations. In a narrow sense this is indeed true, but in fact 3D Dragon already has a soul under Zoroark's helping hand. There are some differences between it and those mechanical Pokemon. It's not just the difference in emotions. After all, even mechanical Pokemon have the most basic loyalty, not just acting according to the program. 3D Dragon answered very rationally, "Currently your courtship and for my dad has reached 76% concentration." In an instant the two people present were stunned. The two claimed almost in unison, but what they shouted was completely different. "Courtship, dad, cough cough cough." The two could only cough to relieve their embarrassment, and at this time Zoroark had stretched out his hand in the shadow. He began to output at Lin Chen's ankle. "Is this a facetofus flirting? I'm in the shadow, what do you want to do?" Lin Chen was a little tearful and hurriedly planed to Tan Taiyu, which was also an explanation to Zoroark. "This is the program, so I call you that." Tan Taiyu looked a little strange when he heard this. No one would really rush at a robot or a paper man. No one would really design a program to let a robot call him dad. But Tan Taiyu still nodded, indicating that he understood. Zero. And Lin Chen's wife was able to end it, and her calf was not twisted anymore. Of course, with the steel law these are actually nothing big for him. "Okay, you should continue to be busy." Lin Chen directly gave instructions to the 3D Dragon, who was about to answer the question, and then let the other party continue the transformation project. Just now some Pokemon broken and the parts destroyed by the elite battle also needed to be repaired. Then Tan Taiyu took out the treasure of the Bear Alliance from his pocket. "How should this be operated?" Tan Taiyu asked softly, but this sentence made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. At this time the diamond gem of the Xiaoguo Alliance was lying well in the new world. There would indeed be no alarm, but the original rule of this thing was that the points would be transferred to another piece after 10 minutes, and then it would be transferred to the original base camp by itself. But but if it was placed directly in the new world, Lin Chen was 100% sure it would never be transferred back. After all, it had already gone to another plane, and in that world other transmission energies could not enter and it freely except with his own permission. In this way Lin Chen had another idea. What if 5-9 I took all the gems of these alliances away? What would it form? From the previous research of myself and 3D Dragon, when all these gem fragments were combined, this thing seemed to be some special item from the ancient time. After thinking about it, Lin Chen still suppressed his covet. After all, the consequence of doing so was that the other party obviously knew that he had taken the diamond crystal, and then there was no transmission. Naturally he would suspect that he had done something. Then there is a slight possibility that he knows that he owns a small world, and the new world is Lin Chen's biggest trump card, and any risk that may pose it is unacceptable. If there is a chance, gather them in this game. However, in that case almost everyone will put the gems in their own base camp and then wait for Lin Chen to take them, which may be too late. Chapter 511 The Demon-like Killing God. The demon god who slaughters the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. It should be a while before the opponent's points will be credited. Lin Chen had already secretly taken out the gems of the Xia Kingdom Alliance from the new world and put them in his pocket. As he expected, when he touched the opponent's gems, a strong breath began to rise in the air. The excitement made Lin Chen more curious. Of course, the matter of summoning a dragon with all the gems must be considered when the situation is settled. What needs to be done now is to disrupt the entire situation. Only when everyone has no time to take care of themselves there will be a chance to fish in troubled waters. And Lin Chen's current operation is exactly the same. After all, in this secret world the purpose of all cooperation is to compete better in the end, and all teams are competing for the final honor. Although his command will become the target of all alliances in the early stage, only in this way can the inner ghost be forced out. After listening to Lin Chen's words, Tan Taiyu did not say much but nodded and looked at the facilities of the entire base. Different from before? She was careful and found the problem almost instantly. The base at this time was completely different from before. Although there was no change in appearance, it was obviously different. Lin Chen nodded, then looked at the 3D dragon and whispered, "You can stop the elite now." Just such a simple sentence made Tan Taiyu's eyes widen. You should know that in the outside world the elite is almost known as one person destroying a city, and generally speaking other elites are needed to restrain it accordingly. This weapon-level combat power can hardly be stopped by any man-made technology. And now Lin Chen just said to stop the elite, which has already shocked Tan Taiyu. Of course it's just blocking, not defeating, etc. At present the core part of the entire defense is still the high-level elite repair that is always forbidden in the courtyard. She looked at the 3D dragon in shock and then didn't ask anything else. It's obvious that Lin Chen has realized the future technology. Such a Pokemon will be scrambled for in front of all alliances. Ding! 10 minutes passed in a flash, and then the prompt sound came. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing directly, and then it was obvious that a stream of energy came from the gem of the Bear Alliance and entered his own gem. Points +5. Sure enough, it is still the bottom alliance and the points are still too few. It is about the same as the points for discovering a mineral vein. Of course, in this secret realm, in addition to fighting point can also be obtained in other ways. On the one hand this is to increase the points pool, and on the other hand it is also for the alliances that give up in the later stage so that they will not be unable to obtain reward. With these points you can go out and exchange for corresponding props and give them to the team members as consolation prizes. Then the diamond crystal of the Bear Alliance was directly teleported in front of Lin Chen. It seems that it has returned to the Bear Alliance base camp. After a simple rest, Tan Taiyu received a series of news quickly. The message was quickly delivered, but the Kangaroo Alliance was not in a hurry and started to reply after a few minutes. Such an announcement made everyone stunned. Death or two elite? What exactly is in the cave ruin? Naturally a heated discussion began in Lin Chen's team. Information. Are you all safe? Have you all received official news from the Alliance? I'm here. I'm with Li Chang right now and I haven't encountered any danger. 0. Please give me flowers. Charizard and I are safe too, there's no risk. I was slightly injured and was besieged by the Bear Alliance. I'm going back to the base camp to continue recording data for the time being. Call me if you need anything. When everyone was worried about Lin Chen, he also sent a message. I'm fine too. The 2 people who died were from the Sakura Alliance and I'm currently inside the Steam City. And Lin Chen's words made the others extremely worried and they all dissuaded him. Lin Chen, then you have to be 1,000. Be careful, none of the people in the Sakura Alliance are good guys. Leave there quickly. After all, no one knows whether the cave ruins are safe. But the NET sentence made everyone else stunned. Lin Chen quickly explained the situation. Now the captain of the Sakura Alliance, Susanoo, has been defeated by me. With only 2 people left, they chose to withdraw from the competition. So I am safe now. I plan to go down and take a look. Although 2 elites have fallen, I have the special ability of perception, so it is not difficult to leave. Besides, I found out that the Sakura Alliance did not conduct any eternal exploration before but put all its strength in this ruins cave. Things that can make them give up such a generous reward will naturally not be cheap, so I want to take a look. After Lin Chen said all this, he soon got a reply. It was a brief reply from Tan Taiyu. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. There was no discussion or inquiry in Tan Taiyu's answer. There was only a simple sentence and an intuitive attitude. We are companions. I can't let you take risks alone. Wait for me to come together. Such a sentence made Lin Chen stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth lightly raised. Okay. After answering so simply, he continued to issue orders to others. It's like this. In the NET period of time I may not be able to command. I hope everyone can be more conservative and don't take risk. If you encounter danger, it's safe enough to return to the base camp. The others also responded. However, Lin Chen saw two familiar faces. Corpses. Chapter 520. The sword that destroys the world, the beast that terminates all things. Please collect. Please subscribe. We are here. Charizard and Metagross came together in the distance while Tan Taiyu and Suhu were coming down separately. Lin Chen saw this scene and the corners of his mouth lightly raised. I didn't expect that they would appear at the same time when I was about to take risks, so a warm current surged in Lin Chen's heart. Okay, then I will tell you the specific situation now. Lin Chen's words made both of them straighten their bodies and then quietly waited for Lin Chen's explanation. At present, the Sakura Alliance has been completely eliminated, and others like the Luyi Alliance and the Kangaroo Alliance will be gradually eroded even if we don't take action. The key point is the other three alliances. The Eagle Alliance has not yet found their base camp, and the remaining Chuck Alliance and the White-Head Old Man Alliance have no specific information yet, so I have a hunch that the highlight of SI90 this time is still to come. It may be that we are about to go deep into the secret realm of the cave. The more such an instance is, the more attractive it is. Of course, you have to be extra careful when entering here. The underground is definitely an unexplored area and no one knows what is inside. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there are extremely powerful beings in the secret cave, and there is no such thing as not being able to hurt people's lives here, so you have to pay special attention to safety. Hearing Lin Chen's words, both of them nodded, and then Suhu said softly, follow you, I will follow whatever you command. Me too. Tan Taiyu was still concise. After saying this, Lin Chen nodded and the three of them began to head towards the location that Sato and his team had dug before. In Lin Chen's opinion, he had fought with them before and the opponent had 2 elite level Pokemon, so his actual strength was not weak, but he was still killed in seconds. While thinking he had already reached the location of the cave ruin, from the entrance it can be seen that this place was not excavated by Sato and his team, but it was a ruin that existed at the beginning and became dilapidated after the changes of the time, and Sato and his team's mission is to let the covered civilization see the light of day again. The entrance of the entire cave is not very spacious, with a width of only about 3 meters and a height of only 2.5 meters. In this case, many large-sized Pokemon cannot fight in it. At the top of the entrance, Lin Chen found a blood-colored circular Kumpel totem. What is this totem? Tan Taiyu asked softly. The whole totem was composed of a lot of mysterious and intricate lines, and it seemed that it had been accumulated for a certain number of years. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and did not find anything special, and the explanation for the totem was just a mysterious totem from ancient time. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen was ready to take the lead and enter. Before entering, Lin Chen threw out the Pokeball. Come out, Kartana. Shua. The reason why Kartana was allowed to come out was that on the one hand its strength was the strongest at present, and on the other hand Kartana had an extremely powerful breath perception ability. Let go. Kartana led the way in front while Lin Chen walked on the black depths, tending downward step by step. From a high place it was pitch black here. Shishi. Countless gallbats were startled and flew out instantly. When Lin Chen entered, the candles on both sides actually burned at the same time, obviously to welcome the most precious guest. It gradually became clear in front of him. There were not many Pokemon in here, but there were quite a few. It didn't look like there was a terrifying Pokemon hidden in the cave. There were 3 Lansguadud and Sandshrew. These Pokemon left in a panic as soon as they came in. Lin Chen threw out another Pokeball and released Kurla inside. Come out, Kurla. Shalu. A white light flashed and Kurla chirped, immediately understanding Lin Chen's situation, and then followed Lin Chen obediently. Kurla, net, I need you to translate all the words of these escape Pokemon. Shalu. Kurla immediately used psychic energy to connect with Lin Chen. Then the deeper you go, the stronger the Pokemon inside will be. At first the ones outside were only at the entry level of level 7 or 8, and they would become stronger as you go deeper. At this point they are already at the mid-level of professional level, and judging from the echoes caused by the passing movement, it may be necessary to go deeper. So are there any elite level wild Pokemon inside? Kurla started translating calculating when she passed a sand slash. Go, that guy is angry. I'm dying. How could there be humans on the island? What should we do? If that guy comes out, the world will be destroyed. The other languages are mostly similar, just a few words without detailed description. It just makes Lin Chen more certain that there will be something wrong. Su Hu also looked around, vigilantly calculating the position by wind direction. According to the current wind direction, there is a huge space deep in this cave which may be similar to the secret realm near Hangzhou City we were in last time. Lin Chen had naturally scanned it with the eye of all-knowing a long time ago. No particularly powerful e-instance was found, and the internal situation could be determined when he was here. Some elite-level energy will appear in the depths, but that's it, not the kind with no upper limit. However, there shouldn't be an e-instance that can kill 2 elites in 1 second. And at this moment a stone tablet caught Lin Chen's attention. In the corner of the rock wall there is a small protrusion. If you don't pay attention it won't look different. It seems that there is one every 5-9 meters. When they saw this stone tablet, the 3 people woke up. It seems that they found something similar outside just now. Another sand slash left quickly. It was still swearing in the same way. If it were an ordinary person without Kurla's translation, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hear the difference. But Lin Chen happened to be able to. Go, that guy is angry. I'm going to die. How could humans appear on the island? What should I do? If that guy comes out, the world will be destroyed. It was still the same word, and at this time Lin Chen suddenly stopped, then looked at the 2 people around him and whispered, we seem to have entered a cycle. Chapter 521 The Demon King Who Swept Away All Spirits, the Great E-Instance that manipulated everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Such a sentence made both of them stunned. It took them a full 10 seconds to come back to their senses and understand what Lin Chen meant by cycle. We will continue to walk, and will we encounter the same thing again? Su Hu continued in a deep voice. Tan Taiyu on the side also frowned, and then she took out the poke ball and threw it suddenly. Come out, Metagross. Take it. A white light flashed and Metagross appeared in front of the 3 people, and then Tan Taiyu directly issued an order. Metagross, use psychic energy to detect the path. Take it. The Metagross cried out, and then the dark blue energy quickly spread forward and then quickly covered the entire cave. Lin Chen did not stop this, even though Kurla was right net to him. But it is possible that the elite level Metagross will have new discoveries. But after a moment Tan Taiyu also shook her head and then gave up on further exploration. The current situation is that after entering it has led to a cycle, and now there is no way out. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing, and after scanning a circle he did not find any special energy. Perhaps that e-instance is not always there. Instead it will activate energy at a certain node and change the space. But at present, even if it is a cycle, it will not cause the 2 elites to die at the same time. Su Hu frowned, his eyes full of confusion. What he said was exactly what Lin Chen was thinking about. Then before Lin Chen and the others could continue to move forward, a roar sounded in front of the passage. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded like a group of toros running wildly, surging in a mighty force. A huge stone appeared in the field of vision, which was the most common passage trap. Common representing simple and crude. The net moment before Lin Chen gave an order, Charizard, who was standing in the front, moved first. Su Hu's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and then Charizard roared and flew into the air. Roar. Charizard's dragon claw swept across and then turned sharply and swung his tail. The thick tail was bright. It emitted a silver light and then directly hit the boulder that came from rollout. Flurb. After a loud bang, the boulder suddenly turned into countless fragments and splashed around, and Lin Chen didn't care too much. Is there anything at the end of the road? But just now he still didn't detect any energy fluctuations. Let's go forward and see, Lin Chen said softly. He probably knew what the principle of this so-called cycle was. Then as Lin Chen and his party moved forward, they began to experience multiple attacks, all of which were attacks by mechanical creatures. There was no battle with Pokemon, and without exception all were solved by Charizard. Even Lin Chen's Kartana didn't need to take action. Lin Chen was happy to be idle, and he didn't have to think too much and just walk forward. After half an hour, as expected, the 3 saw the black stone tablet again, but this time there were some changes on it. Before it was a whole black piece, and now there was an e-traw scratch on it. What does this mean? Before Lin Chen could think clearly, a rumbling sound came from the distance again, focusing their attention on the front again. Tan Taiyu frowned, then looked at Metagross and gave another order. Metagross, teleport tab. Since it is right in front, try to avoid it and go directly to the end of the machine startup. Metagross instantly condensed a large amount of psychic energy and then quickly enveloped the 3 people present. In just a blink of an eye, the huge rollout stone was already behind him. Lin Chen also took this opportunity to open the eye of all-knowing and then scanned the surroundings to prevent the weak energy fluctuations from appearing again. Whoosh! It appeared, but this time it was still only a blink of an eye, and Lin Chen still had no way to determine where it appeared, but it was clearer than the last time. Rumble! In front of them a fire spit appeared again, aiming at the three people and suddenly spewing flame. This time the fire power was obviously much greater than the last time. The fleeing Pokemon were still fleeing and even their words were the same as before without any different. Roar! A violent roar came from the depth of the cave where it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Here it comes, Lin Chen reminded this time, and then a gravel really came out from the depth of the cave. From the appearance it was almost the same as the rock throw just now, but if you are careless you may be crushed directly. Rumble! The golem was getting closer and closer and Metagross took the lead and directly collided with it with his heavy body. With a loud bang, even Metagross was knocked back a few steps and the golem's rollout slowed down a little and then launched an attack on Lin Chen and his party. Tread on it! Metagross was about to step forward to greet it, but Lin Chen realized something and quickly stopped him. Get out of the way, it's going to self-destruct. Tan Taiyu came to her senses at the last moment and gave the order. Metagross, teleport! Tread on it! Metagross's figure flashed to the distance and then Kartana drew his sword to the front and an invisible sword energy suddenly spread. Boom! There was only a loud bang, a flash of white light, and the huge explosion did not come immediately, but the powerful impact came first. The top of the entire cave shook off countless dust, and even with the sword energy it was still pushed back dozens of meters. It was Golem's desperate skill. Explosion! Lin Chen took a deep breath and then looked at the other two. Fortunately Metagross dodged in time in the last stage. This is an elite level golem. I'm afraid that few people can handle such a self-destruct. Even Lin Chen felt the violent energy fluctuations at the last moment. What is controlling it? Why is it like this? Is there a fearless trainer who is targeting the trainers who entered the cave? No, there must be something that he didn't notice. As soon as the storm died down, Lin Chen noticed that the black stone tablet appeared again around here, and this time there was an Etra mark on it. The three of them immediately understood that this mark was the damage that increased with each cycle. Now it is an elite level self-destruct. I'm afraid that in the NET round it will be the reason for the fall of two elites of the Sakura Alliance. At this time Lin Chen slowly smiled. I found a way to break the deadlock. Chapter 522 Infinite World Cycle, The Shadow of the Devouring Law. Please collect. Please subscribe. Hearing Lin Chen's words, a trace of expectation flashed in the eyes of the other two, and at the same time they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For them, they had already regarded Lin Chen as their backbone since some time ago, not only because he was the captain but also because of his calm attitude that convinced everyone else. Boom! Just at that moment a cycle has been parried. Unlike other cycles, there is no chance to start over in this world. It is called a cycle, but it is actually a cycle of the mechanism. Every time they cannot be killed they will be reincore. Finally this perfect killing situation is achieved. After they are killed the whole cycle will be completely broken, and the way to break the situation is to let him travel back to the past and not come in from the beginning. This is naturally impossible. Of course there is another way to break the cycle, and Lin Chen did the same. Boom! It's getting closer. Lin Chen quietly opened the Eye of All-Knowing and did not give any orders but walked forward quickly, facing the impact of the huge rock throw head-on. After walking forward quickly, only Lin Chen took the risk. Although there was a loud noise, in fact this huge stone went directly through the middle of his body. In fact this is not a mechanism, it is basically an illusion. The reason why the Eye of All-Knowing did not scan the energy fluctuations was simply because this illusion was not the energy that was being activated now. Tan Taiyu and Suhu were stunned when they saw this scene. They immediately imitated Lin Chen and stood still. As ejected, the boulder also passed through their bodies. So that's how it is. First use the illusion that looks like a mechanism to consume everyone's physical strength. Then when it is almost consumed, let the elite level Pokemon come out and use Explosion. In this way it is indeed possible to kill two elites at the same time. After all, even if Pokemon can withstand such an impact, the trainers they live in cannot. Suhu summarized on the side, and when he looked at Lin Chen again he was full of praise. Chi chi chi. Then there was the familiar flamethrower mechanism, and the heat of the flame could almost be felt from a distance. Lin Chen opened it, scanned it again in the Eye of All-Knowing, and then his face suddenly changed. No, this time it's real. Kartana Shua. Kartana cried out and then used his body as a sword to cut. No one could see how he drew the sword, only a silver light flashed. The NET moment the sharp sword energy directly split the flame in two, and the remaining flames swept over the wall, instantly burning the rock wall black. Such a sudden attack would have been his fault if one was not careful. Damn, this is too thrilling. Suhu couldn't help but sigh. Tan Taiyu on the side also had the same serious expression. Obviously if it weren't for Lin Chen's attack this time, several people would have been swept into the sea of fire. The hidden illusion and the extremely strange mechanism appeared. If it weren't for those tiny energy fluctuations, even Lin Chen might not be able to accurately judge what the real threat was. I'm afraid that the two elites before in the continuous cycle here met a powerful instance and died. Now that Lin Chen is here they can clearly judge whether whether illusion is real or not, so they should encounter those dangers earlier than Sato and the others before. After all, Sato and the others before were tortured to death, and this time 2 more arrows were shot, and Lin Chen took a look and said immediately, "The pair on the left is real." After that the others didn't care about the arrow on the right at all and saw Kartana sweep again, and the arrow was broken in half and fell to the ground. Swish swish swish. Then a whistling wind swept in carrying a powerful energy fluctuation, but it didn't go towards the 3 of them but flew straight into the depths of the cave. It seems that the guy doesn't intend to fight with them now but to use this endless cycle to trap them here forever. Beep beep. At this time Lin Chen's wristband suddenly rang, and it was exactly half an hour after entering the cave, which means that someone had entered it before they came here. Otherwise it would never be such a perfect half an hour. Lin Chen looked at the stone tablet that appeared again. When there was just one more mark on it, he didn't continue to look at the stone tablet but directly issued an order. Kartana, aim at 4 meters above the cave and draw your sword. Yesaa. After hearing the order, Kartana immediately seized this leading opportunity. At the same time it was extremely sensitive to the breath and finally noticed a detail in Lin Chen's reminder. The change of the stone tablet was deliberately to attract their attention. The reason why those illusions could not penetrate it was that there was a technological product that surpassed the current civilization right above the cave. There was something invisible on the top that looked like a projection. It was it that made those mechanisms appear out of thin air with sound and light effect, and there was no energy fluctuation that could not be detected. After explaining the principle clearly, it actually seemed that there was no surprise. The opponent's means were not very clever, but they could always play this group of elites around. Zeb. Kartana swept across the cave, causing smoke and dust to fill the entire cave. Then a transparent protective shield appeared at a certain point and suddenly shattered. At this moment, a pile of metal object fell from it. Wang Niu's Lin Chen didn't say much and then directly stuffed these things into the storage space in the bow. The other 2 naturally had no objection. After all, if it weren't for Lin Chen they would probably still be worried in the endless cycle. Is it over? Su Hu asked in surprise. He originally thought there would be a big battle, but it was so easy at this time. Tan Taiyu had the same impression. Lin Chen nodded and then the corner of his mouth slightly raised and whispered, "Originally there was a big battle to fight, but the other party gave up fighting here." After that Lin Chen didn't say much but looked at the corner of the cave in front of him and then said loudly, "We are all here to participate in the competition. It seems that hiding is meaningless." After that a deep voice came from the shadows. That's right. Chapter 523 Infinite Sky City, suppressing the evildoers of an era. Please collect. Please subscribe. But I didn't expect that someone could break this illusion in half an hour. The person who spoke was not a stranger but William, who had fought fiercely with Lin Chen on the ring before. Net to him was the charming Serena. It was this Serena who made Lin Chen hold back, and now William has regained his spirits, but he still feels guilty when he sees Lin Chen. Behind him were the other 3 members of the White-Head Mang Alliance. "Oh, you are missing one." Lin Chen's mouth lightly raised and then he looked at the other party indifferently. Obviously the missing one was seriously injured in the illusion and then eliminated, because at this time except for William and Serena the rest of the people also had large and small wounds on their bodies. Obviously it was not so easy to find out the secret of the illusion. "There are 5 of us present if one is missing," an elite behind him said viciously, but William raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. Hearing such a threat, Lin Chen did not care much. After all, if he wanted to get points he could get them at any time, but in this cave he naturally came for the ultimate secret. The other party must be the same. Lin Chen's mouth lightly raised and then whispered, "How long have you been here?" This sentence made William frown and then he continued helplessly, 3 hours from the passage on the other side. Lin Chen naturally knew that it was from the passage on the other side. If it was also from the entrance deep in the steampunk city, then Lin Chen would sense it the moment he came in. And this cave passage is tortuous and layered, and there must be other passages to maintain good ventilation. More importantly, this is not a natural cave but a man-made cave, so there must be more than one entrance. "Oh, what's the gain?" Lin Chen asked carelessly, sounding like the 2 were long-lost friends or allies who had already discussed in advance so they would ask such a question. William was not angry but replied calmly, "Not yet. The progress is the same as yours." Lin Chen glanced at him and then continued, "Just as I thought." This sentence made the 3 people behind him rage again. Only William and his wife did not care and then looked at Lin Chen and whispered, "So Net, do we continue to get points or cooperate to face this mysterious cave together?" The meaning of this invitation is already very strong. Su Hu and Tan Tai behind Lin Chen did not say much, both waiting for Lin Chen's orders. If Lin Chen wants to cooperate then they will cooperate, but if Lin Chen wants to get points they might as well start a war with the other 5 here now. William waited for Lin Chen's reply in silence, but Lin Chen just glanced at them and then replied softly, quietly. I choose the third option. You go your Yangguan road, I go mine. Such a sentence was unpecked to them, and Lin Chen chose this out of his own consideration. Although William can now be ruled out of suspicion with a high probability, but he has too many secrets. He can't guarantee that the other party can forget properly, and he doesn't want to link his fate with them. William didn't say a word of comfort or threat. At his level he naturally knew what the other party meant. He understood, and it was fine. After saying that, Lin Chen didn't say much but continued to move forward in the depths of the cave. William just watched them leave without saying much, but the others behind him were extremely rage, wishing to fight with Lin Chen now. But William didn't give any orders, and they didn't dare to do it either. It has to be said that the reason why the Whitehead Alliance can reach the first echelon is that they are also silent. The short confrontation did not leave too many traces in Lin Chen's heart. Su Hu behind him couldn't help but ask, why choose this third way? Lin Chen smiled and replied softly, the other party has no intention to cooperate with us, but just doesn't want to consume strength now and is not sure to defeat me, so he said such a thing. Wait a little longer, wait for them to lose more people, and then I will take their point. His words made the other two secretly shocked. Such a simple two sentences seemed to have seen the shocking battle, and the other party just caught a little opportunity and did not have much fighting intention for the time being. Lin Chen and his party continued to walk deeper, and the cave was not the endless one before. This time they didn't walk for too long. Soon they saw a beam of light coming in from outside the cave, which looked like hope and light. We're at the E. Tan Tai's tone was full of excitement. Her tense nerves along with Lin Chen began to relax at this moment. The three of them walked forward quickly. The net moment Lin Chen saw an extremely large space. Rather than saying that the cave is the entrance to a secret realm, it is better to say that the cave trip just now is just a passage to enter the secret realm, and this is the real secret realm. The net moment Lin Chen realized that they were not on the ground. The moment he stepped onto the platform, he could sense from a slight bump that the ground was not a solid entity, and on the sky in the distance the clouds were not in the sky but were swirling around and condensing. Some dark clouds were even under the entire platform. If he had to make an analogy, Lin Chen could immediately think of the suspended island in Dragon Ball where Goku went to the residence of the gods to practice. This is also a suspended island or Sky City. Is this the Sky City I saw on the ground before? Originally Lin Chen planned to collect all the points on the ground before considering going up to see it, but now it seems that he has to come. How can such a cave lead to the sky? Su Hu's question is also the question of others. Only Lin Chen knew that at the moment he just left the cave there was a very slight energy fluctuation of the time and space transmission point. Lin Chen naturally knew it immediately, but this transmission point was just a few thousand meters away. But he didn't expect that this few thousand meters was the few thousand meters in the sky. Chapter 524 The Supreme Sky Overlord, the Ancient Supreme God. Please collect. Please subscribe. This Sky City is not nothing. You can see capsule houses and a huge martial art field at a glance. It is obvious that someone has climbed here the day after tomorrow, and the answer is about to come out. It can only be the psychic girls of the Eagle Alliance who disappeared for a long time, and this is their base camp. Before Lin Chen made any move, a psychic energy swept over instantly, which was a powerful confusion ray. Kartana, who was extremely sensitive to the breath, sensed it immediately. He didn't say much, just swept a sword in the air. Even this kind of psychic skill could be completely cut off. What was cut off was not the energy but the connection between this energy and its owner. Who? Tan Taiyo looked coldly in front of him. Sure enough, when Eliza appeared in front of Lin Chen, he didn't feel any surprise at all. Did you set up all this? Tan Taiyo asked coldly. She didn't know Eliza, but she felt that the person in front of her was very powerful. Even Lin Chen could sense her power, which was completely different from when she stood up for the waiter in the lounge of the Xiaoguo Alliance. There was a sharp aura on her, but the other party shook his head to deny it. Of course I don't have such a great ability, and it's not my intention to bring you here in this way. Eliza's words made Lin Chen a little confused. Then 5 people came up from the portal on the other side. It was William and his wife's group, and they were also surprised to see the scene in front of them. In this situation no one would take action. Unlike the previous sweep of those small alliances, once the big alliances start fighting there will be heavy casualties. Even dying together is not impossible, just like the previous Sakura alliance if it had not been eliminated. At this time Ninjask and Shedinja can play a great role, but Lin Chen didn't care so much, just looked at Eliza in front of him quietly and then asked softly, so it's the rule of your Eagle Alliance to attack first when you meet? This sentence made Eliza laugh a little, but the other party was still serious. Before Eliza answered, a bald elite behind William had taken the lead in attacking. William and his wife also quickly looked for cover. In this empty Sky City there is not nothing. It has the natural scenery it should have, and even very thick orange trees. A scyther vibrated its wings and swept over. It was obviously just just a test attack, not a decisive battle, and Eliza in front of him disappeared quickly like a shadow. This scene stunned everyone else present. Ling Chen didn't have too many surprises. He believed that William naturally saw something. That's why he asked his men to attack. Why is there another illusion? Are we really in the Sky City? What is going on? Are they immortal? The other elites behind William and his wife talked a lot, and a trace of solemnity flashed in their eyes. Behind Lin Chen, Tan Taiyu and Su Hu were also a little surprised, but they didn't react at all, just waiting for Lin Chen to announce the result. Even William and his wife on the other side could see the clues. Lin Chen, who has special abilities, couldn't have been unaware of it. Sure enough, Lin Chen just nodded and then said calmly, "We were all wrong before. I thought that the Eagle Alliance had a pair of quintuplets. In fact, the Eagle Alliance only sent one person from beginning to end. Through a method, the only one person is divided into 5 individuals and then they fight with similar abilities. It is enough to get a good result, and its layout is only for this moment. Destroy us all." Lin Chen's words made others a little scared, but they were full of disbelief. How could they be just SI people in the middle level of elite? How could they be our opponent? Just as Lin Chen said this, another team came from another direction. They were the Chuck Alliance that had been dormant for a long time, but they didn't know that they came at the wrong time. "Zero, please give me flowers, so everyone is here." When they arrived, Lin Chen had already felt everything. First of all, this secret realm may not have been prepared for them from the beginning. Instead, the Dusk Council used a special way to make it look more suitable as a venue for the elite-friendly match. Long time no see. Chucks are all here now and there is no loss. But apart from the naturally increased points, they did not get any point. "I seem to have come at the wrong time." Chucks immediately realized the situation, but he still mistakenly thought that other people were waiting here. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, "It's okay, just 3 are missing 1. 0. Such a sentence made both alliances stunned. Playing mahjong here? But the following melee was indeed a mess, no less than playing mahjong. At this moment, Su Hu also immediately understood that the traitor arranged by the Dusk Council before was the current Eagle Alliance, which is now the Psychic Girls group. No, there is only one person. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then looked into the distance and whispered, "Then what about the original Eagle Alliance people?" Such a sentence made the other party stunned and then continued to answer him, "Of course I dealt with them. I have to say that Reperier was able to subdue us. He is indeed quite capable." Eliza's gentle voice before became extremely vicious at this moment. "Let's enjoy a big fight, net." Countless smoke rose suddenly, and these were not to end. Under the scanning of the eye of all-knowing, countless nano-robots emerged from the pink mist, then attached to the bodies of the members of the major alliances. "Ah!" The endless miserable growl echoed in the Sky City, but did not kill these people, and Cortana swept across and immediately isolated the fog outside. As for William and his wife, they also summoned Pokemon to react in time, and the people of Chuck's alliance were all covered by corpses. Chapter 525, The Great Terror in the Fog. Like the figure of the God of Death. Please collect. Please subscribe. Roar. This was not the sound of a single Pokemon. The people of the Chuck Alliance and the others of the White-Head Sparrow Alliance were shrouded in pink mist not far away. They roared like wild beasts. Even their Pokemon did the same, and it was all because of the pink mist. Su Hu and others looked around vigilantly, ready for battle, but Lin Chen didn't look at the people in front of him. His eyes had passed through the thick fog and looked at Eliza in the distance. At this time, Eliza's princess dress fluttered in the wind and her proud figure was like a queen. "Get out of the way!" A huge flame shot out from the mouth of the blazing centipede. The raging flames covered the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu Tina 3 dodged the attack easily. However, this blazing centipede was not Eliza's Pokemon but someone else's Pokemon that had lost control. William, who was not far away, quickly reminded them. At the same time, their former teammates from the White-Head Old Man Alliance in the distance had completely lost control at this time. "George, wake up!" Serena on the side kept shouting. She couldn't attack her former teammate directly. She could only shout loudly, hoping that this would make the other party wake up. Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes had already opened, and then he clearly saw that the pink fog was still eroding them. If he didn't get out of it, it would be impossible to completely wake him up. At the same time, the composition of the pink fog had been thoroughly analyzed. It was the mutant powder of the red potion obtained from the Red Moon Elite before. Obviously, the Dusk Council had changed its composition and turned it into the current fog, and the concentration has increased again. The price is that humans or Pokemon who inhale it will fall into a frenzy. "Caesar, stop it!" Haha. Caesar raised his pincers like a flash of red lightning and approached the burning centipede in an instant. The opponent also hissed and a void of flames swept out. The target was Caesar in front of him. Ding! Caesar hit Xer and rushed forward. The void of flames passed by its body. Such a speed could not stop it. Blur! With a loud bang, Caesar's pincers hit the burning centipede directly back carapace and it was sunken in an instant, but the opponent was still fearless and had no reason at all. There was only one goal in his eyes, which was to burn all the creatures in front of him. What to do? If the battle continues like this, they will have to fight with their former teammates, which will inevitably hurt them, and judging from the current situation, the pink fog can't be solved by knocking them out except making them violent. William frowned and looked at Lin Chen. He must have a way to deal with the man in front of him. Lin Chen still looked indifferent and then pointed to their wrists. See that? Following the position pointed by Lin Chen, William understood it instantly. On the inside of the transmission wristband there is a red button which can only be pressed by the wearer, but it is not impossible to press from the outside. Press their button and send it in. William said this, which made the other sober people present stunned for a moment, and this was exactly what Lin Chen thought. Although it is difficult, it is not completely impossible. Caesar, carry me. William took the lead, ignoring Serena's exclamation behind him, and then directly grabbed the back of the giant claw mantis. Then he gave the order directly. Caesar, approach George. Haha. Although Caesar hesitated, he still acted according to the master's order, but this time it was faster. It knew very well that if it was a little slower it might kill its master. Roar. The burning flame centipede looked at Caesar with a scarlet eye, and then a flame spread out of its mouth, followed by a flamethrower that was more than 10 meters long sweeping out. The scorching flame raised the temperature around it a lot, and the surrounding air became illusory. Whoosh. The whistling flame passed through William's hair, and a strand of his golden hair instantly curled and turned charred. Drib. At that moment William had already pressed the red button on George's wrist and then kicked him in when the blue portal appeared. Caesar roared and then sent the blazing scorpion in with him. One person and one Pokemon cooperated skillfully. In this way the first teammate was sent in, and of course he was completely eliminated. However, compared to death, elimination is not a big deal. At this time, although Lin Chen proposed the method, he did not make any move but just watched the actions of others quietly. William was panting heavily. For him such a high-speed action consumed his physical strength very quickly. Even he was a little overwhelmed, and Serena's Maywile had already used Mega Evolution to fight with other teammates so that William could have a only unknown opportunity. However, Maywile's basic attributes were still too poor. If he was asked to kill these teammates, the excellent attack power could be completed, but to protect these people Maywile would not be a good hand. But she had to hold on. If she made a mistake and let two people attack William at the same time, William would probably be beheaded. Another collision. 5-9. Maywile retreated again and again. At this time her physical strength was consumed very quickly, and she was almost relying on her own will to hold on. Mr. Lin, can you help? William finally couldn't help asking Lin Chen for help, but Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he didn't make a move. Other alliances were going to be eliminated and he was not happy enough, so how could he take the initiative to make a move? The other party also saw Lin Chen's thoughts and could only bitterly propose his price. Mr. Lin, save my teammates and all the points of our Whitehead alliance will be given to you. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Then he slowly stretched out his hand and the other party panted and handed the diamond gem in his pocket to Lin Chen. Okay. Lin Chen looked at the people in front of him. Chapter 526. The Devil of Evil is coming. The Ultra Beast of Mega Evolution. Please collect. Please subscribe. The NET moment. Lin Chen threw out several Pokeballs. Come out. Servine Salam in Skuzlordagran. 4 white lights lit up and the powerful aura made everyone present look over. Even Elisa in the distance frowned. Such a scene is rare. The average person only has a few Pokemon. After reaching Elite, the Pokemon below are all ants, so no one will train more Pokemon. Each one is a huge E-Pence, so generally there are only main Pokemon. The rest are relatively weak, but Lin Chen's Pokemon is obviously different. Each one, whether in color or momentum, has reached Elite or close to Elite momentum. How much money should such a Pokemon lineup cost? But now there is no time to hesitate. The moment the Pokemon appeared, those who inhaled the mist were completely violent. Lin Chen still gave the order calmly. Skuzlordagran, you two resist the attack. Servine Salam ins, you two attack together. See the wristbands on those blonde men? There is a red button on the inside of the wristband. Press it and send them into the teleportation array. Ah! Roar! The two giants attacked directly, which greatly reduced Serena's pressure. Otherwise she would have collapsed in a moment. Serena looked at Maywile distressedly. At this time Maywile was covered with scars and was seriously injured. She withdrew from the state of Mega Evolution. At the same time she was attacked by many elite-level strongmen, and she did well enough. Blurb. When Agran collided head-on with a Kangaskhan, Salamins had already set off with Servine. The two Pokemon quickly shuttled in the cyclone and then lightly entered the battle. Servine scanned the ground and instantly found the red button on the wristband. Gaga! The Servine cried out, and then a vine whip swept out. It seemed to be very powerful, but when it hit the red button, the originally delicate and fragile wristband made a click and it was not damaged at all. Serena saw this scene and widened her eyes. What a precise control! How should such control be trained? What she didn't know was that when Servine was at the end elementary level it was training its control over energy. Not to mention that in the new world it has been comprehending the power of law for a long time. Then a blue teleportation array appeared. Salamence took advantage of the situation and blew his Pokemon into it with a hurricane. In an instant one person's teleportation mission was completed, which made William and Serena stunned. At this time several people from the Chuck Alliance had already surrounded them. They were the closest and inhaled more pink fog, so there was almost no room to hide. And at this moment they were all attacking Lin Chen. Shua. Kartana, who had not made a move but was sitting beside Lin Chen, cried out, and the momentum of the whole body rose rapidly and the whole body had turned into an extremely sharp sword. Facing 4 attacking elite level Pokemon, even if he had the level of suppression he would probably still feel some pressure. And Lin Chen did not say much and took out the keystone from his pocket. Then he threw out Kartana's Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. William's eyes shrank when he saw this scene. It was Kartana's Mega Evolution before, but it was directly terminated. Now at this moment Kartana is finally going to Mega Evolution. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how strong this absolute strong man would be after Mega Evolution. The tip of Kartana's sword lightly touched and then came into contact with the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. A white light lit up from its body and then quickly epondate, illuminating the world. Countless memories flooded my mind, including the heart-to-heart talk between Isaac and the Great Sword Ghost. In order to protect the meteorite of the small nebula, I experienced a great battle with Lin Chen. Later, under Lin Chen's instruction, I realized that the Sword of Guardian became the Sword of Heart that cut through time and space. Every scene makes people miss it so much. As a swordsman, some people say that you can't have too many emotions. Swordsmen with emotions are not far from death. Kartana used to believe this sentence and it almost died. And the NET moment it began to communicate with Lin Chen and peek into the heart of the human in front of it. What is in his heart? The NET moment Kartana opened his eyes. His whole body was shrouded in white light, but his eyes were full of astonishment. Although the man in front of him has always been doing things to protect his family and friends, but deep in his heart there is a desolate sea. There is a desolate place, nothing and no one can really communicate with it. That was his absolute domain, lonely and powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The NET moment Kartana's body began to change. The feathers on his head stretched again and his body became larger accordingly, except that he had some golden armor on his body. The body, which was originally as thin as a cicada's wing, was covered with a layer of armor flashing with golden light. The attributes also changed, losing the grass attribute. It became a pure steel Pokemon, but the skills of the grass attribute were still not weakened at all. When used in his hands it can still melt gold and break iron. Just standing there, the powerful aura made the 4 elite Pokemon pause. Although the other party was still in madness, he was shocked by this aura. This was the fear from the blood of life, and every cell was so afraid so that all Pokemon trembled involuntarily. Eliza in the distance was stunned for a moment, feeling the sharp momentum of Kartana. With shock in her eyes she murmured 2 words: champion. Lin Chen saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then looked at the Pokemon in front of him. I didn't let Kartana complete the evolution before. On the one hand I found the weakness of William's Caesar, and on the other hand I sensed that powerful force, so I didn't let it complete the evolution, otherwise it would bring disaster if it completed the evolution in front of the whole world. But now it's different, no one can get here, so there's no need to hide. Lin Chen's eyes became sharper and then he gave a command softly. One sword cuts all. Chapter 527. One sword cuts through the sky. Champion level attack. Please collect. Please subscribe. Swoosh. After receiving the order, Kartana immediately stood still, and then the powerful aura seemed to be withdrawn as quickly as the tide. Like the momentum of hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, it condensed in one body. Then it was injected into the sword in his right hand again. After completing the Mega Evolution, Kartana's blade was 2 meters long. Swish. A very thin white line appeared out of thin air in front of Kartana, almost invisible, but just kept moving forward. Then it turned into a white thread and spread rapidly. No one could see how Kartana made the move. The speed of this IAI/ could never be measured. Even the most advanced high-speed camera could not capture its movement. The whistling sound of the spreading white thread turned into a sickle weasel flying freely in the air. When the sword touched the first Pokemon, it suddenly epondate and turned into a wall. The countless sword energy contained in it spread out and then turned into thousands of sword light covering the Rapidash. Swish. With only the sound of cutting, the elite level Rapidash turned into countless pieces of meat and scattered on the ground. The sword energy was so fast that even the blood in the blood vessels had not seeped out, and it suddenly burst out after a moment. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shattering sounds were heard, and the 3 Pokemon behind Rapidash along with their trainers all shattered in an instant. No one knew how powerful this force was. William's eyes twitched wildly when he saw this scene. Before he and Kartana were fighting, Onianon and the other party almost completed Mega Evolution. This ordinary sword had such power. If he had let the evolution complete. No, it was Lin Chen who took the initiative to terminate the evolution. He had effected this and terminated the evolution. He looked at the man's back in awe, and the fear in his eyes was beyond description. He was even more glad that he did not inhale the pink mist, otherwise he would have turned into a pile of minced meat on the ground at this moment. Killer God Lin Chen, worthy of this name. This is the information William searched after the battle with Lin Chen, and it seems that it is still too conservative today. The young man in front of him, who looked only 18 years old, was a demon god, and the murderous intent in his body was so strong that it seemed to be real. After doing all this, Lin Chen had no ripples in his eyes. He just looked coldly at Eliza in the sky. He knew what the other party was thinking. Did he want to use the lives of the people participating in the competition to make him afraid to act? What a joke. In Lin Chen's opinion, he didn't care whether these people lived or died, and the 4 elite level Pokemon instantly dyed the ground of the entire Sky City red. No one dared to breathe heavily, and the only living people at the scene at this time were the 2 people from the White-Head Old Man Alliance and Tan Taiyu and Suhu behind Lin Chen. Pa pa pa. Elisa suddenly laughed and then responded to Lin Chen's actions with rhythmic applause. I didn't expect that there was such a strong man among you. I really underestimated you. Then Elisa seemed to get closer to look at Lin Chen and continued to say with a smile, I didn't expect that you are even stronger than the information in the data. Now I believe you can defeat and kill Wei Tong the good for nothing. Is his repair still easy to use? Lin Chen heard Elisa's word and smiled indifferently. I didn't expect that you who stood up for the waiter at the registration center turned out to be a member of the Dust Council. I guessed so many people, but I missed you. I didn't expect that there would be such a drama in the secret realm. It seems that the major alliances still underestimated you. What is the purpose this time? Elisa's mouth corners slightly raised, and the originally cute double ponytail princess dress now looks gloomy. The blood stains her skirt, and the murderous intent in her eyes is extremely strong. The purpose this time is to kill the geniuses of the major alliances, but I really have to thank you for helping me complete these 4 targets. Lin Chen's expression did not change at all when he heard this. He has his own way in his heart. How could he be changed by a few words? Oh, then you may be disappointed today. If the task target cannot be completed, then you don't have to go back. When he said this, Lin Chen's sharp aura had already made Serena around him breathless. William looked at Serena and then whispered, you go back first. Serena nodded silently and then pressed the transmission button, but it was seen by Eliza. She snapped her fingers lightly. The transmission array just appeared but suddenly disappeared as if the power was cut off, and Serena, who was about to enter, also had a horrified expression. Since you are here, you should be a good guest. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Those trash left before, so they left. You took the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite and Keystone we gave you, and you are the one we chose, and you still want to leave? Her voice was still so gentle, but the murderous intent in it was self-evident. Such words made Serena breathless. She was indeed the one from the Eagle Alliance before. No, it was Eliza who killed everyone in the Eagle Alliance and disguised herself as them. The Keystone and Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite were handed over to William. Now thinking about it, why didn't I think about it before? How did the other party know the Pokemon of the 2 people and give such a corresponding evolutionary Stone-ite? Or was it blinded by the huge power? The net moment Eliza looked at Lin Chen again and whispered, okay, if it's just like those trash, it's really too boring, but now it seems that the game Wang Niohao has become fun. Half-step champion. Okay, this is the first strong man after I woke up. This sentence made Lin Chen understand a lot instantly. Unlike the elite level absorbed by Wei Tong, those were just absorbed in the dark organization, and the Eliza in front of him was obviously a member of the Dusk Council who came here. Awakening? The old man of the ancient civilization awakened? Or is there another meaning? However, it is meaningless to think more. If you don't defeat the person in front of you, maybe everyone will die, and the other party is obviously a real champion. As she said at this time, although Kartana has touched the threshold of the champion level, it is ultimately deleted by the brief touch of the evolutionary Stone-ite. Just like the power of the elite's law, the champion level must become the master of one side's law before they have the opportunity to advance, and she is the master of the psychic law. Chapter 528, The Realm of the Strongest God, the Power Beyond the World. Please subscribe. After a few minutes of rescue, those who could not be teleported to the White-Head Old Man Alliance were completely tied up. Even if they were tied up, they were still violent. As for their Pokemon, they could only temporarily lose their mobility through serious injuries and then be taken care of by Serena. Only in this way can they be completely tamed. However, these rampaging elite Pokemon are no longer the highlight in the eyes of everyone present. It's just a little appetizer. Everyone's eyes are focused on Elisa floating in the sky, and his opponent is only one person, that is Lin Chen. Elisa's aura unfolded and then looked at Lin Chen. This was the first time that Lin Chen faced a champion champion-level warrior. He had only taken one blow from the Void Ida he had faced in the Void Land, but now it was different. He was facing a real champion. Lin Chen looked at Kurla on the side and whispered, "Kurla, can you communicate with the real world?" Chiru Kurla cried and then began to use psychic energy to try to communicate with the teleportation array again. Elisa on the opposite side did not organize but just taunted, "This little guy who has not even reached the elite level, you want to break through my barrier?" 693 Behind Elisa, a Gothitelle slowly appeared. The space around her had begun to distort and she could even see the starry sky tens of thousands of light years away. The body of Gothitelle is mostly black, its pupils are blue, its mouth is red and its face is purple. It looks a bit like a Gothic maid. 8 disc-shaped objects pended on both sides of its head and a horn protruded from its head with a white bow behind the horn. It wore a black Christmas tree-like skirt showing an elegant image. In fact, it is an extremely powerful psychic Pokemon. There are 4 white bows on the skirt and it also has a pair of hands. The palms are purple like the face and it wears white bracelets which can be used to perform extremely powerful psychic skills. Lin Chen opened the Eye of All-Knowing without saying a word. However, at the moment of being scanned, the champion-level psychic Gothitelle frowned. Such an instance can already begin to sense that something has swept over her body. However, the Eye of All-Knowing is beyond her cognitive range. Lin Chen naturally sensed this and took a deep breath. In the future he may need to pay special attention to the top psychic masters. Of course, if it were not for the incomplete Eye of All-Knowing, there would be no need to scan just one glance to see it all. Detect. It can even predict future sight. And the Gothitelle in front of him is a champion-level powerhouse. The Lord of Psychic Law, Chalu Kurla, who was standing by, had tried dozens of times in a short period of time but it never worked. She shook her head in disappointment. At this time Tan Taiyu, who was standing by, also threw out the Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. Metagross helped Kurla find it. I step on it. A white light emerged from Metagross's body. It was originally elite level and after Mega Evolution it jumped to the middle level of elite. And it was not over yet. Tan Taiyu took a deep breath and rich energy appeared from her hands. The dark blue light radiated from her palm and then the strange energy was transmitted to Metagross's body. Special ability Apotheosis. Metagross's momentum rose again and the surrounding psychic energy surged violently, all pouring into its body like a tide, and it urged the power of psychic law and began to explore the imprisoned space-time energy. As long as the teleportation array is found, the champion-level powerhouses of the 8 alliances can build a channel, then descend here. In other words, they don't need to defeat the opponent, just need to delay enough time. How long will it take? Tan Taiyu asked softly, and Metagross also told her telepathically, "I don't know yet, but it should be within 10 minutes. Such a sentence made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. However, finding and establishing a link is another matter. The Pokemon who can break the void and enter space-time are all champion-level powerhouses. It is not easy to build a channel with the power of elite. However, Lin Chen and the others all knew that the real world was in chaos at this time. All the viewers were stunned. The live broadcast room suddenly went black. They could still post comments but they couldn't see anything. What's going on? This live broadcast environment is too bad. Zhou, I couldn't see the big devil and the others just now. I could only watch the group of people fighting outside. What's the point? As a result, the live broadcast room is completely broken now. If you don't want to broadcast, you don't have to broadcast. Where is the long-awaited Big Devil vs William? The last battle, I thought there would be a revenge battle but I didn't expect to see nothing. Please ask the official to come out and give an explanation." "That's right, I've opened the bet and you tell me I can't watch it anymore. What a crappy live broadcast." A large number of comments began to curse like a tide, and they didn't know that a storm had swept through the secret realm of the elite friendly match. At this time the official of the Xiaoguo Alliance was also stunned and then began to check the status of the drone and repair various equipment. A blue light flashed and on the teleportation array of the White-Head Old Man Alliance a Kangaskhan fell from the sky and then it still violently began to attack, and its trainer George also had red eyes and blood all over his body. "George!" A voice penetrated the entire venue and then the power of the law unfolded, directly freezing the attacking Kangaskhan. Flurb! Another loud noise. Another member of the White-Head Old Man Alliance also popped out. His state was the same as George. All of this means that some accidents have occurred in the secret realm. Some unknown accident, and the biggest possibility is what happened after entering the mysterious cave. Is the result out? The organizer of the competition asked uneasily while the equipment personnel on the side were frantically inspecting it. The teleportation array was disturbed by a powerful force. It is currently unable to communicate and operate. Zhu Sheng frowned and a terrible thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 529 Shattering the Void World, the Demon King that shocked the whole network. Please collect. Please subscribe. Did something unexpected happen inside? And was it an accident targeting a group of elite? Zhu Sheng muttered to himself, and the other champions champions who had the same idea as him naturally looked solemn. If it was really an accident, then it could only be a champion-level strongman. They looked at each other and at the staff who were debugging the equipment. Add more people and connect as soon as possible. Although each of them can break the void, they are not able to cross the ocean and directly shuttle to the secret realm. In that case, it is not breaking the void but ultra-long distance autonomous transmission. No one can do it at present. We can only look forward to connecting with the wristband that can be connected to the secret realm, that is the small portal to retransmit. People here can enter it. In addition, the only thing we can do now is to communicate with the elites who are tied up. Determine what is inside and be prepared. You may need to fight as soon as you enter. Being prepared can also be more confident. They are still unconscious. The medical staff who were treating the elite said softly. Bliss C was injecting healing power into the injured continuously. Several elites are currently in a coma, and the only one in a better condition is George, who came out first. Cough. George's sudden cough gave hope to others. Zhu Sheng tapped George's back with one hand and then George spat out a mouthful of blood. All the tuins that make people crazy were repelled at this moment. Zhu Sheng and another old gentleman-like champion came together. How is it? Champion Cam asked with concern. Zhu Sheng nodded and then whispered, "It's okay now." Hearing this, Cam champion asked in the language of the Whitehead Alliance, "What did you encounter in there?" Cough cough cough. George coughed violently and then his eyes were full of fear as if he remembered something terrible. "They're people from the Eagle Alliance. There is a traitor. That is a champion-level strongman." Aye. George coughed every time he said a word. At this time the others immediately looked at the Eagle Alliance champion, but where could they find him at this time? As expected, this champion also had problems. In other words, in addition to the replacement of the Eagle Alliance elites, even the champion level was replaced. This proved even the champion can be silently annihilated in front of the Twilight Council. Champion level powerhouses are the top instances in each alliance. Their number will determine the strength of the entire alliance. Even every additional elite promoted to champion can greatly increase the strength of the entire alliance. The NET moment the champion from the Chuck Alliance closed his eyes and the power of the law instantly spread out of Norman, and then he opened his eyes. Found it. The rest of the champions of the Bear Alliance and the Lu Chicken Alliance all came up at the first time, directly summoned their Pokemon and then directly broke the void, chasing the escaped Twilight Council champion other than Norman. Seeing this, Zhu Sheng said in a deep voice, "If one more person goes, the opponent has the power to destroy the champion." The champion of the Sakura Alliance nodded and made a seal with one hand. The escape technique was instantly performed and a white smoke enveloped him, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. "Okay, let's be prepared. There may be another big battle." Zhu Sheng looked at Cam and the other party nodded in agreement. At first Zhu Sheng still suspected that the other party was a traitor, but unexpectedly the traitor finally found out was the harmless Eagle Alliance. This is indeed unexpected. Originally the plan of the Dust Council was to put the traitor into the entire alliance, but after seeing the quality of this elite-friendly match, directly implemented Plan B. In their view, killing Lin Chen and others is more important than letting the elite join the team, and such a big battle has not happened for a long time. I thought it was an unprecedented event, but it turned out to be a global battle. On the other hand, the investigation team of the alliance has directly started to contact the people of the Eagle Alliance. "Zero, please give me flowers. We must thoroughly investigate the other party's composition." Such a swift and resolute speed can only be achieved by a state machine like the 8 alliances. Immediately afterwards the hot search list began to discuss and countless discussions appeared in it. What happened? First the live broadcast was interrupted and then the elite appeared in the teleportation array. Yes, later someone found that several rainbow lights were flashing in the sky. What rainbow light is that? A Pokemon fighting? Pokemon fighting? What level of Pokemon is that? Even the elite will not make such a noise. The champion level powerhouses of the 8 alliances seem to have fought, and I don't know what happened. I just saw that the sky has completely changed. In short, it seems that it is not peaceful, so everyone should hide at home as soon as possible. What about the previous elite-friendly match? We were fighting inside before, but after the mysterious cave appeared, everything disappeared. The big devil is gone too. Something must have happened inside that affected the outside world, and the current battle is just a continuation of the battle inside. I really want to see the battle in the secret realm. I'm afraid it has gone beyond the scope of the game now. Countless discussions topped the hot search list, and people all over the world were paying attention to this elite-friendly match. The popularity was even higher than that of the previous game. After all, watching the excitement is more attractive than the game. Of course, in addition to these discussions, there were also those discordant voices. Damn, I bought a house for the big devil to win, and now he tells me that he can't go on and he won't return the money. How about opening a bet for these champion level battles? Yes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These gamblers upstairs, that's enough. At this moment the most critical situation is Lin Chen in the secret realm. After all, the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. A champion-level battle is about to break out. Corpse. Chapter 530. A sword that spans time and space. A bloody demon that roars the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. 10 minutes, that is to say, plus the establishment of the connection, at least give you 20 minutes, right? Lin Chen asked slowly without looking back, and behind him Tan Taiyu has already commanded Metagross to start the exploration of psychic energy, exploring the thread that was previously connected in the vast void. Now the thread is broken and it needs to be searched bit by bit in it. Yes. Tan Taiyu nodded, and then her eyes were full of sharpness. Kurla's face flushed, and then she continued to use psychic's energy, although her energy was nothing to Metagross, who was a high-level elite. But if you can do your part, you must not rely. With Lin Chen's words, Tan Taiyu felt a lot more at ease. Even if there was an ancestor in front of him, he might not be able to defeat him. But with this tall figure in front of him, it seemed that there was nothing in the world that could dump him. Even if we die with him, it might not be so painful. Then we will fight for these 20 minutes for you. Su Hu beside Tan Taiyu said in a muffled voice, and William and Serena on the side also stepped forward. Although they were fighting to the death before, both of them knew that they had to rely on the powerful Lin Chen. Once the other party was defeated, the two of them would be nothing but ants in front of the champion-level strongman. The so-called elite is all ant. In fact, there is another saying that there is no level below the champion. In other words, although there are many battles of various levels, in the eyes of the champion there is no difference. It's nothing more than an ant being crushed to death. It's just the difference from crushing a bee. Ants can't resist, and bees can only sting you once and then inject their organs into the body of the strong with the sting. Now they have to be a bee that can sting people. It's just that Lin Chen is not a bee. If the other champion-level strongman is a middle-aged man, then Lin Chen is at least a teenager. Although it is difficult to defeat the other party, it is at least not impossible. Through wisdom, through tools. In the center of the battle, Eliza just watched all this quietly and then couldn't help but applaud. She whispered, "What a touching scene. United efforts to face the outside world, even cross-alliance cooperation." The smile on Eliza's face then converged, turning into the coldest press Zion. "But you don't know anything. All your noble qualities, cooperation and competition, are worthless in the face of the continuation of the entire race. You don't understand at all." When Elisa said the last sentence, her voice had turned into a roar which made people shudder. The net moment Elisa gave the order without any hesitation. "Gothitelle, dress up for your performance, Lord." Then Gothitelle behind Elisa slowly floated over, and the psychic energy around her all followed her action. Serena was a little breathless, and Su Hu's breathing here also felt a little blocked. "Gothitelle, use confusion, Lord." The net moment a faint blue light lit up from her palm and then stretched forward, sweeping directly toward Kartana. For Kartana, who has a keen sense, she immediately stepped back and quickly slashed at the space in front of her. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword lights enveloped this confusion. With each slash, Kartana's aura would be strengthened, and the sword light also shone. But such a sharp sword would not cause any harm to Gothitelle, and the sword energy only made its body protection strength cover the body, causing a few ripples. The usually indomitable IAI slash has been released here countless times. Every ray of sword light still plotted, but on Gothitelle's body there are countless confusions to contend with. Destroy them all. You can only interfere with the opponent by continuously releasing skills. But just thinking about this, Gothitelle's figure disappeared from the spot. Then a stream of psychic energy emerged around Kartana. Whoosh! The opponent has already teleported to the front. B. With a loud bang, Kartana only had time to cross his hands to block the opponent's attack. Zero. Not to mention whether he could counterattack, but this time he was directly knocked hundreds of meters away. You know, Kartana's best skill is actually his close combat, but the champion-level strongman, the Broken Void teleport, arrived in an instant. Even the psychic Pokemon is so powerful in close combat. All of this is due to the understanding of the champion law. Danger! Lin Chen hurriedly reminded that although he was knocked away, it was Gothitelle, but she had no intention of stopping. Psychic energy burst out directly in the crowd. Countless confusions descended instantly. Charizard, Flamethrower, Scizor, use Hyper Beam, Maywile, Hyper Voice. After Lin Chen's reminder, the other three were not easy to deal with. They gave orders at the same time, aiming at Gothitelle in the center. But then, whether it was the blazing flames, the dark red beams, or the invisible sound waves, they all stopped suddenly after the advancing Gothitelle. Crack! A crack appeared in the space here, and then Gothitelle's figure appeared in another place as if it was drawn away. This is the use of the power of the champion law. Even the siege of the elite level strongmen could not hit it. The NET's second three powerful long-range attacks collided at 5-9. Instantly a strong wind was raised, making a rustling sound, and even sucked all the surrounding clouds into it. And Gothitelle teleported again and came directly behind Su Hu's Charizard. Be careful, Lin Chen reminded while pushing Agron forward. Agron, use Iron Defense. Roar! Then the blood-colored armor of Agron instantly flashed with metallic luster, and Gothitelle's attack directly hit his chest. chest armor. Crack! Countless cracks appeared on Agrin's body instantly. Before the evolution, the elite level primary body could not resist this attack even with iron defense. Roar! The furious Agrin roared and the new battle situation opened again. Chapter 531. The power of the time dragon god sweeping across the world without a rival. Please collect. Please subscribe. Agrin Mega Evolution. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and threw out the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite directly and then took out the keystone. A white light emerged from Agrin's body. One person and one Pokemon. The mind is connected. Bond's evolution. Then Agrin's whole body was covered with blood-colored diamond armor. The NET moment. Lin Chen issued another order. Agrin directly enter the time dragon god form. Roar! The NET moment. The golden light and the white light intertwine. A diamond-shaped crystal appeared in Agrin's abdomen. It contains abundant energy and the armor that had just been shattered is now shining again. The time dragon god form was posed to the world last time, and this time it will show its power again. Oh, it looks interesting, Eliza in the distance said slowly with a hint of expectation in her eyes. But there was no panic. Swoosh! When the sound of Gothatel's NET teleportation sounded 06, Lin Chen also gave the order directly. Agrin used the time domain. Roar! With Agrin's roar, the surrounding space instantly stagnated. The time acting on Gothitelle was completely frozen. Crack, crack, crack! Although he successfully prevented the opponent's teleportation, the space around him had begun to shatter. Even the time domain could not completely freeze it. It can only reduce the frequency of its attack. Such an attack does not seem to come from its own power, Eliza said slowly, and it seemed that she had sensed something. The more this happened, the more careful Lin Chen had to be. In front of a psychic champion performing anything could pose his card. For the sake of his future life he had to be careful, and the more he fought the more the opponent would understand him. Fleur! Gothitelle smashed the surrounding space with one punch and was completely freed. But other Pokemon were not trash either. Taking advantage of Agrin's delay, a dragon breath instantly swept over. From here, Salamence vibrated his wings and spurted out a golden flame from the sky. Then the huge flame instantly enveloped Gothitelle. This blow left the opponent with nowhere to retreat. Lord! Gothitelle also chirped and then tapped her hand. A transparent barrier appeared in front of him, isolating the golden flame from it. Salamenke's dragon breath was unable to hurt him, but Lin Chen didn't plan to do that. He shouted, "That's right now!" Aha! A white shadow shot out from the shadows, but the target was not Gothitelle but Eliza, who was standing there. Catch the thief first! A series of attacks were actually to confuse Gothitelle is to wait until the other party completely loses its guard. Find an opportunity for Zoroark to attack, and this is the best time for Zoroark to attack. Aha! The black shadow claws swept out instantly, and this season was indeed beyond Eliza's expectations. But the NET moment, Eliza's figure appeared in another place. Zoroark missed. This is her extremely rare assassination failure. No one could have thought that with the feedback of champion level Pokemon, Eliza could have the function of teleport. This is too outrageous. Is she really a human? This is the thought in everyone's mind. At this time 5 minutes have passed. It seems that Lin Chen's side is always attacking, but in fact they dare not stop. They even dare not reduce the power of the attack. Once rewarded, no one can withstand Gothitelle's attack, especially Tanteiyu and Suhu behind him, let alone interrupt Metagross's communication with the real world. I didn't expect you, Lin Chen, to be such a mean person. Eliza, who had suffered a sneak attack, still had that charming smile on her face, but there was already a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, and her words were particularly harsh with a chill that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. This is called tactic. Why are you saying it so harshly? Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he answered, since the other party is willing to communicate with him, why not chat a few more words? Anyway, the time is up and everything can be said. The key is to talk. You seem to have a lot of secrets hidden in you. Even now I still don't see through you. This is one of the few true words, Eliza said. She really couldn't see clearly that this youngest elite had countless mysteries on him. It even affected other people around him, and even Tanteiyu could directly upgrade Pokemon to the high-level elite. This is not something that ordinary people can do. So are you so interested in me? If you have time you can come to my room and talk to me. I'll tell you the story of Steely and Cloyster. Eliza didn't show any emotion when she heard such teasing words. In front of such an old monster she just ignored such words. Slippery-tongued boy, if I want to know your secret I can just take you back. While Elisa was speaking, Gothitelle had already started to move again. Fleur! The time dragon god domain completely dissipated and Gothitelle's speed increased instead of decreasing. She didn't use various energy waves slowly but crushed all Pokemon by using the champion level body. When she teleported again she attacked Metagross. Gothitelle couldn't see what Metagross was doing at this time. Stop her! Suhu gave the order directly and recognized the Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite at the same time. A dark blue flame instantly wrapped Charizard up. The nether dragon from hell descended. activated. Charizard Mega Evolution X Roar. The moment evolution was completed, the dark blue flames swept out. At the same time, Zoroark took up residence again. When the blazing flames descended, even Gothitelle, who was as strong as champion, had never seen Charizard X in this form. Although they also knew about Mega Evolution, they might not know as much as Lin Chen did. Get out of the way. It was precisely because she had never seen it that Eliza could only give orders. Lord! The NET moment, the dark blue flames that passed by Gothitelle's ears instantly ignited the ground. In a moment the ground melted into sand. There was still 1 minute left to connect. Chapter 532 Suppressing Psychic Elite. Shout! Damn guy! Eliza, who was once again entangled by Zoroark, was a little annoyed. After a teleportation, she threw out another Pokeball directly. The previous elite level midstage Blimwin appeared in front of her. Hatterene was no longer gentle, her eyes were fierce and murderous. Lin Chen was a little sad to see this scene. He was able to stand up for the waiter before, but now he is a person who destroys the world. This world is really unpredictable. Crush the Lord of Laws. Please collect. Please subscribe. The NET moment, Hatterene directly pushed Psychic and fought with Zoroark. For such a Pokemon that has not yet reached the elite level, Hatterene naturally has the advantage. Aha! And Zoroark was not to be outdone and directly activated the illusion bracelet. Then Hatterene's eyes changed. However, the reason why she was able to cross the level and fight with him temporarily was mainly because of the ghost-type restraint of Psychic. Although like fairy-type Pokemon it can be immune to the damage of Dragon-type skills, Ghost-type can still be immune to Psychic's attack. Just crossing the elite level does not mean you are completely immune. Weaken the opponent's combat powers so as to maintain the battle. Shua. After several collisions, Kartana, who had been silent for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. When he knew that the previous continuous slash did not have much effect, he calmed down and continued to accumulate strength. At this moment his momentum surged again, and everyone knew that there were only two protagonists in this battle. They will dominate the entire battle. The rest, even Agron's Time Dragon God Domain or Su, whose Charizard World Destruction Dragon Flame, are actually just unpected attack. Okay, found it. Metagross suddenly used telepathy to tell Tanteiyu. This made Tanteiyu's face show a hint of surprise. The others were even more excited when they saw this. Successfully communicated with it, but it took 10 minutes to prepare for the connection to establish a teleportation array. Ding ding ding. The first thing connected to the architecture was the live broadcast that was disconnected before. In the real world, the live broadcast room lit up again. Of course they were still broadcasting the battle below. It just seemed very boring. After all, the powerful fighters were either dead or in the Sky City. The ones below were just small fight. As a result, the audience was very dissatisfied. Why do you have to watch this to reconnect? The battle outside is more exciting than this. Where is the big devil? This is too perfunctory. This group of people have been hiding for so long. When will they start fighting? Wait a minute, what do you see? At the moment when the drone was hovering, a sharp-eyed audience saw something. Then the director also understood it instantly and immediately turned the drone around and looked at the sky. I saw several huge figures appearing on the Sky City. After all, Agron, which is 15 meters high, appeared on the Sky City, which is simply Godzilla Sucker Punch Sky City. It's hard not to be discovered. Is that Agron? Yes, it must be. Although it is blocked by clouds, it is definitely unmistakable. That means the Great Demon is now in the Sky City. Director, move the drone over quickly. What are they fighting? Is anyone's base in the sky? My bet can continue again. Great, but it seems that Agron's situation is not good. Who can force the Great Demon to such a degree? Then the director naturally launched the drone again and directly illuminated everyone present. That is to say, this champion battle will be broadcast live in front of the whole world. Yo, contact so quickly. Eliza's eyes flashed coldly, and the NET moment the order was issued, she also knew that she had to fight quickly. If it weren't for Lin Chen's interference, she would have killed everyone present. Gothitelle used Psychic. The NET moment, the surging psychic energy gathered, and even the high-level elite Metagross could not compete with it. The colorful light instantly turned into several beams and shot at everyone. This is Eliza's strength. Champion-level attacks can be resisted by you, and you can't resist them for others. Just when Lin Chen wanted to give an order, a law power appeared like the arrival of an ancient god. Wait, what is this? Not only William and the others present, but even Lin Chen himself was a little surprised. The arrival of this law power actually came from Servine, who had not yet reached the elite level. At this time, Servine slowly floated up. The green leaves on her body curled up slightly, and many law powers set off her, allowing her to float in the air. Neither the power of time nor the power of space can escape from her palm. Yujia Kyang. Servine slowly stretched out his leaf-like hand and then quietly squeezed it. The life force and death force from the world tree intertwined, erupting with extremely strong and terrifying energy. All the matter in between was crushed. Even the flying ashes were completely turned into molecules. Such a powerful blow made Elisa's eyes twitch. This is impossible. She could see at a glance that Servine had not reached reached the elite level, but even she might not be able to match such a law power. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes full of relief. On weekdays under the pillar of heaven he constantly comprehended the power of various laws, and today it finally broke out completely. In this state he could deal with a champion-level strongman, and he was actually suppressed by the Wang Niuzhao law during that time. This is simply a fantasy. Fuck, what did I see? What level is that Gothitelle? And where did this ordinary servine come from? Did you see it? That seems to be the power of space. A master of the law? Could this also be a champion? Isn't this the servant I chose with you? I chose Charmander at that time. The last person to type the bullet screen was Tang Yu from the Youth League. He was extremely excited when he saw this scene. This servine was exactly what Lin Chen and he had obtained at the training center after the friendly match with Su Hu. Thinking of this he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I didn't expect this servine to be so strong, but he immediately realized that it was not the servine that was strong but the Lin Chen who trained her was even stronger. Chapter 533 The Arrival of Superior, the Power of the Realm of God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Eliza saw this scene with disbelief in her eyes. How is this possible? Even though she looks like a girl, she has actually lived for thousands of years. Or in other words, she has been sleeping for thousands of years, but with technology that is beyond her time she has not been out of touch with the time. But even so, after so many years of combat experience she has never seen such a thing. In the past 100 years only Lin Chen could defeat the elite, but in the past the mega evolution of mega evolutionary stone-ite and keystone has not been lost. In that era there were many geniuses and there were indeed people who could defeat the elite. In other words, the strength of that era was far beyond the present. Elite is not satisfied, but it has never happened that a Pokemon that has not yet reached the elite level can master the laws or even surpass the law attainments of ordinary elite. Although it only resisted one move of Gothitelle, it has never happened in any era. Well done. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise, and Su Hu and Tan Tai beside him were completely stunned. There is such a thing. He didn't even reach the last 3 stages of evolution and he resisted a champion level attack. It is indeed too shocking and far beyond common sense. And 697 Servine had been sitting under the pillar of the sky for so long in the past and was baptized by multiple laws every day. Even during this period of time there was no improvement in the level. Jia Qiang, the Servine cried, and then its spirit began to wane. This attack mobilized all its law power and energy. The consumption is really too great. Seeing this, Eliza understood. I thought he was some kind of strong man, but he was just an empty shell. Even if he is a genius who can deal with one move at his current level. What's net? Eliza's words were like a carving knife piercing everyone's heart. Lord. At the same time Gothitelle roared. Her dignity was challenged. A guy like an ant blocked her move. This is a great shame. Hearing this, Lin Chen also frowned. Kartana on the side repositioned his posture. Although he was already a half champion, he still had a certain gap with Gothitelle. The main thing is that the other party's thousands of years were not lived in vain. Agjay Shua. Kartana took a deep breath and then began to draw his sword, quickly slashing again. For him the biggest task is still to stop Gothitelle. As long as this is the case, nothing else matters. Kartana used the holy sword. Shua. Kartana cried out and then urged the energy of the whole body to gather on the arm. Using the body as a sword, a silver light condensed above the entire blade. That was the eternalization of the steel law, and then it quickly converged. The net moment Kartana's sword body quickly tended and the sword was swung out for a full 7 or 8 meters. That was not sword energy but a blade condensed by the power of the law. Gothitelle saw this scene and the bloodthirstiness in her eyes became more intense. These guys who are weaker than themselves actually dared to take the initiative. Lord. The net moment Gothitelle's whole body glowed with blue light and the surrounding psychic energy quickly gathered. A colorful light suddenly spurted out from her arm and collided directly with Kartana's holy sword. Dazzling gleam. Lin Chen also recognized this move, but he could only watch Kartana perform it. Boom. With a loud noise the entire sky city began to shake violently and countless bricks and stones fell to the ground. Even some drones in the sky were caught in it and turned into fungus powder in an instant. The rest of the people present could only watch the scene happen. They all turned their backs to block the powerful energy impact. They could no longer join the battle. Only Lin Chen could take action in this battle and the rest could only pray. Boom. Countless sword energy strands of it hit the dazzling gleam's beam. Each one would shave off some of its energy. The sky was instantly dyed with rainbow colors and the sword finally collided with it. In the end Gothitelle was still the better one. The moment the holy sword dissipated dazzling gleam, although it had been weakened countless times, but it still rushed forward. Roar. Agrin rushed forward and then blocked the attack. ZZZZ. Even the time dragon Agrin in the god form was still struggling. The huge body of 15 meters was constantly retreating on the ground, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. Agrin closed his arms and the arm armor became charred, which completely offset the attack. attack. How is the communication connection? Lin Chen asked quickly, and Metagross was already outputting at full power. Psychic energy was surging around him, but it was under the control of the opponent Gothitel's law. It was extremely difficult to absorb the psychic energy in the air. Metagross and Chirillion on the side all used up their strength. Only then did they maintain the communication. It still needs the last 5 minutes. Tan Taida frowned and then quickly replied, "Okay, then I'll try for another 5 minutes." Kartana was panting heavily at this time. In this state he was already a little short of physical strength. Maintaining the state of Mega Evolution coupled with a full-strength Holy Sword, it was really difficult to continue. Shua! Kartana roared and then forced herself to float up again. The drones in the sky continued to hover, and although many were involved, almost all the drones in the entire competition flew over. What should we do? Champion-level warriors, I'm afraid the Great Demon King is a bit helpless this time. Kartana is obviously running out of stamina. Agron alone has a low defense rate. People from other alliances should help. Wasn't Caesar very strong before? You think too much. Caesar is no longer worthy of fighting with them. Even the old white elite can't join them at this level. I didn't expect the Great Demon King to reach this point, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to sustain this time. If I were him, I would run away directly. There is a way to save the Green Mountains, and there is no fear of running out of firewood. Yes, even if all the others are dead, the connection has been established now. If you hide with Chirillion, the other party may not be able to find you. When everyone was at a loss, Servine cried. Chapter 534. The Twilight Kings are coming. The Demon King who suppresses all living beings. Please collect. Please subscribe. Jia Qiang. Everyone heard Servine's cry, but she was already out of breath at this time, and it seemed that she was no longer able to fight. Only Lin Chen showed joy on his face and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is." Then Servine closed her eyes, and the net moment her whole body was lit up with white light. The light of evolution quickly lit up. Until seeing this scene, everyone in the audience regained their confidence. Servine evolution. These were naturally seen by all the drones in the sky and recorded. It also caused a heated discussion. The Servine has evolved. Can the evolution now be controlled autonomously? No, generally speaking it can't unless the level has been suppressed for too long. Then it can evolve by activating energy. So that means after the Servine evolves to superior, it will advance to elite. That's right, the Great Demon King has brought us too many surprises. This Servine was obtained in the Youth League before, right? It should be a junior professional at the same time. What kind of energy does the Great Demon King have to make the Servine evolve like this? I'm afraid that the Servine after evolution may not be able to compete with this Gothitelle. Eliza frowned when she saw this scene. She immediately gave the order, Gothitelle, use Psybeam. Come. The net moment Gothitelle roared, and a condensed Psybeam quickly gathered towards the Servine. This is not a ring match. You can attack at any time, and the opponent is vulnerable when it evolves. It's probably too stupid to choose to evolve at this time. Originally it might have been possible to fight me, but now it's just fish on the chopping board. But Lin Chen didn't panic but smiled calmly. Oh really? When Psybeam gathered, an invisible field quickly opened. Aha! Zoroark didn't know when to get out, and at this time the Pokemon fighting Hatterene turned into Caesar. I'll fight here. Blonde William smiled. Since he couldn't participate in the battle here, then he had to shine, and fighting Hatterene was naturally his duty. Although Hatterene reached the middle level of elite, this Pokemon was just a deputy. It was far less powerful than Gothitelle. Almost in an instant it was suppressed by Caesar Wolf. After all, even if she also performed Mega Evolution, Caesar also had such strength. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Eliza regretted it very much. William and Serena's Mega Evolutionary Stoneite and Keystone were all given by her, but I didn't expect that it would become a stumbling block to deal with myself now. After Zoroark's illusion field was unfolded, it instantly merged with Psybeam. Even though there was a big gap in level in the illusion field, Zoroark represented the god of reverse world, Giratina. With the illusion bracelet on her wrist, even the champion level Psybeam was under his control. Psybeam quickly dissipated, and Servine's evolution was about to be completed. The net moment Agron, who had returned, also took the initiative to attack directly. The Time Dragon God form was unfolded again. Although it was broken before, it has now used life return. With all his physical strength restored, he unfolded the time field again. It was not to destroy the opponent, but just to buy time for Servine. Time passed by every second. Gothitelle continued to struggle in the time domain, and the space around her continued to break. Psychic energy surged out, and the power of law was surging in the bondage. Crack. The net moment the time domain overlapped with the illusion domain. Roar. Aha! The two Pokemon had been trained together countless times since the entry level, but this move was used for the first time, and the combination of domains was not 1 + 1 = 2. The power increased exponentially. Cat. Gothitelle also began to exert the power of law with all her strength. Crack. The double domain began to crack inch by inch, and then with a crisp sound it completely collapsed. Gaga. With a cry from Servine, the light of evolution was completely converged and countless energy particles entered her body. Zero seeking flowers. When the last particle fell in, a golden light shone on her body and her body shape changed at any time. Servine evolution. Serperior. Servine's appearance began to change. After becoming Serperior, Serperior was a Pokemon with a long snake-like light green body. Unlike Snivy or Servine before evolution, Serperior after evolution lost its hind limbs and its forelimbs degenerated into leaves with 3 dark green leaves growing near the end of its tail. It has yellow patterns on its body like the noble patterns of the royal family, but in fact it has the totem patterns of the power of law. It can easily manipulate the power of law and has the ability to fill mountains and move seas. The 2 rolled-up leaf vines near its neck are like the collar and cuffs of a suit. Serperior's eyes are red, giving people a noble and majestic feeling like a queen who has come to the world. Then the feedback from the advanced elite was connected to Lin Chen like a silk thread. The grass law was working in Lin Chen's body and the source of life nourished his body. Like Mu Yulong, the grass law can greatly improve its lifespan. The degree of improvement is related to the strength of the law power, and Serperior's law power is close to the strength of the champion level. In an instant Lin Chen felt refreshed all over his body. Unlike the nourishment of the life gem, the feedback of reaching the elite level is direct. The vast life energy surged in his body. Jia Serperior's energy was also fully restored during evolution. She looked at Gothitelle in front of her with vigor and vitality. She stretched out her hand like a queen as if to make the other party kneel down and worship. Then let's have a fair fight. Lin Chen also stretched out his hand and looked at Eliza in front of him. The 2 who were still fighting fiercely stopped at the same time. Eliza hadn't met such an opponent for a long time. She whispered, good. I underestimated you after all. Serperior and Gothitelle stood on both sides and Kartana also lined up beside them. A big battle is about to begin. Corpse. Chapter 535. The power of deifying all things. It looks like there is a chance. Come on, big devil. Who is the opponent? A champion level strongman suddenly made a move. It's a pity that there is no gambling game. It must be a very exciting battle. The strongest 9 saints made a move. Please collect. Please subscribe. Countless people are discussing and looking forward to this battle. William and Serena have completely suppressed Hatterene at this time. Su Hu and Tan Taiyu on the side saw this scene. Also silently cheered for Lin Chen in their heart. Wait a minute. Tan Taiyu suddenly spoke and then slowly stretched out her hand. A faint blue light gushed out from her palm. This was her special ability, deification. And deification can only use it on Pokemon that you trust and that trust you. Having fought side by side with Lin Chen for so long, Tan Taiyu has become extremely confident in Lin Chen. This is why she can use the skill SI97 on Serperior, but she cannot use it on Kartana. Jia Serperior cried out and thanked Tan Taiyu. Then her momentum rose again. Because reaching the champion level, even deification is just a drop in the bucket. It has already reached the middle level of elite from the initial level. The gap in levels has been further eliminated, but Eliza did not stop it. After all, the evolution just now could not stop it, and now this little improvement is just better than nothing. After everything was ready, Eliza gave the order directly. It was so fast that Lin Chen did not have any time to prepare. Gothitelle use magic room. Lord. The NET moment with Gothitelle's cry, the surrounding energy fluctuated rapidly and the blue space enveloped the entire Sky City. All the props carried here will be completely ineffective. Just like Zoroark's illusion bracelet, it also lost its effect here. At the same time, Psychic's energy is more convenient to mobilize. Lin Chen was not to be outdone, and when the other party performed magic room, he directly issued an order. Serperior, use the coil. Jia Qiang. Hearing the order, the Serperior's body shrank and his physical strength was further improved. Whether it was attack, defense or speed, it was greatly improved. Both sides adopted to improve their own status. However, because Serperior's characteristic is to sing the opposite tune, such a skill actually reduced its attribute. What's the plan? When Serena asked this question, Lin Chen's order had already given the answer. Serperior, use self-suggestion. Jia Qiang. Although the attributes were reduced across the board, this attack directly affected Gothitelle. Self-suggestion can change the state of the opponent's ability just like one's own. Lin Chen planned to do this because he relied on his large number of people. Sure enough, self-suggestion reduced Gothitelle's speed and strength. Serperior, use Leaf Storm. Jia Qiang. Serperior cried out, and then the power of Mega Law condensed in the air. Countless green leaves slowly rose, forming a tornado, and rushed away. This is Serperior's most powerful move. Except for the long accumulated solar beam, there is no skill more powerful than this one. It's just that Leaf Storm will have a side effect after using it. It is because of the reaction force that its special attack is greatly reduced. Fleur. The tornado formed by Leaf Storm directly covered Gothitelle Dragon. Countless green leaves cut Gothitelle like sharp knives. Eliza frowned and gave the order directly. directly. Gothitelle use safeguard. Lord. After the defense power dropped, Leaf Storm in this season could actually cause damage, forcing Gothitelle to defend. A diamond-shaped transparent defense shield directly blocked all the flying leaves. Just rely on this. Eliza sneered at Lin Chen, but the other party still looked indifferent. It's not over yet. The moment she finished speaking, a red light appeared on Serperier's body. At the same time, his special attack increased significantly. That's right, the side effect of Leaf Storm will become the most powerful skill in front of Serperier's characteristic. It is equivalent to using the most powerful attack skill with a sword dance. So before, when Lin Chen made a choice, he gave up a Charmander with fierce fire after seeing the characteristics of the vine snake. Seeing this, Eliza frowned. Before she could counter-attack, another Leaf Storm swept in. Shout! This time Gothitelle's safeguard had just opened, but it was already covered with crack. Countless cracks spread on it, followed by a crisp sound, and the safeguard shattered. A flying leaf cut Gothitelle's arm and blood gushed out of it. This angered Gothitelle even more. She hadn't been injured for nearly 1,000 years, but at this time Serperior couldn't be given the opportunity to use Leaf Storm again. If it was superimposed once more, I'm afraid even she would have difficulty resisting it. Swish! The teleport was accompanied by a whistling sound. In a blink of an eye, Gothitelle had appeared in front of Serperior. Serperior didn't have time to react. After all, using Leaf Storm would still consume energy. Although the status was improved, the energy consumption was real. Gothitelle hit pound and swept across. Although the power was weakened, the hit was still a bit difficult to eat. This attack can directly smash a small mountain. Garclang! Serperior cried, and the steel law condensed in front of it. Even so, this attack still knocked it away, and it flew back dozens of meters. But before teleport could chase again, a sword energy had already swept over. Just then Lin Chen had already taken several perfect quality poke blocks for Kartana, so the body had recovered a little. Zzz. This sword energy was directly crushed by its psychic, and Kartana was no longer able to release a second attack. Almost all Pokemon had exhausted their physical strength. Even Agron had used the time domain twice. The same was true for Zoroark on the side. How long is the countdown? Lin Chen asked loudly, knowing that even now Gothitelle still had the ability to kill everyone. I step. At this moment Metagross roared, attracting everyone's attention. The connection was successful, and the transmission wristband suddenly lit up, cheering up everyone present. Damn it! Eliza cursed, but she also knew that this was the time when Lin Chen was out of ammunition and food. If he could kill him, this trip would be worth it. If all his Pokemon were to recover their energy, it would be difficult to kill him again in the future. Chapter 536 Pre-Future Sight Spacetime Cutting Off Eternal Years. Please collect. Please subscribe. Thinking of this, Eliza gave the order directly. Gothitelle use Pre-Future Sight. Loud. The NET moment, Gothitelle closed her eyes directly, and a blue light emerged around her. When he opened his eyes, he seemed to be able to see through time and space. William and Serena looked at Lin Chen and then whispered, "It connected, let's retreat first." However, Lin Chen had no intention of retreating, but stared at Eliza in front of him. The other party was obviously observing Lin Chen. "Why don't you leave?" Eliza whispered, her eyes full of teasing. For her, she was actually waiting for Lin Chen to leave. As long as he dared to use teleportation, he would immediately break the void and hit him into the turbulence of time and space. At that time, even gods would be hard to save. Lin Chen looked at William and said slowly, "Do you think she will let me leave easily?" Hearing this, William's face changed drastically, and he immediately realized that the other party was a champion-level powerhouse of psychic, and breaking the void was not difficult for her. "You go, she won't chase you," Lin Chen whispered, and a hesitation appeared on William's face for a moment. "If you press the button, you are betting on whether the other party is willing to chase you. If you stay here, you may not survive. As long as the champion of the alliance has not arrived, everything is still too early." But now a portal has appeared in the sky. It is obvious that the strong man sent by the alliance has begun to teleport, but it takes dozens of seconds from the beginning to the successful teleportation, and these dozens of seconds are enough for the champion-level strong man to make a move. Then William directly pressed the teleport button on the wristband. "Sorry, Mr. Lin," he and Serena said slowly. "After all, surviving is everything. He can bet that Elisa in front of him will not chase him." Then a blue light lit up and the portal flashed in front of him. The two of them entered it without thinking. Elisa didn't even look at other people, and there was only Lin Chen in his eyes. "You should leave here too," Lin Chen said to Tan Taiyu and Su Hu behind him, but there was no response from the two. At this time they stared at Elisa in front of them. "We don't need you to decide our fate," Tan Taiyu said coldly. She hated this kind of escape ordered by others, as if to put all the burdens on herself. "Since we are here together, let's go together," Su Hu also said boldly. Lin Chen looked at the two of them and didn't say anything more. It was indeed as Tan Taiyu said, that he had no right to ask others to leave. "Okay then, don't regret it." When saying this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. The two really wanted to live live and die with him. He looked at all his Pokemon and had to block the last blow. Maybe I need to reveal some card. Lin Chen's mind moved and he started communicating directly with Jiraki in the new world. I need some helping hands. You don't have to show up. Can you lend me a hand? Jiraki naturally sensed the power of Gothitelle in front of him. Okay, I will help you. After Jiraki's response, Lin Chen was much quieter. When he looked at Eliza in front of him again, he was more confident. Everyone attack with all your strength. All of a sudden all Pokemon were full of energy, ready to release their most powerful skills. Roar! Agrin used his life returned and then directly activated it again. Time domain. And this time as soon as it was covered, the domain began to slowly break, but it still slowed down its speed a lot. Roar! The NET moment. Agrin directly activated the Iron Hoof Light. Kartana on the side also swept the sword. The holy sword was raised high and a sword energy of more than 10 meters along the ground suddenly rushed forward. The steel law was agitated and the surrounding dust was sucked into it and then turned into fungus powder. Rumble! Two powerful blows swept directly, and in the pre-future sight state, Gothitelle was not to be outdone. Lord! As soon as Psychic arrived, he directly hit the weakest point of the sword energy and the Iron Hoof Light. Then her figure disappeared on the spot. Teleport! Roar! Suhu also gave a direct order. Charizard, use flamethrower. The dark blue flame swept out directly, and when it was dispersed by the opponent's knockoff Serpentier's leaf storm had already swept in. The power of various laws spread around B. With a loud bang, Gothitelle actually broke through the leaf storm. There were traces of blood on her body. This was the price of having no defense, but after that she was less than 30 meters away from Lin Chen. At this distance it was coming in an instant. Metagross Zen headbutt. I step B. There was another loud bang and the opponent did not avoid it at all. A huge phantom appeared and then a headbutt hit Gothitelle's body. She staggered but did not retreat. All this was the result after future sight. After she saw countless results, she already knew the end of Lin Chen. That was death. Aha! Seeing that Miss Gothitelle had already approached Lin Chen, Zoroark didn't care about that anymore and rushed towards her with a shadow claw. Swish! But Gothitelle still didn't avoid it, letting the blow cut her waist and blood flow. Whoosh! The NET moment. Gothitelle's teleport was already deployed. It's over. Suhu and Tantei's faces changed drastically. Their eyes were full of horror and they shouted almost at the same time, "Get out of the way, Lin Chen!" But compared to the opponent, how could teleport be able to dodge? Eliza's eyes were also full of joy. She suppressed her pounding heart and quickly issued an order. Gothitelle, kill him. Use Sice Hawk Cat. The severe pain made Gothitelle particularly rage. She roared and then quickly activated the psychic energy. The blue light condensed into Sice Hawk like a sharp blade. If it was hit, Lin Chen's brain would be turned into a pile of minced meat. Eliza also looked at everything in front of her with satisfaction, but the NET moment her face suddenly changed because in the infinite future she predicted a miracle appeared. No, it was a miracle light. Then Lin Chen's body radiated golden light. A powerful and vast momentum surged out. Chapter 537. The legendary fantasy beast descends, destroying the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. The vast momentum spread like a tide, and at the moment when Gothitelle was close to dawn, it suddenly burst out from his body. In the original future sight, all the billions of possibilities were wiped out. Gothitelle showed a look of fear and a thought flashed through her mind. Die. So when Elisa gave the order, she didn't care so much. Whoosh! Gothitelle directly pushed the psychic law at that moment and then used the fastest speed to transfer. The NET moment she appeared 1,000 meters away, and in this way Elisa, who was 100 meters away, was E-posed. Now the calm Tanteiu directly gave the order. Metagross, use the arm hammer. Even at this time Tanteiu still seized this opportunity. Did not use the psychic skill. After all, the opponent was the master of the psychic law and there was a high possibility of countermeasures. There was only one chance to attack, so she directly used the fighting skill. Tread. Metagross directly pushed the psychic energy. Blue ripples appeared around the body and then a teleport quickly approached Elisa. At this time Gothitelle instantly realized that something was wrong and immediately teleported back. After all, he was a champion level warrior. Gothitelle pointed his finger and the energy around Metagross solidified. A confusion floated Metagross up. Metagross, which weighed several tons, could not resist. Damn it, why did you retreat? Eliza didn't he as if he had lived for thousands of years. Even though he was in extreme danger just now, his E-pression remained unchanged. Gothitelle replied with some regret using telepathy. There is a strong aura on this person. If I had attacked just now, I might have died. This sentence completely stunned Eliza. A champion level psychic Pokemon actually said that he might die. She absolutely believed in Gothitelle's judgment because she had survived for thousands of years relying on this intuition. Eliza looked at Lin Chen not far away and she also sensed that there was indeed a strange energy appearing at that moment. In other words, this Lin Chen still has a trump card. If he missed that attack, he might never have another chance. Then the the portal in the sky was completely condensed and then several auras entered it and the powerful aura soared into the sky. The champion of the alliance has arrived. The 9 saints were the first to bear the brunt and a martial arts bear master appeared in front of him. Lin Chen immediately recognized that this was a martial arts bear master with a combo flow. There is not much difference in the body shape between the one-strike flow and the combo flow forms of the martial arts bear master. Both have relatively sturdy bodies and overall color pattern. The most direct difference between the two is the distribution and color of the hair on the head. The hair of the martial arts bear master with a one-strike flow is raised. The hair on the head of the one-strike flow is raised and the action is tough. The hair on the head of the combo flow is like a headband and hangs down forward and the pattern around the head is white. The action it often makes is to raise one foot to prepare for the attack and the action is relatively gentle and their attributes are not exactly the same. The air flow belongs to fighting type plus water type and the attack is as continuous as flowing water and the one-strike flow is fighting type plus dark believing in one-strike kill. In addition, several champion level powerhouses from other alliances also came here with their Pokemon. It also means that Eliza will no longer have the opportunity to attack. Fleur. When the martial arts bear master came, he rushed towards Gothitelle with a light step. Even if he stepped lightly in the void, the gods of gas explosion appeared around him and the speed was so fast that people could hardly see clearly. Seeing this, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. This time he almost took out his trump card. If it was a little later, the previous attack could not shock the opponent. It is very likely that Jiraiya would be summoned. It is not a good thing to pose the trump card at this moment, which means that the enemy is likely to be prepared in the final decisive battle. Fleur B. The fighting system law is directly activated, covering Gothitelle instantly. A set of continuous combos instantly made it retreat step by step. Although Gothitelle had the advantage in the close combat with Lin Chen and others before, but compared with the fighting system champion Psychic, Gothitelle is still far behind. Every blow from the martial arts bear master would stir up a violent wind and the law power contained in his fist spread like a tide, making it impossible for him to escape. Eliza's face changed drastically. If she didn't evacuate, other champions would catch up and she might not be able to leave. Gothitelle transfer instantly. Load. Gothitelle had to fight desperately, pushing the psychic energy in the gap between, resisting the opponent's blow. But how could the 9 saints give her this opportunity? He immediately issued an order. Martial arts bear master, use the water flow to hit continuously. Hoo-ha. In an instant the martial arts bear master's fist instantly blasted dozens of times and the water school practiced to its full potential. Multiple combos with smooth and flowing water. Bang bang bang. The fist seemed to have an attraction, directly absorbing Gothitelle. Damn. Eliza's face changed drastically and Gothitelle's physical strength began to fail. After all, after a series of battles, it was actually because too much physical strength was used to fight against Lin Chen. Now there are signs of being unable to continue. Gothitelle implode. After hearing Elisa's order, Gothitelle's whole body began to turn red, which was a manifestation of burning vitality. I saw it once before when fighting Primate. In an instant all the surrounding laws of power were absorbed and psychic energy formed a tide stirring in the entire air. Fleur. There was another loud noise and the energy ring on Gothitelle's wrist suddenly broke. This time the martial arts bear master was instantly repelled and even the other champion level strongmen who came here could only retreat. Elisa looked at Lin Chen fiercely and the bloodthirstiness in her eyes was self-evident. Then she directly used energy to break the void. Let go. When Eliza gave the order, Lin Chen had seen the other parties. Gothitelle through the eye of all-knowing and his realm had fallen to the peak of the elite level. After paying such a huge price, it is probably difficult to return to the champion level. Damn it, let her run away. The 9 saints' beard and hair fluttered and their eyes were full of rage. No matter what, the other party is already difficult to make. Chapter 538. The Demon King who shocked the world suppressed the Dusk Parliament with his bare hands. Please collect. Please subscribe. The energy tide has not dissipated for a long time and there is no psychic sea among the many future champions Hampion Pokemon, so it cannot be tracked. Are you okay? Juzheng looked at Lin Chen and his group, feeling a little guilty. After all, if he could have discovered it earlier, they would not have suffered such a heavy blow. They were almost out of ammunition and food. Lin Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Although the Pokemons were more or less seriously injured, it was not a big deal with the recovery of the life gem. As long as there was still a breath left, they could be cured. And this battle was different from the previous one when they were chased by Kartana and fled in panic. Although they were seriously injured, their morale was greatly boosted. Tan Taiyu was also completely relieved and fed Metagross a piece of psychic poke blocks first. Like an iceberg beauty, she was tired in a rare way. Suhu on the side was the same. His Charizard's battle with Hatterene was equally fierce. Let's go back first. Zhu Sheng nodded, his eyes full of surprise. Before this he even thought that Lin Lin Chen and his party might all meet with an accident, but he didn't expect that he could hold out for so long under the hands of a champion-level strongman. More importantly, other people didn't sense it. In his eyes, who was the first to enter the secret realm, he clearly felt a strong momentum coming from this direction. It was a psychic energy different from Gothitelle, which even made him a little palpitating. He felt that he could not see through the young man in front of him more and more. How many cards did he have? But in any case, it was the pronunciation of the entire alliance and even all mankind. After hearing Zhu Sheng's words, the three of them took back all the Pokemon. Then they pressed the red button on the teleportation wristband. A blue teleportation portal appeared in front of them. After joining it, the space energy enveloped their bodies. When they came to their senses, they had returned to the teleportation array of the Alliance arena. When looking at the sky, everyone felt as if they were in another world. It was really just a matter of time before the whole team was wiped out. In addition, the drone in the sky did witness this scene. Fuck, did you see it clearly? The big devil's body seemed to be shining in the last moment. It definitely not my eyes. I saw it too. It's obvious that there is a Pokemon helping hand can even resist the blow of Gothitelle. No wonder he has always been there. Is the big devil really 18 years old? Titelli is still too strong and she can repel so much champion level strong person. The question is not to be plain. Although we hosted by ourselves this time, I hope to give you a fairness. Most of them were discussing the changes in the elite friendly match, from lamenting how many cards the great Demon King had to comparing and discussing the champion level Pokemon. Some people even calculated how long the battle lasted and how many skills were used. However, the scoring system of the elite friendly match itself was overlooked. Lucky Shenxi's hand Agjay condensed the healing power and began to treat the Pokemon. This time Lin Chen did not leave alone but received treatment from the alliance with others. After all, with such a serious injury, even the life gem would take some time. Moreover, if he left, the Pokemon would appear alive and kicking in 2 days, which might also arouse suspicion. Shenxi followed Blissey from the medical team to learn, and she was willing to help and continued to use her healing power. After a while, she was out of breath. Thank you for your hard work, Shenxi. Lin Chen couldn't help but touch Shenxi's head, which immediately made her face flushed. Tai Sylvian, who was standing by, kept checking Lin Chen's body, his eyes full of concern. Fearing that his master would be hurt, he was relieved after confirming that everything was fine. Even she couldn't intervene in this final battle. Now Evie made a secret decision in her heart that she would work hard to practice. I can help my master today. She knew very well there was only half a year left. If she could not be promoted to the elite level as soon as possible, she would be a burden in the future. Thinking of this, Sylvian rolled in Lin Chen's arms again. Yi, I'm fine, I'm fine. A warm current surged in Lin Chen's heart and he touched Sylvian's head again. Before the treatment was completed, an official broadcast from the Alliance attracted everyone's attention. All the people present were elite-level strongmen and they heard this. It was not unreasonable. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen sensed the aura of several champion-level strongmen rushing from all directions of the imperial capital. This time it was really a storm. In order to ensure that the people would not panic, all the media were allowed to enter and no checkpoints were set. All of a sudden many media came. This time it was a big news that shocked the whole world, and the focus was on the big devil Lin Chen. But he was currently receiving treatment and could not accept interviews. All the portal media were ready to wait for Lin Chen's arrival. Alas, another disaster. Compared to accepting interviews, Lin Chen would rather fight with the elite-level strongmen. Then Lin Chen received a notice that the leader of the Eagle Alliance champion had been captured by 4 champions. Now he is being interrogated. And Lin Chen also received special treatment. He did not need to accept the investigation and he could leave at any time. Of course, he needed to add some details of the battle with Eliza to assist in the investigation. Of course, Lin Chen did not think about leaving. He wanted to see what the true face of the Dusk Parliament was. Chapter 539 Distance Beyond the Law, the Fall of the Realm of God. Please collect. Please subscribe. How is it? Have you recovered? Zhu Sheng looked at Lin Chen and asked softly. After attending a meeting between the champions of the Alliance, he had returned to the Imperial Capital Competition Center. Well, it's okay now. Lin Chen nodded, then looked at Zhu Sheng. The other party instantly understood what Lin Chen meant and started to tell the story directly. The champion of the Eagle Alliance is different from the escaped Eliza. He is a native champion of the Alliance. He has confessed everything. He was bribed by Eliza and then brought Eliza to the competition site. The original purpose was to kill the Alliance's combat power and get information by the way. Such a result surprised Lin Chen. Can a champion-level powerhouse be bribed? Lin Chen raised his doubt. If it was an elite, it would be possible, but the champion-level strongmen have almost reached the top of the entire Alliance. How could such a person be easily bribed? Zhu Sheng raised the corners of his mouth lightly and just whispered. This champion named Rusafe is more than 380 years old. Before the great fusion of the Pokemon world, he already had a Pokemon family. Carrying the fate trait of the family, although it has reached the champion level strength and brought honor to the entire family. But just like our alliance, if a powerful family does not have a pillar, its status will plummet in an instant, and even the industries of the younger generations will be encroached upon. When he said this, Zhu Sheng secretly sighed. Lin Chen noticed it keenly and he understood it. A champion who is more than 300 years old and close to 400 years old, no matter how strong the Pokémon's feedback is, no matter how much lifespan he brings, his lifespan is about to come to an end. On the one hand it is the desire for life, and on the other hand it is the honor of the entire family. He can't fall. In this way it is not impossible to be bewitched by the Twilight Council. After all, the other party has mastered technology far beyond the modern times, and it is really exciting to be able to attend the life of champion-level strongmen. After all, even Eliza is already thousands of years old. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Zhu Sheng with interest and then joked, "I really didn't expect that you old man actually used a fighting-type martial arts bear master. The combat power is really a bit fierce." It is indeed a bit of a contrast. Zhu Sheng looks like an immortal. I didn't expect that he used such a violent Pokemon. It even makes others wonder whether Zhu Sheng will have 8-pack ABS after taking off his clothes after receiving the feedback from Master Wudao Bear. Are there any other gain? Lin Chen said seriously. Zhu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then looked around, and when he was sure that there was no one around, he said in a deep voice, "Originally the elite could not know this information, but your performance this time seems to indicate that you can be a member of the core team." Zhu Sheng's words made Lin Chen frown, and he repeated it the NET time. "Core team?" The other party nodded. "Let's not talk about this for now. I'll tell you about this discovery first. Through the interrogation of Rusafe, we learned that this Twilight Council is an ancient civilization that has been asleep for many years. This civilization has not awakened now. In the past 1,000 years it has always wandered in our history but has never appeared. In addition, the Alliance finally figured out what the catastrophe of the world is." This sentence made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. Even now he only knew Huang, the Council of the Darkness. "I don't know what this represents, the final catastrophe." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and waited for Zhu Sheng to finish his word. "A dark matter will fall on the earth in half a year." Just this sentence caused Lin Chen to think countless times. Dark matter? Yes, it is dark matter. Dark matter is different from meteorite. In the records of mythical beasts, a certain mythical beast Pokemon has the ability to master the reverse world. That world is full of dark matter. However, the dark matter that fell in this catastrophe is even more powerful than that. This sentence made Lin Chen stunned. For him, isn't the so-called Pokemon that masters the ability of reverse world Giratina? And there are probably not many beings stronger than him in terms of hard power. Or it is Arceus the alpaca that created the world. Zero, please give me flowers. But the other party created the world. How could he destroy it again? Or it could be Rayquaza of Mega Evolution, who in a full-strength battle could fight against Giratina's origin form. In addition, the biggest possibility is Eternatus from outside the domain. In that case, the Twilight Council of the ancient civilization is just the vanguard of the other side. This has already made many alliances breathless. This catastrophe is indeed a catastrophe of annihilation. Zhu Sheng saw Lin Chen's thoughtful look and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry so much. If you really can't stop it, the most you can do is the extinction of civilization. 00. Anyway, civilization will appear again in tens of thousands of years." Zhu Sheng's words made Lin Chen stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this man who had reached the champion level would have such a mentality. It was completely opposite to Rusafe of the Eagle Alliance. "Before that, we just need to do our own things and do our best to protect our homeland." Zhu Sheng's tone was a little disappointed. "Not the kind of chicken soup style lofty ambition." Lin Chen nodded, obviously understanding what the other party meant. As it stands now, even if the 8 alliances unite, they are probably no match for the Twilight Council of this ancient civilization. With this vanguard, humans have no chance to breathe and develop countermeasures against the dark matter evil god Pokemon from outer space. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly recalled that when he subdued Jiraki, the other party was blocking an evil god Pokemon. Even now it has not hatched. Instead, it lies quietly in the antimatter world as if it is asleep. "I don't know if this black egg has any use. When I have free time, I really need to go and take a look." And what surprised Lin Chen the most in this battle was Serperior's performance. When she was still a Servine, she was able to resist Gothitel's attack through the application of the law. It is enough to show how strong she is. Therefore, the training of many Pokemon may need to be done towards the power of law. Chapter 540. The Sleeping God. For 1,000 years the storm sweeping the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Then he exchanged greetings with the 9 saints for a while, and the other party went to the meeting again. This time the elite-friendly match accident is very serious. At the same time, there has been new progress in the investigation of the Twilight Council. It is an unprecedented breakthrough. Even so, the elite-friendly match finally finally has a result, whether it is points or the last one to survive in the secret realm. The points of the Xiaoguo Alliance are the highest. It has become the well-deserved first place, and it will be announced after the incident is clarified. This is also the advance notice given to Lin Chen by the Alliance. The investigation is still going on and discussions have begun on the internet. What happened? Is the Dark Organization wreaking havoc again? Is there a champion-level warrior in the Dark Organization? No matter what, 700 the Great Demon King deserves credit for this time. It's a pity that we didn't catch Elisa in the end. She seems to have many secrets. No matter what, we have to tell the public the results of the investigation. What happened to the Eagle Alliance? And how did the secret realm suddenly become the base of the Dark Organization? I can't believe that Lin Chen, who has just entered the initial stage of elite, can withstand the attack of the champion level. Maybe they are playing a double act to make everyone careless. Is the person above playing a reverse role? Open your eyes and watch the drone video first. That's right, the intensity of the battle is there, and there are still people who can be black. Sure enough, trolls don't need logic. So how to deal with this elite-friendly match? According to the original points, the Xiaoguo Alliance also won. With the provocative remark, everything suddenly became lively. Everyone had their own standpoints and the quarrels were fierce. While the Alliance was still investigating, Eliza appeared in the Dark Night City on the border of Xia country in a mess. Her body was covered with scars and Gothatel's right hand beside her was completely shattered. But the air was so heavy that he dared not even breathe. He just knelt on one knee and quietly waited for the decision of the man on the stage. In the shadow, an old voice sounded. The other party did not mention this incident. Elisa, how long have you lived? The sudden question made Elisa completely stunned, but she dared not answer. Probably including sleeping, it has been more than 600 years. At this time Elisa was sweating coldly. Even though she was in great pain, she did not dare to show any expression. Then, do you know how old that boy named Lin Chen is? The old voice asked again. This made Elisa completely stunned, and then she said nervously, 18 years old. But his strength is far beyond 18 years old, even beyond those old elite. Elisa hesitated and then still said her wild guess. I wonder if the other party is also an ancient civilization but has mastered some technology to maintain appearance. After Elisa finished speaking, she did not get any response. The net moment she heard a sizzling sound. She seemed to have heard some terrible sound and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Master, don't. The instance in the shadow had a thought, and then the sound behind him really stopped. Only then could we see the appearance of the machine behind us clearly. This is an oval machine with a size of 5 meters. It looks like a blender, but it is more convenient and faster. Then what is the reason for stopping me from doing this? Is it a person who has fallen down and become an elite, and there is no way to ascend in this life? The old voice in the shadow rarely said a few more words, and the questions he raised made Elisa unable to answer them all. I will behave well later, Elisa answered eagerly, but the old voice never expressed his opinion. Even if he has reached the top of the elite level, he is just a discarded child in our eyes. When she said this, Elisa's eyelids jumped. The other party is a person who is not easily influenced by oil and salt, but he holds such a lifeline. But the net moment, Elisa gave a direct order at lightning speed. Gothitelle, teleport, leave here. Cat. Gothitelle also reacted quickly and used her remaining body to push the psychic energy 0. The net moment her figure had left the night town. Even so, Elisa was still nervous and kept giving Gothitelle orders to use teleport. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The continuous shuttle made Elisa feel much more at ease. Just as he was sighing about the uncertain future. Where are you going? The old voice sounded again from behind Elisa. It almost made her heart break. This is impossible. Elisa kept shouting, and after she came to her senses, she found that she was still in the same place. Those experiences, those adventures were just a game set by the other party. After a crisp sound, the huge machine directly sucked Elisa into it. Then there were continuous screams from it. Net to the machine in the shadow. No matter how painful Gothitelle was, no matter how she wanted to protect her master, it was useless. Die. Gothitelle announced to everyone through telepathy. How dare you hurt my master? Before she could show her magical powers, a beam of light appeared in the machine of life directly covering Gothitelle. The white light looked particularly cold, and Gothitelle's expression kept changing. After a few minutes, Gothitelle's eyes were confused and her memory had been completely cleared. Someone will choose a new master for her. And the machine behind her, which was like a blender, had no movement in it. Elisa was executed just like that. After doing all this, it seemed that everything began to calm down. If you can watch it at the border of Xia country, you can see that the dark town where the entire dark organization lives is slowly rising up. Countless foundations revealed their steel and iron bone, and there was no Eliza in the whole world anymore. The base of the Twilight Council slowly rose just like the previous Sky City. It looked particularly luxurious, and this news had naturally spread along the network. A storm is coming. Chapter 541. News that shocked the world. world the might of the strongest killing god. Please collect. Please subscribe. Just when the Alliance had not yet discussed the outcome of this elite-friendly match, a hot search suddenly appeared on the list with the title. Then a series of comments appeared and finally a video revealed the answer for everyone. In the video the entire dark town slowly rose and the soil it brought fell one after another and then rose higher and higher to the sky. The original location of the dark town became a huge deep pit near Hone Norman. Countless media outlets around the world rushed to report on this, promoting it as a strange story, but one day later all the news about the Global Alliance was removed from the shelf. Everyone had a sense of crisis, that the storm is coming. Under that hot search comments came in like a tide. What exactly happened? Why don't you even give us freedom of the press? And what about the previous elite-friendly match? The accident has not been e-planed yet. Yes, we have to give everyone an e-planation. The people above are all playing black. We must believe in the Alliance and don't panic at this time. Since the establishment of the 06 Alliance for 100 years it has always been dedicated and responsible. I believe in the Alliance. Countless comments were refreshed frantically, but Lin Chen didn't care too much at this time. This matter was already effected. Since the Twilight Parliament has already clashed head-on with the Alliance, at this time there is no need to hide. What Lin Chen cares about is whether there is a traitor in the 8 alliances. Rusafe, who was captured at the same time, will definitely tell the information he knows. If there is how to deal with it. Now the entire 8 alliances are not united, but each fights on its own because different geographical locations also make it difficult to coordinate and plan. So there must be a leader, otherwise facing the Twilight Parliament it is very likely to fall behind. You must know that the other party is not an easy person but a civilization that is ahead of the current technology. Even if the 8 alliances are united, it is still a question whether any civilization can be preserved when a catastrophe occurs. Finding the inner ghost is the most important thing at present. Lin Chen can think of it and the Alliance can naturally think of it. For the welfare of the entire human race the state machine will inevitably act vigorously. Even if there is an inner ghost it will do its best to destroy this alliance. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, the phone rang suddenly. After the call was connected a familiar voice sounded. "Chen, are you okay?" Lin's father's concerned voice came. Before that the entire alliance was blocked from communicating, and at this time just after the call was opened my parents called. Apparently I don't know how many times they have called. "I'm fine, don't worry," Lin Chen answered softly with a warm current in his heart. Sure enough, when he checked his phone there were dozens of missed calls. Then Lin Chen heard Lin's mother uneasily saying on the other end of the phone, let me come, let me come." Lin's father could only helplessly hand the phone to her. "Xiao Chen, we saw the live broadcast. I'm glad you're okay. If it's so dangerous in the imperial capital, come back if you're tired. Your father and I will always be waiting for you at home." Lin's mother's words made Lin Chen tearful. He had been away for so long, but there were two people who had been worried about him. They were his eternal harbor. Lin Chen said softly, "Okay, don't worry. You take care of yourself too." Then he listened to Lin's mother's instructions on various precautions. It has to be said that their concern is always the most simple and real. After hanging up the phone, the announcement of the entire alliance came out. An unexpected accident occurred in this elite-friendly match. The initiator was the organization that the alliance had been investigating for a long time, the Twilight Parliament. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the alliance to make such a big statement about these things. After a brief thought, Lin Chen understood the intention of the alliance. For the people, they only want a result. Whether it is the Twilight Parliament or the Sunset Parliament, it is not important because they don't know at all. On the other hand, these things are also true which can make the people have an enemy. Although the combat effectiveness of these people is limited, the so-called war means that everyone needs to fight together. Everyone has fighting power. The level of technology during the war has also improved rapidly. Hearing this news, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh that this champion who betrayed himself in order to increase his lifespan was sentenced to death in the end. He and his family were branded with shame which may not be erased for generations, but they had to do this. Otherwise, if the punishment was too light, many powerful people might do the same. It was a warning to others. Such a punishment severely damaged the 700 Eagle Alliance. Not only did it lose a champion, but it was also directly downgraded to a secondary alliance. It could not participate in the Supreme Conference, which could also guarantee purity. However, even after experiencing this disaster, it might not be able to recover its strength in the next few decades. However, the Eagle Alliance could not protest. In the face of life and death, even erasing this alliance would not be a difficult task. At present it is only for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, if it were in peacetime, the surrounding alliances would inevitably use this as an excuse to start a war. Such a verdict would naturally cause a lot of discussion. A champion-level warrior said to Eakit someone, "This is too swift and decisive." The Eagle Alliance retreated to a secondary alliance. It seems that it is indeed entering a wartime state. What is the origin of this Twilight council. Not only is it powerful, but it also makes the entire alliance so afraid. So in the future there will be only 7 of the 8 major alliances. After all, it is the credit of the great Demon King's battle that forced this Twilight Council into the open. Otherwise, if the other party is in the dark and we are in the light, we still have no advantage. Just as everyone was discussing, another message was released. Chapter 542, The Great Demon King Who Shocked the World Killed the Ancient God. Please collect. Please subscribe. The elite-friendly tournament came to an end, and in the final announcement the winner of the Xiaoguo Alliance was confirmed. As the captain of the Xiaoguo Alliance, Lin Chen will lead his team to the Alliance treasury to select prizes. In addition, Lin Chen, who had made great contributions in repelling the enemy, also received an extra reward. When Zhu Sheng told this news, he was still mysterious. When you should know, you will know naturally. Lin Chen did not ask much anyway, it was his and he could not escape. Finally, the entire alliance was notified and the treasure selection will be carried out tomorrow. A title called successfully attracted everyone's attention. The Great Demon King won and the Xiaoguo Alliance won. Congratulations, we ourselves did not expect that Lin Chen, who had just entered the elite level, was so strong. We ourselves did not expect that Lin Chen, who had just entered the elite level, was so strong. After all, the increase brought by Mega Evolution is really too powerful. I don't know if there will be any sequelae. Is it cured just like that? I think he still has a trump card that he hasn't revealed yet. Amid the countless discussions, Lin Chen has always been the focus. There are always countless voices around the speaker. Just when Lin Chen was looking forward to what rewards the alliance would give, a message came. The alliance suddenly received a message and received a challenge from the Twilight Parliament. This message alone has revealed countless information, and this message was not told to the world in the traditional sense. It appeared in the minds of many people. It appeared in the minds of the people. It was obviously delivered by the Twilight Parliament through something that surpassed today's technology, which instantly aroused public anger. The letter of war has come to the door. Can we not fight too? This wave must not be let go of them. The way of only transmitting information to the other party is a bit strange. I didn't expect this result. Wait for the alliance to give us an explanation. Is this Twilight Parliament now in the sky? Is the Sky City their base? Petition the alliance to wipe them out. This is not something that can be wiped out easily. We know nothing about the other party's strength. The only time they have shown it was a champion level strongman. How dare you go to the other party's territory without gathering a group of champion team? The above is obviously too optimistic. In Lin Chen's eyes, these various opinions are endless, and most of them are asking for war, but they don't know that war is the most hurtful to ordinary people. It is a waste of money and effort and not pleasing. But in the face of the declaration of war by the Twilight Parliament, the alliance really responded. But this response is not based on the other party but an explanation to the people of the entire Xia Kingdom Alliance. This announcement was told to me by Zhu Heng, and it was also the surprise he mentioned before. The team you are in has been confirmed. The name is God's Lair. This sentence made Lin Chen stunned and he quickly responded, wait a minute, how come I have joined the team in a short time? I didn't even know it myself. Zhu Heng touched his beard and hair and said softly, after you have listened to our benefits you can decide whether to join or not. The alliance has formed many top-level combat team. Even I am a member of the champion team. Of course this is the highest level team. You are in the Enitoval elite level combat team. Each team can apply to the alliance and choose any treasure in the alliance treasury. At the same time, all training resources are paid by the alliance. The highest level of information resource sharing. At the same time, the entire family or clan will also receive the highest level of protection from the alliance. All the spoils of determination are obtained by individuals. After saying this, Lin Chen was indeed a little moved. It was almost a team with the highest authority and high degree of freedom. What Lin Chen cared about most was that his family could receive the highest level of protection from the alliance. This was not just talk. Even when the catastrophe came, the alliance would protect his parent. To be honest, he was a little moved. I don't know how many people will form the association. And Zhu Sheng raised his mouth slightly and immediately answered what Lin Chen was thinking. At present, each team is scheduled to have 6 people, the same as the elite friendly match. In fact, the elite friendly match was originally intended to be a selection. At present, the others are still being selected and you are the first to be notified. So do you want to join? The 9 saints threw an olive branch to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen did not agree immediately. I have to ask what we need to do first, Lin Chen asked cautiously, and the 9 saints responded sincerely, for now it is just a vacant position, but there will be a series of activities in the future, such as our champion level combat power planning to go and see the Sky City, and you may arrange to do reconnaissance work. Reconnaissance work. As for some of the teams below, they will be the main force in half a year. When the 9 saints said half a year, Lin Chen was completely stunned. This proves that the alliance has determined the specific location of the alien evil god Pokemon that will arrive in half a year. here. So do you want to join? With the idea of not joining without joining, Lin Chen nodded. Zhu Sheng slowly tended his hand and whispered, welcome to join the God-killing team. Chapter 543. Go to the Alliance Treasury and harvest the most powerful divine object. Please collect. Please subscribe. After dealing with the Eagle Alliance and Rusafe, the entire alliance also went directly into a state of war preparedness. The previous singing and dancing all made way for the battle. Although the lives of the people do not seem to have changed much, in fact everyone can feel the difference in the atmosphere around them. Everyone began to become nervous and serious. The most intuitive is the hot search list. What hot searches for celebrities and young actors before they would buy notices to be on the hot search list if they scratched their hands while filming, and now they all shrink back. They dare not show off at all, and many performances are directly cancelled. In the war stage, singing and dancing will be resisted, so no one wants to touch the officials' eyebrows and they don't want to meet with them anymore. Let's go. It just ahead. Lin Chen followed Zhu Sheng to the Alliance Treasury with ease. This was still a novel experience for others, but it was not the first time for Lin Chen to come here. Others wanted to ask, how come you are so skilled? The whole team consists of SI people: Lin Chen, Su Hu, Tan Tai, Li Chang, Hu Hao and Xiao Tian. 700 handsome. I didn't expect that I could also enter the Alliance Treasury to take a look. Bald elite Xiao Tian laughed heartily. After all, before this his position was still the same as the one who was eliminated. I didn't expect that after following Lin Chen I could also get some joy. No one was eliminated, but they were eliminated by the Sakura Alliance. In the previous elite friendly matches they would have been eliminated for nothing, and they would also bear the infamy. This time they were praised. I'm afraid that the one who was eliminated before must be regretting it. The ring match has already won by lying, but they still have to find fault with the big devil. Except Tan Tai, everyone else was very excited, because even if you are an elite it is difficult to have the opportunity to enter the Alliance Treasury. Everyone knows that the Alliance has an extremely luxurious treasury, but not many people can enter it. Therefore the things inside are extremely rare. Last time Lin Chen got the horn of Fairy King Xerneas here, which allowed Sylvian to have the Immortal Emperor mode that changes the aura of all things. It is enough to see how rare the items are. Previously they relied on Alliance points to obtain the qualification to enter, or they have to have great merit, such as Lin Chen, who discovered the classification of Fairy series and proposed the intimate hypothesis to be qualified to enter. As for others, if they want to collect points they may have to spend their entire lives to have the opportunity to enter one. And in the annual elite friendly tournament, those who can join the main team are peerless geniuses, and those who can get a place and win the champion are at least the world's top-notch strongmen of the same level. The age limit of the elite friendly tournament is the biggest threshold. I don't know what's in here, Su Hu asked in a dignified voice, while the 9 saints who were walking in front kept smiling and said nothing. This time the Alliance Treasury, which was originally well defended, did not have too many inspections. After all, who doesn't know the 9 saints champion? But in a rigorous manner, after scanning the 9 saints champion to confirm that he was not a disguised person, he was completely released. After all, there was a big devil Lin Chen following behind him, who was also a well-known genius. After checking the number of people and iris recognition, the group entered, and Shi Sinai Elite was already waiting here. As soon as he met, he greeted the 9 saints and then looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you did a good job this time. Compared with the previous college entrance examination, Lin Chen's progress was really earth-shaking, which made Shi Sinai a little unpected. Of course Lin Chen understood that this was talking about the elite-friendly match. Despite my good luck I was able to hold her back, but it was still Zhu Lao who took action to solve the problem. He was still so humble. Zhu Sheng smiled proudly and touched his beard and hair again. Don't flatter me, in the end I didn't catch her but let her run away. After a brief greeting, Shi Sinai looked at Tan Tai and the others. You guys follow me. The others immediately understood that Zhu Sheng and Lin Chen had something extra to say and there might be a rarer reward, but no one was unhappy. After all, being able to come here, it was all thanks to Lin Chen. How could there be any complaint? Lin Chen also understood immediately and stood still waiting for Zhu Sheng to speak. As he pecked Zhu Sheng's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he said in a deep voice, follow me. Then he continued to move towards the deepest heart of the Alliance Treasury. Before he completely reached the destination, Lin Chen had already sensed a powerful energy. He was already looking forward to what kind of reward this time. There is not only one Alliance Treasury, and the treasury in the deepest part is the rarest item in the entire Alliance. Generally, except for the champion who can enter one once, ordinary elites cannot enter in their lifetime, because there is no record here at all and there is no channel to exchange entry qualifications. Zhu Sheng finally stopped, and in front of the two was a bronze door which looked particularly simple. In fact, it was an extremely high-tech creation. Here it represents the rarest treasure of the Alliance. 1 less 1, and today you can choose anyone. Lin Chen immediately understood what the Alliance meant. After all, the catastrophe of the end of the world is coming, and it will take more than 5 months. With less than half a year, the current champion level powerhouses are far from enough. Then the most solid combat power is the elite level powerhouses, so they began to invest in potential elite, try to make them stronger in these few months. Otherwise, keeping these treasures is just for the Dusk Council. Lin Chen nodded and then saw Zhu Sheng stretched out his hand, and his palm was placed on a position with a handprint mark. Boom! With a loud bang, the bronze door in front of him was opened and the roar shook the entire Alliance treasury. In addition, even Tan Taiyu and the others in the distance heard this huge roar. Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes opened directly and then scanned the deepest treasure house. Everything in front of him was dazzling, all of which were top-level props. Even the most common ones were champion-level props such as the remains of ancient Pokemon. And at this moment Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 544 Supreme Fantasy Beast Crystal Pokemon Princess Diancie. Please collect. Please subscribe. Unlike the state of treasures outside, there are not so many treasures here, but in the entire internal treasure house there are only a few. There are many treasures, each of which is placed in the polymer vacuum space storage glass. This polymer glass is called glass, but it is actually a new type of technological creation. It is equivalent to a creation with the power of time. Each cubic meter is worth tens of millions, but such glass is used to store these top treasures. It is conceivable how rare the treasures are. The latest one is an extremely rare legendary note which seems to be related to the legend of the King of Plenty, and inside there are also the white mane of the snowstorm horse, the moon flute, etc. This moon flute is a token of gratitude to the moon legend Pokemon, which can attract the legendary Pokemon Eamon. Of course, Lin Chen is not sure whether it can be effective in the real world, but the only thing he knows is that he can't use the moon flute himself because the legendary moon Pokemon is Lunala after the evolution of Nebula. The rest of the objects are all slightly related to the legendary Pokemon. This made Lin Chen quite excited. He didn't expect that the gold content of this was so high. If it weren't for the Horn of Xernea's fairy Pokemon would probably be included in it if it wasn't for the Horn of Xernea's, but it was precisely because of this that he was able to pick up a loophole. Otherwise it would be impossible to get it. How is it? Are the things here shocking? When Zhu Sheng said this, there was a lot of pride in his tone, and then he whispered, the treasures here were actually collected before the great fusion of Pokemon, and each has a long history. At the same time, many will involve lost civilizations and some legendary Pokemon. Of course, you still need to find the best things yourself, but no matter what, any one of them is a priceless treasure in the world, and if it is auctioned it can reach a value of tens of billions. Lin Chen nodded. He knew these things naturally because of his memories of his previous life and the all-seeing eyes. He just didn't expect to find so many treasures in the Alliance. You know, these are all unique items and they are all legendary Pokemon. They are even the only prop. Just like the alpaca Arceus, there will be no second life gem. Even if other creation stone tablets are collected, it may not have a healing effect. There must be a water stone in it, and Giratina will not have a second platinum gem, so each one is extremely rare. It is worthy of being a state machine. Compared with exploring by luck and encountering some treasures, I am afraid that only the treasure bow system can compare with it. In this way, Lin Chen is now very fortunate for his previous decision. Deciding to rely on the Alliance can make the strength develop better. Indeed, but the power of the law contained is extremely powerful. Lin Chen replied and then began to examine it carefully. Okay, in the NET time you can slowly choose. The corners of Zhu Sheng's mouth rose slightly and then he stood quietly aside waiting for Lin Chen's choice. Lin Chen did not hesitate anymore and directly opened the Eye of All-Knowing and looked in front of him. Unlike the chaos outside, the number of treasures here is much less. All the more time is used for selection. For example, the moon flute just now is used to summon Lunala after the evolution of the small nebula. I have already conquered the small nebula, so naturally I can't use it, so I don't need to consider it anymore. In addition, the white mane of the snowstorm horse is also the mount of the King of Abundance, the crown of the flower. Although it is extremely powerful, it needs the combination of the two to play the greatest role. Although its mane has a strong power of ice, law melodic in his hand has already possessed the form of the Ice Crystal Queen. All are not needed for the time being. Under the skin of the Eye of All-Knowing, Lin Chen was a little entangled in two items. One was the data of the ultimate form of the 3D dragon. This USB flash drive was floating there quietly. If the 3D dragon could reach that final form, it would definitely have a strong increase in strength, but the exact amount was not certain. In addition, there was a round pink diamond, and one was the pink diamond on the head of the top fantasy beast Diancie. It was also the source of its energy. Although I don't know why it was lost here, with it the core energy of this rock and fairy fantasy beast can be used for Sylveon Garcomp or Agron Zero seeking flowers. More importantly, under the skin of the Eye of All-Knowing, the introduction was like this. Such an introduction made Lin Chen very excited. excited. After all, among the fantasy beasts Jiraki is already very powerful. This time it was Jiraki who faced Eliza of the Twilight Council, so she didn't reveal her trump card. Without her I'm afraid I would have to drag her into the new world. At that time I guess I would not be able to live in peace for a period of time. Of these two things, the strength of 3D Dragon is not particularly important to Lin Chen, but the ability to travel through outer space, turn into electrons and even change the energy of other planes still make Lin Chen a little excited. As for the other round pink diamond, if it is used normally its value is not as good as the core data of 3D Dragon. The previous data only allowed 3D Dragon to upgrade from Form 1 to Form 2, but what he cares about most is that if he has a round pink diamond he will be able to find the fantasy beast Diancie through the guidance of the pink diamond. If he can capture it, then he will have the protection of 2 champion or even master level Pokemon. In this way, even if he faces the world catastrophe in half a year, I also have the power to resist. So this is a gamble. What? Are you hesitating? The 9 saints behind him saw Lin Chen's hesitation and then slowly spoke. Lin Chen nodded and took a deep breath. If you say choose one between a safe thing and an adventurous thing, what would you choose? The 9 saints heard Lin Chen's words and pondered. If it were me I would choose a safe item in peacetime, but in wartime I would take risk. Lin Chen nodded after hearing this. I think so too. Then it's up to you. Corpse. Chapter 545 Crystallization of the Supreme Law. Eternal Fairy Princess. Please collect. Please subscribe. That's it. Lin Chen pointed to the round pink diamond in front of him and then slowly said. The 9 saints raised his head and looked over. Well, this is a good thing. With powerful rock energy and diamonds that now seem to be fairy energy, it can make Pokemon of these 2 attributes comprehend the rules and their strength will be greatly improved. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. However, Zhu Sheng looked at the 3D Dragon USB flash drive that Lin Chen had just stared at and then slowly said, you seem to have been entangled in these 2 treasures for a long time. I know that this round pink diamond contains powerful energy, but I still don't know what this USB flash drive is. Previously some researchers have studied it. It contains a piece of code 700 that cannot be copied and has powerful computing power. Even the most advanced computers cannot run it directly, but it was excavated from an ancient relic. It should be all the things in an ancient civilization. It should record something representing the rise and fall of a civilization. It's just that in our opinion the symbolic meaning of this thing is much greater than its practicality. Lin Chen was a little surprised by Zhu Sheng's question. He also blamed himself for being too distracted and forgetting that there was a champion level strongman beside him. He didn't miss any details. Lin Chen could only say softly, I am doing research. I just felt that the USB flash drive that appeared here must contain something very important, so I was thinking whether to choose this one. Maybe I can decipher some technology that can improve my strength. Zhu Sheng nodded and then asked softly, I see. Have you made your choice now? Are you sure you want this round pink diamond? Lin Chen nodded and then in front of him Zhu Sheng pressed the key button that only he had. Click click click. As the polymer glass cover slowly rose, the round pink diamond appeared in front of Lin Chen. Okay, now it's yours. Zhu Sheng's words made Lin Chen's eyes full of joy and he hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Zhu Lao. Zhu Sheng touched his beard and hair and then said in a deep voice, this is the reward you deserve. Just when Lin Chen was about to leave, he saw that Zhu Sheng was still motionless, just nodded and smiled at Lin Chen. Is there anything else, or is there any better treasure to choose? The second idea is unlikely. His all-seeing eyes will never miss any energy fluctuations. Compared to the treasures in the Pokemon world, even if Zhu Sheng, who has lived for hundreds of years, is definitely not better than himself. Before Lin Chen asked, Zhu Sheng suddenly pressed another red button again. The glass cover of the USB flash drive that originally stored the core data of the 3D Dragon also rose suddenly. Zhu Lao, this is... Lin Chen couldn't help asking, his eyes full of doubt. Zhu Sheng touched his long beard and then slowly said, I have already agreed with you before, right? If you get the champion of the competition, the reward will be doubled. What's more, you have far exceeded what we agreed on this time. So before coming here I have already applied to the alliance, so you can choose too. Hearing Zhu Sheng's words, Lin Chen's eyes were full of joy. He didn't expect this result. It was really a pleasant surprise. In this way there is no need to worry about these. If you want something else you can also take other treasures. Zhu Sheng looked at Lin Chen. No, just this one. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. Although other treasures are also good, there is nothing particularly urgent at present. More is better development in the future. If there is no half-year catastrophe deadline, there are still many other options for Lin Chen to choose. However, the most important thing now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Therefore, those treasures that need time to develop can only be temporarily abandoned. Then Lin Chen put the round pink diamond and the core data of the 3D Dragon in the polymer glass cover into the USB disk and thanked Zhu Sheng again. Okay, you must lay a good position as the commander in the god-killing squad in the future. master. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes brightened a little. In this way this elite-friendly match can be regarded as a full Harvest Zero. Not only did Guzzlord successfully advance to the elite level, even Servine evolved to superior and successfully advanced to elite. More importantly, the conspiracy of the Dusk Council was broken and its plan was e-posed, so it had to stand up and fight with the 8 alliances. And you can also get 2 legendary Pokemon props. The round pink diamond is the core energy diamond of Diancie, a powerful one at the level of a fantasy beast. Although 3D Dragon is not that powerful, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is at the legendary Pokemon level in terms of scientific research. With this last core data it will reach its full form. It will have the ability to freely shuttle through space and its strength will also skyrocket. The elite-friendly match has come to an end and Lin Chen and Zhu Sheng walked out slowly. The eyes of the others were full of curiosity. Under the leadership of the rock-type elite Shi Sinai, they had already taken away the treasures they had chosen. Zhu Sheng looked at Su Hu and asked softly, "Good disciple, what treasure did you choose?" Su Hu heard this and took out the treasure he had chosen. A crystal-clear red diamond-shaped gem was lying quietly in his palm at this time. Lin Chen recognized it at a glance. This was a Z-pure crystal of the fire system. The last time in the secret realm Marshadow summoned by Unknown directly used his Z skill, and the one in Su Hu's hand was a Z-pure crystal with 5/9 fire skills. Some specific fire Pokemon will have specific skills when using Z-pure crystals. It has also appeared in the anime. Fire Z is the first Z-pure crystal to appear in the Pokemon special. In return, top professional golfer Kachi found the Fire Z that Yuan had been carrying from the Fire Spot Yuan of Yang. Yuan then used the perfect Z move Super Extreme Blaster. So Su Hu's choice of this pure crystal is indeed the best choice. It can greatly improve the strength. Of course people now don't know how to use it, and Su Hu just followed Lin Chen and knew that there is such a thing as Z pure crystal. I have to say that he is quite visionary. Chapter 546 Cross the Realm of God and Start the Glorious Evolution. Please collect, please subscribe. And others also chose treasures related to their Pokemon attribute. Tanteiyu got Psychic Law Stone and she needed to upgrade Metagross's level as soon as possible. At the same time, Psychic Law Stone can trigger his own special functions and deification. This is the reason for her choice. If he can reach the high level of elite as soon as possible. At the same time, the deification has been improved and it is possible to touch the realm of champion. Congratulations. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he was very pleased to see their choice. The other two were the same and they got a very powerful treasure for nothing. No matter who it was, they would be satisfied. However, they were also very curious about what Lin Chen got nearby, but it was not easy to ask directly. Then after everyone exchanged greetings, they planned to leave. Lin Chen also went directly back to the Imperial Capital Academy, waiting for the call of the Alliance God-killing team. Let's go too. Zhu Sheng looked at Su Hu, touched his long beard and said in a deep voice. At this time others knew that Su Hu had become Zhu Sheng's closed disciple. So many things that elite dreamed of 06, but unexpectedly this unknown Su Hu completed it. However, they were indeed impressed by Su Hu's performance in the elite arena. Although there was a big gap in level, he was still able to defeat 2 opponents at once. Everyone cast envious glances. The battle is imminent, everyone should practice hard. Zhu Sheng looked at everyone present and the others all nodded and then returned to their homes. After returning to the Imperial Capital Academy, fortunately Lin Chen flew back with Blood Wings and Flying Dragon. Before entering the school gate, it can be seen from the sky that the media has surrounded the place. After all, Lin Chen and Tanteiyu, who participated in the elite-friendly match, are both from the Imperial Capital Academy, so every reporter wants to interview them, find out some big news. But both of them returned to the dormitory in their own way through Pokemon. In a vague way, Lin Chen also saw Xiner looking around as if looking for him. At this time he had no intention of entangled with her, so he went directly into the dormitory and closed the doors and windows. After confirming that everything was correct, he came to the new world with a thought. As soon as he arrived here, he threw out the Pokeball and released all the Pokemon. With white light flashing, all the Pokemon swarmed out and all the Pokemon experienced a big battle. The tense nerves only slowly relaxed at this moment. Sylvian immediately got into Lin Chen's arms, but this time she didn't stay in charm for too long but chose to enter the training ground. She had secretly made up her mind to share the pressure for her master. Seeing this, Melodic on the side also started training. I didn't expect that even training would be involved, but Melodic took a mobile phone and started taking selfies while training. Although the training was hard, it was worth it if there were photos. Buzz Rhyperior appeared in front of Lin Chen, but it was a little restrained. Previously it had been a hostile Pokemon used as a training tool for others, but now it has completely surrendered and Lin Chen no longer treats it harshly. Rhyperior, you don't have to train others anymore. Unexpectedly Rhyperior shook his head frantically. He said said he could fight again. He is not a fool. After so much training he also knows what kind of person Lin Chen is. If you work hard you will definitely get reward. He has long wanted to have his own mega evolution form like Garkomp and the others. Even have his own god form. Swish. Kartana, who was on the side, looked at little Nebula for the first time. Then he started playing with it again, but after he explained some things to little Nebula, he followed Servine's ample and came to the pillar of the sky and began to comprehend the power of the law. This battle was too amazing. Even if he had a mega evolution form, it was only a half-step champion, but Servine was able to resist the champion level Gothitelle by himself. All this was the powerful combat ability brought by the power of law, which made it particularly excited. Kartana knew in her heart that if she always stagnated she would eventually be completely eliminated. Roar. Agrin thought the same thing, but it did not continue to study the power of law but started to train its mental power. After all, its biggest killer copper was to use the time dragon god form, and if you want to increase its power you have to comprehend the power of time. Guzzlord and Snowwing Dragon, two foodies, have not changed. Still sweeping away the clouds, the two Pokemon gathered together beside the gourmet tablecloth. Seeing this, Lin Chen was slightly relieved. He didn't want the Pokemon to have too much pressure. Chensi, go prepare some food. Carrot Oaki, happy face. After hearing Lin Chen's order, Chensi quickly put on a pink apron and went into the kitchen. She wanted to make a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Jia Superior did not return to the pillar of Chengqian this time. After all, she had practiced all the laws under the pillars. Her biggest problem at the moment was the level, so she kept. Then he came to the training ground and started training from here. After taking Salamins to a good meal, he went straight to fight Superior. The first time Superior lost was to Bagon. At that time they were still in the first stage of evolution. Bagon, who had the Dragon King form, defeated the grass snake with great force. Now he wanted to take revenge. Sure enough, even if Salamins activated the Dragon King form, it had not yet reached the elite level and could only fight against the middle stage of the elite. As he pecked it was beaten up. This instantly angered Salamin. As a competitive dragon, it naturally rushed up again without admitting defeat. Garkomp, who was standing by the side, always felt that the scene was somewhat familiar. Looking at all this, Lin Chen did not stop it. He slowly took out the core data of the 3D dragon and then looked at the 3D dragon who was fiddling with the instrument. Get ready for the glorious evolution. Chapter 547, 3D Dragon's Final Form, the God of Machinery. Please collect. Please subscribe. What's the matter? The 3D dragon noticed Lin Chen's gaze and turned around to ask. Lin Chen shook the core data USB flash drive in his hand and then whispered, "Do you remember this?" The 3D dragon nodded. Of course it remembered. It had seen a similar USB flash drive when it had consciousness from the first stage. It was just that it had just acquired a soul at that time, so it didn't have much impression. But even so, it knew that this was the core data that could allow it to evolve to the final stage. "Of course I remember." The voice of the 3D dragon machine sounded again, and there was a hint of expectation in its eyes. Then Lin Chen directly picked up the USB flash drive and inserted it into the arm that the 3D dragon stretched out. There was a groove there to import data. A huge amount of data poured into the 3D dragon's body like a tide. Although I don't know what the principle is, but the NET moment a white light lit up around the 3D dragon. This is the light of evolution. Generally speaking, although mechanical creations also have evolution bodies, in general they can be directly developed from the time of manufacturing and the day after tomorrow through data upgrade. There is only one 3D dragon. The NET moment the 3D dragon's eyes went out, replaced by a faint blue light in which the data turbulence was quickly filtered out. Ding ding ding. The 3D dragon's body sounded like an alarm, and then its body shape also changed. The 3D dragon Z form is modified from the 3D dragon 2. The appearance and the shape is very similar, but the head is separated from the body and is upside down just like the feet of 3D dragon. It has no visible neck and there are target patterns on the yellow eyes. The mouth has become rounder and it does not bend downward like 3D dragon 2. The feet look like wings and its posture is similar to that of a hummingbird. The blue pattern on the chest is now connected to the wing-like feet. The body structure remains unchanged, but the surface has changed from polyhedron to smooth. The powerful aura on its body surprised Lin Chen. Originally only at the superior level, 3D dragon's strength increased rapidly after using the core data patch. At this time it has reached the level of professional high level. Very powerful. Are there any other changes? Lin Chen asked quickly. 3D dragon sensed himself and then replied, "In addition to the increase in strength, some of the technologies that were previously sealed in my memory are now gradually becoming clearer, and I have a new function, mimicry. This new function can make my body disappear completely, turn into electrons and then survive in any environment." After the 3D dragon introduced it, it showed it to Lin Chen directly. Beep beep. A mechanical sound sounded as if a string of code programs began to operate concentrate in the 3D dragon's body. Then his body shrank rapidly until it disappeared completely. In fact, the 3D dragon was still there, but after using the mimicry it could make its body transparent. It could even shrink infinitely. Lin Chen looked at it with satisfaction. If there was no such function, then there would be no point in making it in the first place. After all, according to the records in the memory of the previous life, the 3D dragon was made by combining the highest technology, and the ultimate goal was to be able to explore the universe. Since the human body cannot directly enter the space for exploration, but through such mechanical creations one can realize one's dream, it is also a good idea. And the 3D dragon which was given this mission far exceeded the imagination of the maker after having the core data patch. Not bad, it is directly invisible. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise. Then he opened the eye of all-knowing and scanned the ground. After a long moment he found the 3D dragon. Although the 3D dragon was still in the same place, it had turned into an atom. It looked small, but in fact this skill was very powerful. The shrunken 3D dragon can be placed on any object, whether it is tracking or technological killing. It has a certain strength. It's not too late now, I can show my effect. You can see it later if there is a chance. The mechanical voice of 3D dragon sounded again. Good. Lin Chen nodded. It can be seen that 3D dragon was a little disappointed that he could not show his strength. After communicating with 3D dragon, Lin Chen looked at Jiraki. Chilla. Jiraki chirped and was obviously very happy after seeing Lin Chen. Then he directly activated telepathy and started to connect with Lin Chen. You are here? The cute voice made Lin Chen very happy. Thank you for this time. Lin Chen began to thank Jiraki directly. If it weren't for her, he would have to reveal some of his cards. After all, he was a champion level strongman. After doing all this, Lin Chen asked softly, Jiraki, do you know this? He took out the round pink diamond directly, but Jiraki was stunned the first time he saw it. This look obviously showed that he had seen the round pink diamond. Originally Lin Chen was just trying to save his life. After all, Jiraki only wakes up for 7 days every 1,000 years. The people or Pokemon that can come into contact with it are extremely rare. This is why people don't know Jiraki at all and just think that it is a rare Pokemon that has reappeared. A trace of doubt appeared on Jiraki's face as if a long-lost memory had revived. Then she directly activated telepathy and answered softly, is this Diance's round pink diamond? I haven't seen it for a long time. Why is this round pink diamond here? Did something happen to her? Jiraki's continuous questions made Lin Chen very happy. This proves that they know each other and have a good relationship. Jiraki, I don't know your question, but can you use this round pink diamond to detect the location of Diance? Lin Chen asked quickly, and Jiraki nodded without saying anything more. Then she slowly stretched out her hand and pressed it on the round pink diamond. Psychic energy began to tend inward quickly. Champion's high-level strength allowed the energy tentacles to spread to Norman in an instant. Everywhere can be detected by it. If it weren't for Jiraki's help, it would probably take a lot of time. A moment later, Jiraki's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. I found her. Chapter 548. The Eternal God of Lucky Chant, the Ancient Destroyer Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. What? Where is she? Hearing Jiraki's words, Lin Chen asked nervously, his eyes full of expectation. Jiraki nodded and then responded softly, I detected that it is in a secret realm, but it is not close to us. But I can only be sure that Diance is in the secret realm, but I can't be sure what state she is in at this time. Hearing this, Lin Chen has ignited hope. Sure enough, the location of Diance can be detected through the round pink diamond. He didn't know the principle, but he believed what the Eye of All-Knowing introduced. Lin Chen thought about it. A phantom beast in a secret realm? Isn't this no different from the Pokemon that were sleeping before, like Regis the Ice Pillar God? Even the phantom beast is sleeping. Lin Chen continued to tend his thinking, which was different from the previous encounter with Jiraki. Jiraki's sleep would be mistaken for a sleep within 1,000 years. After all, she can sleep like this. Now it seems that the catastrophe of the end of the world has already spread to the phantom beast. Thinking of this, Lin Chen remembered the demonstration that 3D dragon had just given him. Since it can directly transform into electrons and teleport to another space, isn't this the best way to experiment now? Can 3D dragon come over to help? Lin Chen asked softly, and the 3D dragon in the distance nodded instantly. Is there anything I can help with? The mechanical voice sounded again, sounding particularly empty. Lin Chen nodded and then put his other hand on the 3D dragon's head. In this way, the 3D dragon can also see everything he sees. That is the Pokemon Princess Diance, who is in this secret place. The 3D dragon answered again with a mechanical voice. Dad, I understand what you mean. It didn't say anything more but directly used mimicry. The NET moment the 3D dragon disappeared in front of him. Under the eyes of omniscience, he could see the atom it transformed into instantly shuttling through the network. Then it directly passed through the new world and spread to the real world. This made Lin Chen sigh. Sure enough, technology is the only way to become powerful. Lin Chen's eyes followed followed the electron and tended forward. Then more than 400 kilometers away in a mountain with layers of rocks, a secret realm that had not yet been mined appeared in front of him. What is this? He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect to find an unmined secret realm, but unmined means that everything in it is unknown. It is even possible that it is full of poisonous snake and beasts, which is not suitable for exploration at all. That would be a bit tricky. Whoosh! But the moment the particles transformed by the 3D dragon could actually penetrate the secret realm directly and enter it. This means that even if Lin Chen is in the new world, in the world there is also a top-level satellite monitoring that can radiate the whole world. This is a creation far beyond modern technology. Just the transformation into electrons has exceeded the scope of physics. This secret realm is always a cloud of fog and it is impossible to see what is in it. And Diancie never appeared in the picture. Then Lin Chen wanted to continue exploring, but at this time the 3D dragon's consciousness could not go deeper. The moment its slightly tired voice came. It can't go deeper. The energy has been consumed too much. For the first time Lin Chen felt that he couldn't continue watching halfway through and felt the pain of those people who chased the drama. You put ads on me at the critical moment. I took off my pants and you showed me this. But he also knew that this was a manifestation of the 3D dragon's energy being exhausted. If the 3D dragon had the elite level at this time, it could support all this effortlessly. So there is time to upgrade the level of the 3D dragon later. You've done a great job, Lin Chen praised softly, making 3D dragon a little happy. Akjay, his mechanical voice sounded again. Thank you, Dad. It's a pity that my level is not enough and I can't go deeper into it. For the immersive exploration of the secret realm just now, Lin Chen has also opened a new mode, a mode that belongs to him to experience the secret realm. It is equivalent to exploring it in the mind, first figuring out everything and then going to it in reality. Convenient. It's okay, I don't blame you, but did you remember the location of that place? After Lin Chen finished speaking, 3D dragon nodded and then closed his eyes directly. When he opened them again, a highlight projection appeared in front of him. On the shadow was the route from the Imperial Capital Academy to the secret realm where D&I was located. Everything was clear and clear. As expected of 3D dragon, he was reliable in doing things. After getting the e-ported map, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. I plan to go to the secret realm after resting. Maybe I can ask Jiraki to help persuade Diancie. If I can capture this Pokemon princess, then the round pink diamond can be directly delivered to her. No need to use it on other Pokemon. In this way the effect that can be played is the greatest. After all, this is the energy source of Diancie. It's just that something happened that led to the current situation. The helping hand of the round pink diamond is even more effective for Diancie than the life gem is for the alpaca Arceus. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, a fragrant aroma slowly floated over. Lucky Chansey walked out of the kitchen slowly with a plate in her hand, and all the other Pokemon were attracted in an instant. No matter what they were doing, only the elder sister Chansey's food could make them reach a consensus every time. It's time to eat. Okay, thank you for your hard work, 3D dragon. Jiraki, come and have dinner together. The two Pokemon nodded when they heard Lin Chen's words. Kira, especially Jiraki, who chirped happily. He had long loved Chansey's food and was already on the way to becoming a big eater. At this time his eyes were already narrowed into a slit with joy. As for the 3D dragon, NET to him, although it was a mechanical creation, but it can also take poke blocks to restore its physical strength. In this way Lin Chen also sat at the table with the Pokemon. It must have been a long time since they had such a rela-ed dinner together. Lian Fei's battle made all the Pokemon tense, and under the aroma of the food they slowly rela-ed. Chapter 549, The God-Killing Demon King Suppressing the Dusk Council. Please collect. Please subscribe. Only food can make all Pokemon completely rela. This is the conclusion that Lin Chen has come to after so long. During this period of fighting, only eating can eliminate fatigue, and his combat power has also made great progress, and he has even subdued an elite level high-level Rhyperior. But just like Ash's Charizard, he cannot completely trust it for the time being. He can only wait and see Rhyperior's performance before deciding how to treat it in the future. Buzz! As if sensing Lin Chen's eyes, Rhyperior roared. In fact, it also breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely grateful for this elite-friendly match which gave it a chance to perform. Indeed, Rhyperior has saved his life. Before this he collected a professional level Abra from the Red Moon Elite. In the end, because of its lack of strength, it could not be a sparring partner, so it was directly thrown to the World Tree as a nutrient, and Rhyperior did his best to do the sparring work for self-protection. Just kidding, if he didn't work hard he would be beaten to death by Garcom. Also, he really didn't dare to use any heavy hands. If there was the slightest danger, the World Tree would detect it and his energy would be sealed and he would be hung upside down under the tree. Now I finally got my turn and sang. On the other hand, for Rhyperior, after seeing how powerful Lin Chen was, he no longer had the thought of resisting. What's more, here they had good food and drink think, but they didn't have such good treatment when they followed the sleeping ancients before. After all the Pokemons were full, Lin Chen also lay down under the world tree, enjoying this moment of peace. In the main world, the situation has become more and more critical. Originally the Twilight Council was still secretly against the Alliance, but now it has become an instance that can fight the Alliance head-on. In Lin Chen's heart there is still a question. That is before the secret realm of Regirock appeared around Hangzhou City and the Twilight Council came here when they heard the news. How did they know that the mythical beasts were revived? Even if he had the all-knowing eyes, he couldn't determine where the mythical beasts appeared. After all, most of them were sleeping deep underground, and those who heard the news like this must have their own special method. Judging from the opponent's means at the beginning, it is obvious that they knew there were divine beasts underground, so they did not hesitate to confront the Alliance head-on. And the most important thing before was that after confronting the Alliance head-on, they rose into the sky and no one knew what they were planning. In short, they could not live in peace with the Alliance. Their goal is to destroy the entire world, re-establish ancient civilization. This must be what the evil god Pokemon promised. There are countless questions in Lin Chen's mind that need to be answered, but now let's take it one step at a time. Improving one's own strength is the most important thing, so the next step, Lin Chen plans to see the Alliance's movements first and then consider whether to go to find Diancie. And this time there is another thing that makes Lin Chen feel very sorry. That is, he did not kill the champion level Eliza. Otherwise the treasure chest that fell out would definitely make him stronger. In the end, it was a bit of a pity to let it escape. Tai. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, Sylvian, who had just finished training, appeared in front of Lin Chen. Yi, you've worked hard. Lin Chen touched her little head, and the net moment Sylvian transformed into a pink and white loli. Master, what are you thinking about? So absent-minded. Lin Chen heard this and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Isn't this the catastrophe coming in half a year? I have some questions in my mind. Hearing this, Sylvian didn't ask any more questions. What the master is thinking about must be unknown to him. In this case, just accompany him well. Not long after, Zoroark on the side also appeared in Lin Chen's arms. The white-haired loli looked like a pink-haired loli with animal ears, and it is full of Mars. But this time they are more restrained. After all, the war is coming and it is really unnecessary to be jealous here. On the contrary, it will make the master upset. After the catastrophe they must fight to see who is better. Just like this, a quiet afternoon passed and the long lost peace made Lin Chen rela a lot. Being tense all the time will affect one's judgment, which is what Lin Chen always believes. Seeking flowers. When he returned to the real world, it was completely dark. Lin Chen lay on the bed in the dormitory and slept comfortably. Before going to bed, he received a message from the 9 Saints champion. Come to the Alliance Center tomorrow to see the members of the god-killing team. After seeing the TET message, Lin Chen only replied with one word, okay. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the NET day. That was the time agreed with the 9 Saint. Lin Chen pushed open the door of the dormitory and threw out the pokeball directly. Come out, Salamin. From here. Salamin growled and then spread his wings. Lin Chen sat on it directly and gave an order. Let's go to the Alliance Center. From here. In the eyes of the whole Imperial Academy, Salamin soared into the sky like a red lightning and disappeared into the sky in an instant. In less than 10 minutes they had already arrived at the Alliance Center. As soon as he arrived here, Lin Chen saw Suhu, who was talking to Zhu Sheng. Zhu Lao, I'm here. Lin Chen stepped forward and greeted Zhu Sheng, and the other party also greeted Lin Chen with a smile. Now it seems that Zhu Sheng wanted Suhu to join the god-killing squad. Otherwise he would not have accepted him as his closed disciple. Otherwise, with Suhu's elite level, he would not have reached the threshold of the god-killing squad. At least he should be at the middle level of elite, or he could fight at a higher level. Then Tan Taiyu walked in from the outside. These two people did not exceed Lin Chen's expectations. After all, one was Zhu Sheng's closed disciple and the other was the future head of the largest and most powerful family in the imperial capital. In terms of relationship and qualifications, they are all qualified to join the god-killing squad. However, in Lin Chen's opinion, the god-killing squad is actually the frontline personnel fighting against the Twilight Council. In fact, it is not a very suitable candidate for the future head of the family. I don't know what considerations the Tan Tai family has. Before the three people greeted, Zhu Sheng spoke first. Let's go, the other three are waiting for you inside. Corpse. Chapter 550. Shura field is about to explode. The strongest law field. Please collect. Please subscribe. So soon? Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu were all a little surprised. There are already 3 people waiting inside. Afterwards, Lin Chen and the others did not hesitate and followed Zhu Sheng directly to the interior of the Alliance Center. Soon they arrived at the innermost meeting room. When they were about to reach the door, Zhu Sheng turned back to look at the others and reminded them, don't be surprised when you see them later. Instead, this sentence made the others more curious. What kind of person could make Zhu Sheng say that? Then several people slowly entered the the meeting room. The net moment Lin Chen saw another acquaintance, Long Yuking. He couldn't help but claimed, and Tan Taiyu was also a little surprised. Long Yuking smiled when she saw Lin Chen. She was wearing a light 703 yellow long skirt with a clampearl hairpin on her head. She looked particularly ladylike. "What, don't you welcome to see me?" "Welcome, welcome," the others said in unison. With such an acquaintance they felt more assured when they acted. But didn't Long Yuking have to go to elite before? "You have advanced as well?" Tan Taiyu's original advantage was gone and she did not expect that Long Yuking could catch up again. The strange competition started again. Long Yuking heard this and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Of course, I can't let you get rid of me." And her subtlety was, "I won't let Lin Chen just like that. Fair competition from now on." Of course only the two of them understood this. Lin Chen suddenly sneezed violently and always felt that something strange had happened. Then what attracted Lin Chen's attention were the two people beside him. They were called people but they were not actually human. Two twin bionic people sat there and their appearance was also female. They looked like a pair of Lolita and their appearance was particularly like Rem Ram. "Are these our other two companions?" Su Hu asked in a muffled voice, and it was obvious that even he did not know the news. Zhu Sheng nodded and said softly, "Don't underestimate them. This is the highest technology of the 8 alliances. 2 bionic people have been created and their strength has reached the elite level. The reason why they want to join the god-killing team is to test their strength. How will they react to various dangerous situations?" Hearing these words, Lin Chen can understand. After all, this is a new technology and the robot has the power of the elite level. How much can it play? Even he wants to see it. Su Hu was a little surprised and then whispered, "Then can I try their strength?" Zhu Sheng nodded and then slowly replied, "Their names are Leah and Liz." After listening, Su Hu did not relish his vigilance but looked at the two bionic people. "Then can I challenge any of you?" At this time Leah looked at Su Hu and the mechanical eye began to scan. However, from the appearance there is no difference from normal human. Except for the lack of E-Prescience, it is almost unrecognizable just sitting there. Only people with sharp eyesight like them can find out at the first time. "Leah fights with you," a mechanical girl spoke slowly. Zhu Sheng's mouth corners slightly raised and then he introduced softly, "It just so happens that I also want to see their strength. I heard those old guys bragging to me for a long time. To be honest, I am also a little curious." "Su Hu, don't embarrass me. I heard that Leah's single soldier combat is very strong." After hearing these words, Su Hu patted his chest. "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, old man. Since someone is going to take action, Lin Chen and his group are also happy to watch the game." Then they followed Zhu Sheng to the small arena in the Alliance Center. For a while all the people who came to the Alliance Center to handle business were attracted. "I heard that a battle is about to take place in the Alliance Arena. Who is there?" "It is said that it is the Great Demon King and his group." "Who else of this generation can fight the Demon King?" "I want to take a look anyway. I can learn a lot even by watching their battle." In addition to them, the media who heard the news were extremely happy. "Is the Great Demon King going to fight again?" "I have prepared the news hot searches. The Great Demon King is now a news professional. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet him here." However, when they saw Leah and Liz, they still didn't recognize their identities. They just thought they were two beautiful girls. Soon the group all came to the small arena. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Leah took the lead on the stage. Such a young girl." While everyone was talking, Su Hu also stepped onto the stage. Although the others were a little disappointed that they didn't see Lin Chen appear, but they didn't dare to underestimate Su Hu. After all, this was an elite-friendly match and he defeated two strong men from two alliances. If it weren't for Lin Chen in front, Su Hu would be considered a top-level genius. It's just that he often appears with Lin Chen, which overshadows his brilliance. You know, if he is a loser champion, 9 saints will not accept him as a closed disciple, so they are not too disappointed. On the stage, even if he is a bionic man, Su Hu still bursts out his name. "I am Su Hu." Then he smiled and what are the bionic people talking about? But what he didn't expect was that Leah was extremely intelligent and also said to Su Hu, "I am Leah, your opponent today." It must be said that the top technology of the 8 alliances and the strength of the elite level are indeed not to be underestimated. And Lin Chen, who was in the audience, had already opened the eye of all-knowing and scanned Leah on the stage. Then all her data was scanned down. After that, 3D dragon can be scanned once and maybe it can be copied. Zhu Sheng slowly floated from the sky above the arena and then announced, "Then I will be your referee today." It is really impressive to have a champion-level strongman as a referee. Of course, some people who know the inside story already know that Su Hu is Zhu Sheng's closed disciple. Then Zhu Sheng explained the rules of the game. The battle officially started.